Tale number one of 5 tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. Tale number 1, The First and Last. So the last shall be first, and the first last. Holy Writ. I. It was a dark room at that hour of 6 in the evening, when just the single oil reading lamp under its green shade let fall a dapple of light over the Turkey carpet, over the covers of books taken out of the bookshelves, and the open pages of the one selected, over the deep blue and gold of the coffee service on the little old stool with its Oriental embroidery. Very dark in the winter, with drawn curtains, many rows of leather bound volumes, oak panelled walls and ceiling; so large, too, that the lighted spot before the fire where he sat was just an oasis. But that was what Keith Darrant liked, after his day's work, the hard early morning study of his cases, the fret and strain of the day in court. It was his rest, these 2 hours before dinner, with books, coffee, a pipe, and sometimes a nap. In red Turkish slippers and his old brown velvet coat, he was well suited to that framing of glow and darkness. A painter would have seized avidly on his clear cut yellowish face, with its dark eyebrows twisting up over eyes, grey or brown, one could hardly tell, and its dark grizzling hair still plentiful, in spite of those daily hours of wig. He seldom thought of his work while he sat there, throwing off with practised ease the strain of that long attention to the multiple threads of argument and evidence to be disentangled; work profoundly interesting, as a rule, to his clear intellect, trained to almost instinctive rejection of all but the essential, to selection of what was legally vital out of the mass of confused tactical and human detail presented to his scrutiny, yet sometimes tedious and wearing. As for instance to day, when he had suspected his client of perjury, and was almost convinced that he must throw up his brief. He had disliked the weak looking, white faced fellow from the first, and his nervous, shifty answers, his prominent startled eyes, a type too common in these days of canting tolerations and weak humanitarianism. No good, no good. Of the 3 books he had taken down, a volume of Voltaire, curious fascination that Frenchman had, for all his destructive irony, a volume of Burton's Travels, and Stevenson's New Arabian Nights, he had pitched upon the last. He felt, that evening, the want of something sedative, a desire to rest from thought of any kind. The court had been crowded, stuffy; the air, as he walked home, soft sou'westerly, charged with coming moisture, no quality of vigour in it. He felt relaxed, tired, even nervy; and for once the loneliness of his house seemed strange and comfortless. Lowering the lamp, he turned his face towards the fire. Perhaps he would get asleep before that boring dinner at the Tellassons'. He wished it were vacation, and Maisie back from school. A widower for many years, he had lost the habit of a woman about him, yet to night he had a positive yearning for the society of his young daughter, with her quick ways and bright dark eyes. Curious what perpetual need of a woman some men had. His brother Laurence wasted all through women, atrophy of will power, a man on the edge of things, living from hand to mouth, his gifts all down at heel. One would have thought the Scottish strain might have saved him, and yet when a Scotsman did begin to go downhill, who could go faster? Curious that their mother's blood should have worked so differently in her 2 sons. He himself had always felt he owed all his success to it. His thoughts went off at a tangent to a certain issue troubling his legal conscience. He had not wavered in the usual assumption of omniscience, but he was by no means sure that he had given right advice. Well, without that power to decide and hold to decision in spite of misgiving, one would never have been fit for one's position at the bar; never have been fit for anything. The longer he lived, the more certain he became of the prime necessity of virile and decisive action in all the affairs of life. A word and a blow, and the blow first! Doubts, hesitations, sentiment the mewling and puking of this twilight age! And there dwelled up on his handsome face a smile that was almost devilish. The tricks of firelight are so many. It faded again in sheer drowsiness. He slept. He woke with a start, having a feeling of something out beyond the light, and without turning his head said: "What's that?" There came a sound, as if somebody had caught his breath. He turned up the lamp. "Who's there?" A voice over by the door answered: "Only I, Larry." Something in the tone, or perhaps just being startled out of sleep like this, made him shiver. He said: "I was asleep. Come in." It was noticeable that he did not get up, or even turn his head, now that he knew who it was, but waited, his half closed eyes fixed on the fire, for his brother to come forward. A visit from Laurence was not an unmixed blessing. He could hear him breathing, and became conscious of a scent of whisky. Why could not the fellow at least abstain when he was coming here? It was so childish, so lacking in any sense of proportion, or of decency. And he said sharply: "Well, Larry, what is it?" It was always something. He often wondered at the strength of that sense of trusteeship which kept him still tolerant of the troubles, amenable to the petitions of this brother of his. Or was it just blood feeling, a Highland sense of loyalty to kith and kin? An old time quality which judgment and half his instincts told him was weakness, but which, in spite of all, bound him to the distressful fellow. Was he drunk now, that he kept lurking there out by the door? And he said, less sharply: "Why don't you come and sit down?" He was coming now, avoiding the light, skirting along the walls just beyond the radiance of the lamp, his feet and legs to the waist brightly lighted, but his face disintegrated in shadow, like the face of a dark ghost. "Are you ill, man?" Still no answer, save a shake of that head, and the passing up of a hand out of the light, to the ghostly forehead under the dishevelled hair. The scent of whisky was stronger now, and Keith thought: 'He really is drunk. Nice thing for the new butler to see. If he can't behave!' The figure against the wall heaved a sigh, so truly from an overburdened heart, that Keith was conscious, with a certain dismay, of not having yet fathomed the cause of this uncanny silence. He got up, and back to the fire, said with a brutality born of nerves rather than design: "What is it, man? Have you committed a murder that you stand there dumb as a fish?" For a second no answer at all, not even of breathing; then just the whisper: "Yes." The sense of unreality, which so helps one at moments of disaster, enabled Keith to say vigorously: "By Jove! You have been drinking!" But it passed at once into deadly apprehension. "What do you mean? Come here, where I can see you. What's the matter with you, Larry?" With a sudden lurch and dive, his brother left the shelter of the shadow, and sank into a chair in the circle of light; and another long broken sigh escaped him. "There's nothing the matter with me, Keith. It's true." Keith stepped quickly forward and stared down into his brother's face. And instantly he saw that it was true. No one could have simulated the look in those eyes, of horrified wonder, as if they would never again get on terms with the face to which they belonged. To see them squeezed the heart; only real misery could look like that. Then that sudden pity became angry bewilderment. What in God's name is this nonsense? But it was significant that he lowered his voice; went over to the door, too, to see if it were shut. Laurence had drawn his chair forward, huddling over the fire, a thin figure, a worn, high cheek boned face with deep sunk blue eyes, and wavy hair all ruffled; a face that still had a certain beauty. Putting a hand on that lean shoulder, Keith said: "Come, Larry, pull yourself together, and drop exaggeration. It's true, I tell you. I've killed a man." The noisy violence of that outburst acted like a douche. What was the fellow about, shouting out such words? But suddenly Laurence lifted his hands and wrung them. The gesture was so utterly painful that it drew a quiver from Keith's face. "Why did you come here," he said, "and tell me this?" Larry's face was really unearthly sometimes, such strange gleams passed up onto it. "Whom else should I tell? I came to know what I'm to do, Keith. Give myself up, or what?" At that sudden introduction of the practical, Keith felt his heart twitch. Was it then as real as all that? But he said very quietly: "Just tell me, how did it come about, this affair?" That question linked the dark, gruesome, fantastic nightmare on to actuality. "When did it happen? Last night?" In Larry's face there had always been, something childishly truthful. He would never stand a chance in court. And Keith said: "How? Where? You'd better tell me quietly from the beginning. Drink this coffee; it'll clear your head." Laurence took the little blue cup and drained it. "Yes," he said, "it's like this, Keith. There's a girl I've known for some months now." "Women!" And Keith said between his teeth: "Well?" "Her father was a Pole who died over here when she was 16, and left her all alone. A man called Wallen, a mongrel American, living in the same house, married her, or pretended to. She's very pretty, Keith. He left her with a baby 6 months old, and another coming. That one died, and she did nearly. Then she starved till another fellow took her on. She lived with him 2 years. Then Wallen turned up again, and made her go back to him. The brute used to beat her black and blue, all for nothing. Then he left her again. When I met her, she'd lost her elder child too, and was taking anybody who came along." He suddenly looked up into Keith's face. "But I've never met a sweeter woman, nor a truer, that I swear. Woman, she's only 20 now. When I went to her last night, that brute, that Wallen, had found her out again. And when he came for me, swaggering and bullying look!" He touched a dark mark on his forehead. "I took his throat in my hands, and when I let go " "Yes?" "Dead. I never knew till afterwards that she was hanging on to him behind." Again he made that gesture, wringing his hands. In a hard voice Keith said: "What did you do then?" "We sat by it a long time. Then I carried it on my back down the street, round a corner to an archway." "How far?" "Oh, about 50 yards." Was anyone did anyone see? No. What time? 3. And then went back to her. Why, in Heaven's name? She was lonely and afraid, and so was I, Keith. Where is this place? 42 Borrow Street, Soho. And the archway? Corner of Glove Lane. Good God! Why, I saw it in the paper! And seizing the journal that lay on his bureau, Keith read again that paragraph: "The body of a man was found this morning under an archway in Glove Lane, Soho. From marks about the throat, grave suspicions of foul play are entertained. The body had apparently been robbed, and nothing was discovered leading to identification." It was real earnest, then. Murder! His own brother! He faced around and said: "You saw this in the paper, and dreamed it. Understand? You dreamed it." The wistful answer came: "If only I had, Keith, if only I had." In his turn, Keith very nearly wrung his hands. "Did you take anything from the body?" This dropped while we were struggling. It was an empty envelope, with a South American postmark, addressed: Patrick Wallen, Simon's Hotel, Farrier Street, London. Again, with that twitching in his heart, Keith said: "Put it in the fire." Then suddenly he stooped to pluck it out. By that command he had identified himself with this. But he did not pluck it out. It blackened, writhed, and vanished. And once more he said: "What in God's name made you come here and tell me? You know about these things. I didn't mean to kill him. I love the girl. What shall I do, Keith?" Simple! How simple! To ask what he was to do! It was like Larry. And he said: "You were not seen, you think? Well, it's a dark street. There was no one about. When did you leave this girl the second time?" "About 7 o'clock." "Where did you go?" "To my rooms." "In Fitzroy Street?" "Yes." "Did anyone see you come in?" "No." "What have you done since?" "Sat there." "Not been out?" "No." "Not seen the girl?" "No." "You don't know, then, what she's done since?" "No." "Would she give you away?" "Never." "Would she give herself away hysteria?" "No." "Who knows of your relations with her?" "No one." "No one?" "I don't know who should, Keith." "Did anyone see you going in last night when you first went to her?" "No. She lives on the ground floor, and I've got keys." "Give them to me. What else have you that connects you with her?" "Nothing." "In your rooms?" "No." "No photographs, no letters?" "No." "Be careful." "Nothing." "No one saw you going back to her the second time?" "No." "No one saw you leave her in the morning?" "No." "You were fortunate. Sit down again, man. I must think." Think! Think out this accursed thing, so beyond all thought and all belief. But he could not think; not a coherent thought would come. And he began again. Was it his first reappearance with her? Yes. She told you so? Yes. How did he find out where she was? I don't know. How drunk were you? I was not drunk. How much had you drunk? Oh, about 2 bottles of claret. Nothing. You say you didn't mean to kill him? No, God knows. That's something. What made you choose the arch? It was the first dark place. Did his face look as if he had been strangled? "Don't!" "Did it?" "Yes." "Very disfigured?" "Yes." "Did you look to see if his clothes were marked?" "No." "Why not?" "Why not? My God! If you had done it!" "You say he was disfigured. Would he be recognisable?" "I don't know." "When she lived with him last, where was that?" "I don't know for certain. Pimlico, I think." "Not Soho?" "No." "How long has she been in the Soho place?" "Nearly a year." "Always the same rooms?" "Yes." "Is there anyone living in that house or street who would be likely to know her as his wife?" "I don't think so." "What was he?" "I should think he was a professional bully." "I see. Spending most of his time abroad, then?" "Yes." "Do you know if he was known to the police?" "I haven't heard of it." "Now listen, Larry. When you leave here, go straight home, and don't go out till I come to you to morrow morning. Promise that?" "I promise." "I've got a dinner engagement. I'll think this out. Don't drink, don't talk. Pull yourself together." "Don't keep me longer than you can help, Keith." That white face, those eyes, that shaking hand, with a twinge of pity in the midst of all the turbulence of his revolt and fear and disgust. Keith put his hand on his brother's shoulder and said: "Courage!" And suddenly he thought: 'My God! Courage! I shall want it all myself!' II Laurence Darrant, leaving his brother's house in the Adelphi, walked northwards, rapidly, slowly, rapidly again. For if there are men who by force of will do one thing only at a time, there are men who from lack of will do now one thing, now another, with equal intensity. To such natures, to be gripped by the Nemesis which attends the lack of self control, is no reason for their being more self controlled. Rather does it foster their pet feeling: what matter? To morrow we die. The effort of will required to go to Keith had relieved, exhausted, and exasperated him. In accordance with those three feelings was the progress of his walk. He started from the door with the fixed resolve to go home and stay there quietly till Keith came. He was in Keith's hands; Keith would know what was to be done. But he had not gone 300 yards before he felt so utterly weary, body and soul, that if he had but had a pistol in his pocket he would have shot himself in the street. Not even the thought of the girl, this young unfortunate with her strange devotion, who had kept him straight these last 5 months, who had roused in him a depth of feeling he had never known before, would have availed against that sudden black defection. Why go on, a waif at the mercy of his own nature, a straw blown here and there by every gust which rose in him? Why not have done with it for ever, and take it out in sleep? He was approaching the fatal street where he and the girl, that early morning, had spent the hours clutched together, trying in the refuge of love to forget for a moment their horror and fear. Should he go in? He had promised Keith not to. Why had he promised? He caught sight of himself in a chemist's lighted window. Miserable, shadowy brute! And he remembered suddenly a dog he had picked up once in the streets of Pera, a black and white creature, different from the other dogs, not one of their breed, a pariah of pariahs, who had strayed there somehow. He had taken it home to the house where he was staying, contrary to all custom of the country; had got fond of it, had shot it himself sooner than leave it behind again to the mercies of its own kind in the streets. 12 years ago! And those sleeve links made of the little Turkish coins he had brought back for the girl at the hairdresser's in Chancery Lane, where he used to get shaved. Pretty creature, like a wild rose! He had asked of her a kiss for payment. What queer emotions when she put her face forward to his lips, a sort of passionate tenderness and shame, at the softness and warmth of that flushed cheek, at her beauty and trustful gratitude. She would soon have given herself to him, that one. He had never gone there again. And to this day he did not know why he had abstained. To this day he did not know whether he were glad or sorry not to have plucked that rose. He must surely have been very different then. Queer business, life! Queer, queer business! To go through it never knowing what you would do next. Ah! To be like Keith, steady, buttoned up in success, a brass pot, a pillar of society. Once, as a boy, he had been within an ace of killing Keith, for sneering at him. Once, in southern Italy, he had been near killing a driver who was flogging his horse. And now that dark faced, swinish bully who had ruined the girl he had grown to love. He had done it killed him, killed a man. He who did not want to hurt a fly. The chemist's window comforted him with the sudden thought that he had at home that which made him safe, in case they should arrest him. He would never again go out without some of those little white tablets sewn into the lining of his coat. Restful, even exhilarating thought! They said a man should not take his own life. Let them taste horror, those glib citizens; let them live as that girl had lived, as millions lived all over the world, under their canting dogmas. A man might rather even take his life than watch their cursed inhumanities. He went into the chemist's for a bromide, and while the man was mixing it, stood resting one foot like a tired horse. The life he had squeezed out of that fellow! After all, 1,000,000,000 living creatures gave up life each day. Had it squeezed out of them mostly? And perhaps not one a day deserved death so much as that loathly fellow. Life! A breath, a flame nothing! Why, then, this icy clutching at his heart? The chemist brought the draught. "Not sleeping, sir?" "No." The man's eyes seemed to say: "Yes! Burning the candle at both ends I know." Odd life, a chemist's! Pills and powders all day long, to hold the machinery of men together. Devilish odd trade! In going out he caught the reflection of his face in a mirror. It seemed too good altogether for a man who had committed murder. There was a sort of brightness underneath, an amiability lurking about its shadows. How could it be the face of a man who had done what he had done? His head felt lighter now, his feet lighter. He walked rapidly again. Curious feeling of relief and oppression all at once. Frightful, to long for company, for talk, for distraction, and to be afraid of it. The girl and Keith were now the only persons who would not give him that feeling of dread. And of those two, Keith was not. Who could consort with one who was never wrong, a successful, righteous fellow, a chap built so that he knew nothing about himself, wanted to know nothing, a chap all solid actions? To be a quicksand swallowing up one's own resolutions was bad enough, but to be like Keith, all will power, marching along, treading down his own feelings and weaknesses! No! One could not make a comrade of a man like Keith, even if he were one's brother. The only creature in all the world was the girl. She alone knew and felt what he was feeling. Would put up with him and love him, whatever he did, or was done to him. He stopped and took shelter in a doorway to light a cigarette. He had suddenly a fearful wish to pass the archway where he had placed the body; a fearful wish that had no sense, no end in view, no anything; just an insensate craving to see the dark place again. He crossed Borrow Street to the little lane. There was only one person visible, a man on the far side with his shoulders hunched against the wind; a short dark figure which crossed and came towards him in the flickering lamplight. What a face! Yellow, ravaged, clothed almost to the eyes in a stubbly greyish growth of beard, with blackish teeth and haunting bloodshot eyes. And what a figure of rags, one shoulder higher than the other, one leg a little lame, and thin! A surge of feeling came up in Laurence for this creature, more unfortunate than himself. There were lower depths than his. "Well, brother," he said, "you don't look too prosperous." The smile which gleamed out on the man's face seemed as unlikely as a smile on a scarecrow. "Prosperity doesn't come my way," he said in a rusty voice. "I'm a failure always been a failure. And yet you wouldn't think it, would you? I was a minister of religion once." Laurence held out a shilling, but the man shook his head. "Keep your money," he said. "I've got more than you to day, I dare say; but thank you for taking a little interest. That's worth more than money to a man that's down." "You're right." "Yes," the rusty voice went on, "I'd as soon die as go on living as I do. And now I've lost my self respect. Often wondered how long a starving man would go without losing his self respect. Not so very long. You take my word for that." And without the slightest change in the monotony of that creaking voice, he added: "Did you read of the murder? Just here. I've been looking at the place." The words "So have I" leaped up to Laurence's lips. He choked them back with a sort of terror. "I wish you better luck," he said. "Good night," and hurried away. A sort of ghastly laughter was forcing its way up in his throat. Was everyone talking of the murder he had committed, even the very scarecrows? Part 3 of Tale 1 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This recording is in the public domain. There are some natures so constituted that, due to be hung at 10 o'clock, they will play chess at 8. Such men invariably rise. They make especially good bishops, editors, judges, impresarios, prime ministers, money lenders, and generals; in fact, fill with exceptional credit any position of power over their fellow men. They have spiritual cold storage, in which are preserved their nervous systems. In such men there is little or none of that fluid sense and continuity of feeling known under those vague terms speculation, poetry, philosophy; men of facts and of decision, switching imagination on and off at will, subordinating sentiment to reason. One does not think of them when watching wind ripple over cornfields, or swallows flying. Keith Darrant had need of being of that breed during his dinner at the Tellassons'. It was just 11 when he issued from the big house in Portland Place, and refrained from taking a cab. He wanted to walk that he might better think. What crude and wanton irony there was in his situation! To have been made father confessor to a murderer he, well on towards a judgeship! With his contempt for the kind of weakness which landed men in such abysses, he felt it all so sordid, so impossible, that he could hardly bring his mind to bear on it at all. And yet he must, because of two powerful instincts, self preservation and blood loyalty. The wind had still the sapping softness of the afternoon, but rain had held off so far. It was warm, and he unbuttoned his fur overcoat. The nature of his thoughts deepened the dark austerity of his face, whose thin, well cut lips were always pressing together, as if by meeting to dispose of each thought as it came up. He moved along the crowded pavements glumly. That air of festive conspiracy which drops with the darkness on to lighted streets galled him. He turned off on a darker route. This ghastly business! Convinced of its reality, he yet could not see it. The thing existed in his mind, not as a picture, but as a piece of irrefutable evidence. Larry had not meant to do it, of course, but it was murder all the same. Men like Larry, weak, impulsive, sentimental, introspective creatures, did they ever mean what they did? This man, this Walenn, was by all accounts better dead than alive; no need to waste a thought on him. But crime, the ugliness, justice unsatisfied, crime concealed, and his own share in the concealment and yet brother to brother. Surely no one could demand action from him. It was only a question of what he was going to advise Larry to do. To keep silent and disappear? Had that a chance of success? Perhaps, if the answers to his questions had been correct. But this girl suppose the dead man's relationship to her were ferreted out, could she be relied on not to endanger Larry? These women were all the same, unstable as water, emotional, shiftless pests of society. Then, too, a crime untracked, dogging all his brother's after life; a secret following him wherever he might vanish to, hanging over him, watching for some drunken moment to slip out of his lips. It was bad to think of. A clean breast of it? But his heart twitched within him. Brother of Mr. Keith Darrant, the well known King's Counsel, visiting a woman of the town, strangling with his bare hands the woman's husband. No intention to murder, but a dead man carried out of the house, laid under a dark archway. Provocation, recommended to mercy, penal servitude for life. Was that the advice he was going to give Larry to morrow morning? And he had a sudden vision of shaven men with clay coloured features, run, as it were, to seed, as he had seen them once in Pentonville, when he had gone there to visit a prisoner. Larry, whom as a baby creature he had watched straddling, whom as a little fellow he had fagged, whom he had seen through scrapes at college, to whom he had lent money time and again admonished in his courses. Larry, 5 years younger than himself, and committed to his charge by their mother when she died. To become for life one of those men with faces like diseased plants, with no hair but a bushy stubble, with arrows marked on their yellow clothes. Larry? One of those men herded like sheep, at the beck and call of common men, a gentleman, his own brother, to live that slave's life, to be ordered here and there, year after year, day in, day out. Something snapped within him. He could not give that advice. Impossible! But if not, he must make sure of his ground, must verify, must know. This Glove Lane, this archway, it would not be far from where he was that very moment. He looked for someone of whom to make inquiry. A policeman was standing at the corner. his stolid face illumined by a lamp, capable and watchful, an excellent officer, no doubt. But, turning his head away, Keith passed him without a word. Strange to feel that cold, uneasy feeling in presence of the law! A grim little driving home of what it all meant. Then suddenly he saw that the turning to his left was Borrow Street itself. He walked up one side, crossed over, and returned. He passed number 42, a small house with business names printed on the lifeless windows of the first and second floors, with dark curtained windows on the ground floor. Or was there just a slink of light in one corner? Which way had Larry turned? Which way under that grisly burden? 50 paces of this squalid street, narrow and dark and empty, thank Heaven. Glove Lane, here it was, a tiny runlet of a street. And here he had run right on to the arch, a brick bridge connecting two portions of a warehouse, and dark indeed. "That's right, gov'nor. That's the place." He needed all his self control to turn leisurely to the speaker. "'Ere's where they found the body. Very spot leanin' up 'ere. They ain't got 'im yet, lightest, me lord." It was a ragged boy holding out a tattered yellowish journal. His lynx eyes peered up from under lanky wisps of hair, and his voice had the proprietary note of one making "a corner" in his news. Keith took the paper and gave him twopence. He even found a sort of comfort in the young ghoul's hanging about there; it meant that others beside himself had come morbidly to look. By the dim lamplight he read: "Glove Lane garrotting mystery. Nothing has yet been discovered of the murdered man's identity. From the cut of his clothes he is supposed to be a foreigner." The boy had vanished, and Keith saw the figure of a policeman coming slowly down this gutter of a street. A second's hesitation, and he stood firm. Nothing obviously could have brought him here save this mystery, and he stayed quietly staring at the arch. The policeman moved up abreast. Keith saw that he was the one whom he had passed just now. He noted the cold, offensive question die out of the man's eyes when they caught the gleam of white shirt front under the opened fur collar. And holding up the paper, he said: "Is this where the man was found?" "Yes, sir." "Still a mystery, I see. Well, we can't always go by the papers, but I don't fancy they do know much yet about it. Dark spot. Do fellows sleep under here?" The policeman nodded. "There's not an arch in London where we don't get 'em sometimes." "Nothing found on him, I think I read?" "Not a copper. Pockets inside out. There's some funny characters about this quarter Greeks, Hitalians, all sorts." Queer sensation this, of being glad of a policeman's confidential tone. "Well, good night." "Good night, sir. Good night." He looked back from Borrow Street. The policeman was still standing there, holding up his lantern, so that its light fell into the archway, as if trying to read its secret. Now that he had seen this dark, deserted spot, the chances seemed to him much better. Pockets inside out? Either Larry had had presence of mind to do a very clever thing, or someone had been at the body before the police found it. That was the more likely. A dead backwater of a place, at 3 o'clock, loneliest of all hours, Larry's 5 minutes' grim excursion to and from might well have passed unseen. Now it all depended on the girl, on whether Laurence had been seen coming to her or going away, or whether, if the man's relationship to her were discovered, she could be relied on to say nothing. There was not a soul in Borrow Street now, hardly even a lighted window, and he took one of those rather desperate decisions only possible to men daily accustomed to the instant taking of responsibility. He would go to her and see for himself. He came to the door of 42, obviously one of those which are only shut at night, and tried the larger key. It fitted, and he was in a gas lighted passage, with an oil clothed floor and a single door to his left. He stood there undecided. She must be made to understand that he knew everything. She must not be told more than that he was a friend of Larry's. She must not be frightened, yet must be forced to give her very soul away. A hostile witness, not to be treated as hostile; a matter for delicate handling. But his knock was not answered. Should he give up this nerve racking, bizarre effort to come at a basis of judgment? Go away and just tell Laurence that he could not advise him? And then what? Something must be done. He knocked again. Still no answer; and with that impatience of being thwarted, natural to him, and fostered to the full by the conditions of his life, he tried the other key. It worked, and he opened the door. Inside all was dark, but a voice from some way off, and with a sort of breathless relief in its foreign tones, said: "Oh, then, it's you, Larry! Why did you knock? I was so frightened. Turn up the light, dear. Come in." Feeling by the door for a switch in the pitch blackness, he was conscious of arms around his neck, a warm, thinly clad body pressed to his own; then withdrawn as quickly, with a gasp, and the most awful, terror stricken whisper: "Oh! Who is it?" With a glacial shiver from his own spine, Keith answered: "A friend of Laurence. Don't be frightened." There was such silence that he could hear a clock ticking, and the sound of his own hand passing over the surface of the wall, trying to find the switch. He found it, and in the light which leaped up, he saw, stiffened against a dark curtain evidently screening off a bedroom, a girl standing, holding a long black coat together at her throat, so that her face, with its pale brown hair, short and square cut and curling up underneath, had an uncanny look of being detached from any body. Her face was so alabaster pale that the staring, startled eyes, dark blue or brown, and the faint rose of the parted lips, were like colour stainings on a white mask; and it had a strange delicacy, truth, and pathos, such as only suffering brings. Though not susceptible to aesthetic emotion, Keith was curiously affected. He said gently: "You needn't be afraid. I haven't come to do you harm; quite the contrary. May I sit down and talk?" And holding up the keys, he added: "Laurence wouldn't have given me these, would he, if he hadn't trusted me?" Still she did not move, and he had the impression that he was looking at a spirit startled out of its flesh. Nor at the moment did it seem in the least strange that he should conceive such an odd thought. He stared around the room, clean and tawdry, with its tarnished gilt mirror, marble topped side table, and plush covered sofa. 20 years and more since he had been in such a place. And he said: "Won't you sit down? I'm sorry to have startled you." But still she did not move, whispering: "Who are you, please?" And moved suddenly beyond the realm of caution by the terror of that whisper, he answered: "Larry's brother." She uttered a little sigh of relief, which went to Keith's heart, and, still holding the dark coat together at her throat, came forward and sat down on the sofa. He could see that her feet, thrust into slippers, were bare. With her short hair, and those candid, startled eyes, she looked like a tall child. He drew up a chair and said: "You must forgive me coming at such an hour. He's told me, you see." He expected her to flinch and gasp, but she only clasped her hands together on her knees and said: "Yes?" Then horror and discomfort rose up in him afresh. "An awful business!" Her whisper echoed him: "Yes, oh, yes, awful! It is awful!" And suddenly realising that the man must have fallen dead just where he was sitting, Keith came stock silent, staring at the floor. "Yes," she whispered, "just there. I see him now, always falling." How she said that, with such a strange, gentle despair! In this girl of evil life, who had brought on them this tragedy, what was it which moved him to a sort of unwilling compassion? "You look very young," he said. "I am 20." "And you are fond of my brother?" "I would die for him." Impossible to mistake the tone of her voice, or the look in her eyes true deep Slav eyes; dark brown, not blue as he had thought at first. It was a very pretty face; either her life had not eaten into it yet, or the suffering of these last hours had purged away those marks, or perhaps this devotion of hers to Larry. He felt strangely at sea, sitting there with this child of 20; he, over 40, a man of the world, professionally used to every side of human nature. But he said, stammering a little: "I have come to see how far you can save him. Listen, and just answer the questions I put to you." She raised her hands, squeezed them together, and murmured: "Oh, I will answer anything." "This man, then your husband was he a bad man?" "A dreadful man." "Before he came here last night, how long since you saw him?" "18 months." "Where did you live when you saw him last?" "In Pimlico." "Does anybody about here know you as Mrs. Wallen?" "No. When I came here, after my little girl died, I came to live a bad life. Nobody knows me at all. I am quite alone." "If they discover who he was, they will look for his wife?" "I do not know. He did not let people think I was married to him. I was very young. He treated many, I think, like me." "Do you think he was known to the police?" She shook her head. "He was very clever." "What is your name now?" "Wanda Livinska." "Were you known by that name before you were married?" "Wanda is my Christian name. Livinska I just call myself." "I see. Since you came here?" "Yes." "Did my brother ever see this man before last night?" "Never." "You had told him about his treatment of you?" "Yes. And that man first went for him." "I saw the mark. Do you think anyone saw my brother come to you?" "I do not know. He says not." "Can you tell if anyone saw him carrying the thing away?" "No one in this street. I was looking." "Nor coming back?" "No one." "Nor going out in the morning?" "I do not think it." "Have you a servant?" "Only a woman who comes at 9 in the morning for an hour." "Does she know Larry?" "No." "Friends, acquaintances?" "No. I am very quiet. And since I knew your brother, I see no one. Nobody comes here but him for a long time now." "How long?" "5 months." "Have you been out to day?" "No." "What have you been doing?" "Crying." It was said with a certain dreadful simplicity; and pressing her hands together, she went on: "He is in danger because of me. I am so afraid for him." Holding up his hand to check that emotion, he said: "Look at me." She fixed those dark eyes on him, and in her bare throat, from which the coat had fallen back, he could see her resolutely swallowing down her agitation. "If the worst comes to worst, and this man is traced to you, can you trust yourself not to give my brother away?" Her eyes shone. She got up and went to the fireplace. "Look, I have burned all the things he has given me, even his picture. Now I have nothing from him." Keith too got up. "Good. One more question. Do the police know you because of your life?" She shook her head, looking at him intently with those mournfully true eyes. And he felt a sort of shame. "I was obliged to ask. Do you know where he lives?" "Yes." "You must not go there. And he must not come to you here." Her lips quivered, but she bowed her head. Suddenly he found her quite close to him, speaking almost in a whisper: "Please do not take him from me altogether. I will be so careful. I will not do anything to hurt him. But if I cannot see him sometimes, I shall die. Please do not take him from me." And catching his hand between her own, she pressed it desperately. It was several seconds before Keith said: "Leave that to me. I will see him. I will arrange. You must leave that to me." "But you will be kind?" He felt her lips kissing his hand, and the soft moist touch sent a queer feeling through him, protective, yet just a little brutal, having in it a shiver of sensuality. He withdrew his hand, and as if warned that she had been too pressing, she recoiled humbly. But suddenly she turned, and stood absolutely rigid; then almost inaudibly whispered: "Listen! Someone out there!" And darting past him, she turned out the light. Almost at once came a knock on the door. He could actually feel the terror of this girl beside him in the dark, and he too felt terror. Who could it be? No one came but Larry, she had said. Who else then could it be? Again came the knock, louder. He felt the breath of her whisper on his cheek: "If it is Larry, I must open." He shrank back against the wall, heard her open the door and say faintly: "Yes, please. Who?" Light painted a thin moving line on the wall opposite, and a voice which Keith recognised answered: "All right, miss. Your outer door's open here. You ought to keep it shut after dark." God! That policeman! And it had been his own doing, not shutting the outer door behind him when he came in. He heard her say timidly, in her foreign voice: "Thank you, sir." The policeman's retreating steps, the outer door being shut, and felt her close to him again. That something in her youth and strange prettiness, which had touched and kept him gentle, no longer blunted the edge of his exasperation, now that he could not see her. They were all the same, these women, could not speak the truth, and he said brusquely: "You told me they didn't know you." Her voice answered like a sigh: "I did not think they did, sir. It is so long I was not out in the town, not since I had Larry." The repulsion which all the time seethed deep in Keith welled up at those words. His brother, son of his mother, a gentleman, the property of this girl, bound to her, body and soul, by this unspeakable event. But she had turned up the light. Had she some intuition that darkness was against her? Yes, she was pretty with that soft face, colourless save for its lips and dark eyes, with that face somehow so touchingly, so unaccountably good, and like a child's. "I am going now," he said. "Remember, he mustn't come here. You mustn't go to him. I shall see to him to morrow. If you are as fond of him as you say, take care, take care." She sighed out: "Yes, oh, yes!" and Keith went to the door. She was standing with her back to the wall, and to follow him she only moved her head. That dove like face, with all its life in eyes which seemed saying: "Look into us. Nothing we hide. All is here." And he went out. In the passage He paused before opening the outer door. He did not want to meet that policeman again; the fellows round should have taken him well out of the street by now, and turned the handle cautiously. He looked out. No one in sight. He stood a moment, wondering if he should turn to right or left, then briskly crossed the street. A voice to his right hand said: "Good night, sir." There, in the shadow of a doorway, the policeman was standing. The fellow must have seen him coming out. Utterly unable to restrain a start, and muttering "Good night," Keith walked on rapidly. He went full quarter of a mile before he lost that startled and uneasy feeling in sardonic exasperation that he, Keith Darrant, had been taken for a frequenter of a lady of the town. The whole thing a vile and disgusting business. His very mind felt dirty and breathless; his spirit, drawn out of breath, had slowly to slide back before he could at all focus and readjust his reasoning faculty. Certainly he had got the knowledge he wanted; there was less danger than he thought. That girl's eyes no mistaking her devotion. She would not give Larry away. Yes, Larry must clear out. South America, the East, it did not matter. But he felt no relief. The cheap tawdry room had wrapped itself round his fancy with its atmosphere of murky love, with the feeling it inspired, of emotion caged within those yellowish walls and the red stuff of its furniture. That girl's face devotion, truth too, and beauty, rare and moving in its setting of darkness and horror, in that nest of vice and of disorder; the dark archway, the street arab with his gleeful "They ain't got 'im yet!" the feel of those bare arms around his neck, that whisper of horror in the darkness; above all, again, her child face looking into his, so truthful. And suddenly he stood quite still in the street. What in God's name was he about? What grotesque juggling amongst shadows, what strange and ghastly eccentricity was all this? The forces of order and routine, all the actualities of his daily life, marched on him at the moment and swept everything before them. It was a dream, a nightmare, not real. It was ridiculous. That he should thus be bound up with such things so black and bizarre. He had come by now to the Strand, that street down which every day he moved to the Law Courts, to his daily work; his work so dignified and regular, so irreproachable and solid. No, the thing was all a monstrous nightmare. It would go if he fixed his mind on the familiar objects around, read the names on the shops, look at the faces passing. Far down the thoroughfare he caught the outline of the old church, and beyond, the loom of the Law Courts themselves. The bell of a fire engine sounded, and the horses came galloping by, with the shining metal rattle of hoofs and hoarse shouting. Here was a sensation real and harmless, dignified and customary. A woman flaunting round the corner looked up at him and leered out: "Good night!" Even that was customary, tolerable. Two policemen passed, supporting between them a man the worse for liquor, full of fight and expletives. The sight was soothing, an ordinary thing, which brought passing annoyance, interest, disgust. It had begun to rain; he felt it on his face, with pleasure, an actual thing, not eccentric, a thing which happened every day. He began crossing the street. Cabs were going at furious speeds now that the last omnibus had ceased to run. It distracted him to take this actual ordinary risk run so often every day. During that crossing of the Strand, with the rain in his face and the cabs shooting past, he regained for the first time his assurance, shook off this unreal sense of being in the grip of something, and walked resolutely to the corner of his home turning. But passing into that darker stretch, he again stood still. A policeman had also turned into that street on the other side. Not surely not! Absurd! They were all alike to look at, those fellows. Absurd! He walked on sharply, and let himself into his house. But on his way upstairs he could not for the life of him help raising a corner of a curtain and looking from the staircase window. The policeman was marching solemnly about 25 yards away, paying apparently no attention to anything whatever. Part 4. Keith woke at 5 o'clock, his usual hour, without remembrance; but the grisly shadow started up when he entered his study, where the lamp burned and the fire shone, and the coffee was set ready, just as when yesterday afternoon Larry had stood out there against the wall. For a moment he fought against realisation; then, drinking off his coffee, sat down sullenly at the bureau to his customary 3 hours' study of the day's cases. Not one word of his brief could he take in. It was all jumbled with murky images and apprehensions, and for full half an hour he suffered mental paralysis. Then the sheer necessity of knowing something of the case which he had to open at 10:30 that morning forced him to a concentration which never quite subdued the malaise at the bottom of his heart. Nevertheless, when he rose at 8:30 and went into the bathroom, he had earned his grim satisfaction in this victory of will power. By 9:30 he must be at Larry's. A boat left London for the Argentine to morrow. If Larry was to get away at once, money must be arranged for. And then at breakfast he came on this paragraph in the paper: "Soho murder. Inquiry late last night established the fact that the police have discovered the identity of the man found strangled yesterday morning under an archway in Glove Lane. An arrest has been made." By good fortune he had finished eating, for the words made him feel physically sick. At this very moment Larry might be locked up, waiting to be charged, might even have been arrested before his own visit to the girl last night. If Larry were arrested, she must be implicated. What, then, would be his own position? Idiot to go and look at that archway, to go and see the girl! Had that policeman really followed him home? Accessory after the fact! Keith Darrant, King's Counsel, man of mark! He forced himself, by an effort which had something of the heroic, to drop this panicky feeling. Panic never did good. He must face it and see. He refused even to hurry, calmly collected the papers wanted for the day, and attended to a letter or two, before he set out in a taxicab to Fitzroy Street. Waiting outside there in the grey morning for his ring to be answered, he looked the very picture of a man who knew his mind, a man of resolution. But it needed all his will power to ask without tremor: "Mr. Darrant in?" To hear, without sign of any kind, the answer: "He's not up yet, sir." "Never mind, I'll go in and see him. Mr. Keith Darrant." On his way to Laurence's bedroom, in the midst of utter relief, he had the self possession to think: 'This arrest is the best thing that could have happened. It'll keep their noses on a wrong scent till Larry's got away. The girl must be sent off too, but not with him.' Panic had ended in quite hardening his resolution. He entered the bedroom with a feeling of disgust. The fellow was lying there, his bare arms crossed behind his tousled head, staring at the ceiling, and smoking one of many cigarettes whose ends littered a chair beside him, whose sickly reek tainted the air. That pale face, with its jutting cheek bones and chin, its hollow cheeks and blue eyes far sunk back. What a wreck of goodness! He looked up at Keith through the haze of smoke, and said quietly: "Well, brother, what's the sentence? Transportation for life, and then to be fined £40?" The flippancy revolted Keith. It was Larry all over. Last night horrified and humble, this morning "don't care" and feather headed. He said sourly: "Oh! You can joke about it now." Laurence turned his face to the wall. "Must." Fatalism? How detestable were natures like that! "I've been to see her," he said. "You?" "Last night. She can be trusted." Laurence laughed. "That I told you." "I had to see for myself. You must clear out at once, Larry. She can come out to you by the next boat, but you can't go together. Have you any money?" "No." "Well, I can foot your expenses, and lend you a year's income in advance. But it must be clean cut. After you get out of there, your whereabouts must only be known to me." A long sigh answered him. "You're very good to me, Keith. You've always been very good. I don't know why." Keith answered drily: "Nor I. There's a boat to the Argentine to morrow. You're in luck. They've made an arrest. It's in the paper." "What?" The cigarette end dropped, the thin pyjamaed figure writhed up and stood clutching at the bed rail. "What?" The disturbing thought flitted through Keith's brain: 'I was a fool. He takes it queerly. What now?' Laurence passed his hand over his forehead and sat down on the bed. "I hadn't thought of that," he said. "It does me." Keith stared. In his relief that the arrested man was not Laurence, this had not occurred to him. What folly! "Why?" he said quickly. "An innocent man's in no danger. They always get the wrong man first. It's a piece of luck, that's all. It gives us time." How often had he not seen that expression on Larry's face, wistful, questioning, as if trying to see the thing with his, Keith's, eyes, trying to submit to better judgment. And he said almost gently: "Now look here, Larry, this is too serious to trifle with. Don't worry about that. Leave it to me. Just get ready to be off. I'll take your berth and make arrangements. Here's some money for kit. I can come round between 5 and 6 and let you know. Pull yourself together, man. As soon as the girl's joined you out there, you'd better get across to Chile. The further the better. You must simply lose yourself. I must go now, if I'm to get to the bank before I go down to the courts." And looking very steadily at his brother, he added: "Come, you've got to think of me in this matter as well as of yourself. No playing fast and loose with the arrangements. Understand?" But still Larry gazed up at him with that wistful questioning, and not till he had repeated "Understand?" did he receive "Yes" for an answer. Driving away, he thought: 'Queer fellow. I don't know him, shall never know him,' and at once began to concentrate on the practical arrangements. At his bank he drew out £400, but waiting for the notes to be counted, he suffered qualms. A clumsy way of doing things! If there had been more time! The thought, accessory after the fact, now infected everything. Notes were traceable. No other way of getting him away at once, though. One must take lesser risks to avoid greater. From the bank he drove to the office of the steamship line. He had told Larry he would book his passage. But that would not do. He must only ask anonymously if there were accommodation. Having discovered that there were vacant berths, he drove on to the Law Courts. If he could have taken a morning off, he would have gone down to the police court and seen them charge this man; but even that was not too safe, with a face so well known as his. What would come of this arrest? Nothing, surely. The police always took somebody up, to keep the public quiet. Then, suddenly, he had again the feeling that it was all a nightmare. Larry had never done it; the police had got the right man. But instantly the memory of the girl's awe stricken face, her figure huddling on the sofa, her words: "I see him always following," came back. God! What a business! He felt he had never been more clear headed and forcible than that morning in court. When he came out for lunch, he bought the most sensational of the evening papers. But it was yet too early for news, and he had to go back into court no whit wiser concerning the arrest. When at last he threw off wig and gown, and had got through a conference and other necessary work, he went out to Chancery Lane, buying a paper on the way. Then he hailed a cab, and drove once more to Fitzroy Street. Part V. Of Tale One of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Wales. Laurence had remained sitting on his bed for many minutes. An innocent man in no danger. Keith had said it, the celebrated lawyer. Could he rely on that? Go out 8,000 miles, he and the girl, and leave a fellow creature, perhaps in mortal peril, for an act committed by himself? In the past night he had touched bottom, as he thought, become ready to face anything. When Keith came in, he would without murmur have accepted the vice: "Give yourself up." He was prepared to pitch away the end of his life, as he pitched from him the fag ends of his cigarettes. And the long sigh he had heaved, hearing of reprieve, had been only half relief. Then, with incredible swiftness, there had rushed through him a feeling of unutterable joy and hope. Clean away, into a new country, a new life. The girl and he. Out there he wouldn't care; would rejoice even to have squashed the life out of such a noisome beetle of a man. Out there, under a new sun, where blood ran thicker than in this foggy land, and people took justice into their own hands. For it had been justice on that brute, even though he had not meant to kill him. And then to hear of this arrest! They would be charging the man to day. He could go and see the poor creature accused of the murder he himself had committed. And he laughed. Go and see how likely it was that they might hang a fellow man in place of himself. He dressed, but too shaky to shave himself, went out to a barber's shop. While there he read the news which Keith had seen. In this paper the name of the arrested man was given: John Evan, no address. To be brought up on the charge at Bow Street. Yes, he must go. Once, twice, 3 times he walked past the entrance of the court, before at last he entered and screwed himself away among the tag and bobtail. The court was crowded, and from the murmurs round he could tell that it was his particular case which had brought so many there. In a dazed way he watched charge after charge disposed of with lightning quickness. But were they never going to reach his business? And then suddenly he saw the little scarecrow man of last night advancing to the dock between 2 policemen, more ragged and miserable than ever by light of day, like some shaggy, wan, grey animal surrounded by sleek hounds. A sort of satisfied purr was rising all around, and with horror Laurence perceived that this was the man accused of what he himself had done, this queer, battered unfortunate to whom he had shown a passing friendliness. Then all feeling merged in the appalling interest of listening. The evidence was very short: testimony of the hotel keeper where Walenn had been staying, the identification of his body, and of a snake shaped ring he had been wearing at dinner that evening. testimony of a pawnbroker that this same ring was pawned with him the first thing yesterday morning by the prisoner; testimony of a policeman that he had noticed the man Evan several times in Glove Lane, and twice moved him on from sleeping under that arch; testimony of another policeman that when arrested at midnight Evan had said: "Yes, I took the ring off his finger. I found him there, dead. I know I oughtn't to have done it. I'm an educated man; it was stupid to pawn the ring. I found him with his pockets turned inside out." Fascinating and terrible to sit staring at the man in whose place he should have been; to wonder when those small, bright grey, bloodshot eyes would spy him out, and how he would meet that glance. Like a baited raccoon the little man stood, screwed back into a corner, mournful, cynical, fierce, with his ridged, obtuse yellow face, and his stubbly grey beard and hair, and his eyes wandering now and again amongst the crowd. But with all his might Laurence kept his face unmoved. Then came the word "remanded," and, more like a baited beast than ever, the man was led away. Laurence sat on, a cold perspiration thick on his forehead. Someone else, then, had come on the body and turned the pockets inside out before John Evan took the ring. A man such as Wallen would not be out at night without money. Besides, if Evan had found the money on the body, he would never have run the risk of taking that ring. Yes, someone else had come on the body first. It was for that one to come forward and prove that the ring was still on the dead man's finger when he left him, and thus clear Evan. He clung to that thought; it seemed to make him less responsible for the little man's position, to remove him and his own deed one step further back. If they found the person who had taken the money, it would prove Evan's innocence. He came out of the court in a sort of trance, and a craving to get drunk attacked him. One could not go on like this without the relief of some oblivion. If he could only get drunk, keep drunk till this business was decided and he knew whether he must give himself up or no. He had now no fear at all of people suspecting him, only fear of himself, fear that he might go and give himself up. Now he could see the girl. The danger from that was as nothing compared with the danger from his own conscience. He had promised Keith not to see her. Keith had been decent and loyal to him, good old Keith; but he would never understand that this girl was now all he cared about in life, that he would rather be cut off from life itself than be cut off from her. Instead of becoming less and less, she was becoming more and more to him, experience strange and thrilling. Out of deep misery she had grown happy through him; out of a sordid, shifting life recovered coherence and bloom through devotion to him, him of all people in the world. It was a miracle. She demanded nothing of him, adored him as no other woman ever had. It was this which had anchored his drifting bark; this, and her truthful, mild intelligence in that burning warmth of a woman, who, long treated by men as but a sack of sex, now loves at last. And suddenly, mastering his craving to get drunk, he made towards Soho. He had been a fool to give those keys to Keith. She must have been frightened by his visit, and perhaps doubly miserable since, knowing nothing, imagining everything. Keith was sure to have terrified her. Poor little thing! Down the street, where he had stolen in the dark with the dead body on his back, he almost ran for the cover of her house. The door was open to him before he knocked, her arms were round his neck, her lips pressed to his. The fire was out, as if she had been unable to remember to keep warm. A stool had been drawn to the window, and there she had evidently been sitting, like a bird in a cage, looking out into the grey street. Though she had been told that he was not to come, instinct had kept her there. or the pathetic, aching hope against hope which lovers never part with. Now that he was there, her first thoughts were for his comfort. The fire was lighted; he must eat, drink, smoke. There was never in her doings any of the "I am doing this for you, but you ought to be doing that for me," which belongs to so many marriages and liaisons. She was like a devoted slave, so in love with the chains that she never knew she wore them. And to Laurence, who had so little sense of property, this only served to deepen tenderness, and the hold she had on him. He had resolved not to tell her of the new danger he ran from his own conscience. But resolutions with him were but the opposites of what was sure to come, and at last the words: "They have arrested someone," escaped him. From her face he knew she had grasped the danger at once; had divined it, perhaps, before he spoke. But she only twined her arms around him and kissed his lips, and he knew that she was begging him to put his love for her above his conscience. Who would ever have thought that he could feel as he did to this girl who had been in the arms of many? The stained and suffering past of a loved woman awakens in some men only chivalry; in others, more respectable, it arouses a tigerish itch, a rancorous jealousy of what in the past was given to others. Sometimes it will do both. When he had her in his arms he felt no remorse for killing the coarse, handsome brute who had ruined her; he savagely rejoiced in it. But when she laid her head in the hollow of his shoulder, turning to him her white face with the faint colour staining on the parted lips, the cheeks, the eyelids; when her dark, wide apart brown eyes gazed up in the happiness of her abandonment, he felt only tenderness and protection. He left her at 5 o'clock, and had not gone 2 streets' length before the memory of the little grey vagabond, screwed back in the far corner of the dock like a baited raccoon, of his dreary, creaking voice, took possession of him again; and a kind of savagery mounted in his brain against a world where one could be so tortured without having meant harm to anyone. At the door of his lodging Keith was getting out of a cab. They went in together, but neither of them sat down. Keith standing with his back to the carefully shut door, Laurence with his back to the table, as if they knew there was a tug coming. And Keith said: "There's room on that boat. Go down and book your berth before they shut. Here's the money." "I'm going to stick it, Keith." Keith stepped forward and put a roll of notes on the table. "Now, look here, Larry. I've read the police court proceedings. There's nothing in that. Out of prison or in prison for a few weeks, it's all the same to a night bird of that sort. Dismiss it from your mind. There's not nearly enough evidence to convict. This gives you your chance. Take it like a man, and make a new life for yourself." Laurence smiled, but the smile had a touch of madness and a touch of malice. He took up the notes. "Clear out and save the honour of brother Keith. Put them back in your pocket, Keith, or I'll put them in the fire. Come, take them." And crossing to the fire, he held them to the bars. "Take them, or in they go." Keith took back the notes. "I've still got some kind of honour, Keith. If I clear out I shall have none, not the rag of any; none left. It may be worth more to me than that. I can't tell yet. I can't tell." There was a long silence before Keith answered: "I tell you you're mistaken. No jury will convict. If they did, a judge would never hang on it. A ghoul who can rob a dead body ought to be in prison. What he did is worse than what you did, if you come to that." Laurence lifted his face. "Judge not, brother," he said. "The heart is a dark well." Keith's yellowish face grew red and swollen, as though he were mastering the tickle of a bronchial cough. "What are you going to do, then? I suppose I may ask you not to be entirely oblivious of our name, or is such a consideration unworthy of your honour?" Laurence bent his head. The gesture said more clearly than words: "Don't kick a man when he's down." "I don't know what I'm going to do." "Nothing at present." "I'm awfully sorry, Keith, awfully sorry." Keith looked at him, and without another word went out. VI To any save philosophers, reputation may be threatened almost as much by disgrace to name and family as by the disgrace of self. Keith's instinct was always to deal actively with danger. But this blow, whether it fell on him by discovery or by confession, could not be countered. As blight falls on a rose from who knows where, the scandalous murk would light on him. No repulse possible; not even a wriggling from under. Brother of a murderer hung or sent to penal servitude; his daughter niece to a murderer; his dead mother a murderer's mother. And to wait day after day, week after week, not knowing whether the blow would fall, was an extraordinarily atrocious penance, the injustice of which, to a man of rectitude, seemed daily the more monstrous. The remand had produced evidence that the murdered man had been drinking heavily on the night of his death, and further evidence of the accused's professional vagabondage and destitution. It was shown, too, that for some time the archway in Glove Lane had been his favourite night haunt. He had been committed for trial in January. This time, despite misgivings, Keith had attended the police court. To his great relief, Larry was not there. But the policeman who had come up while he was looking at the archway, and given him afterwards that scare in the girl's rooms, was chief witness to the way the accused man haunted Glove Lane. Though Keith held his silk hat high, he still had the uncomfortable feeling that the man had recognised him. His conscience suffered few, if any, twinges for letting this man rest under the shadow of the murder. He genuinely believed that there was not evidence enough to convict, nor was it in him to appreciate the tortures of a vagabond shut up. The scamp deserved what he had got, for robbing a dead body, and in any case such a scarecrow was better off in prison than sleeping out under archways in December. Sentiment was foreign to Keith's character, and his justice that of those who subordinate the fates of the weak and shiftless to the needful paramountcy of the strong and well established. His daughter came back from school for the Christmas holidays. It was hard to look up from her bright eyes and rosy cheeks and see this shadow hanging over his calm and ordered life, as in a glowing room one's eyes may catch an impending patch of darkness drawn like a spider's web across a corner of the ceiling. On the afternoon of Christmas Eve they went, by her desire, to a church in Soho, where the Christmas oratorio was being given; and coming away passed, by chance of a wrong turning, down Borrow Street. Ugh! How that startled moment when the girl had pressed herself against him in the dark, and her terror stricken whisper: "Oh! Who is it?" leaped out before him. Always that business, that ghastly business! After the trial he would have another try to get them both away. And he thrust his arm within his young daughter's, hurrying her on, out of this street where shadows filled all the winter air. But that evening, when she had gone to bed, he felt uncontrollably restless. He had not seen Larry for weeks. What was he about? What desperations were hatching in his disorderly brain? Was he very miserable? Had he perhaps sunk into a stupor of debauchery? And the old feeling of protectiveness rose up in him, a warmth born of long ago Christmas Eves, when they had stockings hung out in the night stuffed by a Santa Claus, whose hand never failed to tuck them up, whose kiss was their nightly waft into sleep. Stars were sparkling out there over the river, the sky frosty, clear and black. Bells had not begun to ring as yet. And, obeying an obscure, deep impulse, Keith wrapped himself once more into his fur coat, pulled a motoring cap over his eyes, and sallied forth. In the Strand he took a cab to Fitzroy Street. There was no light in Larry's windows, and on a card he saw the words "To Let." Gone! Had he after all cleared out for good? But how, without money? And the girl? Bells were ringing now in the silent frostiness. Christmas Eve! And Keith thought: 'If only this wretched business were off my mind. Monstrous that one should suffer for the faults of others.' He took a route which led him past Borough Street. Solitude brooded there, and he walked resolutely down on the far side, looking hard at the girl's window. There was a light. The curtains just failed to meet, so that a thin gleam shone through. He crossed, and after glancing swiftly up and down, deliberately peered in. He only stood there perhaps 20 seconds, but visual records gleaned in a moment sometimes outlast the visions of hours and days. The electrical light was not burning, but in the centre of the room the girl was kneeling in her nightgown before a little table on which were 4 lighted candles. Her arms were crossed on her breast; the candle light shone on her fair cropped hair, on the profile of cheek and chin, on her bowed white neck. For a moment he thought her alone, then behind her saw his brother, in a sleeping suit, leaning against the wall, with arms crossed, watching. It was the expression on his face which burned the whole thing in, so that always afterwards he was able to see that little scene, such an expression as could never have been on the face of one even faintly conscious that he was watched by any living thing on earth. The whole of Larry's heart and feeling seemed to have come up out of him; yearning, mockery, love, despair. The depths of his feeling for this girl, his stress of mind, fears, hopes, the flotsam good and evil of his soul, all transfigured there, exposed and unforgettable. The candle light shone upward on to his face, twisted by the strangest smile. His eyes, darker and more wistful than mortal eyes should be, seemed to beseech and mock the white clad girl, who, all unconscious, knelt without movement, like a carved figure of devotion. The words seemed coming from his lips: "Pray for us! Bravo! Yes, pray for us!" And suddenly Keith saw her stretch out her arms, and lift her face with a look of ecstasy; and Laurence starting forward. What had she seen beyond the candle flames? It is the unexpected which invests visions with poignancy. Nothing more strange could Keith have seen in this nest of the murky and illicit. But in sheer panic, lest he might be caught thus spying, he drew back and hurried on. So Larry was living there with her! When the moment came, he could still find him. Before going in, he stood full 5 minutes leaning on the terrace parapet before his house, gazing at the star frosted sky, and the river cut by the trees into black pools oiled over by gleams from the Embankment lamps. And deep down, behind his mere thoughts, he ached; somehow, somewhere ached. Beyond the cage of all that he saw and heard and thought, he had perceived something he could not reach. But the night was cold, the bell silent, for it had struck 12. Entering his house, he stole upstairs. VII. If for Keith those 6 weeks before the Glove Lane murder trial came on were fraught with uneasiness and gloom, They were for Laurence almost the happiest since his youth. From the moment when he left his rooms and went to the girl's to live, a kind of peace and exultation took possession of him. Not by any effort of will did he throw off the nightmare hanging over him. Nor was he drugged by love. He was in a sort of spiritual catalepsy. In face of fate too powerful for his will, his turmoil, anxiety, and even restlessness had ceased. His life floated in the ether of what must come will. Out of this catalepsy his spirit sometimes fell headlong into black waters. In one such whirlpool he was struggling on the night of Christmas Eve. When the girl rose from her knees he asked her: "What did you see?" Pressing close to him, she drew him down on to the floor before the fire, and they sat, knees drawn up, hands clasped, like two children trying to see over the edge of the world. "It was the Virgin I saw. She stood against the wall and smiled. We shall be happy soon." "When we die, Wanda," he said suddenly, "let it be together. We shall keep each other warm out there." Huddling to him, she whispered: "Yes, oh, yes! If you die, I could not go on living." It was this utter dependence on him, the feeling that he had rescued something which gave him sense of anchorage. That and his buried life in the retreat of these two rooms. Just for an hour in the morning, from 9 to 10, the charwoman would come; but not another soul all day. They never went out together; he would stay in bed late, while Wanda bought what they needed for the day's meals. Lying on his back, hands clasped behind his head, recalling her face, the movements of her slim, rounded, supple figure, robing itself before his gaze; feeling again the kiss she had left on his lips, the gleam of her soft eyes, so strangely dark in so fair a face. In a sort of trance he would lie till she came back, then get up to breakfast about noon off things which she had cooked, drinking coffee. In the afternoon he would go out alone, and walk for hours, anywhere, so long as it was east. To the east there was always suffering to be seen, always that which soothed him with the feeling that he and his troubles were only a tiny part of trouble; that while so many other sorrowing and shadowy creatures lived, he was not cut off. To go west was to encourage dejection. In the west all was like Keith, successful, immaculate, ordered, resolute. He would come back tired out, and sit watching her cook their little dinner. The evenings were given up to love. Queer trance of an existence which both were afraid to break. No sign from her of wanting those excitements which girls who have lived her life even for a few months are supposed to need. She never asked him to take her anywhere; never, in word, deed, look, seemed anything but almost rapturously content. And yet he knew, and she knew, that they were only waiting to see whether Fate would turn her thumb down on them. In these days he did not drink. Out of his quarter's money, when it came in, he had paid his debts; their expenses were very small. He never went to see Keith, never wrote to him, hardly thought of him; and from those dread apparitions, Wallen lying with the breath knocked out of him, and the little grey driven animal in the dock, he hid, as only a man can who must hide or be destroyed. But daily he bought a newspaper, and feverishly, furtively scanned its columns. Part VIII of Tale One of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. Is in the public domain. David Wales. Coming out of the Law Courts on the afternoon of January 28th, at the triumphant end of a desperately fought will case, Keith saw on a poster the words: "Glove Lane Murder. Trial and Verdict." And with a rush of dismay he thought: 'Good God! I never looked at the paper this morning!' The elation which had filled him a second before, the absorption he had felt for 2 days now in the case so hardly won, seemed suddenly quite sickeningly trivial. What on earth had he been doing to forget that horrible business even for an instant? He stood quite still on the crowded pavement, unable, really unable, to buy a newspaper. But his face was like a piece of iron when he did step forward and hold his penny out. There it was in the stop press: "Glove Lane Murder. The jury returned a verdict of Guilty. Sentence of death was passed." His first sensation was simple irritation. How had they come to commit such an imbecility? Monstrous! The evidence! Then the futility of even reading the report, of even considering how they had come to record such a verdict, struck him with savage suddenness. There it was, and nothing he could do or say would alter it; no condemnation of this idiotic verdict would help reverse it. The situation was desperate indeed. That 5 minutes' walk from the Law Courts to his chambers was the longest he had ever taken. Men of decided character little know beforehand what they will do in certain contingencies; for the imaginations of decided people do not endow mere contingencies with sufficient actuality. Keith had never really settled what he was going to do if this man were condemned. Often in those past weeks he had said to himself: "Of course, if they bring him in guilty, that's another thing." But now that they had, he was beset by exactly the same old arguments and feelings, the same instincts of loyalty and protection towards Laurence and himself, intensified by the fearful imminence of the danger. And yet here was this man about to be hung for a thing he had not done. Nothing could get over that. But then he was such a worthless vagabond, a ghoul who had robbed a dead body. If Larry were condemned in his stead, would there be any less miscarriage of justice? To strangle a brute who had struck you, by the accident of keeping your hands on his throat a few seconds too long, was there any more guilt in that? Was there even as much as in deliberate theft from a dead man? Reverence for order, for justice, and established fact, will often march shoulder to shoulder with Jesuitry in natures to whom success is vital. In the narrow stone passage leading to his staircase, a friend had called out: "Bravo, Darrant! That was a squeak. Congratulations!" And with a bitter little smile Keith thought: 'Congratulations! I!' At the first possible moment he hurried back to the Strand, and hailing a cab, he told the man to put him down at a turning near to Borrow Street. It was the girl who opened to his knock. Startled, clasping her hands, she looked strange to Keith in her black skirt and blouse of some soft velvety stuff the colour of faded roses. Her round, rather long throat was bare, and Keith noticed fretfully that she wore gold earrings. Her eyes, so pitch dark against her white face, and the short fair hair which curled on to her neck, seemed both to search and to plead. "My brother?" "He is not in, sir, yet." "Do you know where he is?" "No." "He is living with you here now?" "Yes." "Are you still as fond of him as ever, then?" With a movement as though she despaired of words, she clasped her hand over her heart. And he said: "I see." He had the same strange feeling as on his first visit to her, and when through the chink in the curtains he had watched her kneeling; of pity mingled with some faint sexual emotion. And crossing to the fire he asked: "May I wait for him?" "Oh, please! Will you sit down?" But Keith shook his head, and with a catch in her breath she said: "You will not take him from me. I should die." He turned round on her sharply. "I don't want him taken from you. I want to help you keep him. Are you ready to go away at any time?" "Yes, oh, yes!" "And he?" She answered almost in a whisper: "Yes, but there is that poor man." "That poor man is a graveyard thief, a hyena, a ghoul, not worthy of consideration." And the rasp in his own voice surprised him. "Ah!" she sighed. "But I am sorry for him. Perhaps he was hungry. I have been hungry. You do things then that you would not. And perhaps he has no one to love. If you have no one to love you can be very bad. I think of him often in prison." Between his teeth Keith muttered: "And Laurence?" "We do never speak of it. We are afraid." "He's not told you, then, about the trial?" Her eyes dilated. "The trial! Oh! He was strange last night. This morning, too. He got up early. Is it over?" "Yes." "What has come?" "Guilty." For a moment Keith thought she was going to faint. She had closed her eyes and swayed so that he took a step and put his hands on her arms. "Listen," he said. "Help me. Don't let Laurence out of your sight. We must have time. I must see what they intend to do. They can't be going to hang this man. I must have time, I tell you. You must prevent his giving himself up." She stood staring at his face, while he still held her arms, gripping into her soft flesh through the velvety sleeves. "Do you understand?" "Yes, but if he has already?" Keith felt the shiver which ran through her, and the thought rushed into his mind: "My God! Suppose the police come round while I'm here!" If Larry had indeed gone to them! If that policeman who had seen him here the night after the murder should find him here again just after the verdict! He said almost fiercely: "Can I trust you not to let Larry out of your sight? Quick! Answer!" Clasping her hands to her breast, she answered humbly: "I will try." "If he hasn't already done this, watch him like a lynx. Don't let him go out without you. I'll come to morrow morning early. You're a Catholic, aren't you? Swear to me that you won't let him do anything till he's seen me again." She did not answer, looking past him at the door; and Keith heard a key in the latch. There was Laurence himself, holding in his hand a great bunch of pink lilies and white narcissi. His face was pale and haggard. He said quietly: "Hallo, Keith." The girl's eyes were fastened on Larry's face, and Keith, looking from one to the other, knew that he had never had more need for wariness. "Have you seen?" he said. Laurence nodded. His expression, as a rule so tell tale of his emotions, baffled Keith utterly. "Well?" "I've been expecting it. The thing can't stand, that's certain. But I must have time to look into the report. I must have time to see what I can do. D'you understand me, Larry? I must have time." He knew he was talking at random; the only thing was to get them away at once, out of reach of confession; but he dared not say so. "Promise me that you'll do nothing, that you won't go out even till I've seen you to morrow morning." Again Laurence nodded; and Keith looked at the girl. Would she see that he did not break that promise? Her eyes were still fixed immovably on Larry's face. and with the feeling that he could get no further, Keith turned to go. "Promise me," he said. Laurence answered: "I promise." He was smiling. Keith could make nothing of that smile, nor of the expression in the girl's eyes; and saying: "I have your promise, I rely on it," he went. Part IX. To keep from any woman who loves, knowledge of her lover's mood, is as hard as to keep music from moving the heart. But when that woman has lived in suffering, and for the first time knows the comfort of love, then let the lover try as he may to disguise his heart, no use. Yet by virtue of subtler abnegation she will often succeed in keeping it from him that she knows. When Keith was gone the girl made no outcry, asked no questions, managed that Larry should not suspect her intuition. All that evening she acted as if she knew of nothing preparing within him, and through him, and within herself. His words, caresses, the very zest with which he helped her to prepare the feast, the flowers he had brought, the wine he made her drink, the avoidance of any word which could spoil their happiness, all told her. He was too inexorably gay and loving. Not for her to deprive herself of these by any sign or gesture which might betray her prescience. Poor soul! She took all, and would have taken more 100-fold. She did not want to drink the wine he kept tilting into her glass, but with the acceptance learned by women who have lived her life, she did not refuse. She had never refused him anything. So much had been required of her by the detestable, that anything required by a loved one was but an honour. Laurence drank deeply, but he had never felt clearer, never seen things more clearly. The wine gave him what he wanted, an edge to these few hours of pleasure, an exaltation of energy. It dulled his sense of pity, too. It was pity he was afraid of, for himself and for this girl. To make even this tawdry room look beautiful, with firelight and candlelight, dark amber wine in the glasses, tall pink lilies spilling their saffron, exuding their hot perfume, he and even himself must look their best. And with a weight as of lead on her heart, she managed that for him, letting him strew her with flowers and crush them together with herself. Not even music was lacking to their feast. Someone was playing a pianola across the street, and the sound, very faint, came stealing when they were silent, swelling, sinking, festive, mournful, having a far off life of its own, like the flickering fire flames before which they lay embraced, or the lilies delicate between the candles. Listening to that music, tracing with his finger the tiny veins on her breast, he lay like one recovering from a swoon. No parting, none; but sleep, as the firelight sleeps when flames die, as music sleeps on its deserted strings. And the girl watched him. It was nearly 10 when he bade her go to bed, and after she had gone obedient into the bedroom, he brought ink and paper down by the fire. The drifter, the unstable, the good for nothing, did not falter. He had thought, when it came to the point, he would fail himself, but a sort of rage bore him forward. If he lived on and confessed, they would shut him up, take from him the one thing he loved, cut him off from her, sand up his only well in the desert. Curse them! And he wrote by firelight, which mellowed the white sheets of paper, while against the dark curtain the girl, in her nightgown, unconscious of the cold, stood watching. Men, when they drown, remember their pasts. Like the lost poet he had "gone with the wind." Now it was for him to be true in his fashion. A man may falter for weeks and weeks, consciously, subconsciously, even in his dreams, till there comes that moment when the only thing impossible is to go on faltering. The black cap, the little driven grey man looking up at it with a sort of wonder faltering had ceased. He had finished now, and was but staring into the fire. No more, no more the moon is dead, and all the people in it, the poppy maidens strew the bed, will come in half a minute. Why did doggerel start up in the mind like that? Wanda, the weed flower become so rare he would not be parted from her. The fire, the candles, and the fire no more the flame and flicker. And by the dark curtain the girl watched. Part 10. Keith went, not home, but to his club, and in the room devoted to the reception of guests, empty at this hour, he sat down and read the report of the trial. The fools had made out a case that looked black enough, and for a long time, on the thick, soft carpet which let out no sound of footfall, he paced up and down, thinking. He might see the defending counsel, might surely do that as an expert who thought there had been miscarriage of justice. They must appeal; a petition too might be started in the last event. The thing must be put right yet, if only Larry and that girl did nothing. He had no appetite, but the custom of dining is too strong; and while he ate, he glanced with irritation at his fellow members. They looked so at their ease. Unjust that this black cloud should hang over one blameless as any of them. Friends, connoisseurs of such things, a judge among them, came specially to his table to express their admiration of his conduct of that will case. To night he had real excuse for pride, but he felt none; yet in this well warmed, quietly glowing room, filled with decorously eating, decorously talking men, he gained insensibly some comfort. This surely was reality; that shadowy business out there only the drear sound of a wind one must and did keep out, like the poverty and grime which had no real existence for the secure and prosperous. He drank champagne; it helped to fortify reality, to make shadows seem more shadowy. And down in the smoking room he sat before the fire, in one of those chairs which embalm after dinner dreams. He grew sleepy there, and at 11 o'clock rose to go home. But when he had once passed down the shallow marble steps, out through the revolving door which let in no draughts, he was visited by fear, as if he had drawn it in with the breath of the January wind. Larry's face, and the girl watching it. Why had she watched like that? Larry's smile, and the flowers in his hand. Buying flowers at such a moment! The girl was his slave; whatever he told her she would do. But she would never be able to stop him. At this very moment he might be rushing to give himself up. His hand, thrust deep into the pocket of his fur coat, came in contact suddenly with something cold. The keys Larry had given him all that time ago. There they had lain forgotten ever since. The chance touch decided him. He turned off towards Borrow Street, walking at full speed. He could but go again and see. He would sleep better if he knew that he had left no stone unturned. At the corner of that dismal street he had to wait for solitude before he made for the house which he now loathed with a deadly loathing. He opened the outer door, and shut it to behind him. He knocked, but no one came. Perhaps they had gone to bed. Again and again he knocked, then opened the door, stepped in, and closed it carefully. Candles lighted, the fire burning; cushions thrown on the floor in front of it, and strewn with flowers; the table, too, covered with flowers and with the remnants of a meal. Through the half drawn curtain he could see that the inner room was also lighted. Had they gone out, leaving everything like this? Gone out! His heart beat. Bottles Larry had been drinking. Had it really come? Must he go back home with this murk on him, knowing that his brother was a confessed and branded murderer? He went quickly to the half drawn curtains and looked in. Against the wall he saw a bed, and those two in it. He recoiled in sheer amazement and relief. Asleep, with curtains undrawn, lights left on. Asleep, through all his knocking. They must both be drunk. The blood rushed up in his neck. Asleep! And rushing forward again, he called out: "Larry!" Then, with a gasp, he went towards the bed. "Larry!" No answer, no movement. Seizing his brother's shoulder, he shook it violently. It felt cold. They were lying in each other's arms, breast to breast, lips to lips, their faces white in the light shining above the dressing table. And such a shudder shook Keith that he had to grasp the brass rail above their heads. Then he bent down, and wetting his finger, placed it close to their joined lips. No two could ever swoon so utterly as that; not even a drunken sleep could be so fast. His wet finger felt not the faintest stir of air, nor was there any movement in the pulses of their hands. No breath, no life. The eyes of the girl were closed. How strangely innocent she looked! Larry's open eyes seemed to be gazing at her shut eyes, but Keith saw that they were sightless. With a sort of sob he drew down the lid. Then, by an impulse that he could never have explained, he laid a hand on his brother's head, and a hand on the girl's fair hair. The clothes had fallen down a little from her bare shoulder. He pulled them up, as if to keep her warm, and caught the glint of metal a tiny gilt crucifix, no longer than a thumb nail, on a thread of steel chain, had slipped down from her breast into the hollow of the arm which lay around Larry's neck. Keith buried it beneath the clothes, and noticed an envelope pinned to the coverlet. Bending down, he read: "Please give this at once to the police. Laurence Darrant." He thrust it into his pocket. Like elastic stretched beyond its uttermost, his reason, will, faculties of calculation and resolve snapped to within him. He thought with incredible swiftness: "I must know nothing of this. I must go!" And almost before he knew that he had moved, he was out again in the street. He could never have told of what he thought while he was walking home. He did not really come to himself till he was in his study. There, with trembling hand, he poured himself out whisky and drank it off. If he had not chanced to go there, the charwoman would have found them when she came in the morning, and given that envelope to the police. He took it out. He had a right to know what was in it. He broke it open. "I, Laurence Darrant, come to die by my own hand, declare that this is a solemn and true confession. I committed what is known as the Glove Lane murder on the night of November the 27th last, in the following way," and on, to the last words: "We didn't want to die, but we could not bear separation, and I couldn't face letting an innocent man be hung for me. I do not see any other way. I beg that there may be no post mortem on our bodies. The stuff we have taken is some of that which will be found on the dressing table. Please bury us together. Laurence Darrant, January 28th, about 10 p.m. Full 5 minutes Keith stood with those sheets of paper in his hand. While the clock ticked, the wind moaned a little in the trees outside, the flames licked the logs with the quiet click and ruffle of their intense, far away life down there on the hearth. Then he roused himself, and sat down to read the whole again. There it was, just as Larry had told it to him, nothing left out, very clear, even to the addresses of people who could identify the girl as having once been Wallen's wife or mistress. It would convince, oh yes, it would convince. The sheets dropped from his hand. Very slowly he was grasping the appalling fact that on the floor beside his chair lay the life or death of yet another man; that by taking this confession he had taken it into his own hands, the fate of the vagabond lying under sentence of death; that he could not give him back his life without incurring the smirch of this disgrace, without even endangering himself. If he let this confession reach the authorities, he could never escape the gravest suspicion that he had known of the whole affair during these 2 months. He would have to attend the inquest, be recognised by that policeman as having come to the archway to see where the body had lain, as having visited the girl the very evening after the murder. Who would believe in the mere coincidence of such visits on the part of the murderer's brother? But apart from that suspicion, the fearful scandal which so sensational an affair must make would mar his career, his life, his young daughter's life. Larry's suicide with this girl would make sensation enough as it was, but nothing to that other. Such a death had its romance; involved him in no way save as a mourner, could perhaps even be hushed up. The other nothing could hush that up, nothing prevent its ringing to the housetops. He got up from his chair, and for many minutes roamed the room unable to get his mind to bear on the issue. Images kept starting up before him: the face of the man who handed him wig and gown each morning, puffy and curious, with a leer on it he had never noticed before; his young daughter's lifted eyebrows, mouth drooping, eyes troubled; the tiny gilt crucifix glinting in the hollow of the dead girl's arm, the sightless look in Larry's unclosed eyes, even his own thumb and finger pulling the lids down. And then he saw a street and endless people passing, turning to stare at him. And stopping in his tramp, he said aloud: "Let them go to hell! 7 days' wonder!" Was he not trustee to that confession? Trustee! After all, he had done nothing to be ashamed of, even if he had kept knowledge dark. A brother who could blame him? And he picked up those sheets of paper. But, like a great murky hand, the scandal spread itself about him; its coarse, malignant voice seemed shouting: "Paper, paper, Glove Lane murder, suicide and confession of brother of well known K.C., well known K.C.'s brother, murder and suicide, paper!" Was he to let loose that flood of foulness? Was he, who had done nothing, to smirch his own little daughter's life, to smirch his dead brother, their dead mother, himself, his own valuable, important future? And all for a sewer rat! Let him hang, let the fellow hang if he must! And that was not certain. Appeal, petition, he might, he should be saved. To have got thus far, and then, by his own action, topple himself down! With a sudden darting movement he thrust the confession in among the burning coals; and a smile licked at the folds in his dark face, like those flames licking the sheets of paper, till they writhed: and blackened. With the toe of his boot he dispersed their scorched and crumbling wafer. Stamp them in! Stamp in that man's life! Burnt! No more doubts, no more of this gnawing fear. Burnt! A man, an innocent sewer rat! Recoiling from the fire, he grasped his forehead. It was burning hot, and seemed to be going round. Well, it was done. Only fools without will or purpose regretted. And suddenly he laughed. So Larry had died for nothing. He had no will, no purpose, and was dead. He and that girl might now have been living, loving each other in the warm night, away at the other end of the world, instead of lying dead in the cold night here. Fools and weaklings regretted, suffered from conscience and remorse. A man trod firmly, held to his purpose, no matter what. He went to the window and drew back the curtain. What was that? A gibbet in the air? A body hanging? Ah! Only the trees, the dark trees, the winter skeleton trees. Recoiling, he returned to his arm chair, and sat down before the fire. It had been shining like that, the lamp turned low, his chair drawn up, when Larry came in that afternoon 2 months ago. Bah! He had never come at all. It was a nightmare. He had been asleep. How his head burned! And leaping up, he looked at the calendar on his bureau. January the 28th. No dream. His face hardened and darkened. On! Not like Larry. On! End of Part 10. End of Tale Number 1. Tale Number 2 of 5 Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. Tale Number 2, A Stoic. Equam momento rebus in arduis servare mentum. Horace. Part I. In the city of Liverpool, on a January day of 1905, the boardroom of the Island Navigation Company rested, as it were, after the labours of the afternoon. The long table was still littered with the ink, pens, blotting paper, and abandoned documents of 6 persons, a deserted battlefield of the brain. And, lonely in his chairman's seat at the top end, old Sylvanus Heythorp sat, with closed eyes, still and heavy as an image. One puffy, feeble hand, whose fingers quivered, rested on the arm of his chair, the thick white hair on his massive head glistened in the light from a green shaded lamp. He was not asleep, for every now and then his sanguine cheeks filled, and a sound, half sigh, half grunt, escaped his thick lips between a white moustache and the tiny tuft of white hairs above his cleft chin. Sunk in the chair, that square thick trunk of a body, in short black braided coat, seemed divested of all neck. Young Gilbert Farney, secretary of the Island Navigation Company, entering his hushed boardroom, stepped briskly to the table, gathered some papers, and stood looking at his chairman. Not more than 35, with the bright hues of the optimist in his hair, beard, cheeks, and eyes, he had a nose and lips which curled ironically. For in his view he was the company, and its board did not exist to chequer his importance. 5 days in the week for 7 hours a day he wrote, and thought, and wove the threads of its business, and this lot came down once a week for 2 or 3 hours and taught their grandmother to suck eggs. But watching that red cheeked, white haired, somnolent figure, his smile was not so contemptuous as might have been expected. For, after all, the chairman was a wonderful old boy. A man of go and insight could not but respect him. 80! Half paralysed, over head and ears in debt, having gone the pace all his life, or so they said, till at last that mine in Ecuador had done for him before the secretary's day, of course, but he had heard of it. The old chap had bought it up on spec de laudaci toujours de laudaci, as he was so fond of saying, paid for it half in cash and half in promises, and then the thing had turned out empty, and left him with £20,000 worth of the old shares unredeemed. The old boy had weathered it out without a bankruptcy so far. Indomitable old duffer, and never fussy like the rest of them. Young Farney, though a secretary, was capable of attachment, and his eyes expressed a pitying affection. The Board meeting had been long and snadgy, a final settling of that Pillin business. Rum go the chairman forcing it on them like this! And with quick satisfaction the secretary thought: 'And he never would have got it through if I hadn't made up my mind that it really is good business.' For to expand the company was to expand himself. Still, to buy 4 ships with the freight market so depressed was a bit startling, and there would be opposition at the general meeting. Never mind, he and the chairman would put it through. Put it through! And suddenly he saw the old man looking at him. Only from those eyes could one appreciate the strength of life yet flowing underground in that well nigh helpless carcass, deep coloured little blue wells, tiny, jovial, round windows. A sigh travelled up through the layers of flesh, and he said almost inaudibly: "Have they come, Mr. Farney?" "Yes, sir. I've put them in the transfer office. Said you'd be with them in a minute. But I wasn't going to wake you. Haven't been asleep. Help me up." Grasping the edge of the table with his trembling hands, the old man pulled, and, with Farney heaving him behind, attained his feet. He stood about 5 feet 10, and weighed fully 14 stone; not corpulent, but very thick all through. His round and massive head alone would have outweighed a baby. With eyes shut, he seemed to be trying to get the better of his own weight. Then he moved with the slowness of a barnacle towards the door. The secretary, watching him, thought: 'Marvellous old chap! How he gets about by himself is a miracle. And he can't retire, they say; lives on his fees.' But the chairman was through the green baize door. At his tortoise gait he traversed the inner office, where the youthful clerks suspended their figuring to grin behind his back, and entered the transfer office, where 8 gentlemen were sitting. 7 rose, and 1 did not. Old Heythorp raised a saluting hand to the level of his chest, and, moving to an arm chair, lowered himself into it. "Well, gentlemen?" One of the 8 gentlemen got up again. "Mr. Heythorp, we've appointed Mr. Brownbee to voice our views. Mr. Brownbee?" And he sat. Mr. Brownbee rose, a stoutish man, some 70 years of age, with little grey side whiskers, and one of those utterly steady faces only to be seen in England, faces which convey the sense of business from father to son for generations, faces which make wars and passion and free thought seem equally incredible, faces which inspire confidence and awaken in one a desire to get up and leave the room. Mr. Brownbee rose, and said in a suave voice: "Mr. Heythorp, we here represent about £14,000. When we had the pleasure of meeting you last July, you will recollect that you held out a prospect of some more satisfactory arrangement by Christmas. We are now in January, and I am bound to say we none of us get younger." From the depths of old Heythorp a preliminary rumble came travelling, reaching the surface, and materialised. Don't know about you. Feel a boy myself." The eight gentlemen looked at him. Was he going to try and put them off again? Mr. Brownbee said with unruffled calm: "I'm sure we're very glad to hear it. But to come to the point. We have felt, Mr. Heythorp, and I'm sure you won't think it unreasonable, that bankruptcy would be the most satisfactory solution. We have waited a long time, and we want to know definitely where we stand. For, to be quite frank, we don't see any prospect of improvement. Indeed, we fear the opposite." "You think I'm going to join the majority?" This plumping out of what was at the back of their minds produced in Mr. Brownbee and his colleagues a sort of chemical disturbance. They coughed, moved their feet, and turned away their eyes, till the one who had not risen, a solicitor named Ventnor, said bluffly: "Well, put it that way if you like." Old Heythorp's little deep eyes twinkled. "My grandfather lived to be 100, my father 96. Both of them rips. I'm only 80, gentlemen. Blameless life compared with theirs." "Indeed," Mr. Brownbee said, "we hope you have many years of this life before you." "More of this than of another." And a silence fell, till old Heythorp added: "You're getting 1,000 a year out of my fees. Mistake to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. I'll make it 1,200. If you force me to resign my directorships by bankruptcy, you won't get a rap, you know." Mr. Brownbee cleared his throat. "We think, Mr. Heythorp, you should make it at least 1,500. In that case we might perhaps consider " Old Heythorp shook his head. "We can hardly accept your assertion that we should get nothing in the event of bankruptcy. We fancy you greatly underrate the possibilities. 1,500 a year is the least you can do for us." "See you damned first." Another silence followed, then Ventnor, the solicitor, said irascibly: "We know where we are, then." Brownbee added almost nervously: "Are we to understand that 1,200 a year is your last word?" Old Heythorp nodded. "Come again this day month, and I'll see what I can do for you." And he shut his eyes. Round Mr. Brownbee 6 of the gentlemen gathered, speaking in low voices. Mr. Ventnor nursed a leg and glowered at old Heythorp, who sat with his eyes closed. Mr. Brownbee went over and conferred with Mr. Ventnor. Then, clearing his throat, he said: "Well, sir, we have considered your proposal. We agree to accept it for the moment. We will come again, as you suggest, in a month's time. We hope that you will by then have seen your way to something more substantial, with a view to avoiding what we should all regret, for which I fear will otherwise become inevitable." Old Heythorp nodded. The 8 gentlemen took their hats and went out one by one, Mr. Brownbee courteously bringing up the rear. The old man, who could not get up without assistance, stayed musing in his chair. He had diddled them for the moment into giving him another month, and when that month was up he would diddle them again. A month ought to make the Pillin business safe, with all that hung on it. That poor funky chap, Joe Pillin! A gurgling chuckle escaped his red lips. What a shadow the fellow had looked, trotting in that evening just a month ago behind his valet's announcement: "Mr. Pillin, sir!" What a parchmenty, precise thread paper of a chap, with his bird's claw of a hand, and his muffled up throat, and his quavery: "How do you do, Sylvanus? I'm afraid you're not " "First rate, first rate. Sit down. Have some port." "Port! I never drink it. Poison to me poison." "Do you good." "Oh, I know. That's what you always say." "You've a monstrous constitution, Sylvanus. If I drank port and smoked cigars and sat up till 1 o'clock, I should be in my grave to morrow. I'm not the man I was. The fact is, I've come to see if you can help me. I'm getting old. I'm growing nervous." "You always were as chickeny as an old hen, Joe."
Well, my nature's not like yours. To come to the point, I want to sell my ships and retire. I need rest. Freights are very depressed. I've got my family to think of." "Crack on and go broke. Buck you up like anything." "I'm quite serious, Sylvanus." "Never knew you anything else, Joe." A quavering cough, and out it had come. "Now, in a word, won't your Island Navigation Company buy my ships?" A pause, a twinkle, a puff of smoke. "Make it worth my while." He had said it in jest, and then in a flash the idea had come to him. Rosamund and her youngsters what a chance to put something between them and destitution when he had joined the majority! And so he said: "We don't want your silly ships." That claw of a hand waved in deprecation. "They're very good ships, doing quite well. It's only my wretched health. If I were a strong man I shouldn't dream. What d'you want for them?" Good Lord! How he jumped if you asked him a plain question. The chap was as nervous as a guinea fowl. "Here are the figures for the last 4 years. I think you'll agree that I couldn't ask less than 70,000." Through the smoke of his cigar old Heythorp had digested these figures slowly, Joe Pillin feeling his teeth, and sucking lozenges the while. Then he said: "60,000, and out of that you pay me 10% if I get it through for you. Take it or leave it." "My dear Sylvanus, that's almost cynical." "Too good a price. You'll never get it without me." "But a commission. You could never disclose it." "Arrange that all right. Think it over. Freights'll go lower yet. Have some port." "No, no, thank you. No. So you think freights will go lower?" "Sure of it." "Well, I'll be going. I'm sure I don't know. I just must think." "Think your hardest." "Yes, yes. Good bye. I can't imagine how you still go on smoking those things and drinking port." "See you in your grave yet, Joe." What a feeble smile the old fellow had! Laugh he couldn't! And alone again he had browsed, developing the idea which had come to him. Though to dwell in the heart of shipping, Sylvanus Heythorp had lived in Liverpool 20 years, he was from the eastern counties, of a family so old that it professed to despise the Conquest. Each of its generations occupied nearly twice as long as those of less tenacious men. Traditionally of Danish origin, its men folk had as a rule bright reddish brown hair, red cheeks, large round heads, excellent teeth, and poor morals. They had done their best for the population of any county in which they had settled. Their offshoots swarmed. Born in the early twenties of the 19th century, Sylvanus Heythorp, after an education broken by escapades both at school and college, had fetched up in that simple London of the late forties, where claret, opera, and 8% for your money ruled a cheery roost. Made partner in a shipping firm well before he was 30, he had sailed with a wet sheet and a flowing tide. Dancers, claret, Clicquot, and piquet, a cab with a tiger, some travel, all that delicious early Victorian consciousness of nothing save a golden time. It was all so full and mellow that he was 40 before he had his only love affair of any depth, with the daughter of one of his own clerks, a liaison so awkward as to necessitate a sedulous concealment. The death of that girl, after 3 years, leaving him a natural son, had been the chief, perhaps the only real, sorrow of his life. 5 years later he married. What for, God only knew, as he was in the habit of remarking. His wife had been a hard, worldly, well connected woman, who presented him with 2 unnatural children, a girl and a boy, and grew harder, more worldly, less handsome in the process. The migration to Liverpool,
which took place when he was 60 and she 42, broke what she still had of heart, but she lingered on 12 years, finding solace in bridge, and being haughty towards Liverpool. Old Heythorp saw her to her rest without regret. He had felt no love for her whatever, and practically none for her two children. They were in his view colourless, pragmatical, very unexpected characters. His son Ernest, in the Admiralty, he thought a poor, careful stick. His daughter Adela, an excellent manager, delighting in spiritual conversation and the society of tame men, rarely failed to show him that she considered him a hopeless heathen. They saw as little as need be of each other. She was provided for under that settlement he had made on her mother 15 years ago, well before the not altogether unexpected crisis in his affairs. Very different was the feeling he had bestowed on that son of his under the rose. The boy, who had always gone by his mother's name of Larne, had on her death been sent to some relations of hers in Ireland. He had been called to the Dublin bar, and married, young, a girl half Cornish and half Irish. Presently, having cost old Heythorp in all a pretty penny, he had died impecunious, leaving his fair Rosamund at 30 with a girl of 8 and a boy of 5. She had not spent 6 months of widowhood before coming over from Dublin to claim the old man's guardianship. A remarkably pretty woman, like a full blown rose, with greenish hazel eyes, she had turned up one morning at the offices of the Island Navigation Company, accompanied by her two children, for he had never divulged to them his private address; and since then they had always been more or less on his hands, occupying a small house in a suburb of Liverpool. He visited them there, but never asked them to the house at Sefton Park, which was in fact his daughter's, so that his proper family and friends were unaware of their existence. Rosamund Larne was one of those precarious ladies who make uncertain incomes by writing full bodied storiettes. In the most dismal circumstances she enjoyed a buoyancy bordering on the indecent, which always amused old Heythorp's cynicism. But of his grandchildren, Phyllis and Jock, wild as colts, he had become fond; and this chance of getting £6,000 settled on them at a stroke had seemed to him nothing but heaven sent. As things were, if he went off, and of course he might at any moment, there wouldn't be a penny for them; for he would cut up a good 15,000 to the bad. He was now giving them some 300 a year out of his fees, and the dead directors unfortunately earned no fees. £6,000 at 4.5%, settled so that their mother couldn't blue it, would give them a certain £250 a year, better than beggary. And the more he thought, the better he liked it, if only that shaky chap Joe Pillin didn't shy off when he'd bitten his nails short over it. 4 evenings later the shaky chap had again appeared at his house in Sefton Park. "I've thought it over, Sylvanus. I don't like it." "No, but you'll do it." "It's a sacrifice. 54,000 for 4 ships. It means a considerable reduction in my income." "It means security, my boy." "Well, there is that. But, you know, I certainly can't be party to a secret commission. If it came out, think of my name and goodness knows what." "It won't come out." "Yes, yes, so you say, but " "All you've got to do is to execute a settlement on some third parties that I'll name. I'm not going to take a penny of it myself. Get your own lawyer to draw it up, and make him trustee. You can sign it when the purchase has gone through. I'll trust you, Joe. What stock have you got that gives 4.5%?" "Midland." "That'll do. You needn't sell." "Yes, but who are these people?" "Woman and her children I want to do a good turn to." What a face the fellow had made! "Afraid of being connected with a woman, Joe?"
Yes, you may laugh. I am afraid of being connected with someone else's woman. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I've not led your life, Sylvanus." "Lucky for you, you've been dead long ago. Tell your lawyer it's an old flame of yours, you old dog." "Yes, there is at once, you see. I might be subject to blackmail." "Tell him to keep it dark, and just pay over the income, quarterly." "I don't like it, Sylvanus. I don't like it." "Then leave it, and be hanged to you. Have a cigar." "You know I never smoke. Is there no other way?" "Yes. Sell stock in London, bank the proceeds there, and bring me £6,000 in notes. I'll hold 'em till after the general meeting. If the thing doesn't go through, I'll hand 'em back to you." "No, I like that even less." "Rather I trusted you, eh?" "No, not at all, Sylvanus, not at all. But it's all playing round the law." "There's no law to prevent you doing what you like with your money. What I do's nothing to you. And mind you, I'm taking nothing from it, not a mag. You assist the widowed and the fatherless just your line, Joe." "What a fellow you are, Sylvanus. You don't seem capable of taking anything seriously." "Care killed the cat." Left alone after this second interview, he had thought: 'The beggar'll jump.' And the beggar had. That settlement was drawn and only awaited signature. The Board to day had decided on the purchase, and all that remained was to get it ratified at the general meeting. Let him but get that over, and this provision for his grandchildren made, and he would snap his fingers at Brownbee and his crew, the canting humbugs. "Hope you have many years of this before you," as if they cared for anything but his money their money, rather. And becoming conscious of the length of his reverie, he grasped the arms of his chair, heaved at his own bulk in an effort to rise, growing redder and redder in face and neck. It was one of the 100 things his doctor had told him not to do for fear of apoplexy. The humbug! Why didn't Farney or one of those young fellows come and help him up? To call out was undignified. But was he to sit there all night? 3 times he failed, and after each failure sat motionless again, crimson and exhausted. The 4th time he succeeded, and slowly made for the office. Passing through, he stopped and said in his extinct voice: "You young gentlemen had forgotten me." "Mr. Farney said you didn't wish to be disturbed, sir." "Very good of him. Give me my hat and coat." "Yes, sir." "Thank you. What time is it?" "6 o'clock, sir." "Tell Mr. Farney to come and see me to morrow at noon, about my speech for the general meeting." "Yes, sir." "Good night to you." "Good night, sir." At his tortoise gait he passed between the office stools to the door, opened it feebly, and slowly vanished. Shutting the door behind him, a clerk said: "Poor old chairman, he's on his last." Another answered: "Gosh! He's a tough old bulk. He'll go down fightin'." Issuing from the offices of the Island Navigation Company, Sylvanus Heythorp moved towards the corner whence he always took tram to Sefton Park. The crowded street had all that prosperous air of catching or missing something which characterises the town where London and New York and Dublin meet. Old Heythorp had to cross to the far side, and he sallied forth without regard to traffic. That snail like passage had in it a touch of the sublime. The old man seemed saying: "Knock me down and be damned to you. I'm not going to hurry." His life was saved perhaps 10 times a day by the British character at large, compounded of phlegm and a liking to take something under its protection. The tram conductors on that line were especially used to him, never failing to catch him under the arms and heave him like a sack of coals, while with trembling hands he pulled hard at the rail and strap. "All right, sir?" "Thank you." He moved into the body of the tram, where somebody would always get up from kindness and the fear that he might sit down on them; and there he stayed motionless, his little eyes tight closed.
with his red face, tuft of white hairs above his square cleft block of shaven chin, and his big high crowned bowler hat, which yet seemed too petty for his head with its thick hair, he looked like some kind of an idol dug up and decked out in a gear a size too small. One of those voices of young men from public schools and exchanges where things are bought and sold said: "How de do, Mr. Heythorp?" Old Heythorp opened his eyes. That sleek cub Joe Pillin's son. What a young pup, with his round eyes and his round cheeks and his little moustache, his fur coat, his spats, his diamond pin. "How's your father?" he said. "Thanks, rather below par, worrying about his ships. Suppose you haven't any news for him, sir?" Old Heythorp nodded. The young man was one of his pet abominations, embodying all the complacent, little headed mediocrity of this new generation, natty fellows all turned out of the same mould, sippers and tasters, chaps without drive or capacity, without even vices, and he did not intend to gratify the cub's curiosity. "Come to my house," he said. "I'll give you a note for him." "Thanks. I'd like to cheer the old man up." The old man! Cheeky brat! And closing his eyes, he relapsed into immobility. The tram wound and ground its upward way, and he mused. When he was that cub's age 28 or whatever it might be he had done most things, been up Vesuvius, driven four in hand, lost his last penny on the Derby and won it back on the Oaks, known all the dancers and operatic stars of the day, fought a duel with a Yankee at Dieppe, and winged him for saying, through his confounded nose, that Old England was played out, been a controlling voice already in his shipping firm, drunk 5 other of the best men in London under the table, broken his neck steeple chasing, shot a burglar in the legs, been nearly drowned for a bet, killed snipe in Chelsea, been to court for his sins, stared a ghost out of countenance, and travelled with a lady of Spain. If this young pup had done the last, it would be all he had, and yet no doubt he would call himself a spark. The conductor touched his arm. "'Ere you are, sir." "Thank you." He lowered himself to the ground, and moved in the bluish darkness towards the gate of his daughter's house. Bob Pillin walked beside him, thinking: 'Poor old josser, he is getting a back number.' And he said: "I should have thought you ought to drive, sir. My old gov'nor would knock it up at once if he went about in a night like this." The answer rumbled out of the misty air: "Your father's got no chest never had." Bob Pillin gave vent to one of those fat cackles which come so readily from a certain type of man, and old Heythorp thought: 'Laughing at his father parrot!' They had reached the porch. A woman with dark hair and a thin straight face and figure was arranging some flowers in the hall. She turned and said: "You really ought not to be so late, Father. It's wicked at this time of year. Who is it? Oh! Mr. Pillin, how do you do? Have you had tea? Won't you come to the drawing room? Or do you want to see my father?" "Thanks. I believe your father." And he thought: 'By Jove, the old chap is a caution!' For old Heythorp was crossing the hall without having paid the faintest attention to his daughter. Murmuring again: "Thanks awfully. He wants to give me something," he followed. Miss Heythorp was not his style at all; he had a kind of dread of that thin woman who looked as if she could never be unbuttoned. They said she was a great church goer and all that sort of thing. In his sanctum old Heythorp had moved to his writing table, and was evidently anxious to sit down. "Shall I give you a hand, sir?" Receiving a shake of the head, Bob Pillin stood by the fire and watched. The old sport liked to paddle his own canoe. Fancy having to lower yourself into a chair like that! When an old Johnny got to such a state, it was really a mercy when he snuffed out, and made way for younger men. How his companies could go on putting up with such a fossil for a chairman,
was a marvel. The fossil rumbled, and said in that almost inaudible voice: "I suppose you're beginning to look forward to your father's shoes?" Bob Pillin's mouth opened. The voice went on: "Dibs and no responsibility. Tell him from me to drink port. Add 5 years to his life." To this unwarranted attack Bob Pillin made no answer save a laugh. He perceived that a manservant had entered the room. "A Mrs. Larne, sir. Will you see her?" At this announcement the old man seemed to try and start. Then he nodded, and held out the note he had written. Bob Pillin received it together with the impression of a murmur which sounded like: "Scratch a poll poll!" And passing the fine figure of a woman in a fur coat, who seemed to warm the air as she went by, he was in the hall again before he perceived that he had left his hat. A young and pretty girl was standing on the bearskin before the fire, looking at him with round eyed innocence. He thought: 'This is better. I mustn't disturb them for my hat', and approaching the fire he said: "Jolly cold, isn't it?" The girl smiled. "Yes, jolly." He noticed that she had a large bunch of violets in her breast, a lot of fair hair, a short straight nose, and round blue grey eyes very frank and open. "He said: 'I've left my hat in there.'" What larks! And at her little clear laugh something moved within Bob Pillin. "You know this house well?" She shook her head. "But it's rather scrummy, isn't it?" Bob Pillin, who had never yet thought so, answered: "Quite O.K." The girl threw up her head to laugh again. "O.K.? What's that?" Bob Pillin saw her white round throat and thought: 'She is a ripper!' And he said with a certain desperation: "My name's Pillin. Yours is Larne, isn't it? Are you a relation here?" "He's our Guardy. Isn't he a chook?" That rumbling whisper like "Scratch a poll poll" recurred to Bob Pillin. He said, with reservation: "You know him better than I do. Oh! Aren't you his grandson or something?" Bob Pillin did not cross himself. "Lord, no! My dad's an old friend of his, that's all." "Is your dad like him?" "Not much." "What a pity! It would have been lovely if they'd been Tweedles." Bob Pillin thought: 'This bit is something new. I wonder what her Christian name is?' And he said: "What did your godfather and godmothers in your baptism?" The girl laughed; she seemed to laugh at everything. "Phyllis." Could he say: "Is my only joy"? Better keep it but for what? He couldn't see her again if he didn't look out. And he said: "I live at the last house in the park, the red one. D'you know it? D'you know it? Where do you?" "Oh! A long way 23 Millicent Villas. It's a poky little house. I hate it. We have awful larks, though." "Who are 'we'?" "Mother and myself and Jock. He's an awful boy. You can't conceive what an awful boy he is. He's got nearly red hair. I think he'll be just like Guardy when he gets old. He's awful." Bob Pillin murmured: "I should like to see him." "Would you? I'll ask mother if you can. You won't want to again. He goes off all the time like a squib." She threw back her head, and again Bob Pillin felt a little giddy. He collected himself and drawled: "Are you going in to see your Guardy?" "No. Mother's got something special to say. We've never been here before, you see. Isn't he fun, though?" "Fun? I think he's the greatest lark. But he's awfully nice to me. Jock calls him the last of the Stoicans." A voice called from old Heythorp's den: "Phyllis!" It had a peculiar ring, that voice, as if coming from beautifully formed red lips, of which the lower one must curve the least bit over. It had, too, a caressing vitality, and a kind of warm falsity. The girl threw a laughing look back over her shoulder, and vanished through the door into the room. Bob Pillin remained with his back to the fire, and his puppy round eyes fixed on the air that her figure had last occupied. He was experiencing a sensation never felt before.
those travels with a lady of Spain, charitably conceded him by old Heythorp, had so far satisfied the emotional side of this young man; they had stopped short at Brighton and Scarborough, and been preserved from even the slightest intrusion of love. A calculated and hygienic career had caused no anxiety either to himself or his father, and this sudden swoop of something more than admiration gave him an uncomfortable choky feeling just above his high round collar, and in the temples a sort of buzzing, those first symptoms of chivalry. A man of the world does not, however, succumb without a struggle, and if his hat had not been out of reach, who knows whether he would not have left the house hurriedly, saying to himself: "No, no, my boy, Millicent Villas is hardly your form when your intentions are honourable." For somehow that round and laughing face, bob of glistening hair, those wide opened grey eyes, refused to awaken the beginnings of other intentions; such is the effect of youth and innocence on even the steadiest young men. With a kind of moral stammer he was thinking: "Can I dare I offer to see them to their tram? Couldn't I even nip out and get the car round and send them home in it? No, I might miss them. Better stick it out here. What a jolly laugh! What a tipping face! Strawberries and cream, hay, and all that. Millicent Villas!" And he wrote it on his cuff. The door was opening; he heard that warm vibrating voice: "Come along, Phyllis!" The girl's laugh, so high and fresh: "Right o! Coming!" And with perhaps the first real tremor he had ever known, he crossed to the front door. All the more chivalrous to escort them to the tram without a hat; and suddenly he heard: "I've got your hat, young man!" And her mother's voice, warm and simulating shock: "Phyllis, you awful girl! Did you ever see such an awful girl, Mr. Pillin, mother?" And then, he did not quite know how, insulated from the January air by laughter and the scent of fir and violets, he was between them, walking to their tram. It was like an experience out of the Arabian Nights, or something of that sort, an intoxication which made one say one was going their way, though one would have to come all the way back in the same beastly tram. Nothing so warming had ever happened to him as sitting between them on that drive, so that he forgot the note in his pocket, and his desire to relieve the anxiety of the "old man," his father. At the tram's terminus they all got out. There issued a purr of invitation to come and see them some time, a clear "Jock'll love to see you," a low laugh: "Oh! You awful gairl!" and a flashing of cunning zigzagged across his brain. Taking off his hat, he said: "Thanks awfully, rather," and put his foot back on the step of the tram. Thus did he delicately expose the depths of his chivalry. "Oh! You said you were going our way. What wunners you do tell! Oh!" The words were as music, the sight of those eyes growing rounder, the most perfect he had ever seen, and Mrs. Larne's low laugh, so warm yet so preoccupied, and the tips of the girl's fingers waving back above her head. He heaved a sigh, and knew no more till he was seated at his club before a bottle of champagne. Home? Not he! He wished to drink and dream. The old man would get his news all right to morrow. The words: "A Mrs. Larne to see you, sir," had been of a nature to astonish weaker nerves. What had brought her here? She knew she mustn't come. Old Heythorp had watched her entrance with cynical amusement. The way she whiffed herself at that young pup in passing, the way her eyes slid round. He had a very just appreciation of his son's widow, and a smile settled deep between his chin tuft and his moustache. She lifted his hand, kissed it, pressed it to her splendid bust, and said: "So here I am at last, you see. Aren't you surprised?" Old Heythorp shook his head. "I really had to come to see you, Guardy. We haven't had a sight of you for such an age, and in this awful weather. How are you, dear old Guardy?" "Never better." And watching her green grey eyes, he added: "Haven't a penny for you." Her face did not fall; she gave her feather laugh. "How dreadful of you to think I came for that! But I am in an awful fix, Guardy." "Never knew you not to be." "Just let me tell you, dear. It'll be some relief. I'm having the most terrible time." She sank into a low chair, disengaging an overpowering scent of violets, while melancholy struggled to subdue her face and body. "The most awful fix. I expect to be sold up any moment. We may be on the streets to morrow. I daren't tell the children; they're so happy, poor darlings. I shall be obliged to take Jock away from school, and Phyllis will have to stop her piano and dancing. It's an absolute crisis, and all due to those Midland Syndicate people. I've been counting on at least 200 for my new story, and the wretches have refused it." With a tiny handkerchief she removed one tear from the corner of one eye. "It is hard, Guardy. I worked my brains silly over that story." From old Heythorp came a mutter which sounded suspiciously like "rats." Heaving a sigh which conveyed nothing but the generosity of her breathing apparatus, Mrs. Larne went on: "You couldn't, I suppose, let me have just 100?" "Not a bob." She sighed again, her eyes slid round the room; then in her warm voice she murmured: "Guardy, you were my dear Philip's father, weren't you? I've never said anything, but of course you were. He was so like you, and so is Jock." Nothing moved in old Heythorp's face; no pagan image consulted with flowers and song and sacrifice could have returned less answer. Her old Philip! She had led him the devil of a life, or he was a Dutchman. And what the deuce made her suddenly trot out the skeleton like this? But Mrs. Larne's eyes were still wandering. "What a lovely house! You know, I think you ought to help me, Guardy. Just imagine if your grandchildren were thrown out into the street." The old man grinned. He was not going to deny his relationship; it was her look out, not his; but neither was he going to let her rush him. "And they will be. You couldn't look on and see it. Do come to my rescue this once. You really might do something for them." With a rumbling sigh he answered: "Wait, can't give you a penny now. Poor as a church mouse." "Oh, Guardy!" "Fact." Mrs. Larne heaved one of her most buoyant sighs. She certainly did not believe him. "Well," she said, "you'll be sorry when we come round one night and sing for pennies under your window. Wouldn't you like to see Phyllis? I left her in the hall. She's growing such a sweet gairl. Guardy, just 50!" "Not a rap." Mrs. Larne threw up her hands. "Well, you'll repent it. I'm at my last gasp." She sighed profoundly, and the perfume of violets escaped in a cloud. Then getting up, she went to the door and called: "Phyllis!" When the girl entered, old Heythorp felt the nearest approach to a flutter of the heart for many years. She had put her hair up; she was like a spring day in January. Such a relief from that scented humbug, her mother! Pleasant the touch of her lips on his forehead, the sound of her clear voice, the sight of her slim movements, the feeling that she did him credit. Clean run stock, she and that young scamp Jock; better than the holy woman his daughter Adela would produce, if anyone were ever fool enough to marry her, or that pragmatical fellow his son Ernest. And when they were gone, he reflected with added zest on the £6,000 he was getting for them out of Joe Pillin and his ships. He would have to pitch it strong in his speech at the general meeting. With freights so low, there was bound to be opposition. No dash nowadays, nothing but gabby caution. They were a scrimshanking lot on the Board; he had had to pull them round one by one the deuce of a tug getting this thing through.
And yet the business was sound enough. Those ships would earn money, properly handled, good money. His valet, coming in to prepare him for dinner, found him asleep. He had for the old man as much admiration as may be felt for one who cannot put his own trousers on. He would say to the housemaid Molly: "He's a game old blighter; must have been a rare one in his day. Cocks his hat at you, even now, I see." To which the girl, Irish and pretty, would reply: "Well, and sure, I don't mind if it gives him a pleasure. 'Tis better anyway than the sad eye I get from herself." At dinner old Heythorp always sat at one end of the rosewood table, and his daughter at the other. It was the eminent moment of the day. With napkin tucked high into his waistcoat, he gave himself to the meal with passion. His palate was undimmed, his digestion unimpaired. He could still eat as much as two men, and drink more than one; and while he savoured each mouthful, he never spoke if he could help it. The holy woman had nothing to say that he cared to hear, and he nothing to say that she cared to listen to. She had a horror, too, of what she called "the pleasures of the table," those lusts of the flesh. She was always longing to dock his grub, he knew; would see her further first. What other pleasures were there at his age? Let her wait till she was 80. But she never would be, too thin and holy. This evening, however, with the advent of the partridge, she did speak. "Who were your visitors, Father?" Trust her for nosing anything out. Fixing his little blue eyes on her, he mumbled with a very full mouth: "Ladies." "So I saw. What ladies?" He had a longing to say: "Part of one of my families under the rose." As a fact, it was the best part of the only one, but the temptation to multiply exceedingly was almost overpowering. He checked himself, however, and went on eating partridge, his secret irritation crimsoning his cheeks; and he watched her eyes, those cold, precise, and round grey eyes, noting it, and knew she was thinking: "He eats too much." She said: "Sorry I'm not considered fit to be told. You ought not to be drinking hock." Old Heythorp took up the long green glass, drained it, and repressing fumes and emotion, went on with his partridge. His daughter pursed her lips, took a sip of water, and said: "I know their name is Larne, but it conveyed nothing to me. Perhaps it's just as well." The old man, mastering a spasm, said with a grin: "My daughter in law and my granddaughter." "What! Ernest married? Oh! Nonsense!" He chuckled and shook his head. "Then do you mean to say, Father, that you were married before you married my mother?" "No." The expression on her face was as good as a play. She said with a sort of disgust: "Not married? I see. I suppose those people are hanging round your neck, then. No wonder you're always in difficulties. Are there any more of them?" Again the old man suppressed that spasm, and the veins in his neck and forehead swelled alarmingly. If he had spoken he would infallibly have choked. He ceased eating, and putting his hands on the table tried to raise himself. He could not, and subsiding in his chair sat glaring at the stiff, quiet figure of his daughter. "Don't be silly, Father, and make a scene before Meller. Finish your dinner." He did not answer. He was not going to sit there to be dragooned and insulted. His helplessness had never so weighed on him before. It was like a revelation. A log that had to put up with anything, a log, and waiting for his valet to return. He cunningly took up his fork. In that saintly voice of hers she said: "I suppose you don't realise that it's a shock to me. I don't know what Ernest will think." "Ernest be damned!" "I do wish, Father, you wouldn't swear." Old Heythorp's rage found vent in a sort of rumble. How the devil had he gone on all these years in the same house with that woman, dining with her day after day?
But the servant had come back now, and putting down his fork, he said: "Help me up." The man paused, thunderstruck, with the souffle balanced. To leave dinner unfinished! It was a portent. "Help me up." "Mr. Heythorp's not very well, Meller. Take his other arm." The old man shook off her hand. "I'm very well. Help me up. Dine in my own room in future." Raised to his feet, he walked slowly out, but in his sanctum he did not sit down, obsessed by this first overwhelming realisation of his helplessness. He stood swaying a little, holding on to the table, till the servant, having finished serving dinner, brought in his port. "Are you waiting to sit down, sir?" He shook his head. Hang it, he could do that for himself anyway. He must think of something to fortify his position against that woman. And he said: "Send me Molly." "Yes, sir." The man put down the port and went. Old Heythorp filled his glass, drank, and filled again. He took a cigar from the box and lighted it. The girl came in, a grey eyed, dark haired damsel, and stood with her hands folded, her head a little to one side, her lips a little parted. The old man said: "You're a human being?" "I would hope so, sir." "I'm going to ask you something as a human being, not a servant. See?" "No, sir; but I will be glad to do anything you like." "Then put your nose in here every now and then, to see if I want anything. Meller goes out sometimes. Don't say anything, just put your nose in." "Oh! An' I will. 'Tis a pleasure 'twill be to do et." He nodded, and when she had gone lowered himself into his chair with a sense of appeasement. Pretty girl! Comfort to see a pretty face, not a pale peaky thing like Adela's. His anger burned up anew. So she counted on his helplessness, had begun to count on that, had she? She should see that there was life in the old dog yet! And his sacrifice of the uneaten souffle, the still less eaten mushrooms, the peppermint sweet with which he usually concluded dinner, seemed to consecrate that purpose. They all thought he was a hulk without a shot left in the locker. He had seen a couple of them at the board that afternoon shrugging at each other as though saying: "Look at him!" And young Farney pitying him. Pity, forsooth! And that coarse grained solicitor chap at the creditors' meeting curling his lip as much as to say: "One foot in the grave." He had seen the clerks dousing the glim of their grins, and that young pup Bob Pillin screwing up his supercilious mug over his dog collar. He knew that scented humbug Rosamund was getting scared that he'd drop off before she'd squeezed him dry; and his valet was always looking him up and down queerly. As to that holy woman not quite so fast, not quite so fast! And filling his glass for the fourth time, he slowly sucked down the dark red fluid, with the old boots flavour which his soul loved, and drawing deep at his cigar, closed his eyes. End of Part One. Part Two of Tale Two of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This recording is in the public domain. By David Wales. The room in the hotel where the general meetings of the Island Navigation Company were held was nearly full when the secretary came through the door which as yet divided the shareholders from their directors. Having surveyed their empty chairs, their ink and papers, and nodded to a shareholder or two, he stood, watch in hand, contemplating the congregation. A thicker attendance than he had ever seen; due, no doubt, to the lower dividend and this Pillin business. And his tongue curled. For he had a natural contempt for his Board; with the exception of the chairman, he had a still more natural contempt for his shareholders. Amusing spectacle when you came to think of it, a general meeting; unique 80 or 100 men and 5 women, assembled through sheer devotion to their money. Was any other function in the world so single hearted? Church was nothing to it, so many motives were mingled there with devotion to one's soul. A well educated young man, reader of Anatole France and other writers, he enjoyed ironic speculation. What earthly good did they think they got up to by coming here? 2:30. He put his watch back into his pocket, and passed into the Board room. There the fumes of lunch and of a short preliminary meeting made cosy the February atmosphere. By the fire 4 directors were conversing rather restlessly. The 5th was combing his beard; the chairman sat with eyes closed and red lips moving rhythmically in the sucking of a lozenge, the slips of his speech ready in his hand. The secretary said in his cheerful voice: "Time, sir!" Old Heythorp swallowed, lifted his arms, rose with help, and walked through to his place at the centre of the table. The 5 directors followed. And standing at the chairman's right, the secretary read the minutes, forming the words precisely with his curling tongue. Then, assisting the chairman to his feet, he watched those rows of faces and thought: 'Mistake to let them see he can't get up without help. He ought to have let me read his speech. I wrote it.' The chairman began to speak. "It is my duty and my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, for the 19th consecutive year to present to you the directors' report and the accounts for the past 12 months. You will all have had special notice of a measure of policy on which your Board has decided, and to which you will be asked today to give your adherence. To that I shall come at the end of my remarks." "Excuse me, sir, we can't hear a word down here." "Ah!" thought the secretary, "I was expecting that." The chairman went on, undisturbed. But several shareholders now rose, and the same speaker said testily: "We might as well go home. If the chairman's got no voice, can't somebody read for him?" The chairman took a sip of water and resumed. Almost all in the last 6 rows were now on their feet, and amid a hubbub of murmurs the chairman held out to the secretary the slips of his speech, and fell heavily back into his chair. The secretary re read from the beginning, and as each sentence fell from his tongue he thought: 'How good that is! That's very clear. A neat touch, that. This is getting them.' It seemed to him a pity they could not know it was all his composition. When at last he came to the Pillin sale, he paused for a second. "I come now to the measure of policy to which I made allusion at the beginning of my speech. Your Board has decided to expand your enterprise by purchasing the entire fleet of Pillin & Co., Limited. By this transaction we become the owners of the 4 steamships Smyrna, Damascus, Tyre, and Sidon, vessels in prime condition, with a total freight carrying capacity of 15,000 tons, at the low inclusive price of £60,000. Gentlemen, de l'audace, toujours de l'audace." It was the chairman's phrase, his bit of the speech, and the secretary did it more than justice. Times are bad, but your Board is emphatically of the opinion that they are touching bottom, and this, in their view, is the psychological moment for a forward stroke. They confidently recommend your adoption of their policy and the ratification of this purchase, which they believe will, in the not far distant future, substantially increase the profits of the company. The secretary sat down with reluctance. The speech should have continued with a number of appealing sentences which he had carefully prepared, but the chairman had cut them out with the simple comment: "They ought to be glad of the chance." It was, in his view, an error. The director who had combed his beard now rose, a man of presence, who might be trusted to say nothing long and suavely. While he was speaking, The secretary was busy noting whence opposition was likely to come. The majority were sitting owl like, a good sign; but some dozen were studying their copies of the report, and three at least were making notes: Westgate, for instance, who wanted to get on the Board and was sure to make himself unpleasant; the time honoured method of vinegar; and Batterson, who also desired to come on and might be trusted to support the Board; the time honoured method of oil; while, if one knew anything of human nature, the fellow who had complained that he might as well go home would have nothing uncomfortable to say. The director finished his remarks, combed his beard with his fingers, and sat down. A momentary pause ensued. Then Messrs. Westgate and Batterson rose together. Seeing the chairman nod towards the latter, the secretary thought: 'Mistake. He should have humoured Westgate by giving him precedence.' But that was the worst of the old man; he had no notion of the suaviter in modo. Mr. Batterson, thus unchained, would like, if he might be so allowed, to congratulate the Board on having piloted their ship so smoothly through the troublous waters of the past year. With their worthy chairman still at the helm, he had no doubt that in spite of the still low he would not say falling barometer, and the unseasonable climacteric, they might rely on weathering the he would not say storm. He would confess that the present dividend of 4% was not one which satisfied every aspiration. (Hear, hear.) But, speaking for himself, and he hoped for others, and here Mr. Batterson looked round, he recognised that in all the circumstances it was as much as they had the right to expect. But, following the bold, but to his mind prudent development which the Board proposed to make, he thought that they might reasonably, if not sanguinely, anticipate a more golden future. No, no! A shareholder said no, no! That might seem to indicate a certain lack of confidence in the special proposal before the meeting. Yes! From that lack of confidence he would take at once to dissociate himself. Their chairman, a man of foresight and acumen and valour proved on many a field and sea, would not have committed himself to this policy without good reason. In his opinion they were in safe hands, and he was glad to register his support of the measure proposed. The chairman had well said in his speech: "De l'audace, toujours de l'audace." Shareholders would agree with him that there would be no better motto for Englishmen. Ahem. Mr. Batterson sat down, and Mr. Westgate rose. He wanted, he said, to know more, much more, about this proposition which to his mind was of a very dubious wisdom. Ah! thought the secretary, I told the old boy he must tell them more. To whom, for instance, had the proposal first been made? To him? The chairman said: Good, but why were Pillins selling, if freights were to go up as they were told? Matter of opinion. Quite so, and in my opinion they are going lower, and Pillins were right to sell. It follows that we are wrong to buy. (Hear, hear. No, no.) Pillins were shrewd people. What does the chairman say? Nerves. Does he mean to tell us that this sale was the result of nerves? The chairman nodded. That appears to me a somewhat fantastic theory; but I will leave that and confine myself to asking the grounds on which the chairman bases his confidence; in fact, what it is which is actuating the Board in pressing on us at such a time what I have no hesitation in stigmatising as a rash proposal. In a word, I want light as well as leading in this matter. Mr. Westgate sat down. What would the chairman do now? The situation was distinctly awkward. Seeing his helplessness and the lukewarmness of the Board behind him. And the secretary felt more strongly than ever the absurdity of his being an underling.
he who in a few well chosen words could so easily have twisted the meeting round his thumb. Suddenly he heard the long rumbling sigh which preluded the chairman's speeches. "Has any other gentleman anything to say before I move the adoption of the report?" Phew! That would put their backs up. Yes, sure enough, it had brought that fellow, who had said he might as well go home, to his feet. Now for something nasty. "Mr. Westgate requires answering. I don't like this business. I don't impute anything to anybody, but it looks to me as if there were something behind it which the shareholders ought to be told. Not only that, but, to speak frankly, I'm not satisfied to be ridden over roughshod in this fashion by one who, whatever he may have been in the past, is obviously not now in the prime of his faculties." With a gasp, the secretary thought: 'I knew that was a plain spoken man.' He heard again the rumbling beside him. The chairman had gone crimson, his mouth was pursed, his little eyes were very blue. "Help me up," he said. The secretary helped him, and waited rather breathless. The chairman took a sip of water, and his voice, unexpectedly loud, broke an ominous hush. "Never been so insulted in my life. My best services have been at your disposal for 19 years. You know what measure of success this company has attained. I am the oldest man here, and my experience of shipping is, I hope, a little greater than that of the two gentlemen who spoke last. I have done my best for you, ladies and gentlemen, and we shall see whether you are going to endorse an indictment of my judgment and of my honour if I am to take the last speaker seriously. This purchase is for your good. There is a tide in the affairs of men, and I for one am not content, never have been, to stagnate. If that is what you want, however, by all means give your support to these gentlemen and have done with it. I tell you, freights will go up before the end of the year. The purchase is a sound one, more than a sound one. I, at any rate, stand or fall by it. Refuse to ratify it if you like. If you do, I shall resign." He sank back into his seat. The secretary, stealing a glance, thought with a sort of enthusiasm: 'Bravo! Who'd have thought he could rally his voice like that? A good touch, too, that about his honour. I believe he's knocked them. It's still dicky, though, if that fellow at the back gets up again. The old chap can't work that stop a second time. Ah! Here was old Apple Pie on his hind legs. That was all right. I do not hesitate to say that I am an old friend of the chairman. We are, many of us, old friends of the chairman, and it has been painful to me, and I doubt not to others, to hear an attack made on him. If he is old in body, he is young in mental vigour and courage. I wish we were all as young. We ought to stand by him. I say we ought to stand by him. Hear, 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 hear!" And the secretary thought: 'That's done it!' And he felt a sudden odd emotion, watching the chairman bobbing his body like a wooden toy at old Appleby, and old Appleby bobbing back. Then, seeing a shareholder close to the door get up, thought: 'Who's that? I know his face. Ah, yes, Ventnor, the solicitor. He's one of the chairman's creditors that are coming again this afternoon. What now?' "I can't agree that we ought to let sentiment interfere with our judgment in this matter. The question is simply: how are our pockets going to be affected? I came here with some misgivings, but the attitude of the chairman has been such as to remove them, and I shall support the proposition." The secretary thought: 'That's all right,' only he said it rather queerly. Then, after a long silence, The chairman, without rising, said: "I move the adoption of the report and accounts." "I second that." "Those in favour signify the same in the usual way. Contrary? Carried." The secretary noted the dissentients, 6 in number, and that Mr. Westgate did not vote. A quarter of an hour later he stood in the body of the emptying room supplying names to one of the gentlemen of the press. The passionless fellow said: "Haythorp, with an A and an E. He seems an old man." "Thank you. I may have the slips? Would you like to see a proof? With an A, you said, and an E. Good afternoon." And the secretary thought: 'Those fellows, what goes on inside them? Fancy not knowing the old chairman by now!' Back in the proper office of the Island Navigation Company, old Haythorp sat smoking a cigar and smiling like a purring cat. He was dreaming a little of his triumph, sifting with his old brain, still subtle, the wheat from the chaff of the demurrers. Westgate nothing in that; professional discontent till they silenced him with a place on the Board, but not while he held the reins. That chap at the back, an ill conditioned fellow. Something behind suspicious brute! There was nothing, but hang it, they might think themselves lucky to get 4 ships at that price, and all due to him. It was on the last speaker that his mind dwelt with a doubt. That fellow Ventnor, to whom he owed money. There had been something just a little queer about his tone, as much as to say: "I smell a rat." Well, one would see that at the creditors' meeting in half an hour. "Mr. Pillin, sir?" "Show him in." In a fur coat which seemed to extinguish his thin form, Joe Pillin entered. It was snowing, and the cold had nipped and yellowed his meagre face between its slight grey whiskering. He said thinly: "How are you, Sylvanus? Aren't you perished in this cold?" "Warm as toast. Sit down, take off your coat." "Oh, I should be lost without it. You must have a fire inside you. So it's gone through?" Old Haythorp nodded, and Joe Pillin, wandering like a spirit, scrutinised the shut door. He came back to the table and said in a low voice: "It is a great sacrifice." Old Haythorp smiled. "Have you signed the deed poll?" Producing a parchment from his pocket, Joe Pillin unfolded it with caution to disclose his signature, and said: "I don't like it. It's irrevocable." A chuckle escaped old Haythorp. "As death." Joe Pillin's voice passed up into the treble clef: "I can't bear irrevocable things. I consider you stampeded me, playing on my nerves." Examining the signatures, old Haythorp murmured: "Tell your lawyer to lock it up. He must think you a sad dog, Joe." "Suppose on my death it comes to the knowledge of my wife?" "She won't be able to make it hotter for you then than you'll be already." Joe Pillin replaced the deed within his coat, emitting a queer thin noise. He simply could not bear joking on such subjects. "Well," he said, "you've got your way. You always do. Who is this Mrs. Larne? You oughtn't to keep me in the dark. It seems my boy met her at your house. You told me she didn't come there." Old Haythorp said with relish: "Her husband was my son by a woman I was fond of before I married. Her children are my grandchildren. You've provided for them. Best thing you ever did." "I don't know. I'm sorry you told me. It makes it all the more doubtful. As soon as the transfer's complete I shall get away abroad. This cold's killing me. I wish you'd give me your recipe for keeping warm." "Get a new inside." Joe Pillin regarded his old friend with a sort of yearning. "And yet," he said, "I suppose with your full blooded habit your life hangs by a thread, doesn't it? A stout one, my boy."
Well, good bye, Sylvanus. You're a Job's comforter. I must be getting home." He put on his hat, and, lost in his fur coat, passed out into the corridor. On the stairs he met a man who said: "How do you do, Mr. Pillin? I know your son. Been seeing the chairman? I see your sale's gone through all right. I hope that'll do us some good, but I suppose you think the other way." Peering at him from under his hat, Joe Pillin said: "Mr. Ventnor, I think. Thank you. It's very cold, isn't it?" And with that cautious remark he passed on down. Alone again, old Heythorp thought: 'By George! What a wavering, quavering thread paper of a fellow! What misery life must be to a chap like that! He walks in fear, he wallows in it. Poor devil!' And a curious feeling swelled his heart, of elation, of lightness such as he had not known for years. Those two young things were safe now from penury safe. After dealing with those infernal creditors of his, he would go round and have a look at the children. With 120 a year, the boy could go into the army best place for a young scamp like that. The girl would go off like hot cakes, of course, but she needn't take the first calf that came along. As for their mother, she must look after herself. Nothing under 2,000 a year would keep her out of debt. But trust her for wheedling and bluffing her way out of any scrape. Watching his cigar smoke curl and disperse, he was conscious of the strain he had been under these last 6 weeks, aware suddenly of how greatly he had balked at thought of to day's general meeting. Yes, it might have turned out nasty. He knew well enough the forces on the Board, and off, who would be only too glad to shelve him. If he were shelved here, his other two companies would be sure to follow suit, and bang would go every penny of his income. He would be a pauper, dependent on that holy woman. Well, safe now for another year, if he could stave off these sharks once more. It might be a harder job this time. But he was in luck, and it must hold. And taking a luxurious pull at his cigar, he rang the handbell. "Bring 'em in here, Mr. Farney, and let me have a cup of China tea as strong as you can make it." "Yes, sir. Will you see the proof of the press report, or will you leave it to me?" "To you." "Yes, sir. It was a good meeting, wasn't it?" Old Heythorp nodded. "Wonderful how your voice came back just at the right moment. I was afraid things were going to be difficult. The insult did it, I think. It was a monstrous thing to say. I could have punched his head." Again old Heythorp nodded; and looking into the secretary's fine blue eyes, he repeated: "Bring 'em in." The lonely minute before the entrance of his creditors passed in the thought: 'So that's how it struck him. Short shrift I should get if it came out.' The gentlemen, who numbered 10 this time, bowed to their debtor, evidently wondering why the deuce they troubled to be polite to an old man who kept them out of their money. Then, the secretary reappearing with a cup of China tea, they watched while their debtor drank it. The feat was tremulous. Would he get through without spilling it all down his front, or choking? To those unaccustomed to his private life it was slightly miraculous. He put the cup down empty, tremblingly removed some yellow drops from the little white tuft below his lip, relit his cigar, and said: "No use beating about the bush, gentlemen. I can offer you 1,400 a year so long as I live and hold my directorships, and not a penny more. If you can't accept that, you must make me bankrupt, and get about 6d. in the pound. My qualifying shares will fetch a couple of thousand at market price. I own nothing else. The house I live in and everything in it, barring my clothes, my wine, and my cigars, belong to my daughter under a settlement 15 years old. My solicitors and bankers will give you every information. That's the position in a nutshell." In spite of business habits, the surprise of the 10 gentlemen was only partially concealed. A man who owed them so much would naturally say he owned nothing, but would he refer them to his solicitors and bankers, unless he was telling the truth? Then Mr. Ventnor said: "Will you submit your pass books?" "No, but I'll authorise my bankers to give you a full statement of my receipts for the last 5 years longer, if you like." The strategic stroke of placing the 10 gentlemen round the board had made it impossible for them to consult freely without being overheard, but the low voiced transference of thought travelling round was summed up at last by Mr. Brownbee. "We think, Mr. Heythorp, that your fees and dividends should enable you to set aside for us a larger sum. 1,600, in fact, is what we think you should give us yearly. Representing, as we do, £16,000, the prospect is not cheering, but we hope you have some good years before you yet. We understand your income to be £2,000. Old Heythorp shook his head. £1,930 in a good year. Must eat and drink. Must have a man to look after me, not as active as I was. Can't do on less than £500. 1,400's all I can give you, gentlemen. It's an advance of £200. That's my last word." The silence was broken by Mr. Ventnor. "And it's my last word that I'm not satisfied. If these other gentlemen accept your proposition, I shall be forced to consider what I can do on my own account." The old man stared at him and answered: "Oh, will you, sir? We shall see." The others had risen and were gathered in a knot at the end of the table. Old Heythorp and Mr. Ventnor alone remained seated. The old man's lower lip projected till the white hairs below stood out like bristles. "You ugly dog," he was thinking, "you think you've got something up your sleeve. Well, do your worst." The ugly dog rose abruptly and joined the others; and old Heythorp closed his eyes, sitting perfectly still, with his cigar, which had gone out, sticking up between his teeth. Mr. Brownbee, turning to voice the decision come to, cleared his throat. "Mr. Heythorp," he said, "if your bankers and solicitors bear out your statements, we shall accept your offer faute de mieux, in consideration of your " but meeting the old man's eyes, which said so very plainly, "blow your consideration," he ended with a stammer: "Perhaps you will kindly furnish us with the authorization you spoke of." Old Heythorp nodded, and Mr. Brownbee, with a little bow, clasped his hat to his breast and moved towards the door. The 9 gentlemen followed. Mr. Ventnor, bringing up the rear, turned and looked back, but the old man's eyes were already closed again. The moment his creditors were gone, old Heythorp sounded the handbell. "Help me up, Mr. Farney. That Ventnor, what's his holding?" "Quite small. Only 10 shares, I think." "Ah! What time is it?" "4:45, sir." "Get me a taxi." After visiting his bank and his solicitors, he struggled once more into his cab and caused it to be driven towards Millicent Villas. A kind of sleepy triumph permeated his whole being, bumped and shaken by the cab's rapid progress. So! He was free of those sharks now, as long as he could hold on to his companies, and he would still have 100 a year or more to spare for Rosamund and her youngsters. He could live on 400, or even 350, without losing his independence, for there would be no standing life in that holy woman's house unless he could pay his own scot. A good day's work; the best for many a long month. The cab stopped before the villa. There are rooms which refuse to give away their owners, and rooms which seem to say: "They really are like this." Of such was Rosamund Larne's, a sort of permanent confession, seeming to remark to anyone who entered: "Her taste? Well, you can see cheerful and exuberant. Her habits? Yes, she sits here all the morning in a dressing gown, smoking cigarettes and dropping ink. Kindly observe my carpet. Notice the piano; it has a look of coming and going, according to the Exchequer. This very deep cushioned sofa is permanent, however. The water colours on the wall are safe too; they're by herself. Mark the scent of mimosa; she likes flowers, and likes them strong. No clock, of course. Examine the bureau; she is obviously always ringing for "the drumstick," and saying: "Where's this, Ellen? And where's that? You naughty garl, you've been tidying." Cast an eye on that pile of manuscript; she has evidently a genius for composition; it flows off her pen; like Shakespeare, she never blots a line. See how she's had the electric light put in, instead of that horrid gas; but try and turn either of them on you can't. Last quarter isn't paid, of course, and she uses an oil lamp; you can tell that by the ceiling. The dog over there, who will not answer to the name of Carmen, a Pekingese spaniel like a little gin, all prominent eyes rolling their blacks and no nose between. Yes, Carmen looks as if she didn't know what was coming next. She's right; it's a pet and slap again life. Consider, too, the fittings of the tea tray; rather soiled, though not quite tin; but I say unto you that no millionaire's in all its glory ever had a liqueur bottle on it. When old Heythorp entered this room, which extended from back to front of the little house, preceded by the announcement "Mr. Aesop," it was resonant with a very clatterbodangio of noises from Phyllis playing the machiche, from the boy Jock on the hearthrug, emitting at short intervals the most piercing notes from an ocarina, from Mrs. Larne on the sofa talking with her trailing volubility to Bob Pillin, from Bob Pillin muttering "Yes, quite, yes," and gazing at Phyllis over his collar. And on the window sill, as far as she could get from all this noise, the little dog Carmen was rolling her eyes. At sight of their visitor, Jock blew one rending screech, and bolting behind the sofa, placed his chin on its top, so that nothing but his round pink unmoving face was visible, and the dog Carmen tried to climb the blind cord. Encircled from behind by the arms of Phyllis, and preceded by the gracious perfumed bulk of Mrs. Larne, old Heythorp was escorted to the sofa. It was low, and when he had plumped down into it, the boy Jock emitted a hollow groan. Bob Pillin was the first to break the silence. "How are you, sir? I hope it's gone through." Old Heythorp nodded. His eyes were fixed on the liqueur, and Mrs. Larne murmured: "Guardy, you must try our new liqueur. Jock, you awful boy, get up and bring Guardy a glass." The boy Jock approached the tea table, took up a glass, and put it to his eye and filled it rapidly. "You horrible boy, you could see that glass had been used." In a high, round voice rather like an angel's, Jock answered: "All right, mother, I'll get rid of it," and rapidly swallowing the yellow liqueur, took up another glass. Mrs. Larne laughed. "What am I to do with him?" A loud shriek prevented a response. Phyllis, who had taken her brother by the ear to lead him to the door, let him go to clasp her injured self. Bob Pillin went hastening towards her, and following the young man with her chin, Mrs. Larne said, smiling: "Aren't those children awful? He's such a nice fellow. We like him so much, Guardy." The old man grinned. So she was making up to that young pup! Rosamund Larne, watching him, murmured: "Oh, Guardy, you're as bad as Jock. He takes after you terribly. Look at the shape of his head. Jock, come here." The innocent boy approached, with his girlish complexion, his flowery blue eyes, his perfect mouth, he stood before his mother like a large cherub. And suddenly he blew his ocarina in a dreadful manner. Mrs. Larne launched a box at his ears, and receiving the wind of it, he fell prone. "That's the way he behaves. Be off with you, you awful boy. I want to talk to Guardy." The boy withdrew on his stomach, and sat against the wall cross legged, fixing his innocent round eyes on old Heythorp. Mrs. Larne sighed. "Things are worse and worse, Guardy. I'm at my wits' end to tide over this quarter. You wouldn't advance me 100 on my new story. I'm sure to get 2 for it in the end." The old man shook his head. "I've done something for you and the children," he said. "You'll get notice of it in a day or two. Ask no questions." "Oh, Guardy! Oh, you dear!" And her gaze rested on Bob Pillin leaning over the piano, where Phyllis again sat. Old Heythorp snorted. "What are you cultivating that young gaby for? She mustn't be grabbed up by any fool who comes along." Mrs. Larne murmured at once: "Of course, the dear girl is much too young. Phyllis, come and talk to Guardy." When the girl was installed beside him on the sofa, and he had felt that little thrill of warmth the proximity of youth can bring, he said: "Been a good girl?" She shook her head. "Can't, when Jock's not at school. Mother can't pay for him this term." Hearing his name, the boy Jock blew his ocarina till Mrs. Larne drove him from the room; and Phyllis went on: "He's more awful than anything you can think of. Was my dad at all like him, Guardy? Mother's always so mysterious about him. I suppose you knew him well." Old Heythorp, incapable of confusion, answered stolidly: "Not very." "Who was his father? I don't believe even mother knows." "Man about town in my day." "Oh! Your day must have been jolly. Did you wear peg up trousers and dungarees?" Old Heythorp nodded. "What larks! And I suppose you had lots of adventures with opera dancers and gambling. The young men are all so good now." Her eyes rested on Bob Pillin. "That young man's a perfect stick of goodness." Old Heythorp grunted. "You wouldn't know how good he was," Phyllis went on musingly, "unless you'd sat next to him in a tunnel. The other day he had his waist squeezed, and he simply sat still and did nothing. And then when the tunnel ended, it was Jock after all, not me. His face was oh!" She threw back her head, displaying all her white round throat. Then edging near, she whispered: "He likes to pretend, of course, that he's fearfully lively. He's promised to take mother and me to the theatre and supper afterwards. Won't it be scrummy? Only I haven't anything to go in." Old Heythorp said: "What do you want? Irish poplin?" Her mouth opened wide. "Oh, Guardy, soft white satin." "How many yards'll go round you?" "I should think about 12. We could make it ourselves. You are a chook!" A scent of hair like hay enveloped him, her lips bobbed against his nose, and there came a feeling in his heart as when he rolled his first sip of a special wine against his palate. This little house was a rum ti too affair, her mother was a humbug, the boy a cheeky young rascal; but there was a warmth here he never felt in that big house which had been his wife's and was now his holy daughter's. And once more he rejoiced at his day's work, and the success of his breach of trust, which put some little ground between these young feet in a hard and unscrupulous world. Phyllis whispered in his ear: "Guardy, do look! He will stare at me like that. Isn't it awful? Like a boiled rabbit." Bob Pillin, attentive to Mrs. Larne, was gazing with all his might over his shoulder at the girl. The young man was moonstruck, that was clear. There was something almost touching in the stare of those puppy dog eyes. And he thought: 'Young beggar, wish I were his age. The utter injustice of having an old and helpless body when your desire for enjoyment was as great as ever. They said a man was as old as he felt. Fools! A man was as old as his legs and arms, and not a day younger.' He heard the girl beside him utter a discomfortable sound, and saw her face cloud as if tears were not far off. She jumped up, and going to the window, lifted the little dog and buried her face in its brown and white fur. Old Heythorp thought: 'She sees that her humbugging mother is using her as a decoy.' But she had come back, and the little dog, rolling its eyes horribly at the strange figure on the sofa, in a desperate effort to escape, succeeded in reaching her shoulder, where it stayed perched like a cat, held by one paw, and trying to back away into space. Old Heythorp said abruptly: "Are you very fond of your mother?" "Of course I am, Guardy. I adore her." "H'm. Listen to me. When you come of age, or marry, you'll have 120 a year of your own that you can't get rid of. Don't ever be persuaded into doing what you don't want. And remember, your mother's a sieve; no good giving her money. Keep what you'll get for yourself; it's only a pittance, and you'll want it all, every penny." Phyllis's eyes had opened very wide, so that he wondered if she had taken in his words. "Oh, isn't money horrible, Guardy?" "The want of it." "No, it's beastly altogether. If only we were like birds; or if one could put out a plate overnight, and have just enough in the morning to use during the day." Old Heythorp sighed. "There's only one thing in life that matters: independence. Lose that, and you lose everything. That's the value of money. Help me up." Phyllis stretched out her hands, and the little dog, running down her back, resumed its perch on the window sill, close to the blind cord. Once on his feet, old Heythorp said: "Give me a kiss. You'll have your satin to morrow." Then, looking at Bob Pillin, he remarked: "Going my way? I'll give you a lift." The young man gave Phyllis one appealing look, answered dully: "Thanks," and they went out together to the taxi. In that draughtless vehicle they sat, full of who knows what contempt of age for youth, and youth for age, the old man resenting this young pup's aspiration to his granddaughter, the young man annoyed that this old image had dragged himself away before he wished to go. Old Heythorp said at last: "Well?" Thus expected to say something, Bob Pillin muttered: "Glad your meeting's gone off well, sir. You scored a triumph, I should think." "Why?" "Oh, I don't know. I thought you had a good bit of opposition to contend with." Old Heythorp looked at him. "You're her grandmother," he said; then, with his habitual instinct of attack, added: "You make the most of your opportunities, I see." At this rude assault Bob Pillin's red cheeked face assumed a certain dignity. "I don't know what you mean, sir. Mrs. Larne is very kind to me." "No doubt; but don't try to pick the flowers." Thoroughly upset, Bob Pillin preserved a dogged silence. This fortnight since he had first met Phyllis in old Heythorp's hall had been the most singular of his existence up to now. He would never have believed that a fellow could be so quickly and completely bold, could succumb without a kick, without even wanting to kick. To one with his philosophy of having a good time and never committing himself too far, it was in the nature of a fair knock out. And yet so pleasurable, except for the wear and tear about one's chances. If only he knew how far the old boy really counted in the matter. To say: "My intentions are strictly honourable," would be old fashioned. Besides, the old fellow might have no right to hear it. They called him Guardy, but without knowing more, he did not want to admit the old curmudgeon's right to interfere. "Are you a relation of theirs, sir?" Old Heythorp nodded. Bob Pillin went on with desperation: "I should like to know what your objection to me is." The old man turned his head so far as he was able. A grim smile bristled the hairs about his lips and twinkled in his eyes. What did he object to? Why, everything. Object to that sleek head, those puppy dog eyes, fattish red cheeks, high collars, pearl pin, spats, and drawl pa; the imbecility, the smugness of his mug. No go, no devil in any of his sort, in any of these fish veined, coddled up young bloods, nothing but playing for safety! And he wheezed out: "Milk and water, masquerading as port wine." Bob Pillin frowned. It was almost too much for the composure even of a man of the world. That this paralytic old fellow should express contempt for his virility was really the last thing in jests. Luckily he could not take it seriously. But suddenly he thought: what if he really has the power to stop my going there, and means to turn them against me? And his heart quailed. "Awfully sorry, sir," he said, "if you don't think I'm wild enough. Anything I can do for you in that line?" The old man grunted, and realising that he had been quite witty, Bob Pillin went on: "I know I'm not in debt, no entanglements, got a decent income, pretty good expectations, and all that; but I can soon put that all right if I'm not fit without." It was perhaps his first attempt at irony, and he could not help thinking how good it was. But old Heythorp preserved a deadly silence. He looked like a stuffed man, a regular Aunt Sally sitting there, with the fixed red in his cheeks, his stivered hair, square block of a body, and no neck that you could see, only wanting the pipe in his mouth. Could there really be danger from such an old idol? The idol spoke. "I'll give you a word of advice. Don't hang round there, or you'll burn your fingers. Remember me to your father. Good night." The taxi had stopped before the house in Sefton Park. An insensate impulse to remain seated and argue the point fought in Bob Pillin with an impulse to leap out, shake his fist in at the window, and walk off. He merely said, however: "Thanks for the lift. Good night." And getting out deliberately, he walked off. Old Heythorp, waiting for the driver to help him up, thought: 'Fatter, but no more guts than his father.' In his sanctum he sat at once into his chair. It was wonderfully still there every day at this hour, just the click of the coals, just the faintest ruffle from the wind in the trees of the park. And it was cosily warm, only the fire lightening the darkness. A drowsy beatitude pervaded the old man. A good day's work! A triumph, that young pup had said. Yes, something of a triumph. He had held on and won. And dinner to look forward to yet. A nap, a nap! And soon, rhythmic, soft, sonorous, his breathing rose with now and then that pathetic twitching of the old who dream. Part 3 of Tale 2 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By David Wales. When Bob Pillin emerged from the little front garden of 23 Millicent Villas 10 days later, his sentiments were ravelled, and he could not get hold of an end to pull straight the stuff of his mind. He had found Mrs. Larne and Phyllis in the sitting room, and Phyllis had been crying. He was sure she had been crying, and that memory still infected the sentiments evoked by later happenings. Old Heythorp had said: "You'll burn your fingers." The process had begun. Having sent her daughter away on a pretext really a bit too thin, Mrs. Larne had installed him beside her scented bulk on the sofa, and poured into his ear such a tale of monetary woe and entanglement, such a mass of present difficulties and rosy prospects, that his brain still whirled, and only one thing emerged clearly: that she wanted £50, which she would repay him on quarter day. For their Guardy had made a settlement by which, until the dear children came of age, she would have £60 every quarter. It was only a question of a few weeks. He might ask Messrs. Scriven and Coles; they would tell him the security was quite safe. He certainly might ask Messrs. Scriven and Coles; they happened to be his father's solicitors, but it hardly seemed to touch the point. Bob Pillin had a certain shrewd caution, and the point was whether he was going to begin to lend money to a woman who, he could see, might borrow up to 70 times 7 on the strength of his infatuation for her daughter. That was rather too strong. Yet if he didn't, she might take a sudden dislike to him, and where would he be then? Besides, would not a loan make his position stronger? And then such is the effect of love even on the younger generation that thought seemed to him unworthy. If he lent at all, it would be from chivalry; ulterior motives might go hang. And the memory of the tear marks on Phyllis's pretty pale pink cheeks, and her petulantly mournful "Oh! young man, isn't money beastly?" scraped his heart, and ravished his judgment. All the same, £50 was £50, and goodness knew how much more. And what did he know of Mrs. Larne, after all, except that she was a relative of old Heythorp's, and wrote stories told them, too, if he was not mistaken. Perhaps it would be better to see Scrivens. But again that absurd nobility assaulted him. Phyllis! Phyllis! Besides, were not settlements always drawn so that they refused to form security for anything? Thus, hampered and troubled, he hailed a cab. He was dining with the Ventnors on the Cheshire side, and would be late if he didn't get home sharp to dress. Driving white tied and waistcoated in his father's car, he thought with a certain contumely of the younger Ventnor girl whom he had been wont to consider pretty before he knew Phyllis; and seated next her at dinner, he quite enjoyed his new sense of superiority to her charms, and the ease with which he could chaff and be agreeable. And all the time he suffered from the suppressed longing which scarcely ever left him now, to think and talk of Phyllis. Ventnor's fizz was good and plentiful, his old Madeira absolutely first chop; and the only other man present, a teetotal curate, who withdrew with the ladies to talk his parish shop. Favoured by these circumstances, and the perception that Ventnor was an agreeable fellow, Bob Pillin yielded to his secret itch to get near the subject of his affections. "Do you happen," he said airily, "to know a Mrs. Larne, relative of old Heythorp's? Rather a handsome woman. She writes stories." Mr. Ventnor shook his head. A closer scrutiny than Bob Pillin's would have seen that he also moved his ears. "Of old Heythorp's? Didn't know he had any, except his daughter, and that son of his in the Admiralty." Bob Pillin felt the glow of his secret hobby spreading within him. "She is, though; lives rather out of town. Got a son and daughter. I thought you might know her stories. Clever woman." Mr. Ventnor smiled. "Ah!" he said enigmatically, "these lady novelists. Does she make any money by them?" Bob Pillin knew that to make money by writing meant success, but that not to make money by writing was artistic, and implied that you had private means, which perhaps was even more distinguished. And he said: "Oh! she has private means, I know." Mr. Ventnor reached for the Madeira. "So she's a relative of old Heythorp's," he said. "He's a very old friend of your father's. He ought to go bankrupt, you know." To Bob Pillin, glowing with passion and Madeira, the idea of bankruptcy seemed discreditable in connection with a relative of Phyllis. Besides, the old boy was far from that. Had he just not made this settlement on Mrs. Larne? And he said: "I think you're mistaken. That's of the past." Mr. Ventnor smiled. "Will you bet?" he said. Bob Pillin also smiled. "I should be bettin' on a certainty." Mr. Ventnor passed his hand over his whiskered face. "Don't you believe it.
He hasn't a mag to his name. Fill your glass." Bob Pillin said with a certain resentment: "Well, I happen to know he's just made a settlement of £5,000 or £6,000. Don't know if you call that being bankrupt." "What? On Mrs. Larne?" Confused, uncertain whether he had said something derogatory or indiscreet, or something which added distinction to Phyllis, Bob Pillin hesitated, then gave a nod. Mr. Ventnor rose and extended his short legs before the fire. "No, my boy," he said, "no." Unaccustomed to flat contradiction, Bob Pillin reddened. "I'll bet you a tenner. Ask Scrivens." Mr. Ventnor ejaculated: "Scrivens? But they're not " Then, staring rather hard, he added: "I won't bet. You may be right. Scrivens are your father's solicitors too, aren't they? Always been sorry he didn't come to me. Shall we join the ladies?" And to the drawing room he preceded, a young man more uncertain in his mind than on his feet. Charles Ventnor was not one to let you see that more was going on within than met the eye. But there was a good deal going on that evening, and after his conversation with young Bob he had occasion more than once to turn away and rub his hands together. When, after that second creditors' meeting, he had walked down the stairway which led to the offices of the Island Navigation Company, he had been deep in thought. Short, squarely built, rather stout, with moustache and large mutton chop whiskers of a red brown, and a faint floridity in face and dress, he impressed at first sight only by a certain truly British vulgarity. One felt that here was a hail fellow, well met man who liked lunch and dinner, went to Scarborough for his summer holidays, sat on his wife, took his daughters out in a boat, and was never sick. One felt that he went to church every Sunday morning, looked upwards as he moved through life, disliked the unsuccessful, and expanded with his second glass of wine. But then a clear look into his well clothed face and red brown eyes would give the feeling: there's something fulvous here; he might be a bit too foxy. A third look brought the thought: he's certainly a bully. He was not a large creditor of old Heythorp. With interest on the original, he calculated his claim at £300, unredeemed shares in that old Ecuador mine. But he had waited for his money 8 years, and could never imagine how it came about that he had been induced to wait so long. There had been, of course, for one who liked big pots, a certain glamour about the personality of old Heythorp, still a bit of a swell in shipping circles, and a bit of an aristocrat in Liverpool. But during the last year Charles Ventnor had realised that the old chap's star had definitely set. When that happens, of course, there is no more glamour, and the time has come to get your money. Weakness in oneself and others is despicable. Besides, he had food for thought, and descending the stairs he chewed it. He smelt a rat creatures for which both by nature and profession he had a nose. Through Bob Pillin, on whom he sometimes dwelt in connection with his younger daughter, he knew that old Pillin and old Heythorp had been friends for 30 years and more. That, to an astute mind, suggested something behind this sale. The thought had already occurred to him when he read his copy of the report. A commission would be a breach of trust, of course, but there were ways of doing things. The old chap was devilish hard pressed, and human nature was human nature. His lawyerish mind habitually put two and two together. The old fellow had deliberately appointed to meet his creditors again just after the general meeting, which would decide the purchase; had said he might do something for them then. Had that no significance? In these circumstances Charles Ventnor had come to the meeting with eyes wide open and mouth tight closed.
and he had watched. It was certainly remarkable that such an old and feeble man, with no neck at all, who looked indeed as if he might go off with apoplexy any moment, should actually say that he "stood or fell" by this purchase, knowing that he fell he would be a beggar. Why should the old chap be so keen on getting it through? It would do him personally no good unless Exactly! He had left the meeting, therefore, secretly confident that old Heythorp had got something out of this transaction which would enable him to make a substantial proposal to his creditors; so that when the old man had declared that he was going to make none, something had turned sour in his heart, and he had said to himself: "All right, you old rascal! You don't know C.V." The cavalier manner of that beggarly old rip, the defiant look of his deep little eyes, had put a polish on the rancour of one who prided himself on letting no man get the better of him. All that evening, seated on one side of the fire, while Mrs. Ventnor sat on the other, and the younger daughter played Gounod's Serenade on the violin, he cogitated, and now and again he smiled, but not too much. He did not see his way as yet, but had little doubt that before long he would. It would not be hard to knock that chipped old idol off his perch. There was already a healthy feeling among the shareholders that he was past work and should be scrapped. The old chap should find that Charles V. was not to be defied, that when he got his teeth into a thing he did not let it go. By hook or crook he would have the old man off his boards, or his debt out of him, as the price of leaving him alone. His life or his money, and the old fellow should determine which. With the memory of that defiance fresh within him, he almost hoped it would come to be the first, and turning to Mrs. Ventnor, he said abruptly: "Have a little dinner Friday week, and ask young Pillin and the curate." He specified the curate, a teetotaler, because he had two daughters, and males and females must be paired; but he intended to pack him off after dinner to the drawing room to discuss parish matters while he and Bob Pillin sat over their wine. What he expected to get out of the young man he did not as yet know. On the day of the dinner, before departing for the office, he had gone to his cellar. Would 3 bottles of Perrier Jouet do the trick, or must he add one of the old Madeira? He decided to be on the safe side. A bottle or so of champagne went very little way with him personally, and young Pillin might be another. The Madeira having done its work by turning the conversation into such an admirable channel, he had cut it short for fear young Pillin might drink the lot or get wind of the rat. And when his guests were gone, and his family had retired, he stood staring into the fire, putting together the pieces of the puzzle. 5 or 6 thousand pounds. 6 would be 10 per cent. on 60. Exactly! Scrivens, young Pillin had said; but Crow and Donkin, not Scriven and Coles, were old Heythorp's solicitors. What could that mean, save that the old man wanted to cover the tracks of a secret commission, and had handled the matter through solicitors who did not know the state of his affairs? But why Pillin's solicitors? With this sale just going through, it must look deucedly fishy to them too. Was it all a mare's nest after all? In such circumstances he himself would have taken the matter to a London firm who knew nothing of anybody. Puzzled, therefore, and rather disheartened, feeling too that touch of liver which was wont to follow his old Madeira, he went up to bed, and woke his wife to ask her why the dickens they couldn't always have soup like that. Next day he continued to brood over his puzzle, and no fresh light came; but having a matter on which his firm and Scrivens were in touch, he decided to go over in person and see if he could surprise something out of them. Feeling, from experience, that any really delicate matter would only be entrusted to the most responsible member of the firm, he had asked to see Scriven himself; and just as he had taken his hat to go, he said casually: "By the way, you do some business for old Mr. Heythorp, don't you?" Scriven raised his eyebrows a little, murmured: "No," in exactly the tone Mr. Ventnor himself used when he wished to imply that though he didn't as a fact do business, he probably soon would. He knew, therefore, that the answer was a true one; and, nonplussed, he hazarded: "Oh! I thought you did in regard to a Mrs. Larne." This time he had certainly drawn blood of sorts, for down came Scriven's eyebrows, and he said: "Mrs. Larne? We know a Mrs. Larne, but not in that connection. Why?" "Oh! Young Pillin told me." "Young Pillin? Why, it's his " A little pause, and then: "Old Mr. Heythorp's solicitors are Crow and Donkin, I believe." Mr. Ventnor held out his hand. "Yes, yes," he said. "Good bye. Glad to have got that matter settled up." And out he went, and down the street, important, smiling. By George! He had got it. "It's his father," Scriven had been going to say. What a plant! Exactly! Oh, neat! Old Pillin had made the settlement direct, and the solicitors were in the dark. That disposed of his difficulty about them. No money had passed between old Pillin and old Heythorp, not a penny. Oh, neat! But not neat enough for Charles Ventnor, who had that nose for rats. Then his smile died, and with a little chill he perceived that it was all based on supposition, not quite good enough to go on. What then? Somehow he must see this Mrs. Larne, or better, old Pillin himself. The point to ascertain was whether she had any connection of her own with Pillin. Clearly young Pillin didn't know of it, for, according to him, old Heythorp had made the settlement. By Jove! That old rascal was deep; all the more satisfaction in proving that he was not as deep as C.V. To unmask the old cheat was already beginning to seem in the nature of a public service. But on what pretext could he visit Pillin? A subscription to the Windeatt almshouses that would make him talk in self defence, and he would take care not to press the request to the actual point of getting a subscription. He caused himself to be driven to the Pillin residence in Sefton Park. Ushered into a room on the ground floor, heated in American fashion, Mr. Ventnor unbuttoned his coat. A man of sanguine constitution, he found this hothouse atmosphere a little trying. And having sympathetically obtained Joe Pillin's reluctant refusal quite so, one could not indefinitely extend one's subscription even for the best of causes he said gently: "By the way, you know Mrs. Larne, don't you?" The effect of that simple shot surpassed his highest hopes. Joe Pillin's face, never highly coloured, turned a sort of grey; he opened his thin lips, shut them quickly as birds do, and something seemed to pass with difficulty down his scraggy throat. The hollows which nerve exhaustion delves in the cheeks of men whose cheek bones are not high increased alarmingly. For a moment he looked deathly; then, moistening his lips, he said: "Larne? Larne? No, I don't seem " Mr. Ventnor, who had taken care to be drawing on his gloves, murmured: "Oh! I thought your son knows her a relation of old Heythorp's," and he looked up. Joe Pillin had his handkerchief to his mouth. He coughed feebly; then, with more and more vigour: "I'm in very poor health," he said at last. "I'm getting abroad at once. This cold's killing me. What name did you say?" And he remained with his handkerchief against his teeth. Mr. Ventnor repeated: Larn. Writes stories." Joe Pillin muttered into his handkerchief: "Ah! No. No. My son knows all sorts of people. I shall have to try Mentone. Are you going? Good bye. Good bye. I'm sorry. I cough. Very distressing. Yes, my cough. Most distressing. Yes." Out in the drive, Mr. Ventnor took a deep breath of the frosty air. Not much doubt now. The two names had worked like charms. This weakly old fellow would make a pretty witness, would simply crumple under cross examination. What a contrast to that hoary old sinner Haythorp, whose brazenness nothing could affect! The rat was as large as life, and the only point was how to make the best use of it. Then, for his experience was wide, the possibility dawned on him that after all this Mrs. Larne might only have been old Pillin's mistress, or be his natural daughter, or have some other blackmailing hold on him. Any such connection would account for his agitation, for his denying her, for his son's ignorance. Only it wouldn't account for young Pillin's saying that old Haythorp had made the settlement. He could only have got that from the woman herself. Still, to make absolutely sure, he had better try and see her. But how? It would never do to ask Bob Pillin for an introduction, after this interview with his father. He would have to go on his own and chance it. Wrote stories, did she? Perhaps a newspaper would know her address, or the directory would have it. Not a common name. And hot on the scent, he drove to a post office. Yes, there it was, right enough: Larne, Mrs. R, 23 Millicent Villas. And thinking to himself: 'No time like the present,' he turned in that direction. The job was delicate. He must be careful not to do anything which might compromise his power of making public use of his knowledge. Yes, ticklish. What he did now must have a proper legal bottom. Still, any way you looked at it, he had a right to investigate a fraud on himself as a shareholder of the Island Navigation Company, and a fraud on himself as a creditor of old Haythorp. Quite! But suppose this Mrs. Larne was really entangled with old Pillin, and the settlement a mere reward of virtue, easy or otherwise? Well! In that case there'd be no secret commission to make public, and he needn't go further. So that, in either event, he would be all right. Only, how to introduce himself? He might pretend he was a newspaper man, wanting a story. No, that wouldn't do. He must not represent that he was what he was not, in case he had afterwards to justify his actions publicly always a difficult thing, if you were not careful. At that moment there came into his mind a question Bob Pillin had asked the other night: "By the way, you can't borrow on a settlement, can you? Isn't there generally some clause against it?" Had this woman been trying to borrow from him on that settlement? But at this moment he reached the house, and got out of his cab, still undecided as to how he was going to work the oracle. Impudence, constitutional and professional, sustained him in saying to the little maid: "Mrs. Larne at home? Say Mr. Charles Ventnor, will you?" His quick brown eyes took in the apparel of the passage which served for hall, the deep blue paper on the walls, lilac patterned curtains over the doors, the well known print of a nude young woman looking over her shoulder, and he thought: 'Distinctly tasty.' They noted, too, a small brown and white dog cowering in terror at the very end of the passage, and he murmured affably: "Fluffy! Come here, Fluffy!" till Carmen's teeth chattered in her head. "Will you come in, sir?" Mr. Ventnor ran his hand over his whiskers, and entering a room, was impressed at once by its air of domesticity. On a sofa a handsome woman and a pretty young girl were surrounded by sewing apparatus and some white material. The young girl looked up, but the elder lady rose. Mr. Ventnor said easily: "You know my young friend, Mr. Robert Pillin, I think." The lady, whose bulk and bloom struck him to the point of admiration, murmured in a full, sweet drawl: "Oh! Yes. Are you from Messrs. Scrivens?" With the swift reflection: 'As I thought!' Mr. Ventnor answered: "Not exactly. I am a solicitor, though. Came just to ask about a certain settlement that Mr. Pillin tells me you're entitled under." "Phyllis, dear!" Seeing the girl about to rise from underneath the white stuff, Mr. Ventnor said quickly: "Pray don't disturb yourself. Just a formality." It had struck him at once that the lady would have to speak the truth in the presence of this third party, and he went on: "Quite recent, I think. This'll be your first interest on £6,000. Is that right?" And at the limp assent of that rich, sweet voice he thought: 'Fine woman what eyes!' "Thank you. That's quite enough. I can go to Scrivens for any detail. Nice young fellow, Bob Pillin, isn't he?" And he saw the girl's chin tilt, and Mrs. Larne's full mouth curling in a smile. "Delightful young man. We're very fond of him." And he proceeded: "I'm quite an old friend of his. Have you known him long?" "Oh, no. How long, Phyllis, since we met him at Guardy's? About a month. But he's so unaffected quite at home with us. A nice fellow." Mr. Ventnor murmured: "Very different from his father, isn't he?" "Is he? We don't know his father. He's a ship owner, I think." Mr. Ventnor rubbed his hands. "Yes," he said. "Just giving up a warm man. Young Pillin's a lucky fellow. Only son. So you met him at old Mr. Haythorp's. I know him too. Relation of yours, I believe. Our dear Guardy such a wonderful man." Mr. Ventnor echoed: "Wonderful! Regular old Roman." "Oh, but he's so kind!" Mrs. Larne lifted the white stuff. "Look what he's given this naughty gairl." Mr. Ventnor murmured: "Charming! Charming! Bob Pillin said, I think, that Mr. Haythorp was your settler." One of those little clouds which visit the brows of women who have owed money in their time passed swiftly athwart Mrs. Larne's eyes. For a moment they seemed saying: "Don't you want to know too much?" Then they slid from under it. "Won't you sit down?" she said. "You must forgive our being at work." Mr. Ventnor, who had need of sorting his impressions, shook his head. "Thank you. I must be getting on. Then Messrs. Scriven can a mere formality. Good bye, Mrs. Larne. I'm sure the dress will be most becoming." And with memories of a too clear look from the girl's eyes, of a warm, firm pressure from the woman's hand, Mr. Ventnor backed towards the door and passed away just in time to avoid hearing in two voices: "What a nice lawyer!" and "What a horrid man!" Back in his cab, he continued to rub his hands. No, she didn't know old Pillin; that was certain, not from her words, but from her face. She wanted to know him, or about him, anyway. She was trying to hook young Bob for that sprig of a girl, that was clear as mud. It would astonish his young friend to hear that he had called. Well, let it. And a curious mixture of emotions beset Mr. Ventnor. He saw the whole thing now so plainly, and really could not refrain from a certain admiration. The law had been properly diddled. There was nothing to prevent a man from settling money on a woman he had never seen. and so old Pillin's settlement could probably not be upset. But old Heythorp could. It was neat, though, oh, neat! And that was a fine woman, remarkably. He had a sort of feeling that if only the settlement had been in danger, it might have been worth while to have made a bargain. A woman like that could have made it worth while. And he believed her quite capable of entertaining the proposition. Her eye! Pity, quite a pity. Mrs. Ventnor was not a wife who satisfied every aspiration. But alas! The settlement was safe. This balking of the sentiment of love whipped up, if anything, the longing for justice in Mr. Ventnor. That old chap should feel his teeth now. As a piece of investigation, it was not so bad, not so bad at all. He had had a bit of luck, of course. No, not luck, just that knack of doing the right thing at the right moment, which marks a real genius for affairs. But getting into his train to return to Mrs. Ventnor, he thought: 'A woman like that would have been ' and he sighed. With a neatly written cheque for £50 in his pocket, Bob Pillin turned in at 23 Millicent Villas on the afternoon after Mr. Ventnor's visit. Chivalry had won the day. And he rang the bell with an elation which astonished him, for he knew he was doing a soft thing. "Mrs. Larne is out, sir. Miss Phyllis is at home." His heart leaped. "Oh! I'm sorry. I wondered if she'd see me." The little maid answered: "I think she's been washing 'er hair, sir. But it may be dry by now. I'll see." Bob Pillin stood stock still beneath the young woman on the wall. He could scarcely breathe. If her hair were not dry how awful! But suddenly he heard floating down a clear but smothered "Oh, gefloozle me!" and other words which he could not catch. The little maid came running down. "Miss Phyllis says, sir, she'll be with you in a jiffy. And I was to tell you that Master Jock is loose, sir." Bob Pillin answered "Thanks," and passed into the drawing room. He went to the bureau, took an envelope, enclosed the cheque, and addressing it "Mrs. Larne," replaced it in his pocket. Then he crossed over to the mirror. Never till this last month had he really doubted his own face, but now he wanted for it things he had never wanted. It had too much flesh and colour; it did not reflect his passion this was a handicap. With a narrow white piping round his waistcoat opening, and a buttonhole of tuberoses, he had tried to repair its deficiencies. But do what he would, he was never easy about himself nowadays, never up to that pitch which would make him confident in her presence. And until this month to lack confidence had never been his wont. A clear, high, mocking voice said: "Oh! Conceited young man!" In spinning round he saw Phyllis in the doorway. Her light brown hair was fluffed out on her shoulders, so that he felt a kind of fainting sweet sensation, and murmured inarticulately: "Oh, I say! How jolly!" "Lawks! It's awful. Have you come to see mother?" Balanced between fear and daring, conscious of a scent of hay and verbena and camomile, Bob Pillin stammered: "Yes. I'm glad she's not in, though." Her laugh seemed to him terribly unfeeling. "Oh! Don't be foolish. Sit down. Isn't washing one's head awful?" Bob Pillin answered feebly: "Of course I haven't much experience." Her mouth opened. "Oh! You are, aren't you?" And he thought desperately: 'Dare I? Oughtn't I? Couldn't I somehow take her hand, or put my arm round her, or something?" Instead, he sat very rigid at his end of the sofa, while she sat lax and lissom at the other; and one of those crises of paralysis which beset would be lovers fixed him to the soul. Sometimes during this last month memories of a past existence, when chaff and even kisses came readily to the lips, and girls were fair game, would make him think: 'Is she really such an innocent? Doesn't she really want me to kiss her?' Alas! such intrusions lasted but a moment before a blast of awe and chivalry withered them, and a strange and tragic delicacy, like nothing he had ever known, resumed its sway. And suddenly he heard her say: "Why do you know such awful men?" "What? I don't know any awful men." "Oh, yes, you do. One came here yesterday. He had whiskers, and he was awful." "Whiskers?" His soul revolted in disclaimer. "I believe I know only one man with whiskers a lawyer." "Yes, that was him a perfectly horrid man. Mother didn't mind him, but I thought he was a beast." "Ventnor? Came here? How d'you mean?" "He did about some business of yours, too." Her face had clouded over. Bob Pillin had of late been harassed by the still born beginning of a poem: "I rode upon my way and saw A maid who watched me from the door." It never grew longer, and was prompted by the feeling that her face was like an April day. The cloud which came on it now was like an April cloud, as if a bright shower of rain must follow. Brushing aside the two distressful lines, he said: "Look here, Miss Larne." "Phyllis." "Look here." "All right. I'm looking." "What does it mean? How did he come? What did he say?" She shook her head, and her hair quivered. The scent of camomile, verbena, hay was wafted. Then, looking at her lap, she muttered: "I wish you wouldn't. I wish mother wouldn't. I hate it. Oh! Money! Beastly! Beastly!" And a tearful sigh shivered itself into Bob Pillin's reddening ears. "I say, don't! And do tell me, because oh! You know." "I don't. I don't know anything at all. I never " Phyllis looked at him. "Don't tell fibs. You know mother's borrowing money from you. And it's hateful." A desire to lie roundly, a sense of the cheque in his pocket, a feeling of injustice, the emotion of pity, and a confused and black astonishment about Ventnor, caused Bob Pillin to stammer: "Well, I'm and to miss the look which Phyllis gave him through her lashes, a look saying: "Ah! That's better." "I am d Look here, do you mean to say that Ventnor came here about my lending money?" "I never said a word to him." "There, you see! You are lending." He clutched his hair. "We've got to have this out," he added. "Not by the roots. Oh! You do look funny. I've never seen you with your hair untidy. Oh! Oh!" Bob Pillin rose and paced the room. In the midst of his emotion he could not help seeing himself sidelong in the mirror, and on pretext of holding his head in both his hands, tried earnestly to restore his hair. Then, coming to a halt, he said: "Suppose I am lending money to your mother, what does it matter? It's only till quarter day. Anybody might want money." Phyllis did not raise her face. "Why are you lending it?" "Because why shouldn't I?" And diving suddenly, he seized her hands. She wrenched them free, and with the emotion of despair Bob Pillin took out the envelope. "If you like," he said, "I'll tear this up. I don't want to lend it, if you don't want me to.
But I thought it was for her alone he had been going to lend this money. Phyllis murmured through her hair: "Yes, you thought that I Oh, that's so hateful!" Apprehension pierced his mind. "Oh, never! I swear I never " "Yes, you did. You thought I wanted you to lend it." She jumped up and brushed past him into the window. So she thought she was being used as a decoy! That was awful, especially since it was true. He knew well enough that Mrs. Larne was working his admiration for her daughter for all that it was worth. And he said with simple fervour: "What rot!" It produced no effect, and at his wits' end he almost shouted: "Look, Phyllis, if you don't want me to here goes!" Phyllis turned. Tearing the envelope across, he threw the bits into the fire. "There it is," he said. Her eyes grew round. She said in an awed voice: "Oh!" In a sort of agony of honesty he said: "It was only a cheque. Now you've got your way." Staring at the fire, she answered slowly: "I expect you'd better go before mother comes." Bob Pillin's mouth fell afar. He secretly agreed, but the idea of sacrificing a moment alone with her was intolerable, and he said hardily: "No, I shall stick it." Phyllis sneezed. "My hair isn't a bit dry," and she sat down on the fender with her back to the fire. A certain spirituality had come into Bob Pillin's face. If only he could get that wheeze off! "Phyllis is my only joy," or even "Phyllis, do you, won't you, mayn't I?" But nothing came nothing. And suddenly she said: "Oh! Don't breathe so loud. It's awful." "Breathe? I wasn't." "You were just like Carmen when she's dreaming." He had walked 3 steps towards the door before he thought: "What does it matter? I can stand anything from her," and walked the 3 steps back again. She said softly: "Poor young man!" He answered gloomily: "I suppose you realise that this may be the last time you'll see me?" "Why? I thought you were going to take us to the theatre." "I don't know whether your mother will after " Phyllis gave a little clear laugh. "You don't know my mother. Nothing makes any difference to her." And Bob Pillin muttered: "I see." He did not, but it was of no consequence. Then the thought of Ventnor again ousted all others. What on earth how on earth? He searched his mind for what he could possibly have said the other night. Surely he had not asked him to do anything, certainly not given him their address. There was something very odd about it that had jolly well got to be cleared up. And he said: "Are you sure the name of that Johnny who came here yesterday was Ventnor?" Phyllis nodded. "And he was short, and had whiskers?" "Yes, red, and red eyes." He murmured reluctantly: "Must be him. Jolly good cheek. I simply can't understand. I shall go and see him. How on earth did he know your address?" "I expect you gave it him." "I did not. I won't have you thinking me a squirt." Phyllis jumped up. "Oh, Laux, here's mother!" Mrs. Larne was coming up the garden. Bob Pillin made for the door. "Good bye," he said. "I'm going." But Mrs. Larne was already in the hall. Enveloping him in fur and her rich personality, she drew him with her into the drawing room, where the back window was open, and Phyllis gone. "I hope," she said, "those naughty children have been making you comfortable. That nice lawyer of yours came yesterday. He seemed quite satisfied." Very red above his collar,
Bob Pillin stammered: "I never told him to. He isn't my lawyer. I don't know what it means." Mrs. Larne smiled. "My dear boy, it's all right. You needn't be so squeamish. I want it to be quite on a business footing." Restraining a fearful inclination to blurt out: "It's not going to be on any footing," Bob Pillin murmured: "I must go. I'm late." "And when will you be able...?" "Oh, I'll write. Good bye." And suddenly he found that Mrs. Larne had him by the lapel of his coat. The scent of violets and fir was overpowering, and the thought flashed through him: 'I believe she only wanted to take money off old Joseph in the Bible. I can't leave my coat in her hands. What shall I do?' Mrs. Larne was murmuring: "It would be so sweet of you if you could manage it to day." And her hand slid over his chest. "Oh, you have brought your cheque book. What a nice boy!" Bob Pillin took it out in desperation, and, sitting down at the bureau, wrote a cheque similar to that which he had torn and burned. A warm kiss lighted on his eyebrow, his head was pressed for a moment to a furry bosom, a hand took the cheque, a voice said: "How delightful!" and a sigh immersed him in a bath of perfume. Backing to the door, he gasped: "Don't mention it, and don't tell Phyllis, please. Good bye." Once through the garden gate he thought: 'By gum! I've done it now. That Phyllis should know about it at all! That beast Ventnor!' His face grew almost grim. He would go and see what that meant, anyway. Mr. Ventnor had not left his office when his young friend's card was brought to him. Tempted for a moment to deny his own presence, he thought: 'No, what's the good? Bound to see him some time.' If he had not exactly courage, he had that peculiar blend of self confidence and insensibility which must needs distinguish those who follow the law. Nor did he ever forget that he was in the right. "Show him in," he said. He would be quite bland; but young Pillin might whistle for an explanation. He was still tormented, too, by the memory of rich curves and moving lips, and the possibilities of better acquaintanceship. While shaking the young man's hand, his quick and fulvous eye detected at once the discomposure behind that mask of cheek and collar, and relapsing into one of those swivel chairs which give one an advantage over men more statically seated, he said: "You look pretty bobbish. Anything I can do for you?" Bob Pillin, in the fixed chair of the consultor, nursed his bowler on his knee. "Well, yes, there is. I've just been to see Mrs. Larne." Mr. Ventnor did not flinch. "Ah! Nice woman. Pretty daughter, too." And into those words he put a certain meaning. He never waited to be bullied. Bob Pillin felt the pressure of his blood increasing. "Look here, Ventnor," he said, "I want an explanation." "What of?" "Why, of your going there, and using my name, and God knows what." Mr. Ventnor gave his chair two little twiddles before he said: "Well, you won't get it." Bob Pillin remained for a moment taken aback, and then he muttered resolutely: "It's not the conduct of a gentleman." Every man has his illusions, and no man likes them disturbed. The gingery tint underlying Mr. Ventnor's colouring overlaid it. Even the whites of his eyes grew red. "Oh!" he said. "Indeed. You mind your own business, will you? It is my business very much so. You made use of my name, and I don't choose " "The devil you don't! Now I tell you what " Mr. Ventnor leaned forward. "You'd better hold your tongue, and not exasperate me. I'm a good tempered man, but I don't want your impudence." clenching his bowler hat, and only kept in his seat by that sense of something behind, Bob Pillin ejaculated: "Impudence! That's good, after what you did. Look here, why did you? It's so extraordinary." Mr. Ventnor answered: "Oh! Is it? You wait a bit, my friend." Still more moved by the mystery of this affair, Bob Pillin could only mutter: "I never gave you their address. We were only talking about old Heythorp." And at the smile which spread between Mr. Ventnor's whiskers, he jumped up, crying: "It's not the thing, and you're not going to put me off. I insist on an explanation." Mr. Ventnor leaned back, crossing his stout legs, joining the tips of his thick fingers. In this attitude he was always self possessed. "You do you?" "Yes. You must have had some reason." Mr. Ventnor gazed up at him. "I'll give you a piece of advice, young cock, and charge you nothing for it, too. Ask no questions, and you'll be told no lies. And here's another: go away before you forget yourself again." The natural stolidity of Bob Pillin's face was only just proof against this speech. He said thickly: "If you go there again and use my name, well, it's lucky for you you're not my age. Anyway, I'll relieve you of my acquaintanceship in future. Good evening." And he went to the door. Mr. Ventnor had risen. "Very well," he said loudly. "Good riddance. You wait and see which boot the leg is on." But Bob Pillin was gone, leaving the lawyer with a very red face, a very angry heart, and a vague sense of disorder in his speech. Not only Bob Pillin, but his tender aspirations had all left him. He no longer dallied with the memory of Mrs. Larne, but like a man and a Briton thought only of how to get his own back and punish evildoers. The atrocious words of this young friend: "It's not the conduct of a gentleman," festered in the heart of one who was made gentle not merely by nature but by Act of Parliament, and he registered a solemn vow to wipe the insult out, if not with blood, with verjuice. It was his duty, and they should damned well see him do it. Part 4 of Tale 2 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This recording is in the public domain. By David Wales. Sylvanus Heythorp seldom went to bed before 1 or rose before 11. The latter habit alone kept his valet from handing in the resignation which the former habit prompted almost every night. Propped on his pillows in a crimson dressing gown, and freshly shaved, he looked more Roman than he ever did, except in his bath. Having disposed of coffee, he was wont to read his letters and the Morning Post, for he had always been a Tory and could not stomach paying a halfpenny for his news. Not that there were many letters. When a man has reached the age of 80, who should write to him except to ask for money? It was Valentine's Day. Through his bedroom window he could see the trees of the park, where the birds were in song, though he could not hear them. He had never been interested in nature; full blooded men with short necks seldom are. This morning indeed there were 2 letters, and he opened that which smelt of something. Inside was a thing like a Christmas card, save that the naked babe had in his hands a bow and arrow, and words coming out of his mouth: "To be your Valentine." There was also a little pink note with one blue forget me not printed at the top. It ran: "Dearest Guardy, I'm sorry this is such a mangy little valentine. I couldn't go out to get it because I've got a beastly cold, so I asked Jock, and the pig bought this. The satin is simply scrumptious. If you don't come and see me in it some time soon, I shall come and show it to you. I wish I had a moustache, because my top lip feels just like a matchbox, but it's rather ripping having breakfast in bed. Mr. Pillin's taking us to the theatre the day after to morrow evening. Isn't it nummy? I'm going to have rum and honey for my cold. Good bye. Your Phyllis. So this that quivered in his thick fingers, too insensitive to feel it, was a valentine for him. 40 years ago that young thing's grandmother had given him his last. It made him out a very old chap. 40 years ago! Had that been himself living then, and himself who as a youth came on the town in '45? Not a thought, not a feeling the same. They said you changed your body every 7 years; the mind with it too, perhaps. Well, he had come to the last of his bodies now, and that holy woman had been urging him to take it to Bath, with her face as long as a tea tray, and some gammon from that doctor of his. Too full a habit, Daucus port, no alcohol, might go off in a coma any night. Knock off, not he! Rather die any day than turn teetotaler. When a man had nothing left in life except his dinner, his bottle, his cigar, and the dreams they gave him, these doctors, forsooth, must want to cut them off. No, no, carpe diem, while you lived, get something out of it. And now that he had made all the provision he could for these youngsters, his life was no good to anyone but himself, and the sooner he went off the better, if he ceased to enjoy what was left, or lost the power to say: "I'll do this and that, and you be jiggered." Keep a stiff upper lip until you crashed, and then go clean. He sounded the bell beside him twice, for Molly, not his man; and when the girl came in, and stood pretty in her print frock, her fluffy, over fine dark hair escaping from under her cap, he gazed at her in silence. "Yes, sir." "Want to look at you, that's all." "Oh! And I'm not tidy, sir?" "Never mind. Had your valentine?" "No, sir. Who would send me one, then?" "Haven't you a young man?" "Well, I might, but he's over in my country. What d'you think of this?" He held out the little boy. The girl took the card and scrutinised it reverently. She said in a detached voice: "Indeed, and it's pretty too. Would you like it?" "Oh! If it's not taking it from you." Old Heythorp shook his head, and pointed to the dressing table. "Over there you'll find a sovereign, little present for a good girl." She uttered a deep sigh. "Oh, sir, 'tis too much. 'Tis kingly." "Take it." She took it and came back, her hands clasping the sovereign and the valentine, in an attitude as of prayer. The old man's gaze rested on her with satisfaction. "I like pretty faces; can't bear sour ones. Tell Meller to get my bath ready." When she had gone, he took up the other letter, some lawyer's writing, and opening it with the usual difficulty, read: "February 13th, 1905. "Sir, certain facts have come to my knowledge. I deem it my duty to call a special meeting of the shareholders of the Island Navigation Company, to consider circumstances in connection with the purchase of Mr. Joseph Pillin's fleet. And I give you notice that at this meeting your conduct will be called in question. I am, sir, yours faithfully, Charles Ventnor, Sylvanus Heythorp, Esquire." Having read this missive, old Heythorp remained some minutes without stirring. Ventnor! That solicitor chap who had made himself unpleasant at the creditors' meetings. There are men whom a really bad bit of news at once stampedes out of all power of coherent thought and action, and men who at first simply do not take it in. Old Heythorp took it in fast enough. Coming from a lawyer, it was about as nasty as it could be. But at once, With stoic wariness his old brain began casting round. What did this fellow really know, and what exactly could he do? One thing was certain, even if he knew everything he couldn't upset that settlement. The youngsters were all right. The old man grasped the fact that only his own position was at stake. But this was enough in all conscience; a name which had been before the public 50 odd years; income, independence, more perhaps. It would take a little, seeing his age and feebleness, to make his companies throw him over. But what had the fellow got hold of? How decide whether or no to take notice, to let him do his worst, or try and get in touch with him? And what was the fellow's motive? He held 10 shares; that would never make a man take all this trouble, and over a purchase which was really first rate business for the company. Yes, his conscience was quite clean. He had not betrayed his company; on the contrary, had done it a good turn, got them 4 sound ships at a low price, against much opposition. That he might have done the company a better turn and got the ships at 54,000 did not trouble him; the 6,000 was a deuced sight better employed, and he had not pocketed a penny piece himself. But the fellow's motive? Spite? Looked like it. Spite, because he had been disappointed of his money, and defied into the bargain. If that were so, he might still be got to blow cold again. His eyes lighted on the pink note with the blue forget me not. It marked, as it were, the high water mark of what was left to him of life; and this other letter in his hand, by Jove! Low water mark. And with a deep and rumbling sigh he thought: 'No, I'm not going to be beaten by this fellow.' "Your bath is ready, sir." Crumpling the 2 letters into the pocket of his dressing gown, he said: "Help me up, and telephone to Mr. Farney to be good enough to come round." An hour later, when the secretary entered, his chairman was sitting by the fire perusing the articles of association. And waiting for him to look up, watching the articles shaking in that thick feeble hand, the secretary had one of those moments of philosophy not too frequent with his kind. Some said the only happy time of life was when you had no passions, nothing to hope and live for. But did you ever really reach such a stage? The old chairman, for instance, still had his passion for getting his own way, still had his prestige, and set a lot of store by it. And he said: "Good morning, sir. I hope you're all right in this east wind. The purchase is completed." "Best thing the company ever did. Have you heard from a shareholder called Ventnor? You know the man I mean." "No, sir, I haven't." "Well, you may get a letter that'll make you open your eyes. An impudent scoundrel. Just write at my dictation: February 14th, 1905. Charles Ventnor, Esq. Sir: I have your letter of yesterday's date, the contents of which I am at a loss to understand. My solicitors will be instructed to take the necessary measures. "Phew! What's this about?" the secretary thought. "Yours truly." I'll sign, and the shaky letters closed the page: "Sylvanus Heythorp." "Post that as you go." "Anything else I can do for you, sir?" "Nothing, except to let me know if you hear from this fellow." When the secretary had gone, the old man thought: 'So the ruffian hasn't called the meeting yet. That'll bring him round here fast enough, if it's money he wants. Blackmailing scoundrel!' "Mr. Pillin, sir. And will you wait lunch, or will you have it in the dining room?" "In the dining room." At sight of that death's head of a fellow old Heythorp felt a sort of pity. He looked bad enough already, and this news would make him look worse. Joe Pillin glanced round at the 2 closed doors. "How are you, Sylvanus? I'm very poorly."
He came closer and lowered his voice. "Why did you get me to make that settlement? I must have been mad. I've had a man called Ventnor. I didn't like his manner. He asked me if I knew a Mrs. Larne." "Ha! What did you say?" "What could I say? I don't know her. But why did he ask?" "Smells a rat." Joe Pillin grasped the edge of the table with both hands. "Oh!" he murmured. "Oh! Don't say that." Old Heythorp held out to him the crumpled letter. When he had read it, Joe Pillin sat down abruptly before the fire. "Pull yourself together, Joe. They can't touch you, and they can't upset either the purchase or the settlement. They can upset me, that's all." Joe Pillin answered with trembling lips: "How you can sit there and look the same as ever! Are you sure they can't touch me?" Old Heyworth nodded grimly. "They talk of an Act, but they haven't passed it yet. They might prove a breach of trust against me; but I'll diddle them. Keep your pecker up, and get off abroad." "Yes, yes, I must. I'm very bad. I was going to morrow, but I don't know. I'm sure with this hanging over me. My son knowing her makes it worse. He picks up with everybody. He knows this man Ventnor, too. And I daren't say anything to Bob. What are you thinking of, Sylvanus? You look very funny." Old Heythorp seemed to rouse himself from a sort of coma. "I want my lunch," he said. "Will you stop and have some?" Joe Pillin stammered out: "Lunch? I don't know when I shall eat again. What are you going to do, Sylvanus?" "Bluff the beggar out of it." "But suppose you can't?" "Buy him off. He's one of my creditors." Joe Pillin stared at him afresh. "You always had such nerve," he said yearningly. "Do you ever wake up between 2 and 4? I do, and everything's black. Put a good stiff nightcap on, my boy, before going to bed." "Yes, I sometimes wish I was less temperate. But I couldn't stand it. I'm told your doctor forbids you alcohol." "He does. That's why I drink it." Joe Pillin, brooding over the fire, said: "This meeting do you think they mean to have it? Do you think this man really knows? If my name gets into the newspapers " But encountering his old friend's deep little eyes, he stopped. "So you advise me to get off to morrow, then?" Old Heythorp nodded. "Your lunch is served, sir." Joe Pillin started violently and rose. "Well, good bye, Sylvanus. Good bye. I don't suppose I shall be back till the summer, if I ever come back." He sank his voice. "I shall rely on you. You won't let them, will you?" Old Heythorp lifted his hand, and Joe Pillin put into that swollen shaking paw his pale and spindly fingers. "I wish I had your pluck," he said sadly. "Good bye, Sylvanus," and turning, he passed out. Old Heythorp thought: 'Poor shaky chap, all to pieces at the first shot!' and going to his lunch, ate more heavily than usual. Mr. Ventnor, on reaching his office and opening his letters, found, as he had anticipated, one from "that old rascal." Its contents excited in him the need to know his own mind. Fortunately, this was not complicated by a sense of dignity; he only had to consider the position with an eye on not being able to look a fool. The point was simply whether he set more store by his money than by his desire for justice. If not, he had merely to convene the special meeting and lay before it the plain fact that Mr. Joseph Pillin, selling his ships for £60,000, had just made a settlement of £6,000 on a lady
whom he did not know, a daughter, ward, or what not, of the purchasing company's chairman, who had said, moreover, at the general meeting, that he stood or fell by the transaction. He had merely to do this, and demand that an explanation be required from the old man of such a startling coincidence. Convinced that no explanation would hold water, he felt sure that his action would be at once followed by the collapse, if nothing more, of that old image, and the infliction of a nasty slur on old Pillin and his hopeful son. On the other hand, £300 was money, and if old Heythorp were to say to him: "What do you want to make this fuss for? Here's what I owe you," could a man of business and the world let his sense of justice, however he might itch to have it satisfied, stand in the way of what was after all also his sense of justice? For this money had been owing to him for the deuce of a long time. In this dilemma the words, "My solicitors will be instructed," were of notable service in helping him to form a decision; for he had a certain dislike of other solicitors, and an intimate knowledge of the law of libel and slander. If by any remote chance there would be a slip between the cup and the lip, Charles Ventnor might be in the soup, a position which he deprecated both by nature and profession. High thinking, therefore, decided him at last to answer thus: February 19th, 1905. Sir, I have received your note. I think it may be fair, before taking further steps in this matter, to ask you for a personal explanation of the circumstances to which I alluded. I therefore propose, with your permission, to call on you at your private residence at 5 o'clock to morrow afternoon. Yours faithfully, Charles Ventnor. Sylvanus Heythorp, Esq. Having sent this missive, and arranged in his mind the damning, if circumstantial, evidence he had accumulated, he awaited the hour with confidence, for his nature was not lacking in the cocksurety of a Briton. All the same, he dressed himself particularly well that morning, putting on a blue and white striped waistcoat, which, with a cream coloured tie, set off his fulvous whiskers and full blue eyes, and he lunched, if anything, more fully than his wont, eating a stronger cheese and taking a glass of special club ale. He took care to be late, too, to show the old fellow that his coming at all was in the nature of an act of grace. A strong scent of hyacinths greeted him in the hall, and Mr. Ventnor, who was an amateur of flowers, stopped to put his nose into a fine bloom and think uncontrollably of Mrs. Larne. Pity the things one had to give up in life! Fine women one thing and another pity! The thought inspired in him a timely anger, and he followed the servant, intending to stand no nonsense from this paralytic old rascal. The room he entered was lighted by a bright fire and a single electric lamp, with an orange shade on a table covered by a black satin cloth. There were heavily gleaming oil paintings on the walls, a heavy old brass chandelier without candles, heavy dark red curtains, and an indefinable scent of burnt acorns, coffee, cigars, and old man. He became conscious of a candescent spot on the far side of the hearth, where the light fell on old Heythorp's thick white hair. "Mr. Ventnor, sir." The candescent spot moved. A voice said: "Sit down." Mr. Ventnor sat in an arm chair on the opposite side of the fire, and finding a kind of somnolence creeping over him, pinched himself. He wanted all of his wits about him. The old man was speaking in that extinct voice of his, and Mr. Ventnor said rather pettishly: "Beg pardon, I don't get you." Old Heythorp's voice swelled with sudden force. "Your letters are Greek to me." "Oh, indeed! I think we can make them into plain English." "Sooner the better. Mr. Ventnor passed through a moment of indecision. Should he lay his cards on the table? It was not his habit, and the proceeding was somewhat attended with risk. The knowledge, however, that he could always take them up again, seeing there was no third person here to testify that he had laid them down, decided him, and he said: "Well, Mr. Heythorp, the long and short of the matter is this. Our friend Mr. Pillin paid you a commission of 10% on the sale of his ships. Oh, yes! He settled the money, not on you, but on your relative, Mrs. Larne, and her children. This, as you know, is a breach of trust on your part." The old man's voice: "Where did you get hold of that cock and bull story?" brought him to his feet before the fire. "It won't do, Mr. Heythorp. My witnesses are Mr. Pillin, Mrs. Larne, and Mr. Scriven." "What have you come here for, then? Blackmail?" Mr. Ventnor straightened his waistcoat; a rush of conscious virtue had dyed his face. "Oh! You take that tone," he said, "do you? You think you can ride roughshod over everything. Well, you're very much mistaken. I advise you to keep a civil tongue, and consider your position, or I'll make a beggar of you. I'm not sure this isn't a case for a prosecution." "Gammon!" The caller in Charles Ventnor kept him silent for a moment, and then he burst out: "Neither gammon nor spinach. You owe me £300. You've owed it me for years, and you have the impudence to take this attitude with me, have you? Now, I never bluster. I say what I mean. You just listen to me. Either you pay me what you owe me at once, or I call this meeting and make what I know public. You'll very soon find out where you are; and a good thing, too, for a more unscrupulous " He paused for breath. Occupied with his own emotion, he had not observed the changes in old Heythorp's face. The imperial on that lower lip was bristling, the crimson of those cheeks had spread to the roots of his white hair. He grasped the arms of his chair, trying to rise. His swollen hands trembled, a little saliva escaped one corner of his lips, and the words came out as if shaken by his teeth: "So you bully me!" Conscious that the interview had suddenly passed from the phase of negotiation, Mr. Ventnor looked hard at his opponent. He saw nothing but a decrepit, passionate, crimson faced old man at bay; and all the instincts of one with everything on his side boiled up in him. The miserable old turkey cock, the apoplectic image! And he said: "And you'll do no good for yourself by getting into a passion. At your age and in your condition, I recommend a little prudence. Now, just take my terms quietly, or you know what'll happen. I'm not to be intimidated by any of your airs." And seeing that the old man's rage was such that he simply could not speak, he took the opportunity of going on: "I don't care two straws which you do. I'm out to show you who's master. If you think in your dotage you can domineer any longer, well, you'll find two can play at that game. Come now, which are you going to do?" The old man had sunk back in his chair, and only his little deep blue eyes seemed living. Then he moved one hand, and Mr. Ventnor saw that he was fumbling to reach the button of an electric bell at the end of a cord. "I'll show him," he thought, and stepping forward, he put it out of reach. Thus frustrated, the old man remained motionless, staring up. The word "blackmail" resumed its buzzing in Mr. Ventnor's ears. The impudence, the consummate impudence of it from this fraudulent old ruffian with one foot in bankruptcy and one foot in the grave, if not in the dock. "Yes," he said, "it's never too late to learn. And for once you've come up against someone a leetle bit too much for you. Haven't you now? You'd better cry Peccavi." Then, in the deathly silence of the room, the moral force of his position, and the collapse, as it seemed, of his opponent, Awakening a faint compunction, he took a turn over the Turkey carpet to readjust his mind. "You're an old man, and I don't want to be too hard on you. I'm only showing you that you can't play fast and loose as if you were God Almighty any longer. You've had your own way too many years, and now you can't have it, see?" Then, as the old man again moved forward in his chair, he added: "Now, don't get into a passion again. Calm yourself, because I warn you, this is your last chance. I'm a man of my word, and what I say I do." By a violent and unsuspected effort the old man jerked himself up and reached the bell. Mr. Ventnor heard it ring, and said sharply: "Mind you, it's nothing to me which you do. I came for your own good. Please yourself. Well?" He was answered by the click of the door, and the old man's husky voice: "Show this hound out, and then come back." Mr. Ventnor had presence of mind enough not to shake his fist. Muttering: "Very well, Mr. Heythorp. Very well," he moved with dignity to the door. The careful shepherding of the servant renewed the fire of his anger. Hound! He had been called a hound! After seeing Mr. Ventnor off the premises, the man Meller returned to his master, whose face looked very odd all patchy like, as he put it in the servants' hall, as though the blood driven to his head had mottled for good the snowy whiteness of the forehead. He received the unexpected order: "Get me a hot bath ready, and put some pine stuff in it." When the old man was seated there, the valet asked: "How long shall I give you, sir?" "20 minutes." "Very good, sir." Lying in that steaming, brown, fragrant liquid, old Heythorp heaved a stertorous sigh. By losing his temper with that ill conditioned cur, he had cooked his goose. It was done to a turn, and he was a ruined man. If only if only he could have seized the fellow by the neck and pitched him out of the room! To have lived to be so spoken to have been unable to lift hand or foot, hardly even his voice, he would sooner have been dead. Yes, sooner have been dead. A dumb and measureless commotion was still at work in the recesses of that thick old body, silver brown in the dark water, whose steam he drew deep into his wheezing lungs, as though for spiritual relief. To be beaten by a cur like that! To have that common cad of a petty fogging lawyer drag him down and kick him about, tumble a name which had stood high in the dust! The fellow had the power to make him a byword and a beggar. It was incredible, but it was a fact. And to morrow he would begin to do it, perhaps had already begun. His tree had come down with a crash. 80 years, 80 good years! He regretted none of them, regretted nothing, least of all this breach of trust which had provided for his grandchildren, one of the best things he had ever done. The fellow was a cowardly hound, too. The way he had snatched the bell pull out of his reach despicable cur! And a chap like that was to put Page to the account of Sylvanus Heythorp, to scratch him out of life, so near the end of everything, the very end! His hand, raised above the surface, fell back on his stomach through the dark water, and a bubble or two rose. Not so fast, not so fast! He had but to slip down a foot, let the water close over his head, and good bye to Master Ventnor's triumph. Dead men could not be kicked off the boards of companies. Dead men could not be beggared, deprived of their independence. He smiled, and stirred a little in the bath, till the water reached the white hairs on his lower lip. It smelt nice, and he took a long sniff. He had had a good life, a good life. And with the thought that he had it in his power at any moment to put Master Ventnor's nose out of joint, to beat the beggar after all, a sense of assuagement and well being crept over him. His blood ran more evenly again. He closed his eyes. They talked about an after life people like that holy woman. Gammon. You went to sleep a long sleep no dreams. A nap after dinner. Dinner! His tongue sought his palate. Yes, he could eat a good dinner. That dog hadn't put him off his stroke. The best dinner he had ever eaten was the one he gave to Jack Herring, Chichester, Thornworthy, Nick Treffy, and Jolyon Forsyte at Pool's. Good Lord! In '60 yes, '65 just before he fell in love with Alice Larne, 10 years before he came to Liverpool. That was a dinner! Cost £24 for the 6 of them, and Forsyte an absurdly moderate fellow. Only Nick Treffry and himself had been 3-bottle men. Dead, every jack man of them; and suddenly he thought: 'My name's a good one. I was never down before, never beaten.' A voice above the steam said: "The 20 minutes is up, sir." "All right, I'll get out. Evening clothes." And Meller, taking out dress suit and shirt, thought: 'Now what does the old bloomer want dressin' up again for? Why can't he go to bed and have his dinner there? When a man's like a baby, the cradle's the place for him.' An hour later, at the scene of his encounter with Mr. Ventnor, where the table was already laid for dinner, old Heythorp stood and gazed. The curtains had been drawn back, the window thrown open to air the room, and he could see out there the shapes of the dark trees, and a sky grape coloured in the mild, moist night. It smelled good. A sensuous feeling stirred in him, warm from his bath, clothed from head to foot in fresh garments. Deuce of a time since he had dined in full rig. He would have liked a woman dining opposite, but not the holy woman. No, by George, would have liked to see light falling on a woman's shoulders once again, and a pair of bright eyes. He crossed snail like towards the fire. There that bullying fellow had stood with his back to it, confound his impudence, as if the place belonged to him. And suddenly he had a vision of his 3 secretaries' faces, especially young Farney's, as they would look when the pack got him by the throat and pulled him down. His co directors, too. Old Heythorp, how are the mighty fallen! And that hound jubilant. His valet passed across the room to shut the window and draw the curtains. This chap, too! The day he could no longer pay his wages, and had lost the power to say: "Shan't want your services any more," when he could no longer even pay his doctor for doing his best to kill him off. Power, interest, independence, all gone! To be dressed and undressed, given pap like a baby in arms, served as they chose to serve him, and wished out of the way, broken, dishonoured. By money alone an old man had his being meat, drink, movement, breath. When all his money was gone, the holy woman would let him know it fast enough. They would all let him know it, or if they didn't, it would be out of pity. He had never been pitied yet, thank God! And he said: "Get me a bottle of Perrier Jouet. What's the menu?" "Germain soup, sir, filet de sole, sweetbread, cutlet, soubise, room soufflé." "Tell her to give me an hors d'oeuvre, and put on a savoury." "Yes, sir." When the man had gone he thought: 'I should have liked an oyster.' Too late now, and going over to his bureau, he fumblingly pulled out the top drawer. There was little in it, just a few papers, business papers on his companies, and a schedule of his debts; not even a copy of his will he had not made one; nothing to leave. Letters he had never kept. half a dozen bills, a few receipts, and the little pink note with the blue forget me not. That was the lot. An old tree gives up bearing leaves, and its roots dry up, before it comes down in a wind. An old man's world slowly falls away from him till he stands alone in the night. Looking at the pink note, he thought: 'Suppose I'd married Alice. A man never had a better mistress.' He fumbled the drawer to, but still he strayed feebly about the room, with a curious shrinking from sitting down, legacy from the quarter of an hour he had been compelled to sit while that hound worried at his throat. He was opposite one of the pictures now; it gleamed dark and oily, limning a Scots grey who had mounted a wounded Russian on his horse and was bringing him back prisoner from the Balaclava charge. A very old friend, bought in '59. It had hung in his chambers in the Albany, hung with him ever since. With whom would it hang when he was gone? For that holy woman would scrap it, to a certainty, and stick up some crucifixion or other, some new fangled high art thing. She would even do that now if she liked, for she owned it, owned every mortal stick in the room, to the very glass he would drink his champagne from, all made over under the settlement 15 years ago, before his last big gamble went wrong. De l'audace, toujours de l'audace! The gamble which had brought him down till his throat at last was at the mercy of a bullying hound. The pitcher in the well. At the mercy! The sound of a popping cork dragged him from his reverie. He moved to his seat, back to the window, and sat down to his dinner. By George! They had got him an oyster, and he said: "I've forgotten my teeth." While the man was gone for them, he swallowed the oysters, methodically touching them one by one with cayenne, chili vinegar, and lemon. Not quite what they used to be at Pimm's in the best days, but not bad, not bad. Then, seeing the little blue bowl lying before him, he looked up and said: "My compliments to cook on the oysters. Give me the champagne." And he lifted his trembling teeth. Thank God he could still put 'em in for himself. The creaming goldenish fluid from the napkined bottle slowly reached the rim of his glass, which had a hollow stem. Raising it to his lips, very red between the white hairs above and below, he drank with a gurgling noise and put the glass down empty. Nectar! And just cold enough. "I frapped it the least bit, sir." "Quite right. What's the smell of flowers?" "It's from those hyacinths on the sideboard, sir. They come from Mrs. Larne this afternoon." "Put 'em on the table. Where's my daughter?" "She's had dinner, sir. Goin' to a ball, I think." "A ball?" "Charity ball, I fancy, sir." Give me a touch of the old sherry with the soup." "Yes, sir. I shall have to open a bottle." "Very well, then, do." On his way to the cellar, the man confided to Molly, who was carrying the soup: "The guv'nor's goin' it to night. What he'll be like to morrow, I dunno." The girl answered softly: "Poor old man, let him have his pleasure." And in the hall, with the soup tureen against her bosom, she hummed above the steam, and thought of the ribbons on her new chemises, bought out of the sovereign he had given her. And old Heythorp, digesting his oysters, snuffed the scent of the hyacinths, and thought of the Saint Germain, his favourite soup. It wouldn't be first rate, at this time of year; should be made with little brown home grown peas. Paris was the place for it. Ah! The French were the fellows for eating, and looking things in the face; not hypocrites, not ashamed of their reason or their senses. The soup came in. He sipped it, bending forward as far as he could, his napkin tucked in over his shirt front like a bib. He got the bouquet of that sherry to a T. His sense of smell was very keen to night. Rare old stuff it was, More than a year since he had tasted it. But no one drank sherry nowadays, hadn't the constitution for it. The fish came up and went down, and with the sweetbread he took his second glass of champagne. Always the best, that second glass, the stomach well warmed and the palate not yet dulled. H'm! So that fellow thought he had him beaten, did he? And he said suddenly: "The fur coat in the wardrobe I'll have no use for it. You can take it away to night." With tempered gratitude the valet answered: "Thank you, sir. Much obliged, sir, I'm sure." So the old buffer had found out there was a moth in it. "Have I worried you much?" "No, sir. Not at all, sir. That is, no more than reason." "Afraid I have. Very sorry. Can't help it. You'll find that when you get like me." "Yes, sir. I've always admired your pluck, sir." "H'm. Very good of you to say so." "Always think of you keepin' the flag flyin', sir." Old Heythorp bent his body from the waist. "Much obliged to you." "Not at all, sir. Cook's done a little spinach in cream with the soubees." "Ah! Tell her from me it's a capital dinner so far." "Thank you, sir." Alone again, old Heythorp sat unmoving, his brain just narcotically touched. The flag flyin', the flag flyin'. He raised his glass and sucked. He had an appetite now, and finished the 3 cutlets and all the sauce and spinach. Pity! He could have managed a snipe fresh shot. A desire to delay, to lengthen dinner, was strong upon him. There were but the souffle and the savoury to come. He would have enjoyed, too, someone to talk to. He had always been fond of good company, been good company himself, or so they said; not that he had had a chance of late. Even at the Boards they avoided talking to him, he had noticed for a long time. Well, that wouldn't trouble him again. He had sat through his last Board, no doubt. They shouldn't kick him off, though. He wouldn't give them that pleasure; had seen the beggars hankering after his chairman's shoes too long. The souffle was before him now, and lifting his glass he said: "Fill up." "These are the special glasses, sir. Only 4 to the bottle." "Fill up." The old servant filled, screwing up his mouth. Old Heythorp drank, and put the glass down empty with a sigh. He had been faithful to his principles, finished the bottle before touching the sweet, a good bottle, of a good brand. And now for the souffle. Delicious, flipped down with the old sherry. So that holy woman was going to a ball, was she? How deuced funny! Who would dance with a dry stick like that, all eaten up with a piety which was just sexual disappointment? Ah, yes, lots of women like that; had often noticed 'em; pitied 'em, too, until you had to do with them and they made you as unhappy as themselves, and were tyrants into the bargain. And he asked: "What's the savoury?" "Cheese ramekin, sir." His favourite. "I'll have my port with it, the '68." The man stood gazing with evident stupefaction. He had not expected this. The old man's face was very flushed, but that might be the bath. He said feebly: "Are you sure you ought, sir?" "No, but I'm going to." "Would you mind if I spoke to Miss Heythorp, sir?" "If you do, you can leave my service." "Well, sir, I don't accept the responsibility." "Who asked you to?" No, sir." "Well, get it then, and don't be an ass." "Yes, sir." If the old man were not humoured he would have a fit, perhaps. And the old man sat quietly staring at the hyacinths. He felt happy, his whole being lined and warmed and drowsed. And there was more to come. What had the holy folk to give you compared with the comfort of a good dinner? Could they make you dream, and see life rosy for a while? No, They could only give you promissory notes which would never be cashed. A man had nothing but his pluck; they only tried to undermine it, and make him squeal for help. He could see his precious doctor throwing up his hands. "Port after a bottle of champagne! You'll die of it." And a very good death too, none better. A sound broke the silence of the closed up room. Music? His daughter playing the piano overhead? Singing too! What a trickle of a voice! Jenny Lind, the Swedish nightingale, he had never missed the nights when she was singing. Jenny Lind! "It's very hot, sir. Shall I take it out of the case? Ah, the ramequin. Touch of butter and the cayenne." "Yes, sir." He ate it slowly, savouring each mouthful. Had never tasted a better. With cheese port! He drank one glass, and said: "Help me to my chair." And settled there before the fire, with decanter and glass and handbell on the little low table by his side, he murmured: "Bring coffee, and my cigar, in 20 minutes." To night he would do justice to his wine, not smoking till he had finished. As old Horace said: "Equam momentum rebus in arduis servare mentem." And raising his glass, he sipped slowly, spilling a drop or two, shutting his eyes. The faint silvery squealing of the holy woman in the room above, the scent of hyacinths, the drowse of the fire, on which a cedar log had just been laid, the feeling of the port soaking down into the crannies of his being, made up a momentary paradise. Then the music stopped, and no sound rose but the tiny groans of the log trying to resist the fire. Dreamily he thought: 'Life wears you out wears you out logs on a fire!' And he filled his glass again. That fellow had been careless; there were dregs at the bottom of the decanter, and he had got down to them. Then, as the last drop from his tilted glass trickled into the white hairs on his chin, he heard the coffee tray put down, and taking his cigar, he put it to his ear, rolling it in his thick fingers. In prime condition! And drawing a first whiff, he said: "Open that bottle of the old brandy in the sideboard." "Brandy, sir? I really daren't, sir." "Are you my servant or not?" "Yes, sir, but " A moment of silence, then the man went hastily to the sideboard, took out the bottle, and drew the cork. The tide of crimson in the old man's face had frightened him. "Leave it there." The unfortunate valet placed the bottle on the little table. "I'll have to tell her," he thought; "but if I take away the port decanter and the glass, it won't look so bad." And carrying them, he left the room. Slowly the old man drank his coffee and the liqueur of brandy the whole gamut; and watching his cigar smoke wreathing blue in the orange glow, he smiled. The last night to call his soul his own, the last night of his independence. Send in his resignation to morrow, not wait to be kicked off, not give that fellow a chance. A voice, which seemed to come from far off, said: "Father, you're drinking brandy. How can you? You know it's simply poison to you." A figure in white, scarcely actual, loomed up close. He took the bottle to fill up his liqueur glass in defiance; but a hand in a long white glove, with another dangling from its wrist, pulled it away, shook it at him, and replaced it in the sideboard. And just as when Mr. Ventnor stood there accusing him, a swelling and churning in his throat prevented him from speech. His lips moved, but only a little froth came forth. His daughter had approached again. She stood quite close, in white satin, thin faced, sallow, with eyebrows raised, and her dark hair frizzed yes, frizzed the holy woman! With all his might he tried to say: "So you bully me, do you? You bully me to night?" But only the word "so," and a sort of whispering came forth. He heard her speaking: "It's no good your getting angry, Father. After champagne it's wicked." Then her form receded in a sort of rustling white mist; she was gone, and he heard the sputtering and growling of her taxi bearing her to the ball. So! She tyrannised and bullied, even before she had him at her mercy, did she? She would see! Anger had brightened his eyes; the room came clear again, and slowly raising himself he sounded the bell twice, for the girl, not for that fellow Meller, who was in the plot. As soon as her pretty black and white aproned figure stood before him, he said: "Help me up." Twice her soft pulling was not enough, and he sank back. The third time he struggled to his feet. "Thank you, that'll do." Then, waiting till she was gone, he crossed the room, fumbled open the sideboard door, and took out the bottle. Reaching over the polished oak, he grasped a sherry glass, and holding the bottle with both hands, tipped the liquor into it, put it to his lips, and sucked. Drop by drop it passed over his palate, mild, very old as himself, coloured like sunlight, fragrant. To the last drop he drank it; then, hugging the bottle to his shirt front, he moved snail like to his chair, and fell back into its depths. For some minutes he remained there motionless, the bottle clasped to his chest, thinking: 'This is not the attitude of a gentleman. I must put it down on the table on the table.' But a thick cloud was between him and everything. It was with his hands he would have to put the bottle on the table; but he could not find his hands, could not feel them. His mind seesawed in strophe and antistrophe. "You can't move." "I will move." "You're beaten." "I'm not beat." "Give up." "I won't." That struggle to find his hands seemed to last for ever. He must find them. After that go down, all standing, after that. Everything round him was red. Then the red cloud cleared just a little, and he could hear the clock tick, tick, tick. A faint sensation spread from his shoulders down to his wrists, down his palms, and yes, he could feel the bottle. He redoubled his struggle to get forward in his chair, to get forward and put the bottle down. It was not dignified like this. One arm he could move now, but he could not grip the bottle nearly tight enough to put it down. Working his whole body forward, inch by inch, he shifted himself up in the chair till he could lean sideways, and the bottle, slipping down his chest, dropped slanting to the edge of the low stool table. Then with all his might he screwed his trunk and arms an inch further, and the bottle stood. He had done it done it! His lips twitched into a smile, his body sagged back to its old position. He had done it! And he closed his eyes. At 11:30 the girl Molly opened the door, looked at him, and said softly: "Sir, there's some ladies and a gentleman." But he did not answer. And still holding the door, she whispered out into the hall: "He's asleep, Miss." A voice whispered back: "Oh! Just let me go in. I won't wake him unless he does, but I do want to show him my dress." The girl moved aside, and on tiptoe Phyllis passed in. She walked to where, between the lamp glow and the fire glow, she was lighted up. White satin, her first low cut dress, the flush of her first supper party, a gardenia at her breast, another in her fingers. Oh! What a pity he was asleep! How red he looked! How funnily old men breathed! And mysteriously, as a child might, she whispered: "Guardy?" No answer. and pouting she stood twiddling the gardenia. Then suddenly she thought: 'I'll put it in his buttonhole. When he wakes up and sees it, how he'll jump!' And stealing close, she bent and slipped it in. Two faces looked at her from round the door. She heard Bob Pillin's smothered chuckle, her mother's rich and feathery laugh. Oh! how red his forehead was! She touched it with her lips, skipped back, twirled round, danced silently a second, blew a kiss, and like quicksilver was gone. And the whispering, the chuckling, and the one little outpealing laugh rose in the hall. But the old man slept; nor until Meller came at his usual hour of 12:30 was it known that he would never wake. End of Part 4. End of Tale Number 2. Tale Number 3 of 5 Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. Tale Number 3, The Apple Tree. Introductory Part. From Murray's Hippolytus of Euripides, The Apple Tree, The Singing and the Gold. In their silver wedding day, Ashurst and his wife were motoring along the outskirts of the moor, intending to crown the festival by stopping the night at Torquay, where they had first met. This was the idea of Stella Ashurst, whose character contained a streak of sentiment. If she had long lost the blue eyed, flower like charm, the cool, slim purity of face and form, the apple blossom colouring which had so swiftly and so oddly affected Ashurst 26 years ago, she was still, at 43, a comely and faithful companion, whose cheeks were faintly mottled, and whose grey blue eyes had acquired a certain fullness. It was she who had stopped the car where the common rose steeply into the left, and a narrow strip of larch and beech, with here and there a pine, stretched out towards the valley between the road and the first long high hill of the full moor. She was looking for a place where they might lunch, for Ashurst never looked for anything; and this, between the golden firs and the feathery green larches smelling of lemons in the last sun of April, this, with a view into the deep valley and up to the long moor heights, seemed fitting to the decisive nature of one who sketched in water colours and loved romantic spots. Grasping her paint box, she got out. "Won't this do, Frank?" Ashurst, rather like a bearded Schiller, grey in the wings, tall, long legged, with large remote grey eyes, which sometimes filled with meaning and became almost beautiful, with nose a little to one side, and bearded lips just open, Ashurst, 48 and silent, grasped the luncheon basket and got out too. "Oh, look, Frank, a grave!" By the side of the road, where the track from the top of the common crossed it at right angles and ran through a gate past the narrow wood, was a thin mound of turf, 6 feet by 1, with a moorstone to the west, and on it someone had thrown a blackthorn spray and a handful of bluebells. Ashurst looked, and the poet in him moved. At crossroads, a suicide's grave. Poor mortals with their superstitions! Whoever lay there, though, had the best of it, no clammy sepulchre among other hideous graves carved with futilities, just a rough stone, the wide sky, and wayside blessings. And without comment, for he had learned not to be a philosopher in the bosom of his family, he strode away up on to the common, dropped the luncheon basket under a wall, spread a rug for his wife to sit on she would turn up from her sketching when she was hungry and took from his pocket Murray's translation of the Hippolytus. He had soon finished reading of the Cyprian and her revenge, and looked at the sky instead. And watching the white clouds so bright against the intense blue, Ashurst on his silver wedding day longed for he knew not what. Maladjusted to life, man's organism. One's mode of life might be high and scrupulous, but there was always an undercurrent of greediness, a hankering and a sense of waste. Do women have it too? Who could tell? And yet men who gave vent to their appetites for novelty, their riotous longings for new adventures, new risks, new pleasures, these suffered no doubt from the reverse side of starvation, from surfeit. No getting out of it, a maladjusted animal, civilised man. There could be no garden of his choosing, of the apple tree, the singing and the gold, in the words of that lovely Greek chorus, no achievable Elysium in life, or lasting haven of happiness for any man with a sense of beauty; nothing which could compare with the captured loveliness in a work of art, set down for ever, so that to look on it or read was always to have the same precious sense of exaltation and restful inebriety. Life no doubt had moments with the quality of beauty, of unbidden flying rapture, but the trouble was they lasted no longer than the span of a cloud's flight over the sun; impossible to keep them with you as art caught beauty and held it fast. They were fleeting as one of the glimmering or golden visions one had of the soul in nature, glimpses of its remote and brooding spirit. Here, with the sun hot on his face, a cuckoo calling from a thorn tree, and in the air the honey savour of gorse; here, among the little fronds of the young fern, the starry blackthorn, while the bright clouds drifted by high above the hills and dreamy valleys, here and now was such a glimpse. But in a moment it would pass, as the face of Pan, which looks round the corner of a rock, vanishes at your stare. And suddenly he sat up. Surely there was something familiar about this view, this bit of common, that ribbon of road, the old wall behind him. While they were driving he had not been taking notice, never did, thinking of far places or of nothing. But now he saw. 26 years ago, just at this time of year, from the farmhouse within half a mile of this very spot, he had started for that day in Torquay whence it might be said he had never returned. And a sudden ache beset his heart. He had stumbled on just one of those past moments in his life, whose beauty and rapture he had failed to arrest, whose wings had fluttered away into the unknown. He had stumbled on a buried memory, a wild, sweet time, swiftly choked and ended. And turning on his face, he rested his chin on his hands, and stared at the short grass where the little blue milkwort was growing. End of introductory part. Parts 1 and 2, and this is what he remembered. On the 1st of May, after their last year together at college, Frank Ashurst and his friend, Robert Garton, were on a tramp. They had walked that day from Brent, intending to make Chagford, but Ashurst's football knee had given out, and according to their map they had still some 7 miles to go. They were sitting on a bank beside the road where a track crossed alongside a wood, resting the knee and talking of the universe, as young men will. Both were over 6 feet, and thin as rails. Ashurst pale, idealistic, full of absence; Garton, queer, round the corner, knotted, curly, like some primeval beast. Both had a literary bent; neither wore a hat. Ashurst's hair was smooth, pale, wavy, and had a way of rising on either side of his brow, as if always being flung back. Carton's was a kind of dark, unfathomed mop. They had not met a soul for miles. "My dear fellow," Garton was saying, "pity's only an effect of self consciousness, it's a disease of the last 5,000 years. The world was happier without." Ashurst, following the clouds with his eyes, answered: "It's the pearl in the oyster, anyway." "My dear chap, all our modern unhappiness comes from pity. Look at animals, and Red Indians, limited to feeling their own occasional misfortunes. Then look at ourselves, never free from feeling the toothaches of others. Let's get back to feeling for nobody, and have a better time." "You'll never practise that." Garton pensively stirred the hotchpotch of his hair. "To attain full growth, one mustn't be squeamish. To starve oneself emotionally is a mistake. All emotion is to the good enriches life." "Yes, and when it runs up against chivalry?" "Ah! That's so English. If you speak of emotion, the English always think you want something physical, and are shocked. They're afraid of passion, but not of lust. Oh, no, so long as they can keep it secret." Ashurst did not answer. He had plucked a blue floweret and was twiddling it against the sky. A cuckoo began calling from a thorn tree. The sky, the flowers, the songs of birds. Robert was talking through his hat, and he said: "Well, let's go on, and find some farm where we can put up." In uttering those words he was conscious of a girl coming down from the common just above them. She was outlined against the sky, carrying a basket, and you could see that sky through the crook in her arm. Ashurst, who saw beauty without wondering how it could advantage him, thought: 'How pretty!' The wind, blowing her dark frieze skirt against her legs, lifted her battered peacock tam o' shanter. Her greyish blouse was worn and old; her shoes were split; her little hands rough and red; her neck browned. Her dark hair waved untidy across her broad forehead; her face was short, her upper lip short, showing a glint of teeth; her brows were straight and dark, her lashes long and dark, her nose straight. But her grey eyes were the wonder, dewy as if opened for the first time that day. She looked at Ashurst; perhaps he struck her as strange, limping along without a hat, with his large eyes on her, and his hair falling back. He could not take off what was not on his head, but put up his hand in a salute and said: "Can you tell us if there's a farm near here where we could stay the night? I've gone lame." "There's only our farm near, sir." She spoke without shyness, in a pretty, soft, crisp voice. "And where is that?" "Down here, sir." "Would you put us up?" "Oh! I think we would." "Will you show us the way?" "Yes, sir." He limped on, silent, and Garton took up the catechism. "Are you a Devonshire girl?" "No, sir." "What then?" "From Wales." "Oh! I thought you were a Celt. So it's not your farm?" "My aunt's, sir." "And your uncle's?" "He is dead." "Who farms it, then?" "My aunt and my 3 cousins." "But your uncle was a Devonshire man?" "Yes, sir." "Have you lived here long?" "7 years." "How'd you like it after Wales?" "I don't know, sir." "I suppose you don't remember?" "Oh, yes; but it is different." "Oh, I believe you." Ashurst broke in suddenly: "How old are you?" "17, sir." "And what's your name?" "Megan David." "This is Robert Garton, and I am Frank Ashurst. We wanted to get on to Chagford." "It is a pity your leg is hurting you." Ashurst smiled, and when he smiled his face was rather beautiful. Descending past the narrow wood, they came on the farm suddenly, a long, low, stone built dwelling with casement windows, in a farmyard where pigs and fowls and an old mare were straying. A short, steep up grass hill behind was crowned with a few Scotch firs, and in front an old orchard of apple trees, just breaking into flower, stretching down to a stream and a long wild meadow. A little boy with oblique dark eyes was shepherding a pig, and by the house door stood a woman, who came towards them. The girl said: "It is Mrs. Narracombe, my aunt." Mrs. Narracombe, my aunt, had a quick dark eye, like a mother wild duck's, and something of the same snaky turn about her neck. "We met your niece on the road," said Ashurst. "She thought you might perhaps put us up for the night." Mrs. Narracombe, taking them in from head to heel, answered: "Well, I can, if you don't mind one room. Megan, get the spare room ready, and a bowl of cream. You'll be wanting tea, I suppose." Passing through a sort of porch made by two yew trees and some flowering currant bushes, the girl disappeared into the house, her peacock tam o' shanter bright athwart that rosy pink and the dark green of the yews. "Will you come into the parlour and rest your leg? You'll be from college, perhaps?" "We were, but we've gone down now." Mrs. Narracombe nodded sagely. The parlour, brick floored, with bare table and shiny chairs and sofa stuffed with horsehair, seemed never to have been used, it was so terribly clean. Ashurst sat down at once on the sofa, holding his lame knee between his hands, and Mrs. Narracombe gazed at him. He was the only son of a late professor of chemistry, but people found a certain lordliness in one who was often so sublimely unconscious of them. "Is there a stream where we could bathe?" "There's the stream at the bottom of the orchard, but sitting down you'll not be covered." "How deep?" "Well, 'tis about 1.5 foot, maybe." "Oh! That'll be fine. Which way?" "Down the lane, through the second gate on the right, and the pool's by the big apple tree that stands by itself. There's trout there, if you can tickle them." "They're more likely to tickle us." Mrs. Narracombe smiled. "There'll be the tea ready when you come back." The pool, formed by the damming of a rock, had a sandy bottom, and the big apple tree, lowest in the orchard, grew so close that its boughs almost overhung the water. It was in leaf, and all but in flower, its crimson buds just bursting. There was not room for more than one at a time in that narrow bath, and Ashurst waited his turn, rubbing his knee, and gazing at the wild meadow, all rocks and thorn trees and feld flowers, with a grove of beeches beyond, raised up on a flat mound. Every bough was swinging in the wind, every spring bird calling, and a slanting sunlight dappled the grass. He thought of Theocritus and the river Cherwell, of the moon and the maiden with the dewy eyes, of so many things that he seemed to think of nothing, and he felt absurdly happy. During a late and sumptuous tea with eggs to it, cream and jam, and thin fresh cakes touched with saffron, Garton descanted on the Celts. It was about the period of the Celtic awakening, and the discovery that there was Celtic blood about this family had excited one who believed that he was a Celt himself. Sprawling on a horsehair chair, with a hand-made cigarette dribbling from the corner of his curly lips, he had been plunging his cold pin points of eyes into Ashurst's and praising the refinement of the Welsh. To come out of Wales into England was like the change from china to earthenware. Frank,
as a damned Englishman, had not, of course, perceived the exquisite refinement and emotional capacity of that Welsh girl; and, delicately stirring in the dark mat of his still wet hair, he explained how exactly she illustrated the writings of the Welsh bard Morgan ap Something in the 12th century. Ashurst, full length on the horsehair sofa, and jutting far beyond its end, smoked a deeply coloured pipe, and did not listen, thinking of the girl's face when she brought in a relay of cakes. It had been exactly like looking at a flower, or some other pretty sight in nature, till, with a funny little shiver, she had lowered her glance and gone out, quiet as a mouse. "Let's go to the kitchen," said Garton, "and see some more of her." The kitchen was a whitewashed room with rafters, to which were attached smoked hams. There were flower pots on the window sill, and guns hanging on nails, queer mugs, china and pewter, and portraits of Queen Victoria. A long narrow table of plain wood was set with bowls and spoons, under a string of high hung onions. Two sheep dogs and three cats lay there and here. On one side of the recessed fireplace sat two small boys, idle and good as gold. On the other sat a stout, light eyed, red faced youth, with hair and lashes the colour of the tow he was running through the barrel of a gun. Between them Mrs. Narracombe dreamily stirred some savoury scented stew in a large pot. Two other youths, oblique eyed, dark haired, rather sly faced, like the two little boys, were talking together and lolling against the wall; and a short, elderly, clean shaven man in corduroys, seated in the window, was conning a battered journal. The girl Megan seemed the only active creature, drawing cider and passing with the jugs from cask to table. Seeing them thus about to eat, Garton said: "Ah! If you'll just let us, we'll come back when supper's over." And without waiting for an answer, they withdrew again to the parlour. But the colour in the kitchen, the warmth, the scents, and all those faces, heightened the bleakness of their shiny room, and they resumed their seats moodily. Regular gipsy type, those boys. There was only one Saxon, the fellow cleaning the gun. That girl is a very subtle study psychologically. Ashurst's lips twitched, and Garton seemed to him an ass just then. Subtle study! She was a wild flower, a creature it did you good to look at. Study! Garton went on: "Emotionally she would be wonderful. She wants awakening. And are you going to awaken her?" Garton looked at him and smiled. "How coarse and English you are!" that curly smile seemed saying. And Ashurst puffed his pipe. Awaken her! That fool had the best opinion of himself. He threw up the window and leaned out. Dusk had gathered thick. The farm buildings and the wheel house were all dim and bluish, the apple trees but a blurred wilderness; the air smelled of wood smoke from the kitchen fire. One bird, going to bed later than the others, was uttering a half hearted twitter, as though surprised at the darkness. From the stable came the snuffle and stamp of a feeding horse. And away over there was the loom of the moor, and away the shy stars, which had not as yet full light, pricking white through the deep blue heavens. A quavering owl hooted. Ashurst drew a deep breath. What a night to wander out in! A padding of unshod hoofs came up the lane, and three dim dark shapes passed ponies on an evening march. Their heads, black and fuzzy, showed above the gate. At the tap of his pipe, and a shower of little sparks, they shied round and scampered. A bat went fluttering past, uttering its almost inaudible "chip, chip." Ashurst held out his hand. On the upturned palm he could feel the dew. Suddenly from overhead
He heard little burring boys' voices, little thumps of boots thrown down, and another voice, crisp and soft the girl's putting them to bed, no doubt and 9 clear words: "No, Rick, you can't have the cat in bed." Then came a skirmish of giggles and gurgles, a soft slap, a laugh so low and pretty that it made him shiver a little. A blowing sound, and the glim of the candle which was fingering the dusk above went out. Silence reigned. Ashurst withdrew to the room and sat down. His knee pained him, and his soul felt gloomy. "You go to the kitchen," he said. "I'm going to bed." End of Parts 1 and 2. Parts 3 and 4 of Tale 3 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Wales. For Ashurst, the wheel of slumber was wont to turn noiseless and slick and swift, but though he seemed sunk in sleep when his companion came up, he was really wide awake; and long after Carton, smothered in the other bed of that low roofed room, was worshipping darkness with his upturned nose, he heard the owls. Barring the discomfort of his knee, it was not unpleasant; the cares of life did not loom large in night watches for this young man. In fact, he had none; just enrolled a barrister, with literary aspirations, the world before him, no father or mother, and 400 a year of his own. Did it matter where he went, what he did, or when he did it? His bed, too, was hard, and this preserved him from fever. He lay, sniffing the scent of the night which drifted into the low room through the open casement close to his head. Except for a definite irritation with his friend natural when you have tramped with a man for 3 days Ashurst's memories and visions that sleepless night were kindly and wistful and exciting. One vision, specially clear and unreasonable, for he had not even been conscious of noting it, was the face of the youth cleaning the gun. Its intent, stolid, yet startled up look at the kitchen doorway quickly shifted to the girl carrying the cider jug. This red, blue eyed, light lashed, tow haired face stuck as firmly in his memory as the girl's own face, so dewy and simple. But at last, in the square of darkness, through the uncurtained casement, he saw day coming, and heard one hoarse and sleepy caw. Then followed silence, dead as ever, till the song of a blackbird not properly awake adventured into the hush. And from staring at the framed brightening light, Ashurst fell asleep. Next day his knee was badly swollen; the walking tour was obviously over. Garton, due back in London on the morrow, departed at midday with an ironical smile which left a scar of irritation, healed the moment his loping figure vanished around the corner of the steep lane. All day Ashurst rested his knee in a green painted wooden chair on the patch of grass by the yew tree porch, where the sunlight distilled the scent of stocks and gillyflowers, and a ghost of scent from the flowering currant bushes. Beatifically he smoked, dreamed, and watched. A farm in spring is all birth, young things coming out of bud and shell, and human beings watching over the process with faint excitement, feeding and tending what has been born. So still the young man sat, that a mother goose, with stately, cross footed waddle, brought her 6 yellow necked, grey backed goslings to strop their little beaks against the grass blades at his feet. Now and again Mrs. Narracombe, or the girl Megan, would come and ask if he wanted anything. He would smile and say: "Nothing, thanks. It's splendid here." Towards tea time they came out together, bearing a long poultice of some dark stuff in a bowl, and, after a long and solemn scrutiny of his swollen knee, bound it on. When they were gone, he thought of the girl's soft "Oh!" of her pitying eyes, and the little wrinkle in her brow. And again he felt that unreasoning irritation against his departed friend, who had talked such rot about her. When she brought out his tea, he said: "How did you like my friend, Megan?" She forced down her upper lip, as if afraid that to smile was not polite. "He was a funny gentleman. He made us laugh. I think he's very clever." "What did he say to make you laugh?" "He said I was a daughter of the bards." "What are they?" "Welsh poets who lived hundreds of years ago." "Why am I their daughter, please?" "He meant that you were the sort of girl they sang about." She wrinkled her brows. "I think he likes to joke. Am I?" "Would you believe me if I told you?" "Oh, yes." "Well, I think he was right." She smiled. And Ashurst thought: 'You are a pretty thing.' He said, too, that Joe was a Saxon type. What would that be? "Which is Joe? With the blue eyes and red face?" "Yes, my uncle's nephew." "Not your cousin, then?" "No." "Well, he meant that Joe was like the men who came over to England about 1400 years ago and conquered it." "Oh! I know about them. But is he?" "Garton's crazy about that sort of thing, but I must say Joe does look a bit Early Saxon." "Yes." That "Yes" tickled Ashurst. It was so crisp and graceful, so conclusive, and politely acquiescent in what was evidently Greek to her. He said that all the other boys were regular gipsies. He should not have said that. My aunt laughed, but she didn't like it, of course, and my cousins were angry. Uncle was a farmer. Farmers are not gipsies. It is wrong to hurt people." Ashurst wanted to take her hand and give it a squeeze, but he only answered: "Quite right, Megan. By the way, I heard you putting the little ones to bed last night." She flushed a little. "Please to drink your tea. It is getting cold. Shall I get you some fresh?" "Do you ever have time to do anything for yourself?" "Oh, yes." "I've been watching, but I haven't seen it yet." She wrinkled her brows in a puzzled frown, and her colour deepened. When she was gone, Ashurst thought: 'Did she think I was chaffing her? I wouldn't for the world.' He was at that age when to some men "Beauty's a flower," as the poet says, and inspires in them the thoughts of chivalry. Never very conscious of his surroundings, it was some time before he was aware that the youth whom Garton had called a Saxon type was standing outside the stable door; and a fine bit of colour he made in his soiled brown velvet cords, muddy gaiters, and blue shirt; red armed, red faced, the sun turning his hair from tow to flax; immovably stolid, persistent, unsmiling he stood. Then, seeing Ashurst looking at him, he crossed the yard at that gait of the young countryman, always ashamed not to be slow and heavy dwelling on each leg, and disappeared round the end of the house towards the kitchen entrance. A chill came over Ashurst's mood. Clods? With all the goodwill in the world, how impossible to get on terms with them! And yet, see that girl! Her shoes were split, her hands rough, but what was it? Was it really her Celtic blood, as Garton had said? She was a lady born, a jewel, though probably she could do more than just read and write. The elderly, clean shaven man he had seen last night in the kitchen had come into the yard with the dog, driving the cows to their milking. Ashurst saw that he was lame. "You've got some good ones there." The lame man's face brightened. He had the upward look in his eyes which prolonged suffering often brings. "Yeh, them's praaper beauties. Good milkers, too." "I bet they are." "'Ope it's your leg's better, sir." "Thank you, it's getting on." The lame man touched his own. "I know what 'tis myself. 'Tis a main worryin' thing, the knee. I've 'ad mine bad this 10 year." Ashurst made the sound of sympathy which comes so readily from those who have an independent income, and the lame man smiled again. "Mustn't complain, though. They mighty near had it off." "Oh!" "Yeas, an' compared with what 'twas, 'tis a'most as good as new." "They put a bandage of splendid stuff on mine." "The maid she picks et. She'm a good maid wi' the flowers. There's folks zeem to know the healing in these things. My mother was a rare one for that. 'Ope as you'll zune be better, zur. Go on there." Ashurst smiled. With the flowers a flower herself! That evening, after his supper of cold duck, junket, and cider, the girl came in. "Please, auntie says, will you try a piece of our May Day cake? If I may come to the kitchen for it." "Oh, yes. You'll be missing your friend." "Not I, but are you sure no one minds?" "Who would mind? We shall be very pleased." Ashurst rose too suddenly for his stiff knee, staggered, and subsided. The girl gave a little gasp, and held out her hands. Ashurst took them, small, rough, brown; checked his impulse to put them to his lips, and let her pull him up. She came close beside him, offering her shoulder; and, leaning on her, he walked across the room. That shoulder seemed quite the pleasantest thing he had ever touched. But he had presence of mind enough to catch his stick out of the rack, and withdraw his hand before arriving at the kitchen. That night he slept like a top, and woke with his knee of almost normal size. He again spent the morning in his chair on the grass patch, scribbling down verses; but in the afternoon he wandered about with the two little boys, Nick and Rick. It was Saturday, so they were early home from school. Quick, shy, dark little rascals of 7 and 6, soon talkative, for Ashurst had a way with children. By 4 o'clock they had shown him all their methods of destroying life, except the tickling of trout, and with breeches tucked up lay on their stomachs over the trout stream, pretending that they had this accomplishment also. They tickled nothing, of course, for their giggling and shouting scared every spotted thing away. Ashurst, on a rock at the edge of the beech clump, watched them, and listened to the cuckoos, till Nick, the elder and less persevering, came up and stood beside him. "The gipsy bogle zets on that stone," he said. "What gipsy bogie?" "Dunno. Never zeen 'e. Megan says ''e's a zets there, and old Jim zeed it once. 'E was zettin' there straight before our pony kicked in father's head. 'E plays the viddle." "What tune does he play?" "Dunno." "What's he like?" "'E's black. Old Jim says 'e's all over 'air. 'E's a praaper bogle, and done come only at night." The little boy's oblique dark eyes slid round. "D'ee think 'e might want to take me away? Megan's feared of 'e." "Has she seen him?" "No, she's not afeared o' yu." "I should think not. Why should she be?" "She says a prayer for yu." "How do you know that, you little rascal?"
"When I was asleep she said, 'God bless us all and Mr. Ashes.' I heard 'er whispering." "You're a little ruffian to tell what you hear when you're not meant to hear it." The little boy was silent, and then he said aggressively: "I can skin rabbits. Megan she can't bear skinning 'em. I like blood." "Oh, you do, you little monster! What's that?" "A creature that likes hurting others." The little boy scowled. "Them only dead rabbits. What's us eat?" "Quite right, Nick. I beg your pardon." "I can skin frogs too."
But Ashurst had become absent. "God bless us all and Mr. Ashes!" And puzzled by that sudden inaccessibility, Nick ran back to the stream where the giggling and shouts again rose at once. When Megan brought his tea, he said: "What's the gipsy bogle, Megan?" She looked up startled. "He brings bad things." "Surely you don't believe in ghosts?" "I hope I will never see him." "Oh, of course you won't. There aren't such things. What old Jim saw was a pony." "No, there are bogies in the rocks. They are the men who lived long ago." "They aren't gipsies, anyway. Those old men were dead long before gipsies came." She said simply: "They are all bad." "Why? If there are any, they're only wild, like the rabbits. The flowers aren't bad for being wild; the thorn trees were never planted, and you don't mind them. I shall go down at night and look for your bogie, and have a talk with him." "Oh, no, no!" "Oh, yes. I shall go and sit on his rock." She clasped her hands together. "Oh, please!" "Why, what does it matter if anything happens to me?" She did not answer, and in a sort of pet he added: "Well, I dare say I shan't see him, because I suppose I must be off soon." "Soon?" "Your aunt won't want to keep me here." "Oh, yes. We always let lodgings in summer." Fixing his eyes on her face, he asked: "Would you like me to stay?" "Yes." "I'm going to say a prayer for you to night." She flushed crimson, frowned, and went out of the room. He sat cursing himself till his tea was stewed. It was as if he had hacked with his thick boots at a clump of bluebells. Why had he said such a silly thing? Was he such a towny college ass like Robert Garton, as far from understanding this girl? Ashurst spent the next week confirming the restoration of his leg, by exploration of the country within easy reach. Spring was a revelation to him this year. In a kind of intoxication he would watch the pink white buds of some backward beech tree sprayed up in the sunlight against the deep blue sky, or the trunks and limbs of the few Scotch firs, tawny in violent light, or again, on the moor, the gale bent larches which had such a look of life when the wind streamed in their young green, above the rusty black underboughs. Or he would lie on the banks, gazing at the clusters of dog violets; or up in the dead bracken fingering the pink transparent buds of the dewberry, while the cuckoos called and yafes laughed, or a lark, from very high, dripped its beads of song. It was certainly different from any spring he had ever known, for spring was within him, not without. In the daytime he hardly saw the family, and when Megan brought in his meals, she always seemed too busy in the house or among the young things in the yard to stay talking long; but in the evenings he installed himself in the window seat in the kitchen, smoking and chatting with the lame man Jim, or Mrs. Narracombe, while the girl sewed or moved about, clearing the supper things away; and sometimes, with the sensation a cat must feel when it purrs, he would become conscious that Megan's eyes, those dew grey eyes, were fixed on him with a sort of lingering, soft look which was strangely flattering. It was on Sunday week in the evening, when he was lying in the orchard listening to a blackbird and composing a love poem, that he heard the gate swing to, and saw the girl come running among the trees, with the red cheeked, stolid Joe in swift pursuit. About 20 yards away the chase ended, and the two stood fronting each other, not noticing the stranger in the grass, the boy pressing on, the girl fending him off. Ashurst could see her face, angry, disturbed. And the use who would have thought that red faced yokel could look so distraught? And painfully affected by the sight, he jumped up. They saw him then. Megan dropped her hands and shrank behind a tree trunk. The boy gave an angry grunt, rushed at the bank, scrambled over, and vanished. Ashurst went slowly up to her. She was standing quite still, biting her lip, very pretty, with her fine dark hair blown loose about her face, and her eyes cast down. "I beg your pardon," he said. She gave him one upward look, from eyes much dilated; then, catching her breath, turned away. Ashurst followed. "Megan!" But she went on, and taking hold of her arm, he turned her gently round to him. "Stop and speak to me." "Why do you beg my pardon? It is not to me you should do that." "Well, then, to Joe." "How dare he come after me?" "In love with you, I suppose." She stamped her foot. Ashurst uttered a short laugh. "Would you like me to punch his head off?" She cried with a sudden passion: "You laugh at me! You laugh at us!" He caught hold of her hands, but she shrank back, till her passionate little face and loose dark hair were caught among the pink clusters of the apple blossom. Ashurst raised one of her imprisoned hands and put his lips to it. He felt how chivalrous he was, and superior to that clod Joe, just brushing that small rough hand with his mouth. Her shrinking ceased suddenly; she seemed to tremble towards him. A sweet warmth overtook Ashurst from top to toe. This slim maiden, so simple and fine and pretty, was pleased then at the touch of his lips. And, yielding to a swift impulse, he put his arms around her, pressed her to him, and kissed her forehead. Then he was frightened; she went so pale, closing her eyes, so that the long dark lashes lay on her pale cheeks. Her hands, too, lay inert at her sides. The touch of her breast sent a shiver through him. "Megan!" he sighed out, and let her go. In the utter silence a blackbird shouted. Then the girl seized his hand, put it to her cheek, her heart, her lips, kissed it passionately, and fled away among the mossy trunks of the apple trees, till they hid her from him. Ashurst sat down on a twisted old tree growing almost along the ground, and, all throbbing and bewildered, gazed vacantly at the blossom which had crowned her hair, those pink buds with one white, open apple star. What had he done? How had he let himself be thus stampeded by beauty? Pity or just the spring? He felt curiously happy, all the same; happy and triumphant, with shivers running through his limbs, and a vague alarm. This was the beginning of what? The midges bit him, the dancing gnats tried to fly into his mouth, and all the spring around him seemed to grow more lovely and alive. The songs of the cuckoos and the blackbirds, the laughter of the yaflies, the level slanting sunlight, the apple blossom which had crowned her head. He got up from the old trunk, and strode out of the orchard, wanting space, an open sky, to get on terms with these new sensations. He made for the moor, and from an ash tree in the hedge a magpie flew out to herald him. Of man, at any age from 5 years on, who can say he has never been in love? Ashurst had loved his partners at his dancing class, loved his nursery governess, girls in school holidays, perhaps never been quite out of love, cherishing always some more or less remote admiration. But this was different, not remote at all. Quite a new sensation, terribly delightful, bringing a sense of completed manhood. To be holding in his fingers such a wild flower, to be able to put it to his lips, and feel it tremble with delight against them. What intoxication and embarrassment! What to do with it? How meet her next time? His first caress had been cool, pitiful, but the next could not be, now that, by her burning little kiss on his hand, by her pressure of it to her heart, he knew that she loved him. Some natures are coarsened by love bestowed on them; others, like Ashurst's, are swayed and drawn, warmed and softened, almost exalted, by what they feel to be a sort of miracle. And up there among the tors he was racked between the passionate desire to revel in this new sensation of spring fulfilled within him, and a vague but very real uneasiness. At one moment he gave himself up completely to his pride at having captured this pretty, trustful, dewy eyed thing; at the next he thought with factitious solemnity: "Yes, my boy, but look out what you're doing. You know what comes of it." Dusk dropped down without his noticing; dusk on the carved Assyrian looking masses of the rocks; and the voice of Nature said: "This is a new world for you." As when a man gets up at 4 o'clock and goes out into a summer morning, and beasts, birds, trees stare at him, and he feels as if all had been made new. He stayed up there for hours, till it grew cold, then groped his way down the stones and heather roots to the road, back into the lane, and came again, past the wild meadow to the orchard. There he struck a match and looked at his watch. Nearly 12! It was black and unstirring in there now, very different from the lingering, bird befriended brightness of 6 hours ago. And suddenly he saw this idyll of his with the eyes of the outer world; had mental vision of Mrs. Narracombe's snake like neck turned, her quick dark glance taking it all in, her shrewd face hardening; saw the gipsy like cousins coarsely mocking and distrustful; Joe stolid and furious; only the lame man, Jim, with the suffering eyes, seemed tolerable to his mind. And the village pub, the gossiping matrons he passed on his walks; and then his own friends, Robert Carton's smile when he went off that morning 10 days ago, so ironical and knowing. Disgusting! For a minute he literally hated this earthy, cynical world to which one belonged willy nilly. The gate where he was leaning grew grey, a sort of shimmer passed before him and spread into the bluish darkness. The moon! He could just see it over the bank behind, red, nearly round, a strange moon. And turning away, he went up the lane which smelled of the night and cow dung and young leaves. In the straw yard he could see the dark shapes of cattle, broken by the pale sickles of their horns, like so many thin moons, fallen ends up. He unlatched the farm gate stealthily. All was dark in the house. Muffling his footsteps, he gained the porch, and blotted against one of the yellow trees, looked up at Megan's window. It was open. Was she sleeping, or lying awake perhaps, disturbed, unhappy at his absence? An owl hooted while he stood there peering up, and the sound seemed to fill the whole night, so quiet was all else, save for the never ending murmur of the stream running below the orchard. The cuckoos by day, and now the owls, how wonderfully they voiced this troubled ecstasy within him! And suddenly he saw her at her window, looking out. He moved a little from the yew tree and whispered: "Megan!" She drew back, vanished, reappeared, leaning far out. He stole forward on the grass patch, hit his shin against the green painted chair, and held his breath at the sound. The pale blur of her stretched down arm and face did not stir. He moved the chair, and noiselessly mounted it. By stretching up his arm he could just reach. Her hand held the huge key of the front door, and he clasped that burning hand with the cold key in it. He could just see her face, the glint of teeth between her lips, her tumbled hair. She was still dressed, poor child, sitting up for him, no doubt. Pretty Megan! Her hot roughened fingers clung to his; her face had a strange lost look. To have been able to reach it, even with his hand! The owl hooted, a scent of sweetbriar crept into his nostrils. Then one of the farm dogs barked. Her grasp relaxed; she shrank back. "Good night, Megan." "Good night, sir." She was gone. With a sigh he dropped back to earth, and sitting on that chair took off his boots. Nothing for it but to creep up and go to bed. Yet for a long while he sat unmoving, his feet chilly in the dew, drunk on the memory of her lost, half smiling face and the clinging grip of her burning fingers, pressing the cold key into his hand. End of Parts 3 and 4. Parts 5 and 6 of Tale 3 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox is in the public domain. By David Wales. He awoke feeling as if he had eaten heavily overnight, instead of having eaten nothing; and far off, unreal, seemed yesterday's romance. Yet it was a golden morning; full spring had burst at last. In one night the "goldie cups," as the little boys called them, seemed to have made the field their own, and from his window he could see apple blossoms covering the orchard as with a rose and white quilt. He went down almost dreading to see Megan, and yet, when not she but Mrs. Narracombe brought in his breakfast, he felt vexed and disappointed. The woman's quick eye and snaky neck seemed to have a new alacrity this morning. Had she noticed? "So you and the moon went walkin' last night, Mr. Ashurst. Did ye have your supper anywheres?" Ashurst shook his head. "We kept it for you, but I suppose you was too busy in your brain to think o' such a thing as that." Was she mocking him in that voice of hers, which still kept some Welsh crispness against the invading burr of the West country? If she knew! And at that moment he thought: "No, no, I'll clear out. I won't put myself in such a beastly false position." But after breakfast the longing to see Megan began and increased with every minute, together with fear lest something should have been said to her which had spoiled everything. Sinister that she had not appeared, not given him even a glimpse of her. And the love poem, whose manufacture had been so important and absorbing yesterday afternoon under the apple trees, now seemed so paltry that he tore it up and rolled it into pipe spills. What had he known of love, till she seized his hand and kissed it? And now, what did he not know? but to write of it seemed mere insipidity. He went up to his bedroom to get a book, and his heart began to beat violently, for she was in there making the bed. He stood in the doorway, watching, and suddenly, with turbulent joy, he saw her stoop and kiss his pillow, just at the hollow made by his head last night. How let her know he had seen that pretty act of devotion? And yet, if she heard him stealing away, it would be even worse. She took the pillow up, holding it as if reluctant to shake out the impress of his cheek, dropped it and turned round. "Megan!" She put her hands up to her cheeks, but her eyes seemed to look right into him. He had never before realised the depth and purity and touching faithfulness in those dew bright eyes, and he stammered: "It was sweet of you to wait up for me last night." She still said nothing, and he stammered on: "I was wandering about on the moor. It was such a jolly night. And I've just come up for a book." Then the kiss he had seen her give the pillow afflicted him with sudden headiness, and he went up to her. Touching her eyes with his lips, he thought with queer excitement: "I've done it. Yesterday all was sudden, anyhow; but now I've done it." The girl let her forehead rest against his lips, which moved downwards till they reached hers. That first real lover's kiss, strange, wonderful, still almost innocent, in which heart did it make the most disturbance? "Come to the big apple tree to night, after they've gone to bed. Megan, promise." And she whispered back: "I promise." Then, scared at her white face, scared at everything, he let her go, and went downstairs again. Yes, he had done it now; accepted her love, declared his own. He went out to the green chair as devoid of a book as ever, and there he sat staring vacantly before him, triumphant and remorseful, while under his nose and behind his back the work of the farm went on. How long he had been sitting in that curious state of vacancy he had no notion, when he saw Joe standing a little behind him to the right. The youth had evidently come from hard work in the fields, and stood shifting his feet, breathing loudly, his face coloured like a setting sun, and his arms, below the rolled up sleeves of his blue shirt, showing the hue and furry sheen of ripe peaches. His red lips were open, his blue eyes with their flaxen lashes stared fixedly at Ashurst, who said ironically: "Well, Joe, anything I can do for you?" "Yais." "What then?" "You can goo away from 'ere. Us don't want you." Ashurst's face, never too humble, assumed its most lordly look. "Very good of you, but do you know, I prefer the others should speak for themselves." The youth moved a pace or two nearer, and the scent of his honest heat afflicted Ashurst's nostrils. "What d'you stay here for?" "Because it pleases me." "'Twon't please you when I've bashed your head in." "Indeed. When would you like to begin that?" Joe answered only with the loudness of his breathing, but his eyes looked like those of a young and angry bull. Then a sort of spasm seemed to convulse his face. "Megan don't want you." A rush of jealousy, of contempt and anger with this thick, loud breathing rustic got the better of Ashurst's self possession. He jumped up, and pushed back his chair. "You can go to the devil!" And as he said those simple words, he saw Megan in the doorway with a tiny brown spaniel puppy in her arms. She came up to him quickly. "Its eyes are blue," she said. Joe turned away. The back of his neck was literally crimson. Ashurst put his finger to the mouth of the little brown bullfrog of a creature in her arms. How cosy it looked against her! It's fond of you already. Ah, Megan, everything is fond of you." "What was Joe saying to you, please?" "Telling me to go away, because you didn't want me here." She stamped her foot, then looked up at Ashurst. At that adoring look he felt his nerves quiver, just as if he had seen a moth scorching its wings. "To night," he said. "Don't forget." "No." And smothering her face against the puppy's little fat brown body, she slipped back into the house. Ashurst wandered down the lane. At the gate of the wild meadow he came on the lame man and his cows. "Beautiful day, Jim." "Ah, 'tis brave weather for the grass. The ashes be later than the oaks this year. When the oak before the ash " Ashurst said idly: "Where were you standing when you saw the gipsy bogie, Jim?" "It might be under that big apple tree, as you might say." "And you really do think it was there?" The lame man answered cautiously: "I shouldn't like to say rightly that 'twas there. 'Twas in my mind as 'twas there." "What do you make of it?" The lame man lowered his voice. "They do zay old Master, Miss Narracombe come in gipsy stock, but that's tellin'. They'm a wonderful people, you know, for claimin' their own. Maybe they knew it was goin', and knew this feller longed for company. That's what I've a thought about it." "What was he like?" "'E 'ad 'air all over 'is face, and goin' like this 'e was, lame as if 'e had a viddle. They zay there's no such thing as bogies, but I've a seen the 'air in this dog standin' up of a dark night when I couldn't see nothin' myself." "Was there a moon?" "Yais, very full, near. It was only just risen, gold like, behind them trees." "And you think a ghost means trouble, do you?" The lame man pushed his hat up; his aspiring eyes looked at Ashurst more earnestly than ever. "'Tis not for me to zay, but 'tis a been so unrestin' like. There's things us don't understand, that's zartin for sure. There's people that sees things, too, and others that don't never see nothin'. Now our Joe, you might put anythin' under 'is eyes and 'e'd never see it. And them other boys, too, them rattlin' fellers. But you take and put our Megan there, where there's nothin', she'll see it, and more too, or I'm mistaken." "She's sensitive that way." "What's that?" "I mean, she feels everything."
"Ah, she seemed very lovin' and 'earted."
Ashurst, who felt colour coming into his cheeks, held out his tobacco pouch. "Have a fill, Jim?"
"Thankee, sir. She's wondering on 'er, I think."
"I expect so," said Ashurst shortly, and folding up his pouch, walked on. Lovin' hearted! Yes, and what was he doing? What were his intentions, as they say, towards this loving hearted girl? The thought dogged him, wandering through fields bright with buttercups, where the little red calves were feeding and the swallows flying high. Yes, the oaks were before the ashes, brown gold already; every tree in different stage and hue. The cuckoos and 1,000 birds were singing. The little streams were very bright; the ancients believed in a golden age, in a garden of the Hesperides. A queen wasp settled on his sleeve. Each queen wasp killed meant 2,000 fewer wasps to thieve the apples which would grow from that blossom in the orchard. But who, with love in his heart, could kill anything on a day like this? He entered a field where a young red bull was feeding. It seemed to Ashurst that he looked like Joe. But the young bull took no notice of this visitor, a little drunk himself perhaps on the singing and the glamour of the golden pasture under his short legs. Ashurst crossed out unchallenged to the hillside above the stream. From that slope a four mounted to its crown of rocks. The ground there was covered with a mist of bluebells, and nearly a score of crab apple trees were in full bloom. He threw himself down on the grass. The change from the buttercup glory and oak golden glamour of the fields to this ethereal beauty under the grey form filled him with a sort of wonder. Nothing the same, save the sound of running water and the songs of the cuckoos. He lay there a long time, watching the sunlight wheel till the crab trees threw shadows over the bluebells, his only companions a few wild bees. He was not quite sane, thinking of that morning's kiss, and of to night under the apple tree. In such a spot as this, fauns and dryads surely lived; nymphs, white as the crab apple blossom, retired within those trees; fauns, brown as the dead bracken, with pointed ears, lay in wait for them. The cuckoos were still calling when he woke; there was the sound of running water, but the sun had couched behind the tor, the hillside was cool, and some rabbits had come out. To night, he thought. Just as from the earth everything was pushing up, unfolding under the soft, insistent fingers of an unseen hand, so were his heart and senses being pushed unfolded. He got up and broke off a spray from a crab apple tree. The bulbs were like Megan, shell like, rose pink, wild and fresh. And so, too, the opening flowers, white and wild and touching. He put the spray into his coat, and all the rush of the spring within him escaped in a triumphant sigh. But the rabbits scurried away. VI It was nearly 11 that night when Ashurst put down the pocket Odyssey which for half an hour he had held in his hands without reading, and slipped through the yard down to the orchard. The moon had just risen, very golden, over the hill, and like a bright, powerful watching spirit peered down through the bars of an ash tree's half naked boughs. In among the apple trees it was still dark, and he stood making sure of his direction, feeling the rough grass with his feet. A dark mass close behind him stirred with a heavy grunting sound, and 3 large pigs settled down again close to each other, under the wall. He listened. There was no wind, but the stream's burbling, whispering chuckle had gained twice its daytime strength. One bird, he could not tell what, cried "Pip pip, pip pip," with perfect monotony. He could hear a night jar spinning very far off, an owl hooting. Ashurst moved a step or two, and again halted, aware of a dim living whiteness all around his head. On the dark unstirring trees innumerable flowers and buds, all soft and blurred, were being bewitched to life by the creeping moonlight. He had the oddest feeling of actual companionship, as if a million white moths or spirits had floated in and settled between dark sky and darker ground, and were opening and shutting their wings on a level with his eyes. On the bewildering, still, scentless beauty of that moment he almost lost memory of why he had come to the orchard. The flying glamour which had clothed the earth all day had not gone now that night had fallen, but only changed into this new form. He moved on through the thicket of stems and boughs covered with that living powdering whiteness, till he reached the big apple tree. No mistaking that, even in the dark; nearly twice the height and size of any other, and leaning out towards the open meadows and the stream. Under the thick branches he stood still again, to listen. The same sounds exactly, and a fair grunting from the sleepy pigs. He put his hands on the dry, almost warm tree trunk, whose rough mossy surface gave forth a peaty scent at his touch. Would she come? Would she? And among these quivering, haunted, moon witched trees he was seized with doubts of everything. All was unearthly here, fit for no earthly lovers; fit only for god and goddess, faun and nymph, not for him and this little country girl. Would it not be almost a relief if she did not come? But all the time he was listening. And still that unknown bird went pip pip, pip pip; and there rose the busy chatter of the little trout stream, whereon the moon was flinging glances through the bars of her tree prison. The blossom on a level with his eyes seemed to grow more living every moment, seemed with its mysterious white beauty more and more a part of his suspense. He plucked a fragment and held it close. 3 blossoms! Sacrilege to pluck fruit tree blossom, soft, sacred, young blossom, and throw it away. Then suddenly he heard the gate close, the pigs stirring again and grunting, and leaning against the trunk, he pressed his hands to its mossy sides behind him, and held his breath. She might have been a spirit threading the trees, for all the noise she made. Then he saw her quite close, her dark form part of a little tree, her white face part of its blossom; so still, and peering towards him. He whispered "Megan!" and held out his hands. She ran forward, straight to his breast. When he felt her heart beating against him, Ashurst knew to the full the sensations of chivalry and passion. Because she was not of his world, because she was so simple and young and headlong, adoring and defenceless, how could he be other than her protector in the dark? Because she was so simple, all nature and beauty, as much a part of this spring night as was the living blossom, how should he not take all that she would give him, how not fulfil the spring in her heart and his? And torn between these two emotions, he clasped her close, and kissed her hair. How long they stood there without speaking he knew not. The stream went on chattering, the owls hooting, the moon kept stealing up and growing whiter, the blossom all around them and above brightened in suspense of living beauty. Their lips had sought each other's, and they did not speak. The moment speech began, all would be unreal. Spring has no speech, nothing but rustling and whispering. Spring has so much more than speech in its unfolding flowers and leaves, and the coursing of its streams, and in its sweet restless seeking. And sometimes spring will come alive, and like a mysterious presence stand, encircling lovers with its arms, laying on them the fingers of enchantment, so that, standing lips to lips, they forget everything but just a kiss. While her heart beat against him and her lips quivered on his, Ashurst felt nothing but simple rapture. Destiny meant her for his arms; love could not be flouted. But when their lips parted for breath, division began again at once. Only passion was now so much the stronger, and he sighed: "Oh, Megan, why did you come?" She looked up, hurt, amazed. "Sir, you asked me to." "Don't call me 'sir,' my pretty sweet." "What should I be calling you?" "Frank." "Oh, I could not. Oh, no!" "But you love me, don't you?" "I could not help loving you. I want to be with you, that's all." "All." So faint that he hardly heard, she whispered: "I shall die if I can't be with you." Ashurst took a mighty breath. "Come and be with me, then." "Oh!" Intoxicated by the awe and rapture of that "Oh!" he went on, whispering: "We'll go to London. I'll show you the world. And I will take care of you. I promise, Megan. I'll never be a brute to you. If I can be with you, that is all." He stroked her hair and whispered on: "To morrow I'll go to Torquay and get some money, and get you some clothes that won't be noticed, and then we'll steal away, and when we get to London, soon perhaps, if you love me well enough, we'll be married." He could feel her hair shiver with the shake of her head. "Oh, no, I could not. I only want to be with you." Drunk on his own chivalry, Ashurst went on murmuring: "It's I who am not good enough for you. Oh, Megan, when did you begin to love me?" "When I saw you in the road, and you looked at me. The first night I loved you, but I never thought you would want me." She slipped down suddenly to her knees, trying to kiss his feet. A shiver of horror went through Ashurst. He lifted her bodily up and held her fast, too upset to speak. She whispered: "Why won't you let me?" "It's I who kiss your feet." Her smile brought tears into his eyes. The whiteness of her moonlit face so close to his, the faint pink of her opened lips, had the living, unearthly beauty of the apple blossom. And then suddenly her eyes widened and stared past him painfully. She writhed out of his arms and whispered: "Look!" Ashurst saw nothing but the brightened stream, the firs faintly gilded, the beech trees glistening, and behind them all the wide loom of the moonlit hill. Behind him came her frozen whisper: "The gipsy bogie!" "Where?" "There, by the stone, under the trees." Exasperated, he leaped the stream, and strode towards the beech clump. Prank of the moonlight nothing! In and out of the boulders and thorn trees, muttering and cursing, yet with a kind of terror, he rushed and stumbled. Absurd! Silly! Then he went back to the apple tree, but she was gone. He could hear a rustle, the grunting of the pigs, the sound of a gate closing. Instead of her, only this old apple tree. He flung his arms round the trunk. What a substitute for her soft body, the rough moss against his face! What a substitute for her soft cheek, only the scent as of the woods, a little the same! And above him, and around the blossoms, more living, more moonlit than ever, seemed to glow and breathe. End of Parts 5 and 6. Part 7 of Tale 3 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Wales. Descending from the train at Torquay station, Ashurst wandered uncertainly along the front, for he did not know this particular queen of English watering places. Having little sense of what he had on, he was quite unconscious of being remarkable among its inhabitants, and strode along in his rough Norfolk jacket, dusty boots, and battered hat, without observing that people gazed at him rather blankly. He was seeking a branch of his London bank, and having found one, found also the first obstacle to his mood. Did he know anyone in Torquay? No. In that case, if he would wire to his bank in London, they would be happy to oblige him on receipt of the reply. That suspicious breath from the matter of fact world somewhat tarnished the brightness of his visions, but he sent the telegram. Nearly opposite to the post office he saw a shop full of ladies' garments, and examined the window with strange sensations. To have to undertake the clothing of his rustic love was more than a little disturbing. He went in. A young woman came forward. She had blue eyes and a faintly puzzled forehead. Ashurst stared at her in silence. "Yes, sir." "I want a dress for a young lady." The young woman smiled. Ashurst frowned. The peculiarity of his request struck him with sudden force. The young woman added hastily: "What style would you like? Something modish?" "No, simple." "What figure would the young lady be?" "I don't know. About 2 inches shorter than you, I should say." "Could you give me her waist measurement?" Megan's waist! "Oh, anything usual." "Quite." While she was gone he stood disconsolately eyeing the models in the window. And suddenly it seemed to him incredible that Megan, his Megan, could ever be dressed save in the rough tweed skirt, coarse blouse, and tam o' shanter cap he was wont to see her in. The young woman had come back with several dresses in her arms, and Ashurst eyed her laying them against her own modish figure. There was one whose colour he liked, a dove grey, but to imagine Megan clothed in it was beyond him. The young woman went away and brought some more. But on Ashurst there had now come a feeling of paralysis. How choose? She would want a hat too, and shoes and gloves. And suppose, when he had got them all, they commonised her, as Sunday clothes always commonised village folk? Why should she not travel as she was? Ah! But conspicuousness would matter. This was a serious elopement. And staring at the young woman, he thought: 'I wonder if she guesses, and thinks me a blackguard.' 'Do you mind putting aside that grey one for me?' he said desperately at last. 'I can't decide now. I'll come in again this afternoon.' The young woman sighed. 'Oh! Certainly. It's a very tasteful costume. I don't think you'll get anything that will suit your purpose better.' 'I expect not,' Ashurst murmured, and went out. Freed again from the suspicious matter of factness of the world, he took a long breath, and went back to visions. In fancy he saw the trustful, pretty creature who was going to join her life to his, saw himself and her stealing forth at night, walking over the moor under the moon; he with his arm around her, and carrying her new garments, till in some far off wood, when dawn was coming, she would slip off her old things and put on these, and an early train at a distant station would bear them away on their honeymoon journey, till London swallowed them up, and the dreams of love came true. "Frank Ashurst! Haven't seen you since Rugby, old chap." Ashurst's frown dissolved. The face, close to his own, was blue eyed, suffused with sun, one of those faces where sun from within and without join in a sort of lustre, and he answered: "Phil Halliday, by Jove!" "What are you doing here?" "Oh! Nothing. Just looking round and getting some money. I'm staying on the moor." "Are you lunching anywhere? Come and lunch with us. I'm here with my young sisters. They've had measles." Hooked in by that friendly arm, Ashurst went along, up a hill, down a hill, away out of the town, while the voice of Halliday, redolent of optimism as his face was of sun, explained how in this mouldy place the only decent things were the bathing and boating, and so on; till presently they came to a crescent of houses, a little above and back from the sea, and into the centre one an hotel, and made their way. "Come up to my room and have a wash. Lunch'll be ready in a jiffy." Ashurst contemplated his visage in a looking glass. After his farmhouse bedroom, the comb and one spare shirt regime of the last fortnight, this room, littered with clothes and brushes, was a sort of Capua, and he thought: 'Queer, one doesn't realise but what he did not quite know.' When he followed Halliday into the sitting room for lunch, three faces, very fair and blue eyed, were turned suddenly at the words: This is Frank Ashurst, my young sisters." Two were indeed young, about 11 and 10. The third was perhaps 17, tall and fair haired too, with pink and white cheeks, just touched by the sun, and eyebrows, rather darker than the hair, running a little upwards from her nose to their outer points. The voices of all three were like Halliday's, high and cheerful. They stood up straight, shook hands with a quick movement, looked at Ashurst critically, away again at once, and began to talk of what they were going to do in the afternoon. A regular Diana and attendant nymphs. After the farm, this crisp, slangy, eager talk, this cool, clean, off hand refinement, was queer at first, and then so natural that what he had come from became suddenly remote. The names of the two little ones seemed to be Sabina and Freda; of the eldest, Stella. Presently the one called Sabina turned to him and said: "I say, will you come shrimping with us? It's awfully fun." Surprised by this unexpected friendliness, Ashurst murmured: "I'm afraid I've got to get back this afternoon." "Oh! Can't you put it off?" Ashurst turned to the new speaker, Stella, shook his head, and smiled. She was very pretty. Sabina said regretfully: "You might." And then the talk switched off to caves and swimming. "Can you swim far?" "About 2 miles." "Oh! I say! How jolly!" The three pairs of blue eyes, fixed on him, made him conscious of his new importance; the sensation was agreeable. Halliday said: "I say, you simply must stop and have a bathe. You'd better stay the night." "Oh, yes, do!" But again Ashurst smiled and shook his head. Then suddenly he found himself being catechised about his physical achievements. He had rowed, it seemed, in his college boat, played in his college football team, won his college mile, and he rose from table a sort of hero. The two little girls insisted that he must see their cave, and they set forth chattering like magpies, Ashurst between them, Stella and her brother a little behind. In the cave, damp and darkish like any other cave, the great feature was a pool with possibility of creature which might be caught and put into bottles. Sabina and Freda, who wore no stockings on their shapely brown legs, exhorted Ashurst to join them in the middle of it, and help sieve the water. He too was soon bootless and sockless. Time goes fast for one who has a sense of beauty, when there are pretty children in a pool, and a young Diana on the edge, to receive with wonder anything you can catch. Ashurst never had much sense of time. It was a shock when, pulling out his watch, he saw it was well past 3. No cashing his cheque to day; the bank would be closed before he could get there. Watching his expression, the little girls cried out at once: "Hurrah! Now you'll have to stay!" Ashurst did not answer. He was seeing again Megan's face, when at breakfast time he had whispered: "I'm going to Torquay, darling, to get everything. I shall be back this evening. If it's fine, we can go to night. Be ready." He was seeing again how she quivered and hung on his words. What would she think? Then he pulled himself together, conscious suddenly of the calm scrutiny of this other young girl, so tall and fair and Diana like, at the edge of the pool, of her wondering blue eyes under those brows which slanted up a little. If they knew what was in his mind, if they knew that this very night he had meant well, there would be a little sound of disgust, and he would be alone in the cave. And with a curious mixture of anger, chagrin, and shame, he put his watch back into his pocket and said abruptly:
Oh, yes, I'm dished for to day. Hurrah! Now you can bathe with us. It was impossible not to succumb a little to the contentment of those pretty children, to the smile on Stella's lips, to Halliday's "ripping, old chap! I can lend you things for the night." But again a spasm of longing and remorse throbbed through Ashurst, and he said moodily: "I must send a wire." The attractions of the pool palling, they went back to the hotel. Ashurst sent his wire, addressing it to Mrs. Narracombe: "Sorry, detained for the night, back to morrow." Surely Megan would understand that he had too much to do, and his heart grew lighter. It was a lovely afternoon, warm, the sea calm and blue, and swimming his great passion. The favour of these pretty children flattered him, the pleasure of looking at them, at Stella, at Halliday's sunny face; the slight unreality, yet extreme naturalness of it all, as of a last peep at normality before he took this plunge with Megan. He got his borrowed bathing dress, and they all set forth. Halliday and he undressed behind one rock, the three girls behind another. He was first into the sea, and at once swam out with the bravado of justifying his self given reputation. When he turned he could see Halliday swimming along shore, and the girls flopping and dipping and riding the little waves, in the way he was accustomed to despise, but now thought pretty and sensible, since it gave him the distinction of the only deep water fish. But drawing near, he wondered if they would like him, a stranger, to come into their splashing group. He felt shy, approaching that slim nymph. Then Sabina summoned him to teach her to float, and between them the little girls kept him so busy that he had no time even to notice whether Stella was accustomed to his presence, till suddenly he heard a startled sound from her. She was standing submerged to the waist, leaning a little forward, her slim white arms stretched out, and pointing, her wet face puckered by the sun and an expression of fear. "Look at Phil! Is he all right? Oh, look!" Ashurst saw at once that Phil was not all right. He was splashing and struggling out of his depth, perhaps 100 yards away. Suddenly he gave a cry, threw up his arms, and went down. Ashurst saw the girl launch herself towards him and crying out: "Go back, Stella, go back!" and he dashed out. He had never swum so fast, and reached Halliday just as he was coming up a second time. It was a case of cramp, but to get him in was not difficult, for he did not struggle. The girl, who had stopped where Ashurst told her to, helped as soon as he was in his depth, and once on the beach they sat down one on each side of him to rub his limbs, while the little ones stood by with scared faces. Halliday was soon smiling. It was, he said, rotten of him, absolutely rotten. If Frank would give him an arm, he could get to his clothes all right now. Ashurst gave him the arm, and as he did so caught sight of Stella's face, wet and flushed and tearful, all broken up out of its calm, and he thought: 'I called her Stella. Wonder if she minded?' While they were dressing, Halliday said quietly: "You saved my life, old chap." "Rot!" Clothed, but not quite in their right minds, they went up all together to the hotel and sat down to tea, except Halliday, who was lying down in his room. After some slices of bread and jam, Sabina said: "I say, you know, you are a brick!" And Freda chimed in: "Rather!" Ashurst saw Stella looking down. He got up in confusion and went to the window. From there he heard Sabina mutter: "I say, let's swear blood bond. Where's your knife, Freda?" And out of the corner of his eye could see each of them solemnly prick herself
squeeze out a drop of blood, and dabble a bit of paper. He turned and made for the door. "Don't be a stoat! Come back!" His arms were seized; imprisoned between the little girls he was brought back to the table. On it lay a piece of paper with an effigy drawn in blood, and the three names Stella Halliday, Sabina Halliday, Freda Halliday, also in blood, running towards it like the rays of a star. Sabina said: "That's you. We shall have to kiss you, you know." And Freda echoed: "Oh, blow yes!" Before Ashurst could escape, some wettish hair dangled against his face, something like a bite descended on his nose, he felt his left arm pinched, and other teeth softly searching his cheek. Then he was released, and Freda said: "Now, Stella." Ashurst, red and rigid, looked across the table at a red and rigid Stella. Sabina giggled. Freda cried: "Buck up! It spoils everything." A queer, ashamed eagerness shot through Ashurst. Then he said quietly: "Oh, shut up, you little demons!" Again Sabina giggled. "Well, then, she can kiss her hand, and you can put it against your nose. It is on one side." To his amazement, the girl did kiss her hand and stretch it out. Solemnly he took that cool, slim hand and laid it to his cheek. The two little girls broke into clapping, and Freda said: "Now, then, we shall have to save your life at any time. That's settled. Can I have another cup, Stella? Not so beastly weak." Tea was resumed, and Ashurst, folding up the paper, put it in his pocket. The talk turned on the advantages of measles, tangerine oranges, honey in a spoon, no lessons, and so forth. Ashurst listened, silent, exchanging friendly looks with Stella, whose face was again of its normal sun touched pink and white. It was soothing to be so taken to the heart of this jolly family, fascinating to watch their faces. And after tea, while the two girls pressed seaward, he talked to Stella in the window seat, and looked at her water colour sketches. The whole thing was like a pleasurable dream, time and incident hung up, importance and reality suspended. To morrow he would go back to Megan, with nothing of all this left, save the paper with the blood of these children in his pocket. Children! Stella was not quite that as old as Megan. Her talk, quick, rather hard and shy, yet friendly, seemed to flourish on his silences, and about her there was something cool and virginal, a maiden in a bower. At dinner, to which Halliday, who had swallowed too much sea water, did not come, Sabina said: "I'm going to call you Frank." Freda echoed: "Frank, Frank, Franky!" Ashurst grinned and bowed. "Every time Stella calls you Mr. Ashurst she's got to pay a forfeit. It's ridiculous." Ashurst looked at Stella, who grew slowly red. Sabina giggled. Freda cried: "She's smoking! Smoking! Yay!" Ashurst reached out to right and left, and grasped some fair hair in each hand. "Look here," he said, "you two. Leave Stella alone, or I'll tie you together." Freda gurgled. "Ouch! You are a beast!" Sabina murmured cautiously: "You call her Stella, you see." "Well, why shouldn't I? It's a jolly name." "All right. We give you leave to." Ashurst released the hair. Stella! What would she call him, after this? But she called him nothing, till at bedtime he said deliberately: "Good night, Stella." "Good night, Mr. Good night, Frank. It was jolly of you, you know." "Oh, that! Bosh!" Her quick, straight handshake tightened suddenly, and as suddenly became slack. Ashurst stood motionless in the empty sitting room. Only last night, under the apple tree and the living blossom, he had held Megan to him, kissing her eyes and lips. And he gasped, swept by that rush of remembrance. To night it should have begun his life with her who only wanted to be with him. And now 24 hours and more must pass because of not looking at his watch! Why had he made friends with this family of innocence, just when he was saying good bye to innocence and all the rest of it? "But I mean to marry her," he thought. "I told her so." He took a candle, lighted it, and went to his bedroom, which was next to Halliday's. His friend's voice called, as he was passing: "Is that you, old chap? I say, come in." He was sitting up in bed, smoking a pipe and reading. "Sit down a bit." Ashurst sat down by the open window. "I've been thinking about this afternoon, you know," said Halliday rather suddenly. "They say you go through all your past. I didn't. I suppose I wasn't far enough gone." "What did you think of?" Halliday was silent for a little, then said quietly: "Well, I did think of one thing rather odd of a girl at Cambridge that I might have you know. I was glad I hadn't got her on my mind. Anyhow, old chap, I owe it to you that I'm here. I should have been in the big dark by now. No more bed, or baccy, no more anything. I say, what do you suppose happens to us?" Ashurst murmured: "Go out like flames, I expect." "Phew! We may flicker, and cling about a bit, perhaps." "I think that's rather gloomy. I say, I hope my young sisters have been decent to you?" "Awfully decent." Halliday took his pipe down, crossed his hands behind his neck, and turned his face towards the window. "They're not bad kids," he said. Watching his friend lying there, with that smile, and the candle light on his face, Ashurst shuddered. Quite true. He might have been lying there, with no smile, with all that sunny look gone out for ever. He might not have been lying there at all, but sanded at the bottom of the sea, waiting for resurrection on the ninth day, was it? And that smile of Halliday's seemed to him suddenly something wonderful, as if in it were all the difference between life and death, the little flame, the all. He got up and said softly: "Well, you ought to sleep, I expect. Shall I blow out?" Halliday caught his hand. "I can't say it, you know; but it must be rotten to be dead. Good night, old boy." Stirred and moved, Ashurst squeezed the hand and went downstairs. The hall door was still open, and he passed out on to the lawn before the crescent. The stars were bright in a very dark blue sky, and by their light some lilacs had that mysterious colour of flowers by night which no one can describe. Ashurst pressed his face against a spray, and before his closed eyes Megan started up, with the tiny brown spaniel pup against her breast. "I thought of a girl that I might have you know. I was glad I hadn't got her on my mind." He jerked his head away from the lilac and began pacing up and down over the grass, a grey phantom coming to substance, for a moment, in the light from the lamp at either end. He was with her again under the living, breathing whiteness of the blossom, the stream chattering by, the moon glinting steel blue on the bathing pool. Back in the rapture of his kisses on her upturned face of innocence and humble passion, back in the suspense and beauty of that pagan night. He stood still once more in the shadow of the lilacs. Here the sea, not the stream, was night's voice; the sea with its sigh and rustle; no little bird, no owl, no night jar calling or spun; but a piano tinkled, and the white houses cut the sky with solid curve, and the scent from the lilacs filled the air. A window of the hotel, high up, was lighted. He saw a shadow move across the blind, and most queer sensations stirred within him, a sort of churning and twining and turning of a single emotion on itself, as though spring and love, bewildered and confused, seeking the way, were baffled. This girl, who had called him Frank, whose hand had given his that sudden little clutch, this girl so cool and pure, what would she think of such wild, unlawful loving? He sank down on the grass, sitting there cross legged, with his back to the house, motionless as some carved Buddha. Was he really going to break through innocence and steal? Sniff the scent out of a wild flower and perhaps throw it away? "Of a girl at Cambridge that I might have you know." He put his hands to the grass, one on each side, palms downwards, and pressed. It was just warm still, the grass, barely moist, soft and firm and friendly. "What am I going to do?" he thought. Perhaps Megan was at her window, looking out at the blossom, thinking of him. Poor little Megan! "Why not?" he thought. "I love her. But do I really love her, or do I only want her because she is so pretty and loves me? What am I going to do?" The piano tinkled on, the stars winked, and Ashurst gazed out before him at the dark sea as if spellbound. He got up at last, cramped and rather chilly; there was no longer light in any window, and he went in to bed. Out of a deep and dreamless sleep he was awakened by the sound of thumping on the door. A shrill voice called: "Hey! Breakfast ready!" He jumped up. Where was he? Ah! He found them already eating marmalade, and sat down in the empty place between Stella and Sabina, who, after watching him a little, said: "I say, do buck up. We're going to start at 9:30. We're going to Berryhead, old chap. You must come." Ashurst thought: 'Come? Impossible! I shall be getting things and going back.' He looked at Stella, and she said quickly: "Do come!" Sabina chimed in: "It'll be no fun without you." Freda got up and stood behind his chair. "You've got to come, or else I'll pull your hair." Ashurst thought: 'Well, one day more to think it over one day more.' And he said: "All right. You needn't tweak my mane." "Hurrah!" At the station he wrote a second telegram to the farm, and then tore it up. He could not have explained why. From Brixham they drove in a very little wagonette. There, squeezed between Sabina and Freda, with his knees touching Stella's, they played "Up, Jenkins," and the gloom he was feeling gave way to frolic. In this one day more to think it over, he did not want to think. They ran races, wrestled, paddled; for to day nobody wanted to bathe. They sang catches, played games, and ate all they brought. The little girls fell asleep against him on the way back, and his knees still touched Stella's in the narrow wagonette. It seemed incredible that 30 hours ago he had never set eyes on any of those three flaxen heads. In the train he talked to Stella of poetry, discovering her favourites, and telling her his own with a pleasing sense of superiority, till suddenly she said, rather low: "Phil says you don't believe in a future life, Frank. I think that's dreadful." Disconcerted, Ashurst muttered: "I don't either believe or not believe. I simply don't know." She said quickly: "I couldn't bear that. What would be the use of living?" Watching the frown of those pretty oblique brows, Ashurst answered: "I don't believe in believing things because one wants to." "But why should one wish to live again, if one isn't going to?" And she looked full at him. He did not want to hurt her, but an itch to dominate pushed him on to say: "While one's alive, one naturally wants to go on living for ever. That's part of being alive. But it probably isn't anything more." "Don't you believe in the Bible at all, then?" Ashurst thought: 'Now I shall really hurt her. "I believe in the Sermon on the Mount, because it's beautiful and good for all time." "But don't you believe Christ was divine?" He shook his head. She turned her face quickly to the window, and there sprang into his mind Megan's prayer, repeated by little Nick: "God bless us all and Mr. Ashes." Who else would ever say a prayer for him like her who at this moment must be waiting to see him come down the lane? And he thought suddenly: 'What a scoundrel I am!' All that evening this thought kept coming back, but, as is not unusual, each time with less poignancy, till it seemed almost a matter of course to be a scoundrel. And, strange, he did not know whether he was a scoundrel if he meant to go back to Megan, or if he did not mean to go back to her. They played cards till the children were sent off to bed; then Stella went to the piano. From over on the window seat, where it was nearly dark, Ashurst watched her between the candles, that fair head on the long white neck, bending to the movement of her hands. She played fluently, without much expression, but what a picture she made, the faint golden radiance, a sort of angelic atmosphere hovering about her. Who could have passionate thoughts or wild desires in the presence of that swaying white clothed girl with the seraphic head? She played a thing of Schumann's called Warum. Then Halliday brought out a flute, and the spell was broken. After this they made Ashurst sing, Stella playing him accompaniments from a book of Schumann songs, till, in the middle of Ich grolle nicht, two small figures clad in blue dressing gowns crept in and tried to conceal themselves beneath the piano. The evening broke up in confusion, and what Sabina called "a splendid rag." That night Ashurst hardly slept at all. He was thinking, tossing and turning. The intense domestic intimacy of these last 2 days, the strength of this Halliday atmosphere, seemed to ring him round, and make the farm and Megan, even Megan, seem unreal. Had he really made love to her, really promised to take her away to live with him? He must have been bewitched by the spring, the night, the apple blossom. This May madness could but destroy them both. The notion that he was going to make her his mistress, that simple child not yet 18, now filled him with a sort of horror, even while it still stung and whipped his blood. He muttered to himself: "It's awful what I've done awful!" And the sound of Schumann's music throbbed and mingled with his fevered thoughts, and he saw again Stella's cool, white, fair haired figure and bending neck, the queer, angelic radiance about her. "I must have been I must be mad," he thought. "What came into me? Poor little Megan! God bless us all, and Mr. Ashes. I want to be with you, only to be with you." And burying his face in his pillow, he smothered down a fit of sobbing. Not to go back was awful; to go back more awful still. Emotion, when you are young, and give real vent to it, loses its power of torture. And he fell asleep thinking: what was it? A few kisses all forgotten in a month. Next morning he got his cheque cashed. but avoided the shop of the dove grey dress like the plague, and instead bought himself some necessaries. He spent the whole day in a queer mood, cherishing a kind of sullenness against himself. Instead of the hankering of the last 2 days, he felt nothing but a blank, all passionate longing gone, as if quenched in that outburst of tears. After tea, Stella put a book down beside him and said shyly: "Have you read that, Frank?" It was Farrar's "Life of Christ." Ashurst smiled. Her anxiety about his belief seemed to him comic, but touching; infectious too, perhaps, for he began to have an itch to justify himself, if not to convert her; and in the evening, when the children and Halliday were mending their shrimping nets, he said: "At the back of orthodox religion, so far as I can see, there's always the idea of reward, what you can get for being good, a kind of begging for favours. I think it all starts in fear." She was sitting on the sofa making reefer knots with a bit of string. She looked up quickly. "I think it's much deeper than that." Ashurst felt again that wish to dominate. "You think so?" he said. "But wanting the quid pro quo is about the deepest thing in all of us. It's jolly hard to get to the bottom of it." She wrinkled her brows in a puzzled frown. "I don't think I understand." He went on obstinately: "Well, think, and see if the most religious people aren't those who feel that this life doesn't give them all they want. I believe in being good because to be good is good in itself." "Then you do believe in being good?" How pretty she looked now! It was easy to be good with her. And he nodded and said: "I say, show me how to make that knot." With her fingers touching his, in manoeuvring the bit of string, he felt soothed and happy. And when he went to bed he wilfully kept his thoughts on her, wrapping himself in her fair, cool, sisterly radiance, as in some garment of protection. Next day he found they had arranged to go by train to Totnes and picnic at Berry Pomeroy Castle. Still in that resolute oblivion of the past, he took his place with them in the landau beside Halliday, back to the horses; and then along the sea front, nearly at the turning to the railway station, his heart almost leaped into his mouth. Megan! Megan herself was walking on the far pathway, in her old skirt and jacket and her tam o' shanter, looking up into the faces of the passers by. Instinctively he threw his hand up for cover, then made a feint of clearing dust out of his eyes; but between his fingers he could see her still, moving, not with her free country step, but wavering, lost looking, pitiful, like some little dog that has missed its master and does not know whether to run on, to run back, where to run. How had she come like this? What excuse had she found to get away? What did she hope for? But with every turn of the wheels bearing him away from her, his heart revolted and cried to him to stop them, to get out, and to go to her. When the landau turned the corner to the station he could stand it no more, and opening the carriage door, muttered: "I've forgotten something. Go on, don't wait for me. I'll join you at the castle by the next train." He jumped, stumbled, spun round, recovered his balance, and walked forward, while the carriage with the astonished Hallidays rolled on. From the corner he could only just see Megan, a long way ahead now. He ran a few steps, checked himself, and dropped into a walk. With each step nearer to her, further from the Hallidays, he walked more and more slowly. How did it alter anything, this sight of her? How make the going to her, and that which must come of it, less ugly? For there was no hiding it, since he had met the Hallidays he had become gradually sure that he would not marry Megan. It would only be a wild love time, a troubled, remorseful, difficult time, and then well, then he would get tired, just because she gave him everything, was so simple and so trustful, so dewy; and dew wears off. The little spot of faded colour, her tam o' shanter cap, wavered on far in front of him. She was looking up into every face, and at the house windows. Had any man ever such a cruel moment to go through? Whatever he did, he felt he would be a beast; and he uttered a groan, which made a nursemaid turn and stare. He saw Megan stop and lean against the sea wall, looking at the sea, and he too stopped. Quite likely she had never seen the sea before, and even in her distress could not resist that sight. "Yes, she's seen nothing," he thought. "Everything's before her. And just for a few weeks' passion I shall be cutting her life to ribbons. I'd better go and hang myself rather than do that." And suddenly he seemed to see Stella's calm eyes looking into his, the wave of fluffy hair on her forehead stirred by the wind. Ah! It would be madness, would mean giving up all that he respected, and his own self respect. He turned and walked quickly back towards the station. But memory of that poor bewildered little figure, those anxious eyes searching the passers by, smote him too hard again, and once more he turned towards the sea. The cap was no longer visible; that little spot of colour had vanished in the stream of the noon promenaders. And impelled by the passion of longing, the dearth which comes on one when life seems to be whirling something out of reach, he hurried forward. She was nowhere to be seen. For half an hour he looked for her, then on the beach flung himself face downward in the sand. To find her again he knew he had only to go to the station and wait till she returned from her fruitless quest, to take her train home; or to take train himself and go back to the farm, so that she found him there when she returned. But he lay inert in the sand, among the indifferent groups of children with their spades and buckets. Pity at her little figure wandering, seeking, was well nigh merged in the spring running of his blood; for it was all wild feeling now, the chivalrous part, what there had been of it, was gone. He wanted her again, wanted her kisses, her soft little body, her abandonment, all her quick warm pagan emotion, wanted the wonderful feeling of that night under the moonlit apple boughs, wanted it all with a horrible intensity, as the fawn wants the nymph. The quick chatter of the little bright trout stream, the dazzle of the buttercups, the rocks of the old wild men, the calling of the cuckoos and yaffles, the hooting of the owls, and the red moon peeping out of the velvet dark at the living whiteness of the blossom, and her face just out of reach at the window, lost in its love look, and her heart against his, her lips answering his, under the apple tree all this besieged him. Yet he lay inert. What was it which struggled against pity and this feverish longing, and kept him there paralysed in the warm sand? Three flaxen heads, a fair face with friendly blue grey eyes, a slim hand pressing his, a quick voice speaking his name. So you believe in being good? Yes, and a sort of atmosphere as of some old walled in English garden, with pinks and cornflowers and roses, and scents of lavender and lilacool, and fair, untouched, almost holy; all that he had been brought up to feel was clean and good. And suddenly he thought: 'She might come along the front again and see me!' And he got up and made his way to the rock at the far end of the beach. There, with the spray biting into his face, he could think more coolly. to go back to the farm and love Megan out in the woods among the rocks, with everything around wild and fitting that he knew was impossible, utterly. To transplant her to a great town, to keep in some little flat or rooms one who belonged so wholly to nature the poet in him shrank from it. His passion would be a mere sensuous revel, soon gone. In London, her very simplicity, her lack of all intellectual quality, would make her his secret plaything, nothing else. The longer he sat on the rock, with his feet dangling over a greenish pool from which the sea was ebbing, the more clearly he saw this. But it was as if her arms and all of her were slipping slowly, slowly down from him into the pool, to be carried away to the sea; and her face looking up, her lost face with beseeching eyes and dark, wet hair, possessed, haunted, tortured him. He got up at last, scaled the low rock cliff, and made his way down into a sheltered cove. Perhaps in the sea he could get back his control, and lose this fever. And stripping off his clothes, he swam out. He wanted to tire himself so that nothing mattered, and swam recklessly, fast and far. Then, suddenly, for no reason, felt afraid. Suppose he could not reach shore again, suppose the current set him out, or he got a cramp, like Halliday. He turned to swim in. The red cliffs looked a long way off. If he were drowned, they would find his clothes. The Hallidays would know, but Megan perhaps never. They took no newspaper at the farm. And Phil Halliday's words came back to him again: "A girl at Cambridge I might have glad I haven't got her on my mind." And in that moment of unreasoning fear he vowed he would not have her on his mind. Then his fear left him, he swam in easily enough, dried himself in the sun, and put on his clothes. His heart felt sore, but no longer ached, his body cool and refreshed. When one is as young as Ashurst, pity is not a violent emotion. And back in the Halliday sitting room, eating a ravenous tea, he felt much like a man recovered from fever. Everything seemed new and clear; the tea, the buttered toast and jam tasted absurdly good; tobacco had never smelt so nice. And walking up and down the empty room, he stopped here and there to touch or look. He took up Stella's work basket, fingered the cotton reels and a gaily coloured plait of sewing silks, smelt at the little bag filled with woodroffe she kept among them. He sat down at the piano, playing tunes with one finger, thinking: 'To night she'll play. I shall watch her while she's playing. It does me good to watch her.' He took up the book, which still lay where she had placed it beside him, and tried to read. But Megan's little sad figure began to come back at once, and he got up and leaned in the window, listening to the thrushes in the Crescent gardens, gazing at the sea, dreamy and blue below the trees. A servant came in and cleared the tea away, and he still stood, inhaling the evening air, trying not to think. Then he saw the Hallidays coming through the gate of the Crescent; Stella a little in front of Phil, and the children with their baskets, and instinctively he drew back. His heart, too sore and discomfited, shrank from this encounter, yet wanted its friendly solace; bore a grudge against this influence, yet craved its cool innocence and the pleasure of watching Stella's face. From against the wall behind the piano he saw her come in, and stand looking a little blank as though disappointed. Then she saw him and smiled, a swift brilliant smile, which warmed yet irritated Ashurst. "You never came after us, Frank." "No, I found I couldn't." "Look, we picked such lovely late violets." She held out a bunch. Ashurst put his nose to them, and there stirred within him vague longings, chilled instantly by a vision of Megan's anxious face lifted to the faces of the passers by. He said shortly: "How jolly!" and turned away. He went up to his room, and avoiding the children, who were coming up the stairs, threw himself on his bed and lay there with his arms crossed over his face. Now that he felt the die really cast, and Megan given up, he hated himself, and almost hated the Hallidays and their atmosphere of healthy, happy English homes. Why should they have chanced here to drive away first love, to show him that he was going to be no better than a common seducer? What right had Stella, with her fair, shy beauty, to make him know for certain that he would never marry Megan, and, tarnishing it all, bring him such bitterness of regretful longing, and such pity? Megan would be back by now, worn out by her miserable seeking, poor little thing, expecting, perhaps, to find him there when she reached home. Ashurst bit at his sleeve to stifle a groan of remorseful longing. He went to dinner glum and silent, and his mood threw a dinge even over the children. It was a melancholy, rather ill tempered evening, for they were all tired. Several times he caught Stella looking at him with a hurt, puzzled expression, and this pleased his evil mood. He slept miserably, got up quite early, and wandered out. He went down to the beach. Alone there with the serene, the blue, the sunlit sea, his heart relaxed a little. Conceited fool, to think that Megan would take it so hard; in a week or two she would almost have forgotten. And he well, he would have the reward of virtue. A good young man! If Stella knew, she would give him her blessing for resisting that devil she believed in; and he uttered a hard laugh. But slowly the peace and beauty of sea and sky, the flight of the lonely seagulls, made him feel ashamed. He bathed, and turned homewards. In the Crescent Gardens Stella herself was sitting on a camp stool sketching. He stole up close behind. How fair and pretty she was, bent diligently, holding up her brush, measuring, wrinkling her brows. He said gently: "Sorry I was such a beast last night, Stella." She turned round startled, flushed very pink, and said in her quick way: "It's all right. I knew there was something. Between friends it doesn't matter, does it?" Ashurst answered: "Between friends. And we aren't we?" She looked up at him and nodded vehemently, and her upper teeth gleamed again in that swift, brilliant smile. 3 days later he went back to London, travelling with the Hallidays. He had not written to the farm. What was there he could say? On the last day of April in the following year he and Stella were married. Such were Ashurst's memories, sitting against the wall among the gorse, on his silver wedding day. At this very spot, where he had laid out the lunch, Megan must have stood outlined against the sky when he had first caught sight of her. Of all queer coincidences! And there moved in him a longing to go down and see again the farm and the orchard and the meadow of the gipsy bogle. It would not take long; Stella would be an hour yet, perhaps. How well he remembered it all, the little crowning group of pine trees, the steep up grass hill behind. He paused at the farm gate. The low stone house, the yew tree porch, the flowering currants not changed a bit. Even the old green chair was out there on the grass under the window, where he had reached up to her that night to take the key. Then he turned down the lane, and stood leaning on the orchard gate, grey skeleton of a gate, as then. A black pig even was wandering in there among the trees. Was it true that 26 years had passed, or had he dreamed and wakened to find Megan waiting for him by the big apple tree? Unconsciously he put up his hand to his grizzled beard, and brought himself back to reality. Opening the gate, he made his way down through the docks and nettles till he came to the edge, and the old apple tree itself. Unchanged! A little more of the grey green lichen, a little dead branch or two, and for the rest it might have been only last night that he had embraced that mossy trunk after Megan's flight and inhaled its woody savour, while above his head the moonlight blossom had seemed to breathe and live. In that early spring a few buds were showing already, the blackbirds shouting their songs, a cuckoo calling, the sunlight bright and warm. Incredibly, the same, the chattering trout stream, the narrow pool he had lain in every morning, splashing the water over his flanks and chest; and out there in the wild meadow the beech clump and the stone where the gipsy bogle was supposed to sit. And an ache for lost youth, a hankering, a sense of wasted love and sweetness gripped Ashurst by the throat. Surely on this earth of such wild beauty one was meant to hold rapture to one's heart, as this earth and sky held it. And yet one could not. He went to the edge of the stream, and looking down at the little pool, thought: 'Youth and spring what has become of them all, I wonder?' And then, in a sudden fear of having this memory jarred by human encounter, he went back to the lane, and pensively retraced his steps to the cross roads. Beside the car an old grey bearded labourer was leaning on a stick, talking to the chauffeur. He broke off at once, as though guilty of disrespect, and touching his hat, prepared to limp on down the lane. Ashurst pointed to the narrow green mound. "Can you tell me what this is?" The old fellow stopped. On his face had come a look as though he were thinking: "You've come to the right shop, mister." "'Tis a grave," he said. "But why out here?" The old man smiled. "That's a tale, as you may say, and not the first time as I've a told it. There's plenty folks asks about that bit of turf. Maid's grave, us calls it hereabouts." Ashurst held out his pouch. "Have a fill?" The old man touched his hat again, and slowly filled an old clay pipe. His eyes, looking upward out of a mass of wrinkles and hair, were still quite bright. "If yu don't mind, zur, I'd set down my leg's hurtin' a bit to day," and he sat down on the mound of turf. "There's always a flower on this grave, and 'tain't so very lonesome neither, brave, not a lot of folks goes by now, in they new motor cars and things, not as 'twas in the old days. She've a got company up here; 'twas a poor soul killed herself." "I see," said Ashurst. "Cross roads burial. I didn't know that custom was kept up." "Ah! but 'twas a main long time ago. Us had a parson as was very God fearin' then. Let me see, I've had my pension 6 year come Michaelmas, and I was hewer just on 50 when it happened. There's none livin' knows more about et than I du. She belonged close here same farm as where I used to work along o' Mrs. Narracombe 'tis Nick Narracombe's now. I does a bit for 'em still, odd times." Ashurst, who was leaning against the gate, lighting his pipe, left his curved hands before his face for long after the flame of the match had gone out. "Yes," he said, and to himself his voice sounded hoarse and queer. "She was one in an 'undred, poor maid. I puts a flower 'ere every time I passes. Pretty maid and good maid she was, though they don't bury 'em up to the church, nor where she wanted to be buried neither." The old labourer paused and put his hairy twisted hand flat down on the turf beside the bluebells. "Yes?" said Ashurst. "In a manner of speakin'," the old man went on, "I think as 'twas a love story, though there's no one never knew for sartin. You can't tell what's in a maid's 'ead, but that's what I think about it." He drew his hand across the turf. "I was fond of that maid. Don't know as there was anyone as wasn't fond of her. But she was so lovin' hearted that's where 'twas, I think." He looked up, and Ashurst, whose lips were trembling in the cover of his beard, murmured again: "Yes?" "'Twas in the spring, 'bout now as I might be, or a little later blossom time, and we had one of they young college gentlemen staying in the farm. Nice feller, too, with his 'ead in the air. I liked 'e very well, and I never see nothin' between 'em, but to my thinkin' 'e turned the maid's fancy." The old man took the pipe out of his mouth, spat, and went on: "You see, 'e went away sudden one day and never come back. They got 'is knapsack and bits of things down there still. That's what stuck in my mind, 'is never sending for 'em. 'Is name was Ashes, or something like that." "Yes?" said Ashurst once more. The old man licked his lips. "'Er never said nothin', but from that day 'er went kind o' dazed lookin'. Didn't seem likely there 't all. I never knew a human creature so changed in my life never. There was another young feller at the farm, Joe Biddeford 'is name were, as was properly sweet on her too. I guess he's used to plague her and with his attention. She got to look quite wild. I'd see her sometimes of an evenin', when I was bringin' up the calves. There she'd stand in the orchard under the big apple tree, lookin' straight before her. Well, I used to think, 'Dunno what's the matter with you, but you're lookin' pitiful, that you be.'" The old man relit his pipe and sucked at it reflectively. "Yes?" said Ashurst. "I remembers one day I said to her: 'What's the matter, Megan?' Her name was Megan David; she come from Wales, same as her aunt, old Mrs. Narracombe. 'You'm frettin' about somethin',' I says. 'No, Jim,' she says, 'I'm not frettin'.' 'Yes, you be,' I says. 'No,' she says, and two tears come rollin' down. 'You'm cryin', that's what then.' I says. She puts her hand over her heart. 'It hurts me,' she says, 'but 'twill soon be better,' she says. 'But if anything should happen to me, Jim, I wants to be buried under this here apple tree.' I laughed. 'What's goin' to happen to you?' I says. 'Don't be foolish.' 'No,' she says, 'I won't be foolish.' Well, I know what maids are, and I never thought no more about it, till 2 days later arter that, about 6 in the evenin', I was comin' up with the calves when I see somethin' dark lying in the stream, close to that big apple tree. I says to myself: 'Is that a pig? Funny place for a pig to get to!' and I goes up to it, and I see what it was." The old man stopped; his eyes, turned upward, had a bright suffering look. "'Twas the maid in a little narrer pool there that's made by the stoppin' of a rock, where I see the young gentlemen bathin' once or twice. 'Er was lyin' on her face in the water. There was a plant, goldie cups growin' out of the stone just above her head. And when I come to look at her face, 'twas lovely, beautiful, so calm's a baby, wonderful beautiful it was. When the doctor saw her, 'e said her couldn't a never done it in so little bit of water if her hadn't a been in an ecstasy. And judgin' from her face, that was just how she was. It made me cry, proper beautiful it was. 'Twas June then, but she'd a found a little bit of apple blossom left over somewhere, and stuck it in her hair.
That's why I thinks her must a been in ecstasy to go on it gay like that. Why, there wasn't more than a foot and a half o' water. But I tell 'ee one thing, that's metered 'arned. I knew it, and she knew it, and no one's persuade me as 'tesn't. I told 'em what she said to me about bein' buried under the apple tree, but I think that turned 'em, made it look too much as if she'd had it in 'er mind deliberate, and so they buried her up 'ere. Parson we had then was very particular, he was." Again the old man drew his hand over the turf. "'Tes wonderful, it seems," he added slowly, "what maids'll do for love. She 'ad a lovin' 'art. I guess 'twas broken. But us never knew nothin'." He looked up as if for approval of his story, but Ashurst had walked past him as if he were not there. Up on the top of the hill, beyond where he had spread the lunch over, out of sight, he lay down on his face. So had his virtue been rewarded, and the Cyprian goddess of love taken her revenge. And before his eyes, dim with tears, came Megan's face with the sprig of apple blossom in her dark wet hair. "What did I do that was wrong?" he thought. "What did I do?" But he could not answer. Spring, with its rush of passion, its flowers and song, the spring in his heart and Megan's! Was it just love seeking a victim? The Greek was right there, the words of Hippolytus as true to day: "For mad is the heart of love, and gold in the gleam of his wing, And all to the spell thereof bend when he makes his spring. All life that is wild and young in mountain and wave and stream, All that of earth is sprung, or breathes in the red sunbeam. Yea, and mankind, o'er all royal throne, Cyprian, Cyprian, is thine alone." The Greek was right. Megan, poor little Megan, coming over the hill; Megan under the old apple tree, waiting and looking; Megan dead, with beauty printed on her. A voice said: "Oh, there you are! Look!" Ashurst rose, took his wife's sketch, and stared at it in silence. "Is the foreground right, Frank?" "Yes." "But there's something wanting, isn't there?" Ashurst nodded. "Wanting the apple tree, the singing, and the gold." And solemnly he put his lips to her forehead. It was his silver wedding day. End of Part 7. End of Tale Number 3. Tale number 4 of 5 Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. Tale number 4: The Juryman. Part 1. From Tolstoy. Don't you see, brother, I was reading yesterday the Gospel about Christ the Little Father; how He suffered, how He walked on the earth. I suppose you have heard about it?" "Indeed I have," replied Stepanuich, "but we are people in darkness. We can't read." Mr. Henry Bosengate, of the London Stock Exchange, seated himself in his car that morning during the Great War with a sense of injury. Major in a volunteer corps, member of all the local committees, lending this very car to the neighbouring hospital, at times even driving it himself for their benefit; subscribing to funds, so far as his diminished income permitted, he was conscious of being an asset to the country, and one whose time could not be wasted with impunity.
To be summoned to sit on a jury at the local assizes, and not even the grand jury at that! It was in the nature of an outrage. Strong and upright, with hazel eyes and dark eyebrows, pinkish brown cheeks, a forehead white, well shaped, and getting high, with greyish hair glossy and well brushed, and a trim moustache, he might have been taken for that Colonel of Volunteers, which indeed he was in a fair way of becoming. His wife had followed him out under the porch, and stood bracing her supple body clothed in lilac linen. Red rambler roses formed a sort of crown to her dark head; her ivory coloured face had in it just a suggestion of the Japanese. Mr. Bosengate spoke through the whir of the engine. "I don't expect to be late, dear. This business is ridiculous. There oughtn't to be any crime in these days." His wife, her name was Kathleen, smiled. She looked very pretty and cool, Mr. Bosengate thought. To him, bound on this dull and stuffy business, everything he owned seemed pleasant: the geranium beds beside the gravel drive, his long red brick house mellowing decorously in its creepers and ivy, the little clock tower over stables now converted to a garage, the Dovecot, masking at the other end the conservatory, which adjoined the billiard room. Close to the red brick lodge, his two children, Kate and Harry, ran out from under the acacia trees and waved to him, scrambling bare legged on the low red ivy coloured wall which guarded his domain of 11 acres. Mr. Bosengate waved back, thinking: 'Jolly couple! By Jove, they are!' Above their heads, through the trees, he could see right away to some downs, faint in the July heat haze; and he thought: 'Pretty a spot as one could have got, so close to town.' Despite the war, he had enjoyed these last 2 years more than any of the 10 since he built Charmleigh, and settled down to semi rural domesticity with his young wife. There had been a certain piquancy, a savour added to existence by the country's peril, and all the public service and sacrifice it demanded. His chauffeur was gone, and one gardener did the work of 3. He enjoyed, positively enjoyed, his committee work; even the serious decline of business and increase of taxation had not much worried one continually conscious of the national crisis and his own part therein. The country had wanted waking up, wanted a lesson in effort and economy; and the feeling that he had not spared himself in these strenuous times had given a zest to those quiet pleasures of bed and board which, at his age, even the most patriotic could retain with a good conscience. He had denied himself many things: new clothes, presents for Kathleen and the children, travel, and that pineapple house which he had been on the point of building when the war broke out; new wine, too, and cigars, and membership of the 2 clubs which he had never used in the old days. The hours had seemed fuller and longer, sleep better earned. Wonderful the things one could do without, when put to it. He turned the car into the high road, driving dreamily, for he was in plenty of time. The war was going pretty well now. He was no fool optimist, but now that conscription was in force, one might reasonably hope for its end within a year. Then there would be a boom, and one might let oneself go a little. Visions of theatres, and supper with his wife at the Savoy afterwards, and cosy night drives back into the sweet smelling country behind your own chauffeur once more, teased a fancy which even now did not soar beyond the confines of domestic pleasures. He pictured his wife in new dresses by Jay. She was 15 years younger than himself, and "paid for dressing," as they said. He had always delighted, as men older than their wives will, in the admiration she excited from others not privileged to enjoy her charms. Her rather queer and ironical beauty, her cool, irreproachable wifeliness, was a constant balm to him. They would have dinner parties again, have their friends down from town, and he would once more enjoy sitting at the foot of the dinner table while Kathleen sat at the head, with the light soft on her ivory shoulders, behind flowers she had arranged in that original way of hers, and fruit which he had grown in his hothouses. Once more he would take legitimate interest in the wine he offered to his guests; once more stock that Chinese cabinet wherein he kept cigars. Yes, there was a certain satisfaction in these days of privation, if only from the anticipation they created. The sprinkling of villas had become continuous on either side of the high road, and women going out to shop, tradesmen's boys delivering victuals, young men in khaki, began to abound. Now and then a limping or bandaged form would pass, some bit of human wreckage, and Mr. Bosengate would think mechanically: 'Another of those poor devils. Wonder if we've had his case before us.' Running his car into the best hotel garage of the little town, he made his way leisurely over to the court. It stood back from the market place, and was already lapped by a sea of persons having, as in the outer ring at race meetings, an air of business at which one must not be caught out, together with a soaked or flushed appearance. Mr. Bosengate could not resist putting his handkerchief to his nose. He had carefully drenched it with lavender water, and to this fact owed, perhaps, his immunity from the post of foreman on the jury, for, say what you will about the English, they have a deep instinct for affairs. He found himself second in the front row of the jury box, and through the odour of sanitas gazed at the judge's face expressionless up there, for all the world like a bewigged bust. His fellows in the box had that appearance of falling between two classes characteristic of jurymen. Mr. Bosengate was not impressed. On one side of him the foreman sat, a prominent upholsterer, known in the town as Gentleman Fox. His dark and beautifully brushed and oiled hair and moustache, his radiant linen, gold watch and chain, the white piping to his waistcoat, and a habit of never saying "sir," had long marked him out from commoner men. He undertook to bury people too, to save them trouble, and was altogether superior. On the other side Mr. Bosengate had one of those men who, except when they sit on juries, are never seen without a little brown bag, and the appearance of having been interrupted in a drink. Pale and shiny, with large loose eyes shifting from side to side, he had an underdone voice and uneasy flabby hands. Mr. Bosengate disliked sitting next to him. Beyond this commercial traveller sat a dark, pale young man with spectacles; beyond him again a short old man with grey moustache, mutton chops, and innumerable wrinkles; and the front row was completed by a chemist. The three immediately behind Mr. Bosengate did not thoroughly master, but the three at the end of the second row he learned in their order of an oldish man in a grey suit, given to winking, an inanimate person with the mouth of a moustachioed codfish, over whose long bald crown three wisps of damp hair were carefully arranged, and a dried, dapperish, clean shorn man whose mouth seemed terrified lest it should be surprised without a smile. Their first and second verdicts were recorded without the necessity for withdrawal, and Mr. Bosengate was already sleepy when the third case was called. The sight of khaki revived his drooping attention. But what a weedy looking specimen! This prisoner had a truly nerveless, pitiable, dejected air. If he had ever had a military bearing it had shrunk into him during his confinement. His ill shaped brown tunic, whose little brass buttons seemed trying to keep smiling, struck Mr. Bosengate as ridiculously short, used though he was to such things. Absurd, he thought. Lumbago, just where they ought to be covered. Then the officer and gentleman stirred in him, and he added to himself: "Still, there must be some distinction made." The little soldier's visage had once perhaps been tanned, but was now the colour of dark dough. His large brown eyes, with white showing below the iris as so often in the eyes of very nervous people, wandered from face to face of judge, counsel, jury, and public. There were hollows in his cheeks, his dark hair looked damp; around his neck he wore a bandage. The commercial traveller on Mr. Bosengate's left turned and whispered: "Fellow to say, my hat, what a guy!" Mr. Bosengate pretended not to hear, he could not bear that fellow, and slowly wrote on a bit of paper: "Owen Lewis, Welsh." Well, he looked it; not at all an English face. Attempted suicide; not at all an English crime. Suicide implied surrender, a putting up of hands to fate, to say nothing of the religious aspect of the matter; and suicide in khaki seemed to Mr. Bosengate particularly abhorrent, like turning tail in face of the enemy, almost meriting the fate of a deserter. He looked at the prisoner, trying not to give way to this prejudice, and the prisoner seemed to look at him, though this perhaps was fancy. The counsel for the prosecution, a little alert, grey, decided man, above military age, began detailing the circumstances of the crime. Mr. Bosengate, though not particularly sensitive to atmosphere, could perceive a sort of current running through the court. It was as if jury and public were thinking rhythmically in obedience to the same unexpressed prejudice of which he himself was conscious. Even the Caesar like pale face up there, presiding, seemed in its ironic serenity responding to that current. "Gentlemen of the jury, before I call my evidence, I direct your attention to the bandage the accused is still wearing. He gave himself this wound with his army razor, adding, if I may say so, insult to the injury he was inflicting on his country. He pleads not guilty, and before the magistrates he said that absence from his wife was preying on his mind." The advocate's close lips widened. "Well, gentlemen, if such an excuse is to weigh with us in these days, I'm sure I don't know what's to happen to the Empire." "No, by George!" thought Mr. Bosengate. The evidence of the first witness, a room mate who had caught the prisoner's hand, and of the sergeant who had at once been summoned, was conclusive, and he began to cherish a hope that they would get through without withdrawing, and he would be home before 5. But then a hitch occurred. The regimental doctor failed to respond when his name was called, and the judge, having for the first time that day showed himself capable of human emotion, intimated that he would adjourn until the morrow. Mr. Bosengate received the announcement with equanimity. He would be home even earlier. And gathering up the sheets of paper he had scribbled on, he put them in his pocket and got up. The would be suicide was being taken out of the court, a shambling, drab figure with shoulders hunched. What good were men like that in these days? What good? The prisoner looked up. Mr. Bosengate encountered in full the gaze of those large brown eyes, with the white showing underneath. What a suffering, wretched, pitiful face! A man had no business to give you a look like that. The prisoner passed on down the stairs, and vanished. Mr. Bosengate went out and across the market place to the garage of the hotel where he had left his car. The sun shone fiercely, and he thought: I must do some watering in the garden." He brought the car out, and was about to start the engine, when someone passing said: "Good evenin'. Seedy looking beggar, that last prisoner, ain't he? We don't want men of that stamp." It was his neighbour on the jury, the commercial traveller, in a straw hat, with a little brown bag already in his hand, and the froth of an interrupted drink on his moustache. Answering curtly: "Good evening," and thinking: "Nor of yours, my friend," Mr. Bosengate started the car with unnecessary clamour. But, as if brought back to life by the commercial traveller's remark, the prisoner's figure seemed to speed along too, turning up at Mr. Bosengate his pitifully unhappy eyes. Want of his wife! Queer excuse that, for trying to put it out of his power ever to see her again. Why, half a loaf, even a slice, was better than no bread. Not many of that neurotic type in the army, thank Heaven! The lugubrious figure vanished, and Mr. Bosengate pictured instead the form of his own wife bending over her Gloire de Dijon roses in the rosery, where she generally worked a little before tea now that they were short of gardeners. He saw her, as often he had seen her, raise herself and stand, head to one side, a gloved hand on her slender hip, gazing as it were ironically from under drooped lids at buds which did not come out fast enough. And the word Céline, for he was something of a French scholar, shot through his mind. Kathleen, Céline. If he found her there when he got in, he would steal up on the grass and but what great care not to crease her dress or disturb her hair! If only she weren't quite so self contained, he thought. It's like a cat you can't get near, not really near. The car returned faster than it had come down that morning, had already passed the outskirt villas, and was breasting the hill to where among fields and the old trees Charmleigh lay apart from commoner life. Turning into his drive, Mr. Bosengate thought with a certain surprise: "I wonder what she does think of. I wonder." He put his gloves and hat down in the outer hall, and went into the lavatory to dip his face in cool water and wash it with sweet smelling soap, delicious revenge on the unclean atmosphere in which he had been stewing so many hours. He came out again into the hall, dazed by soap and the mellowed light, and a voice from half way up the stairs said: "Daddy, look!" His little daughter was standing up there with one hand on the banisters. She scrambled on to them and came sliding down, her frock up to her eyes, and her holland knickers to her middle. Mr. Bosengate said mildly: "Well, that's elegant." "Tea's in the summer house. Mummy's waiting. Come on." With her hand in his, Mr. Bosengate went on, through the drawing room, long and cool, with sun blinds down, through the billiard room, high and cool, through the conservatory, green and sweet smelling, out on to the terrace and the upper lawn. He had never felt such sheer exhilarated joy in his home surroundings, so cool, glistening and green under the July sun, and he said: "Well, Kit, what have you been doing?" "I've fed my rabbits and Harry's, and we've been in the attic. Harry got his leg through the skylight." Mr. Bosengate drew in his breath with a hiss. "It's all right, Daddy. We got it out again. It's only grazed the skin, and we've been making swabs. I think 17. Mummy made 33. And then she went to the hospital. Did you put many men in prison?" Mr. Bosengate cleared his throat. The question seemed to him untimely. "Only 2. What's it like in prison, Daddy?" Mr. Bosengate, who had no more knowledge than his little daughter, replied in an absent voice: "Not very nice." They were passing under a young oak tree where the path wound round to the rosery and summer house. Something shot down and clawed Mr. Bosengate's neck. His little daughter began to hop and suffocate with laughter. "Oh, Daddy, aren't you caught? I led you on purpose." Looking up, Mr. Bosengate saw his small son lying along a low branch above him, like the leopard he was declaring himself to be, for fear of error, and thought blithely: 'What an active little chap it is!' "Let me drop on your shoulders, Daddy, like they do on the deer." "Oh, yes, Daddy, do be a deer." Mr. Bosengate did not see being a deer; his hair had just been brushed. But he entered the rosery buoyantly between his offspring. His wife was standing precisely as he had imagined her, in a pale blue frock open at the neck, with a narrow black band around the waist, and little accordion pleats below. She looked her coolest. Her smile, when she turned her head, hardly seemed to take Mr. Bosengate seriously enough. He placed his lips below one of her half drooped eyelids. She even smelled of roses. His children began to dance around their mother, and Mr. Bosengate, firmly held between them, was also compelled to do this, until she said: "When you've quite done, let's have tea." It was not the greeting he had imagined coming along in the car. Earwigs were plentiful in the summer house, used perhaps twice a year, but indispensable to every country residence; and Mr. Bosengate was not sorry for the excuse to get out again. Though all was so pleasant, he felt oddly restless, rather suffocated; and, lighting his pipe, began to move about among the roses, blowing tobacco at the green fly. In war time one was never quite idle. And suddenly he said: "We're trying a wretched Tommy at the Assizes." His wife looked up from a rose. "What for?" "Attempted suicide." "Why did he?" "Can't stand the separation from his wife." She looked at him, gave a low laugh, and said: "Oh, dear!" Mr. Bosengate was puzzled. Why did she laugh? He looked round, saw that the children were gone, took his pipe from his mouth, and approached her. "You look very pretty," he said. "Give me a kiss." His wife bent her body forward from the waist, and pushed her lips out till they touched his moustache. Mr. Bosengate felt a sensation as if he had arisen from breakfast without having eaten marmalade. He mastered it and said: "That jury are a rum lot." His wife's eyelids flickered. "I wish women sat on juries." "Why?" "It would be an experience." Not the first time she had used that curious expression. Yet her life was far from dull, so far as he could see, with the new interests created by the war, and the constant calls on her time made by the perfection of their home life. She had a useful and busy existence. Again the random thought passed through him: "But she never tells me anything." And suddenly that lugubrious khaki clad figure started up among the rose bushes. "We've got a lot to be thankful for," he said abruptly. "I must go to work." His wife raised one eyebrow, smiled "And I to weep!" Mr. Bosengate laughed; she had a pretty wit. And stroking his comely moustache where it had been kissed, he moved out into the sunshine. All the evening, throughout his labours, not inconsiderable, for this jury business had put him behind time, he was afflicted by that restless pleasure in his surroundings; would break off in mowing the lower lawn to look at the house through the trees; would leave his study and committee papers to cross into the drawing room and sniff its dainty fragrance; paid a special good night visit to the children having supper in the schoolroom; pottered in and out from his dressing room to admire his wife while she was changing for dinner; dined with his mind perpetually on the next course; talked volubly of the war, And in the billiard room afterwards, smoking the pipe which had taken the place of his cigar, could not keep still, but roamed about, now in the conservatory, now in the drawing room, where his wife and the governess were still making swabs. It seemed to him that he could not have enough of anything. About 11 o'clock he strolled out into the beautiful night, only just dark enough, under the new arrangement with time, and went down to the little round fountain below the terrace. His wife was playing the piano. Mr. Bosengate looked at the water and the flat dark water lily leaves which floated there; looked up at the house, where only narrow chinks of light showed, because of the lighting order. The dreamy music drifted out; there was a scent of heliotrope. He moved a few steps back, and sat in the children's swing under an old lime tree. Jolly, blissful, in the warm, bloomy dark. Of all hours of the day, this before going to bed was perhaps the pleasantest. He saw the light go up in his wife's bedroom, unscreened for a full minute, and thought: 'Aha! If I did my duty as a special, I would strafe her for that!' She came to the window, her figure lighted, hands up to the back of her head, so that her bare arms gleamed. Mr. Bosengate wafted her a kiss, knowing he could not be seen. 'Lucky chap!' he mused. 'She's a great joy!' Up went her arm, down came the blind, the house was dark again. He drew a long breath. 'Another 10 minutes,' he thought, 'then I'll go in and shut up. By Jove! The limes are beginning to smell already.' And, the better to take in that acme of his well being, he tilted the swing, lifted his feet from the ground, and swung himself toward the scented blossoms. He wanted to whelm his senses in their perfume, and closed his eyes. But, instead of the domestic vision he expected, the face of the little Welsh soldier, hare eyed, shadowy, pinched and dark and pitiful, started up with such disturbing vividness that he opened his eyes again at once. Curse! The fellow almost haunted one. Where would he be now, poor little devil? Lying in his cell thinking of his wife. Feeling suddenly morbid, Mr. Bosengate arrested the swing and stood up. Absurd! All his well being and mood of warm anticipation had deserted him. A damned world, he thought; such a lot of misery! Why should I have to sit in judgment on that poor beggar, and condemn him? He moved up on to the terrace, and walked briskly, to rid himself of this disturbance before going in. That commercial traveller chap, he thought, the rest of those fellows, they see nothing. And abruptly turning up the 3 stone steps, he entered the conservatory, locked it, passed into the billiard room, and drank his barley water. One of the pictures was hanging crooked. He went up to put it straight. Still life, grapes and apples and lobsters. They struck him as odd for the first time. Why lobsters? The whole picture seemed dead and oily. He turned off the light, and went upstairs, passing his wife's door, into his own room, and undressed. Clothed in his pyjamas, he opened the door between the rooms. By the light coming from his own, he could see her dark head on the pillow. Was she asleep? No, not asleep, certainly. The moment of fruition had come, the crowning of his pride and pleasure in his home. But he continued to stand there. He had suddenly no pride, no pleasure, no desire. Nothing but a sort of dull resentment against everything. He turned back, shut the door, and slipping between the heavy curtains and his open window, stood looking out at the night. Full of misery, he thought, full of damned misery. End of Part 1. Part 2 of Tale 4 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Wales. Filing into the jury box next morning, Mr. Bosengate collided slightly with a short juryman whose square figure and square head of stiff yellow red hair he had only vaguely noticed the day before. The man looked angry, and Mr. Bosengate thought: an ill-bred dog, that. He sat down quickly, and to avoid further recognition of his fellows, gazed in front of him. His appearance on Saturdays was always military, by reason of the route march of his volunteer corps in the afternoon. Gentleman Fox, who belonged to the corps too, was also looking square, but that commercial traveller on his other side seemed more louche, and as if surprised in immorality, than ever. Only the proximity of Gentleman Fox on the other side kept Mr. Bosengate from shrinking. Then he saw the prisoner being brought in, shadowy and dark behind the brightness of his buttons, and he experienced a sort of shock, this figure was so exactly that which had several times started up in his mind. Somehow he had expected a fresh sight of the fellow to dispel and disprove what had been haunting him, had expected to find him just an outside phenomenon, not, as it were, a part of his own life, and he gazed at the carven immobility of the judge's face, trying to steady himself, as a drunken man will by looking at a light. The regimental doctor, unabashed by the judge's comment on his absence the day before, gave his evidence like a man who had better things to do, and the case for the prosecution was forthwith rounded in by a little speech from counsel. The matter, he said, was clear as daylight. Those who wore His Majesty's uniform, charged with the responsibility and privilege of defending their country, were no more entitled to desert their regiments by taking their own lives than they were entitled to desert it in any other way. He asked for a conviction. Mr. Bosengate felt a sympathetic shuffle passing through all feet. The judge was speaking. "Prisoner, you can either go into the witness box and make your statement on oath, in which case you may be cross-examined on it, or you may make your statement there from the dock, in which case you will not be cross-examined. Which do you elect to do?" "From here, my lord." Seeing him now full face, and, as it might be, come to life in the effort to convey his feelings, Mr. Bosengate had suddenly a quite different impression of the fellow. It was as if his khaki had fallen off, and he had stepped out of his own shadow, a live and quivering creature. His pinched, clean-shaven face seemed to have an irregular, wilder, hairier look, his large, nervous brown eyes darkened and glowed. He jerked his shoulders, his arms, his whole body, like a man suddenly freed from cramp or a suit of armour. He spoke, too, in a quick, crisp, rather high voice, pinching his consonants a little, sharpening his vowels, like a true Welshman. "My lord and misters the jury," he said, "I was a hairdresser when the call came on me to join the army. I had a little home and a wife. I never thought what it would be like to be away from them, I surely never did. And I'm ashamed to be speaking it out like this, how it can squeeze and squeeze a man, how it can prey on your mind, when you're nervous like I am. 'Tis not every one that cares for his home; there's lots of them never wants to see their wives again. But for me 'tis like being shut up in a cage, it is." Mr. Bosengate saw daylight between the skinny fingers of the man's hands thrown out with a jerk. "I cannot bear it shut up away from wife and home like what you are in the army. So when I took my razor that morning I was wild. And I wouldn't be here now but for that man catching my hand. There was no reason in it, I'm willing to confess that. It was foolish. But wait till you get feeling like what I was, and see how it draws you. Misters the jury, don't send me back to prison, it is worse still there. If you have wives, you will know what it is like for lots of us. Only some is more nervous than others. I swear to you, sirs, I could not help it." Again the little man flung out his hand, his whole thin body shook, and Mr. Bosengate felt the same sensation as when he drove his car over a dog. "Misters the jury, I hope you may never in your lives feel as I've been feeling." The little man ceased, his eyes shrank back into their sockets, his figure back into its mask of shadowy brown and gleaming buttons, and Mr. Bosengate was conscious that the judge was making a series of remarks; and very soon, of being seated at a mahogany table in the jury's withdrawing room, hearing the voice of the man with hair like an Irish terrier's saying: "Didn't he talk through his hat, that little blighter?" Conscious, too, of the commercial traveller, still on his left, always on his left, mopping his brow and muttering: "Phew! It's hot in here to day," while an effluvium, as of an inside accustomed to whisky, came from him. Then the man with the underlip and the three plastered whips of hair said: "Don't know why we withdrew, Mr. Foreman." Mr. Bosengate looked round to where, at the head of the table, Gentleman Fox sat, in defensive gentility and the little white piping to his waistcoat, saying blandly: "I shall be happy to take the sense of the jury." There was a short silence; then the chemist murmured: "I should say he must have what they call claustrophobia." "Clauster fiddlesticks! The feller's a shirker, that's all. Missed his wife. Pretty excuse. Indecent, I call it." The speaker was the little wire haired man, and emotion, deep and angry, stirred in Mr. Bosengate. That ill bred little cur! He gripped the edge of the table with both hands. "I think it's damned natural," he muttered. But almost before the words had left his lips he felt dismay. What had he said, he, nearly a colonel of volunteers, endorsing such a want of patriotism? And hearing the commercial traveller murmuring: "'Ear, 'ear!" he reddened violently. The wire headed man said roughly: "There's too many of these blighted shirkers, and too much pampering of them." The turmoil in Mr. Bosengate increased. He remarked in an icy voice: "I agree to no verdict that'll send the man back to prison." At this a real tremor seemed to go round the table, as if they all saw themselves sitting there through lunch time. Then the large grey haired man, given to winking, said: "Oh! Come, sir! After what the judge said? Come, sir! What do you say, Mr. Foreman?" Gentleman Fox, as who should say: "This is excellent value, but I don't want to press it on you," answered: "We are only concerned with the facts. Did he, or did he not, try to shorten his life?" "Of course he did. Said so himself." Mr. Bosengate heard the wire haired man snap out, and from the following murmur of assent he alone abstained. Guilty. Well, yes. There was no way out of admitting that, but his feelings revolted against handing that poor little beggar over to the tender mercy of his country's law. His whole soul rose in arms against agreeing with that ill bred little cur, and the rest of this job lot. He had an impulse to get up and walk out, saying: "Settle it your own way. Good morning." "It seems, sir," Gentleman Fox was saying, "that we're all agreed to guilty except yourself. If you will allow me, I don't see how you can go behind what the prisoner himself admitted." Thus brought up to the very guns, Mr. Bosengate, red in the face, thrust his hands deep into the side pockets of his tunic, and staring straight before him, said: "Very well. On condition we recommend him to mercy." "What do you say, gentlemen? Shall we recommend him to mercy?" "'Ear, 'ear!" burst from the commercial traveller, and from the chemist came the murmur: "No harm in that." "Well, I think there is. They shoot deserters at the front, and we let this fellow off. I'd hang the cur." Mr. Bosengate stared at that little wire haired brute. "Haven't you any feeling for others?" he wanted to say. "Can't you see that this poor devil suffers tortures?" But the sheer impossibility of doing this before 10 other men brought a slight sweat out on his face and hands, and in agitation he smote the table a blow with his fist. The effect was instantaneous. Everybody looked at the wire haired man as if saying: "Yes, you've gone a bit too far there." The little brute stood it for a moment, then muttered surlily: "Well, commend him to mercy if you like. I don't care." "That's right. They never pay any attention to it," said the grey haired man, winking heartily; and Mr. Bosengate filed back with the others into court. But when from the jury box his eyes fell once more on the hare eyed figure in the dock, he had his worst moment yet. Why should this poor wretch suffer so, for no fault, no fault, while he, and these others, and that snapping counsel, and the Caesar like judge up there, went off to their women and their homes, blithe as bees, and probably never thought of him again? And suddenly he was conscious of the judge's voice: "You will go back to your regiment, and endeavour to serve your country with better spirit. You may thank the jury that you are not sent to prison, and your good fortune that you were not at the front when you tried to commit this cowardly act. You are lucky to be alive." A policeman pulled the little soldier by the arm. His drab figure, with eyes fixed and lustreless, passed down and away. From his very soul Mr. Bosengate wanted to lean out and say: "Cheer up! Cheer up! I understand." It was nearly 10 o'clock that evening before he reached home, motoring back from the route march. His physical tiredness was abated, for he had partaken of a snack and a whisky and soda at the hotel; but mentally he was in a curious mood. His body felt appeased, his spirit hungry. Tonight he had a yearning, not for his wife's kisses, but for her understanding. He wanted to go to her and say: "I've learnt a lot to day, found out things I never thought of. Life's a wonderful thing, Kate; a thing one can't live all to oneself, a thing one shares with everybody, so that when another suffers, one suffers too. It's come to me that what one has doesn't matter a bit; it's what one does, and how one sympathises with other people. It came to me in the most extraordinary vivid way when I was on that jury, watching that poor little rat of a soldier in his trap. It's the first time I've ever felt the spirit of Christ, you know. It's a wonderful thing, Kate, wonderful. We haven't been close, really close, you and I, so that we each understand what the other is feeling. It's all in that, you know understanding, sympathy. It's priceless. When I saw that poor little devil taken down and sent back to his regiment to begin his sorrows all over again, wanting his wife, thinking and thinking of her just as you know I would be thinking and wanting you, I felt what an awful outside sort of life we lead, never telling each other what we really think and feel, never being really close. I dare say that little chap and his wife keep nothing from each other, live each other's lives. That's what we ought to do. Let's get to feeling that what really matters is
understanding and loving, and not only just saying it, as we all do, those fellows on the jury, and even that poor devil of a judge what an awful life judging one's fellow creatures! When I left that poor little Tommy this morning, and ever since, I've longed to get back here quietly to you and tell you about it, and make a beginning. There's something wonderful in this, and I want you to feel it as I do, because you mean such a lot to me." This was what he wanted to say to his wife, not touching or kissing her, just looking into her eyes, watching them soften and glow as they surely must, and catching the infection of his new ardour. And he felt unsteady, fearfully unsteady with the desire to say it all as it should be said, swiftly, quietly, with the truth and fervour of his feeling. The hall was not lit up, for daylight still lingered under the new arrangement. He went towards the drawing room, but from the very door shied off to his study, and stood irresolute under the picture of a man catching a flea Dutch school which had come down to him from his father. The governess would be in there with his wife. He must wait. Essential to go straight to Kathleen and pour it all out, or he would never do it. He felt as nervous as an undergraduate going in for his viva voce. This thing was so big, so astoundingly and unexpectedly important. He was suddenly afraid of his wife, afraid of her coolness and her grace, and that something Japanese about her, of all those attributes he had been accustomed to admire most; afraid, as it were, of her attraction. He felt young to night, almost boyish. Would she see that he was not really 15 years older than herself, and she not really a part of his collection, of all the admirable appointments of his home, but a companion spirit to one who wanted a companion badly? In this agitation of his soul he could keep still no more than he could last night in the agitation of his senses, and he wandered into the dining room. A dainty supper was set out there, sandwiches and cake, whisky and the cigarettes, even an early peach. Mr. Bosengate looked at this peach with sorrow rather than disgust. The perfection of it was of a piece with all that had gone before this new and sudden feeling. Its delicious bloom seemed to heighten his perception of the hedge around him, that hedge of the things he so enjoyed, carefully planted and tended these many years. He passed it by uneaten, and went to the window. Out there all was darkening, the fountain, the lime tree, the flower beds, and the fields below, with the Jersey cows who would come to your call. Darkening slowly, losing form, blurring into soft blackness, vanishing, but there none the less, all there, the hedge of his possessions. He heard the door of the dining room open, the voices of his wife and the governess in the hall, going up to bed. If only they didn't look in here, if only! The voices ceased. He was safe now; had but to follow in a few minutes, to make sure of Kathleen alone. He turned round and stared down the length of the dark dining room, over the rosewood table, to where, in the mirror above the sideboard at the far end, his figure bathed, a stain, a mere blurred shadow. He made his way down to it along the table edge, and stood before himself as close as he could get. His throat and the roof of his mouth felt dry with nervousness. He put out his finger and touched his face in the glass. "You're an ass," he thought. "Pull yourself together, and get over it. She will see, of course she will." He swallowed, smoothed his moustache,
and walked out. Going up the stairs, his heart beat painfully; but he was in for it now, and marched straight into her room. Dressed only in a loose blue wrapper, she was brushing her dark hair before the glass. Mr. Bosengate went up to her and stood there silent, looking down. The words he had thought of were like a swarm of bees buzzing in his head, yet not one would fly from between his lips. His wife went on brushing her hair under the light which shone on her polished elbows. She looked up at him from beneath one lifted eyebrow. "Well, dear? Tired?" With a sort of vehemence the single word "No" passed out. A faint, a quizzical smile flitted over her face. She shrugged her shoulders ever so gently. That gesture he had seen it before, and in desperate desire to make her understand, he put his hand on her uplifted arm. "Kathleen, stop! Listen to me." His fingers tightened in his agitation and eagerness to make his great discovery known; but before he could get out a word he became conscious of that cool round arm, conscious of her eyes half closed, sliding round at him, of her half smiling lips, of her neck under the wrapper; and he stammered: "I want I must Kathleen, I " She lifted her shoulders again in that little shrug. "Yes, I know. All right." A wave of heat and shame, and of God knows what, came over Mr. Bosengate. He fell on his knees and pressed his forehead to her arm, and he was silent, more silent than the grave. Nothing came from him but two long sighs. Suddenly he felt her hand stroke his cheek compassionately, it seemed to him. She made a little movement towards him; her lips met his, and he remembered nothing but that. In his own room, Mr. Bosengate sat at his wide open window smoking a cigarette. There was no light. Moths went past, the moon was creeping up. He sat very calm, puffing the smoke out into the night air. Curious thing, life! Curious world! Curious forces in it, making one do the opposite of what one wished. Always, always making one do the opposite, it seemed. The furtive light from that creeping moon was getting hold of things down there, stealing in among the boughs of the trees. There's something ironical, he thought, which walks about; things don't come off as you think they will. I tried, but one doesn't change like that all of a sudden, it seems. Fact is, life's too big a thing for one. All the same, I'm not the man I was yesterday not quite." He closed his eyes, and in one of those flashes of vision which come when the senses are at rest, he saw himself, as it were, far down below, down on the floor of a street narrow as a grave, high as a mountain, a deep, dark slit of a street, walking down there, a black midget of a fellow, among other black midgets, his wife, and the little soldier, the judge, and those jury chaps fantôches straight up on their tiny feet, wandering down there in that dark, infinitely tall and narrow street. Too much for one, he thought; too high for one; no getting on top of it. We've got to be kind, and help one another, and not expect too much, and not think too much. That's all. And squeezing out his cigarette, he took 6 deep breaths of the night air, and got into bed. End of Part 2. End of Tale Number 4. Tale number 5 of 5 tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. Tale number 5: Indian Summer of a Forsyte. Part I. From William Shakespeare. And summer's lease hath all too short a date. In the last day of May, in the early 'nineties, about 6 o'clock of the evening, old Jolyon Forsyte sat under the oak tree below the terrace of his house at Robin Hill. He was waiting for the midges to bite him, before abandoning the glory of the afternoon. His thin brown hand, where blue veins stood out, held the end of a cigar in its tapering, long nailed fingers. A pointed, polished nail had survived with him from those earlier Victorian days when to touch nothing, even with the tips of the fingers, had been so distinguished. His domed forehead, great white moustache, lean cheeks, and long lean jaw were covered from the westering sunshine by an old brown Panama hat. His legs were crossed. In all his attitude was serenity and a kind of elegance, as of an old man who every morning put eau de Cologne upon his silk handkerchief. At his feet lay a woolly brown and white dog trying to be a Pomeranian, the dog Balthasar, between whom and old Jolyon primal aversion had changed into attachment with the years. Close to his chair was a swing, and on the swing was seated one of Holly's dolls, called Duffer Alice, with her body fallen over her legs, and her doleful nose buried in a black petticoat. She was never out of disgrace, so it did not matter to her how she sat. Below the oak tree, the lawn dipped down a bank, stretched to the fernery, and beyond that refinement became fields, dropping to the pond, the coppice, and the prospect fine, remarkable, at which Swithin Forsyte, from under this very tree, had stared 5 years ago, when he drove down with Irene to look at the house. Old Jolyon had heard of his brother's exploit, that drive which had become quite celebrated on Forsyte 'Change. Swithin! And the fellow had gone and died last November, at the age of only 79, renewing the doubt whether Forsytes could live for ever, which had first arisen when Aunt Ann passed away. Died, and left only Jolyon and James, Roger and Nicholas and Timothy, Julia, Hester, Susan. And old Jolyon thought: 85. I don't feel it, except when I get that pain. His memory went searching. He had not felt his age since he had bought his nephew Soames's ill starred house and settled into it here at Robin Hill over 3 years ago. It was as if he had been getting younger every spring, living in the country with his son and his grandchildren, June and the little ones of the second marriage, Jolly and Holly; living down here out of the racket of London and the cackle of Forsyte 'Change, free of his boards, in a delicious atmosphere of no work and all play, with plenty of occupation in the perfecting and mellowing of the house and its 20 acres, and in ministering to the whims of Holly and Jolly. All the knots and crankiness which had gathered in his heart during that long and tragic business of June, Soames, Irene his wife, and poor young Bosinney, had been smoothed out. Even June had thrown off her melancholy at last, witness this travel in Spain she was taking now with her father and her stepmother. Curiously perfect peace was left by their departure, blissful yet blank, because his son was not there. Joe was never anything but a comfort and a pleasure to him nowadays, an amiable chap; but women, somehow, even the best, got a little on one's nerves unless, of course, one admired them. Far off a cuckoo called; a wood pigeon was cooing from the first elm tree in the field, and how the daisies and buttercups had sprung up after the last mowing! The wind had got into the sou'west too, a delicious air, sappy. He pushed his hat back and let the sun fall on his chin and cheek. Somehow, to day, he wanted company, wanted a pretty face to look at. People treated the old as if they wanted nothing; and, with the unforsytean philosophy which ever intruded on his soul, he thought: 'One's never had enough. With a foot in the grave one'll want something, I shouldn't be surprised.' Down here, away from the exigencies of affairs, his grandchildren and the flowers, trees, birds of his little domain, to say nothing of sun and moon and stars above them, said "Open Sesame" to him day and night. And Sesame had opened; how much, perhaps, he did not know. He had always been responsive to what they had begun to call Nature, genuinely, almost religiously responsive, though he had never lost his habit of calling a sunset a sunset, and a view a view, however deeply they might move him. But nowadays Nature actually made him ache, he appreciated it so. Every one of these calm, bright, lengthening days, with Holly's hand in his, and the dog Balthasar in front looking studiously for what he never found, he would stroll, watching the roses open, fruit budding on the walls, sunlight brightening the oak leaves and saplings in the coppice, watching the water lily leaves unfold and glisten, and the silvery young corn of the one wheat field; listening to the starlings and skylarks, and the Alderney cows chewing the cud, flicking slow their tufted tails. And every one of these fine days he ached a little from sheer love of it all, feeling perhaps deep down that he had not very much longer to enjoy it. The thought that some day, perhaps not 10 years hence, perhaps not 5, all this world would be taken away from him, before he had exhausted his powers of loving it, seemed to him in the nature of an injustice brooding over his horizon. If anything came after this life, it wouldn't be what he wanted; not Robin Hill, and flowers and birds and pretty faces too few, even now, of those about him. With the years his dislike of humbug had increased. The orthodoxy he had worn in the sixties, as he had worn side whiskers out of sheer exuberance, had long dropped off, leaving him reverent before 3 things alone: beauty, upright conduct, and the sense of property. And the greatest of these now was beauty. He had always had wide interests, and indeed could still read the Times, but he was liable at any moment to put it down if he heard a blackbird sing. Upright conduct, property, somehow they were tiring; the blackbirds and the sunsets never tired him, only gave him an uneasy feeling that he could not get enough of them. Staring into the stilly radiance of the early evening, and at the little gold and white flowers on the lawn, a thought came to him. This weather was like the music of Orfeo, which he had recently heard at Covent Garden. A beautiful opera, not like Meyerbeer, nor even quite Mozart, but in its way perhaps even more lovely; something classical and of the golden age about it, chaste and mellow, and the Rivoli almost worthy of the old days. Highest praise he could bestow. The yearning of Orpheus for the beauty he was losing, for his love going down to Hades, as in life love and beauty did go; the yearning which sang and throbbed through the golden music, stirred also in the lingering beauty of the world that evening. And with the tip of his cork soled, elastic sided boot, he involuntarily stirred the ribs of the dog Balthasar, causing the animal to wake and attack his fleas; for though he was supposed to have none, nothing could persuade him of the fact. When he had finished he rubbed the place he had been scratching against his master's calf, and settled down again with his chin over the instep of the disturbing boot. And into old Jolyon's mind came a sudden recollection, a face he had seen at that opera 3 weeks ago, Irene, the wife of his precious nephew Soames, that "man of property." Though he had not met her since the day of the "At Home" in his old house at Stanhope Gate, which celebrated his granddaughter June's ill starred engagement to young Bosinney, he had remembered her at once, for he had always admired her, a very pretty creature. After the death of young Bosinney, whose mistress she had so reprehensibly become, he had heard that she had left Soames at once. Goodness only knew what she had been doing since. That sight of her face, a side view, in the row in front, had been literally the only reminder these 3 years that she was still alive. No one ever spoke of her, and yet Joe had told him something once, something which had upset him completely. The boy had got it from George Forsyte, he believed, who had seen Bosinney in the fog the day he was run over; something which explained the young fellow's distress; an act of Soames towards his wife, a shocking act. Joe had seen her too, that afternoon, after the news was out, seen her for a moment, and his description had always lingered in old Jolyon's mind. Wild and lost, he had called her. And next day June had gone there, bottled up her feelings and gone there; and the maid had cried and told her how her mistress had slipped out in the night and vanished. A tragic business altogether. One thing was certain, Soames had never been able to lay hands on her again. And he was living at Brighton, and journeying up and down, a fitting fate, the man of property; for when he once took a dislike to anyone, as he had to his nephew, old Jolyon never got over it. He remembered still the sense of relief with which he had heard the news of Irene's disappearance. It had been shocking to think of her a prisoner in that house to which she must have wandered back, when Joe saw her, wandered back for a moment, like a wounded animal, to its hole after seeing that news, "Tragic death of an architect," in the street. Her face had struck him very much the other night, more beautiful than he had remembered, but like a mask, with something going on beneath it. A young woman still, 28 perhaps. Ah, well! Very likely she had another lover by now. But at this subversive thought for married women should never love; once even had been too much his instep rose, and with it the dog Balthasar's head. The sagacious animal stood up and looked into old Jolyon's face. "Walk?" he seemed to say; and old Jolyon answered: "Come on, old chap." Slowly, as was their wont, they crossed among the constellations of buttercups and daisies, and entered the fernery. This feature, where very little grew as yet, had been judiciously dropped below the level of the lawn, so that it might come up again on the level of the other lawn, and give the impression of irregularity so important in horticulture. Its rocks and earth were beloved of the dog Balthasar, who sometimes found a mole there. Old Jolyon made a point of passing through it because, though it was not beautiful, he intended that it should be, some day, and he would think: 'I must get Var to come down and look at it; he's better than Beech.' For plants, like houses and human complaints, required the best expert consideration. It was inhabited by snails, and if accompanied by his grandchildren,
he would point to one and tell them the story of the little boy who said: "Have plumbers got leggers, mother?" "No, sonny." "Then darned if I haven't been and swallowed a snileybob." And when they skipped and clutched his hand, thinking of the snileybob going down the little boy's red lane, his eyes would twinkle. Emerging from the fernery, he opened the wicket gate, which just there led into the first field, a large and park like area, out of which, within brick walls, the vegetable garden had been carved. Old Jolyon avoided this, which did not suit his mood, and made down the hill towards the pond. Balthasar, who knew a water rat or two, gambolled in front, at the gait which marks an oldish dog who takes the same walk every day. Arrived at the edge, old Jolyon stood, noting another water lily opened since yesterday. He would show it to Holly to morrow, when his little sweet had got over the upset which had followed on her eating a tomato at lunch. Her little arrangements were very delicate. Now that Jolly had gone to school, his first term, Holly was with him nearly all day long, and he missed her badly. He felt that pain too, which often bothered him now, a little dragging at his left side. He looked back up the hill. Really, poor young Bosinney had made an uncommonly good job of the house; he would have done very well for himself if he had lived. And where was he now? Perhaps still haunting this, the site of his last work, of his tragic love affair. Or was Philip Bosinney's spirit diffused in the general? Who could say? That dog was getting his legs muddy. And he moved towards the coppice. There had been the most delightful lot of bluebells, and he knew where some still lingered, like little patches of sky fallen in between the trees, away out of the sun. He passed the cow houses and the hen houses there installed, and pursued a path into the thick of the saplings, making for one of the bluebell plots. Balthasar, preceding him once more, uttered a low growl. Old Jolyon stirred him with his foot, but the dog remained motionless, just where there was no room to pass, and the hair rose slowly along the centre of his woolly back. Whether from the growl and the look of the dog's stivered hair, or from the sensation which a man feels in a wood, old Jolyon also felt something move along his spine. And then the path turned, and there was an old mossy log, and on it a woman sitting. Her face was turned away, and he had just time to think: 'She's trespassing; I must have a board put up,' before she turned. Powers above! The face he had seen at the opera, the very woman he had just been thinking of. In that confused moment he saw things blurred, as if a spirit queer effect; the slant of sunlight perhaps on her violet grey frock. And then she rose and stood smiling, her head a little to one side. Old Jolyon thought: 'How pretty she is!' She did not speak, neither did he; and he realised why with a certain admiration. She was here no doubt because of some memory, and did not mean to try and get out of it by vulgar explanation. "Don't let that dog touch your frock," he said. "He's got wet feet. Come here, you." But the dog Balthasar went on towards the visitor, who put her hand down and stroked his head. Old Jolyon said quickly: "I saw you at the opera the other night. You didn't notice me." "Oh, yes, I did." He felt a subtle flattery in that, as though she had added: "Do you think one could miss seeing you?" "They're still in Spain," he remarked abruptly. "I'm alone. I drove up for the opera. The Rivoli's good. Have you seen the cow houses?" In a situation so charged with mystery and something very like emotion,
He moved instinctively towards that bit of property, and she moved beside him. Her figure swayed faintly, like the best kind of French figures; her dress, too, was a sort of French grey. He noticed 2 or 3 silver threads in her amber coloured hair strange hair with those dark eyes of hers, and that creamy pale face. A sudden sidelong look from the velvety brown eyes disturbed him. It seemed to come from deep and far, from another world almost, or at all events from some one not living very much in this. And he said mechanically: "Where are you living now?" "I have a little flat in Chelsea." He did not want to hear what she was doing, did not want to hear anything; but the perverse word came out: "Alone?" She nodded. It was a relief to know that; and it came into his mind that, but for a twist of fate, she would have been mistress of this coppice, showing these cow houses to him, a visitor. "All Alderneys," he muttered. "They give the best milk. This one's a pretty creature. Whoa, Myrtle!" The fawn coloured cow, with eyes as soft and brown as Irene's own, was standing absolutely still, not having long been milked. She looked around at them out of the corner of those lustrous, mild, cynical eyes, and from her grey lips a little dribble of saliva threaded its way towards the straw. The scent of hay and vanilla and ammonia rose in the dim light of the cool cow house, and old Jolyon said: "You must come up and have dinner with me. I'll send you home in the carriage." He perceived a struggle going on within her, natural, no doubt, with her memories. But he wanted her company, a pretty face, a charming figure, beauty. He had been alone all that afternoon. Perhaps his eyes were wistful, for she answered: "Thank you, Uncle Jolyon. I should like to." He rubbed his hands and said: "Capital! Let's go up, then." And, preceded by the dog Balthasar, they ascended through the field. The sun was almost level in their faces now, and he could see, not only those silver threads, but little lines, just deep enough to stamp her beauty with a coin like fineness, the special look of life unshared with others. "I'll take her in by the terrace," he thought. "I won't make a common visitor of her." "What do you do all day?" he said. "Teach music. I have another interest, too." "Work," said old Jolyon, picking up the doll from off the swing and smoothing its black petticoat. "Nothing like it, is there? I don't do any now. I'm getting on. What interest is that?" "Trying to help women who've come to grief." Old Jolyon did not quite understand. "To grief?" he repeated; then realised with a shock that she meant exactly what he would have meant himself if he had used that expression. Assisting the Madeleines of London! What a weird and terrifying interest! And, curiosity overcoming his natural shrinking, he asked: "Why? What do you do for them?" "Not much. I've no money to spare. I can only give sympathy and food sometimes." Involuntarily old Jolyon's hand sought his purse. He said hastily: "How do you get hold of them?" "I go to a hospital." "A hospital? Phew!" "What hurts me most is that once they nearly all had some sort of beauty." Old Jolyon straightened the doll. "Beauty!" he ejaculated. "Ah, yes! A sad business!" And then he moved towards the house. Through a French window, under sun blinds not yet drawn up, he preceded her into the room where he was wont to study the Times and the sheets of an agricultural magazine, with huge illustrations of mangold wurzels and the like, which provided Holly with material for her paint brush. Dinner's in half an hour. You'd like to wash your hands. I'll take you to June's room." He saw her looking round eagerly. What changes since she had last visited this house with her husband, or her lover, or both perhaps? He did not know, could not say. All that was dark, and he wished to leave it so. But what changes! And in the hall he said: "My boy Jo's a painter, you know. He's got a lot of taste. It isn't mine, of course, but I've let him have his way." She was standing very still, her eyes roaming through the hall and music room, as it now was, all thrown into one, under the great skylight. Old Jolyon had an odd impression of her. Was she trying to conjure somebody from the shades of that space where the colouring was all pearl grey and silver? He would have had gold himself, more lively and solid. But Jo had French tastes, and it had come out shadowy like that, with an effect as of the fume of cigarettes the chap was always smoking, broken here and there by a little blaze of blue or crimson colour. It was not his dream. Mentally he had hung this space with those gold framed masterpieces of still and stiller life which he had bought in days when quantity was precious. And now where were they? Sold for a song. That something which made him, alone among Forsytes, move with the times, had warned him against the struggle to retain them. But in his study he still had "Dutch fishing boats at sunset." He began to mount the stairs with her, slowly, for he felt his side. "These are the bathrooms," he said, "and other arrangements. I've had them tiled. The nurseries are along here. And this is Jo's and his wife's. They all communicate. But you remember, I expect." Irene nodded. They passed on, up the gallery, and entered a large room with a small bed and several windows. "This is mine," he said. The walls were covered with the photographs of children and water colour sketches, and he added doubtfully: "These are Jo's. The view's first rate. You can see the Grand Stand at Epsom in clear weather." The sun was down now, behind the house, and over the "prospect" a luminous haze had settled, emanation of the long and prosperous day. Few houses showed, but fields and trees faintly glistened, away to a loom of downs. "The country's changing," he said abruptly; "but there it'll be when we're all gone. Look at those thrushes; the birds are sweet here in the mornings. I'm glad to have washed my hands of London." Her face was close to the window pane, and he was struck by its mournful look. "Wish I could make her look happy," he thought. A pretty face, but sad. And taking up his can of hot water, he went out into the gallery. "This is June's room," he said, opening the next door and putting the can down. "I think you'll find everything." And closing the door behind her, he went back to his own room. Brushing his hair with his great ebony brushes, and dabbing his forehead with eau de Cologne, he mused. She had come so strangely, a sort of visitation, mysterious, even romantic, as if his desire for company, for beauty, had been fulfilled by whatever it was which fulfilled that sort of thing. And before the mirror he straightened his still upright figure, passed the brushes over his great white moustache, touched up his eyebrows with eau de Cologne, and rang the bell. "I forgot to let them know that I have a lady to dinner with me. Let cook do something extra, and tell Beacon to have the landau and pair at 10:30 to drive her back to town to night. Is Miss Holly asleep?" The maid thought not; and old Jolyon, passing down the gallery, stole on tiptoe towards the nursery, and opened the door whose hinges he kept specially oiled that he might slip in and out in the evenings without being heard. But Holly was asleep, and lay like a miniature Madonna, of that type which the old painters could not tell from Venus when they had completed her. Her long dark lashes clung to her cheeks; on her face was perfect peace. Her little arrangements were evidently all right again. And old Jolyon, in the twilight of the room, stood adoring her. It was so charming, solemn, and loving, that little face. He had more than his share of the blessed capacity of living again in the young. They were to him his future life; all of a future life that his fundamental pagan sanity perhaps admitted. There she was with everything before her, and his blood, some of it, in her tiny veins. There she was, his little companion, to be made as happy as ever he could make her, so that she knew nothing but love. His heart swelled, and he went out, stilling the sound of his patent leather boots. In the corridor an eccentric notion attacked him: to think that children should come to that which Irene had told him she was helping; women who were all once little things like this one sleeping there. "I must give her a cheque," he mused. "Can't bear to think of them." They had never borne reflecting on, those poor outcasts; wounding too deeply the core of true refinement hidden under layers of conformity to the sense of property; wounding too grievously the deepest thing in him, a love of beauty, which could give him, even now, a flutter of the heart, thinking of his evening in the society of a pretty woman. And he went downstairs, through the swinging doors, to the back regions. There, in the wine cellar, was a hock worth at least £2 a bottle, a Steinberg cabinet, better than any Johannisberg that had ever went down a throat; a wine of perfect bouquet, sweet as a nectarine. Nectar, indeed! He got a bottle out, handling it like a baby, and holding it level to the light, to look. Enshrined in its coat of dust, that mellow coloured, slender necked bottle gave him deep pleasure. 3 years to settle down again since the move from town; ought to be in prime condition. 35 years ago he had bought it; thank God he had kept his palate, and earned the right to drink it. She would appreciate this; not a spice of acidity in a dozen. He wiped the bottle, drew the cork with his own hands, put his nose down, inhaled its perfume, and went back to the music room. Irene was standing by the piano. She had taken off her hat and a lace scarf she had been wearing, so that her gold coloured hair was visible, and the pallor of her neck. In her grey frock she made a pretty picture for old Jolyon, against the rosewood of the piano. He gave her his arm, and solemnly they went. The room, which had been designed to enable 24 people to dine in comfort, held now but a little round table. In his present solitude the big dining table oppressed old Jolyon; he had caused it to be removed till his son came back. Here, in the company of 2 really good copies of Raphael Madonnas, he was wont to dine alone. It was the only disconsolate hour of his day, this summer weather. He had never been a large eater, like that great chap Swithin, or Sylvanus Haythorp, or Anthony Thornworthy, those cronies of past times; and to dine alone, overlooked by the Madonnas, was to him but a sorrowful occupation, which he got through quickly, that he might come to the more spiritual enjoyment of his coffee and cigar. But this evening was a different matter. His eyes twinkled at her across the little table, and he spoke of Italy and Switzerland, telling her stories of his travels there, and other experiences which he could no longer recount to his son and granddaughter because they knew them. This fresh audience was precious to him. He had never become one of those old men who ramble round and round the fields of reminiscence. Himself quickly fatigued by the insensitive, he instinctively avoided fatiguing others, and his natural flirtatiousness towards beauty guarded him specially in his relations with a woman. He would have liked to draw her out, but though she murmured and smiled, and seemed to be enjoying what he told her, he remained conscious of that mysterious remoteness which constituted half her fascination. He could not bear women who threw their shoulders and eyes at you and chattered away, or hard mouthed women who laid down the law and knew more than you did. There was only one quality in a woman that appealed to him charm; and the quieter it was, the more he liked it. And this one had charm, shadowy as afternoon sunlight on those Italian hills and valleys he had loved. The feeling, too, that she was, as it were, apart, cloistered, made her seem nearer to himself, a strangely desirable companion. When a man is very old, and quite out of the running, he loves to feel secure from the rivalries of youth, for he would still be first in the heart of beauty. And he drank his hock, and watched her lips, and felt nearly young. But the dog Balthasar lay watching her lips too, and despising in his heart the interruptions of their talk, and the tilting of those greenish glasses full of a golden fluid which was distasteful to him. The light was just failing when they went back into the music room, and, cigar in mouth, old Jolyon said: "Play me some Chopin." By the cigars they smoke, and the composers they love, ye shall know the texture of men's souls. Old Jolyon could not bear a strong cigar or Wagner's music. He loved Beethoven and Mozart, Handel and Gluck, and Schumann, and, for some occult reason, the operas of Meyerbeer. But of late years he had been seduced by Chopin, just as in painting he had succumbed to Botticelli. In yielding to these tastes he had been conscious of divergence from the standards of the Golden Age. Their poetry was not that of Milton and Byron and Tennyson, of Raphael and Titian, Mozart and Beethoven. It was, as it were, behind a veil. Their poetry hit no one in the face, but slipped its fingers under the ribs, and turned and twisted and melted up the heart. And, never certain that this was healthy, he did not care a rap so long as he could see the pictures of the one or hear the music of the other. Irene sat down at the piano, under the electric lamp festooned with pearl grey, and old Jolyon, in an arm chair whence he could see her, crossed his legs and drew slowly at his cigar. She sat a few moments with her hands on the keys, evidently searching her mind for what to give him. Then she began, and within old Jolyon there arose a sorrowful pleasure, not quite like anything else in the world. He fell slowly into a trance, interrupted only by the movements of taking the cigar out of his mouth at long intervals, and replacing it. She was there, and the hawk within him, and the scent of tobacco. But there too was a world of sunshine lingering into moonlight, and pools with storks upon them, and bluish trees above, glowing with blurs of wine red roses, and fields of lavender where milk white cows were grazing, and a woman all shadowy, with dark eyes and a white neck, smiled, holding out her arms; and through air which was like music a star dropped and was caught on a cow's horn. He opened his eyes. Beautiful piece; she played well, the touch of an angel. And he closed them again. He felt miraculously sad and happy, as one does standing under a lime tree in full honey flower. Not live one's own life again, but just stand there and bask in the smile of a woman's eyes and enjoy the bouquet. And he jerked his hand. The dog Balthasar had reached up and licked it. "Beautiful," he said. "Go on more Chopin." She began to play again. This time the resemblance between her and Chopin struck him. The swaying he had noticed in her walk was in her playing too, and the nocturne she had chosen, and the sweet darkness of her eyes, the light on her hair, as of moonlight from a golden moon. Seductive, yes; but nothing of Delilah in her or in that music. A light blue spiral from his cigar ascended and dispersed. So we go out, he thought. No more beauty, nothing. Again Irene stopped. "Would you like some Gluck?" He used to write his music in a sunlit garden, with a bottle of Rhine wine beside him. "Ah, yes, let's have Orfeo." Round about him now were fields of gold and silver flowers, white forms swaying in the sunlight, bright birds flying to and fro. All was summer. Lingering waves of sweetness and regret flooded his soul. Some cigar ash dropped, and taking out a silk handkerchief to brush it off, he inhaled a mingled scent as of snuff and eau de Cologne. Ah, he thought, Indian summer that's all. And he said: "You haven't played me Che faro." She did not answer, did not move. He was conscious of something, some strange upset. Suddenly he saw her rise and turn away, and a pang of remorse shot through him. What a clumsy chap! Like Orpheus, she, of course, she too was looking for her lost one in the hall of memory. And, disturbed to the heart, he got up from his chair. She had gone to the great window at the far end. Gingerly he followed. Her hands were folded over her breast; he could just see her cheek, very white. And, quite emotionalized, he said: "There, there, my love." The words had escaped him mechanically, for they were those he used to Holly when she had a pain; but their effect was instantaneously distressing. She raised her arms, covered her face with them, and wept. Old Jolyon stood gazing at her with eyes very deep from age. The passionate shame she seemed feeling at her abandonment, so unlike the control and quietude of her whole presence, was as if she had never before broken down in the presence of another being. "There, there, there, there," he murmured, and, putting his hand out reverently, touched her. She turned and leaned the arms which covered her face against him. Old Jolyon stood very still, keeping one thin hand on her shoulder. Let her cry her heart out, it would do her good. And the dog Balthasar, puzzled, sat down on his stern to examine them. The window was still open. The curtains had not been drawn; the last of daylight from without mingled with faint intrusion from the lamp within; there was a scent of new mown grass. With the wisdom of a long life, old Jolyon did not speak. Even grief sobbed itself out in time. Only time was good for sorrow; time, who saw the passing of each mood, each emotion in turn; time, the layer to rest. There came into his mind the words: "As panteth the hart after cooling streams," but they were of no use to him. Then, conscious of a scent of violets, he knew she was drying her eyes. He put his chin forward, pressed his moustache against her forehead, and felt her shake with a quivering of her whole body, as of a tree which shakes itself free of raindrops. She put his hand to her lips as if saying: "All over now. Forgive me." The kiss filled him with a strange comfort. He led her back to where she had been so upset. And the dog Balthasar, following, laid the bone of one of the cutlets they had eaten at their feet. Anxious to obliterate the memory of that emotion, he could think of nothing better than China; and, moving her slowly from cabinet to cabinet, he kept taking up bits of Dresden and Lowestoft and Chelsea, turning them round and round with his thin veined hands, whose skin, faintly freckled, had such an aged look. "I bought this at Jobson's," he would say. "Cost me £30. It's very old. That dog leaves his bones all over the place. Now this old ship bowl I picked up at the sale when the precious rip the Marquis came to grief. But you don't remember. Here's a nice piece of Chelsea. Now, what would you say this was?" And he was comforted, feeling that, with her taste, she was taking a real interest in these things; for, after all, nothing better composes the nerves than a doubtful piece of china. When the crunch of the carriage wheels was heard at last, he said: "You must come again. You must come to lunch, then I can show you these by daylight. And my little sweet she's a dear little thing. This dog seems to have taken a fancy to you." For Balthasar, feeling that she was about to leave, was rubbing his side against her leg. Going out under the porch with her, he said: "He'll get you up in an hour and a quarter. Take this for your protégés." And he slipped a cheque for £50 into her hand. He saw her brightened eyes, and heard her murmur: "Oh, Uncle Jolyon!" And a great throb of pleasure went through him. That meant one or two poor creatures helped a little, and it meant that she would come again. He put his hand in at the window and grasped hers once more. The carriage rolled away. He stood looking at the moon and the shadows of the trees, and thought: 'A sweet night she ' End of Part One. Part Two of Tale 5 of Five Tales by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Wales. 2 days of rain, and summer set in, bland and sunny. Old Jolyon walked and talked with Holly. At first he felt taller and full of a new vigour; then he felt restless. Almost every afternoon they would enter the coppice, and walk as far as the log. "Well, she's not there," he would think; "of course not." And he would feel a little shorter, and drag his feet walking up the hill home, with his hand clapped to his left side. Now and then the thought would move in him: "Did she come? Or did I dream it?" And he would stare at space, while the dog Balthasar stared at him. Of course she would not come again. He opened the letters from Spain with less excitement. They were not returning till July. He felt, oddly, that he could bear it. Every day at dinner he screwed up his eyes and looked at where she had sat. She was not there, so he unscrewed his eyes again. On the seventh afternoon he thought: "I must go up and get some boots." He ordered Beacon and set out. Passing from Putney towards Hyde Park, he reflected: "I might as well go to Chelsea and see her." And he called out: "Just drive me to where you took that lady the other night." The coachman turned his broad red face and his juicy lips, and answered: "The lady in grey, sir?" "Yes, the lady in grey." What other ladies were there, stodgy chap? The carriage stopped before a small 3-storied block of flats, standing a little back from the river. With a practised eye old Jolyon saw that they were cheap. "I should think about £60 a year," he mused; and, entering, he looked at the name board. The name Forsyte was not on it, but against "first floor, flat C" were the words "Mrs. Irene Heron." Ah! She had taken her maiden name again! And somehow this pleased him. He went upstairs slowly, feeling his side a little. He stood a moment, before ringing, to lose the feeling of drag and fluttering there. She would not be in. And then boots! The thought went black. What did he want with boots at his age? He could not wear out those that he had. "Your mistress at home?" "Yes, sir." "Say Mr. Jolyon Forsyte." "Yes, sir. Will you come this way?" Old Jolyon followed a very little maid not more than 16, one would say into a very small drawing room where the sun blinds were drawn. It held a cottage piano and little else, save a vague fragrance and good taste. He stood in the middle, with his top hat in his hand, and thought: 'I expect she's very badly off.' There was a mirror above the fireplace, and he saw himself reflected. An old looking chap! He heard a rustle and turned round. She was so close that his moustache almost brushed her forehead, just under her hair. "Oh! I was driving up," he said. "Thought I'd look in on you, and ask how you got up the other night." And seeing her smile, he felt suddenly relieved. She was really glad to see him, perhaps. "Would you like to put on your hat and come for a drive in the park?" But while she was gone to put her hat on, he frowned. The park! James and Emily, Mrs. Nicholas, or some other member of his precious family would be there very likely, prancing up and down; and they would go and wag their tongues about having seen him with her afterwards. Better not. He did not wish to revive the echoes of the past on Forsyte 'Change. He removed a white hair from the lapel of his closely buttoned up frock coat, and passed his hand over his cheeks, moustache, and square chin. It felt very hollow there under the cheek bones. He had not been eating much lately; he had better get that little whipper snapper who attended Holly to give him a tonic. But she had come back, and when they were in the carriage he said: "Suppose we go and sit in Kensington Gardens instead?" and added with a twinkle: "No prancing up and down there," as if she had been in on the secret of his thoughts. Leaving the carriage, they entered those select precincts, and strolled towards the water. "You've gone back to your maiden name, I see," he said. "I'm not sorry." She slipped her hand under his arm. "Has June forgiven me, Uncle Jolyon?" He answered gently: "Yes, yes, of course. Why not?" "And have you?" "I forgave you as soon as I saw how the land really lay." And perhaps he had; his instinct had always been to forgive the beautiful. She drew a deep breath. "I never regretted. I couldn't. Did you ever love very deeply, Uncle Jolyon?" At that strange question old Jolyon stared before him. Had he? He did not seem to remember that he ever had; but he did not like to say this to the young woman whose hand was touching his arm, whose life was suspended, as it were, by memory of a tragic love. And he thought: 'If I had met you when I was young, I might have made a fool of myself, perhaps.' And a longing to escape in generalities beset him. "Love's a queer thing," he said. "Fatal thing, often. It was the Greeks, wasn't it, made love into a goddess? They were right, I dare say; but then they lived in the golden age." Phil adored them. Phil! The word jarred him, for suddenly, with his power to see all around a thing, he perceived why she was putting up with him like this. She wanted to talk about her lover. Well! If it was any pleasure to her! And he said: Ah, there was a bit of the sculptor in him, I fancy. Yes, he loved balance and symmetry. He loved the whole hearted way the Greeks gave themselves to art. Balance! The chap had no balance at all, if he remembered. As for symmetry, clean built enough he was, no doubt, but those queer eyes of his, and high cheek bones symmetry? "You're of the golden age too, Uncle Jolyon." Old Jolyon looked round at her. Was she chaffing him? No, her eyes were soft as velvet. Was she flattering him? But if so, why? There was nothing to be had out of an old chap like him. Phil thought so. He used to say: "But I can never tell him that I admire him." Ah! There it was again, her dead lover. Her desire to talk of him. And he pressed her arm, half resentful of those memories, half grateful, as if he recognised what a link they were between herself and him. "He was a very talented young fellow," he murmured. "It's hot. I feel the heat nowadays. Let's sit down." They took two chairs beneath a chestnut tree whose broad leaves covered them from the peaceful glory of the afternoon. A pleasure to sit there and watch her, and feel that she liked to be with him. And the wish to increase that liking, if he could, made him go on. "I expect he showed you a side of him I never saw. He'd be at his best with you. His ideas of art were a little new to me." He had stiffed the word "fangled." "Yes, but he used to say that you had a real sense of beauty." Old Jolyon thought: "The devil he did!" but answered with a twinkle: "Well, I have, or I shouldn't be sitting here with you." She was fascinating when she smiled with her eyes like that. He thought you had one of those hearts that never grow old. Phil had real insight. He was not taken in by this flattery, spoken out of the past, out of a longing to talk of her dead lover. Not a bit. And yet it was precious to hear, because she pleased his eyes and heart which, quite true, had never grown old. Was that because, unlike her and her dead lover, he had never loved to desperation, had always kept his balance, his sense of symmetry? Well! It had left him power at 84 to admire beauty. And he thought: 'If I were a painter or a sculptor but I'm an old chap. Make hay while the sun shines.' A couple with arms entwined crossed on the grass before them, at the edge of the shadow from their tree. The sunlight fell cruelly on their pale, squashed, unkempt young faces. "We're an ugly lot," said old Jolyon suddenly. "It amazes me to see how love triumphs over that." "Love triumphs over everything." "The young think so," he muttered. "Love has no age, no limit, and no death." With that glow in her pale face, her breast heaving, her eyes so large and dark and soft, she looked like Venus come to life. But this extravagance brought instant reaction, and twinkling, he said: "Well, if it had limits, we shouldn't be born, for, by George, it's got a lot to put up with." Then, removing his top hat, he brushed it round with a cuff. The great clumsy thing heated his forehead; in these days he often got a rush of blood to the head; his circulation was not what it had been. She still sat gazing straight before her, and suddenly she murmured: "It's strange enough that I'm alive." Those words of Jo's "wild and lost" came back to him. "Ah!" he said, "my son saw you for a moment that day." "Was it your son? I heard a voice in the hall. I thought for a second it was Phil." Old Jolyon saw her lips tremble. She put her hand over them, took it away again, and went on calmly: "That night I went to the Embankment. A woman caught me by the dress. She told me about herself. When one knows that others suffer, one's ashamed. One of those? She nodded, and horror stirred within old Jolyon, the horror of one who has never known a struggle with desperation. Almost against his will he muttered: "Tell me, won't you?" "I didn't care whether I lived or died. When you're like that, Fate ceases to want to kill you. She took care of me 3 days. She never left me. I had no money. That's why I do what I can for them now." But old Jolyon was thinking: 'No money! What fate could compare with that? Every other was involved in it. "I wish you had come to me," he said. "Why didn't you?" But Irene did not answer. "Because my name was Forsyte, I suppose. Or was it June who kept you away? How are you getting on now?" His eyes involuntarily swept her body. Perhaps even now she was and yet she wasn't thin not really. "Oh, with my £50 a year I make just enough." The answer did not reassure him. He had lost confidence. And that fellow Soames! But his sense of justice stifled condemnation. No, she would certainly have died rather than take another penny from him. Soft as she looked, there must be strength in her somewhere, strength and fidelity. But what business had young Bosinney to have got run over and left her stranded like this? "Well, you must come to me now," he said, "for anything you want, or I shall be quite cut up." And putting on his hat, he rose. "Let's go and get some tea. I told that lazy chap to put the horses up for an hour, and come for me at your place. We'll take a cab presently. I can't walk as I used to." He enjoyed that stroll to the Kensington end of the gardens, the sound of her voice, the glancing of her eyes, the subtle beauty of a charming form moving beside him. He enjoyed their tea at Ruffles in the High Street, and came out thence with a great box of chocolates swung on his little finger. He enjoyed the drive back to Chelsea in a hansom, smoking his cigar. She had promised to come down next Sunday and play to him again; and already in thought he was plucking carnations and early roses for her to carry back to town. It was a pleasure to give her a little pleasure, if it were pleasure from an old chap like him. The carriage was already there when they arrived. Just like that fellow, who was always late when he was wanted. Old Jolyon went in for a minute to say good bye. The little dark hall of the flat was impregnated with a disagreeable odour of patchouli, and on a bench, against the wall, its only furniture, he saw a figure sitting. He heard Irene say softly: "Just 1 minute." In the little drawing room, when the door was shut, he asked gravely: "One of your protégées?" "Yes. Now, thanks to you, I can do something for her." He stood staring, and stroking that chin whose strength had frightened so many in its time. The idea of her thus actually in contact with this outcast grieved and frightened him. What could she do for them? Nothing. Only soil and make trouble for herself, perhaps. And he said: "Take care, my dear. The world puts the worst construction on everything." "Oh, I know that." He was abashed by her quiet smile. "Well, then, Sunday," he murmured. "Good bye." She put her cheek forward for him to kiss. "Good bye," he said again. "Take care of yourself." And he went out, not looking towards the figure on the bench. He drove home by way of Hammersmith, that he might stop at a place he knew of, and tell them to send her in 24 of their best Burgundy. She must want picking up sometimes. Only in Richmond Park did he remember that he had gone up to order himself some boots, and was surprised that he could have had so paltry an idea. End of Part Two. Part Three of Tale 5 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Wales. The little spirits of the past which throng an old man's days had never pushed their faces up to his so seldom as in the 70 hours elapsing before Sunday came. The spirit of the future, with the charm of the unknown, put up her lips instead. Old Jolyon was not restless now, and paid no visits to the log, because she was coming to lunch. There is a wonderful finality about a meal. It removes a world of doubts, for no one misses meals except for reasons beyond control. He played many games with Holly on the lawn, pitching them up to her who was batting so as to be ready to bowl to Jolly in the holidays. For she was not a Forsyte, but Jolly was, and Forsytes always bat, until they have resigned and reached the age of 85. The dog Balthasar, in attendance, lay on the ball as often as he could, and the page boy fielded, till his face was like the harvest moon. And because the time was getting shorter, each day was longer and more golden than the last. On Friday night he took a liver pill, his side hurt him rather, and, though it was not the liver side, there is no remedy like that. Anyone telling him that he had found a new excitement in life, and that excitement was not good for him, would have been met by one of those steady and rather defiant looks of his deep set iron grey eyes, which seemed to say: "I know my own business best." He always had, and always would. On Sunday morning, when Holly had gone with her governess to church, he visited the strawberry beds. There, accompanied by the dog Balthasar, he examined the plants narrowly, and succeeded in finding at least 24 berries which were really ripe. Stooping was not good for him, and he became very dizzy and red in the forehead. Having placed the strawberries in a dish on the dining table, he washed his hands and bathed his forehead with eau de Cologne. There, before the mirror, it occurred to him that he was thinner. What a threadpaper he had been when he was young! It was nice to be slim; he could not bear a fat chap; and yet perhaps his cheeks were too thin. She was to arrive by train at 12:30, and walk up, entering from the road past Drake's farm at the far end of the coppice. And having looked into June's room to see that there was hot water ready, he set forth to meet her, leisurely, for his heart was beating. The air smelled sweet, larks sang, and the grand stand at Epsom was visible. A perfect day. On such a one, no doubt, 6 years ago, Soames had brought young Bosinney down with him to look at the site before they began to build. It was Bosinney who had pitched on the exact spot for the house, as June had often told him. In these days he was thinking much about that young fellow, as if his spirit were really haunting the field of his last work, on the chance of seeing her. Bosinney, the one man who had possessed her heart, to whom she had given her whole self with rapture. At his age one could not, of course, imagine such things, but there stirred in him a queer vague aching, as it were the ghost of an impersonal jealousy; and a feeling, too, more generous, of pity for that love so early lost. All over in a few poor months. Well, well! He looked at his watch before entering the coppice. Only 1/4 past, 25 minutes to wait. And then, turning the corner of the path, he saw her exactly where he had seen her the first time, on the log; and realised that she must have come down by the earlier train to sit there alone for a couple of hours at least. 2 hours of her society missed! What memory could make that log so dear to her? His face showed what he was thinking, for she said at once: "Forgive me, Uncle Jolyon. It was here that I first knew." "Yes, yes. There it is for you, whenever you like. You're looking a little Londony. You're giving too many lessons." That she should have to give lessons worried him. Lessons to a parcel of young girls thumping out scales with their thick fingers. "Where do you go to give them?" he asked. "They're mostly Jewish families, luckily." Old Jolyon stared. To all Forsytes Jews seemed strange and doubtful. "They love music. And they're very kind." "They had better be, by George!" He took her arm his side always hurt him a little going uphill and said: "Did you ever see anything like these buttercups? They came like that in a night." Her eyes seemed really to fly over the field, like bees after the flowers and the honey. "I wanted you to see them wouldn't let them turn the cows in yet." Then, remembering that she had come to talk about Bosinney, he pointed to the clock tower over the stables. "I expect he wouldn't have let me put that there had no notion of time, if I remember." But, pressing his arm to her, she talked of flowers instead, and he knew that it was done, that he might not feel she came because of her dead lover. "The best flower I can show you," he said, with a sort of triumph, "is my little sweet. She'll be back from church directly. There's something about her which reminds me a little of you." And it did not seem to him peculiar that he had put it thus, instead of saying: "There's something about you which reminds me a little of her." Ah! And here she was! Holly, followed closely by her elderly French governess, whose digestion had been ruined 22 years ago in the siege of Strasbourg, came rushing toward them from under the oak tree. She stopped about a dozen yards away to pat Balthasar and pretend that this was all she had in her mind. Old Jolyon, who knew better, said: "Well, my darling, here's the lady in grey I promised you." Holly raised herself and looked up. He watched the two of them with a twinkle, Irene smiling, Holly beginning with grave inquiry, passing into a shy smile too, and then to something deeper. She had a sense of beauty, that child knew what was what. He enjoyed the sight of the kiss between them. "Mrs. Heron, Mam'zelle Beauce. Well, Mam'zelle, good sermon?" For, now that he had not much more time before him, the only part of the service connected with this world absorbed what interest in church remained to him. Mam'zelle Beauce stretched out a spidery hand clad in a black kid glove she had been in the best families and the rather sad eyes of her lean yellowish face seemed to ask: "Are you well bred?" Whenever Holly or Jolly did anything unpleasing to her a not uncommon occurrence she would say to them: "The little Tayleurs never did that. They were such well bred little children." Jolly hated the little Tayleurs. Holly wondered dreadfully how it was she fell so short of them. A thin, rum little soul, old Jolyon thought her, Mam'zelle Beauce. Luncheon was a successful meal, the mushrooms which he himself had picked in the mushroom house, his chosen strawberries, and another bottle of the Steinberg cabinet, filled him with a certain aromatic spirituality, and a conviction that he would have a touch of eczema to morrow. After lunch they sat under the oak tree drinking Turkish coffee. It was no matter of grief to him when Mam'zelle Beauce withdrew to write her Sunday letter to her sister, whose future had been endangered in the past by swallowing a pin, an event held up daily in warning to the children to eat slowly and digest what they had eaten. At the foot of the bank, on a carriage rug, Holly and the dog Balthasar teased and loved each other, and in the shade old Jolyon, with his legs crossed and his cigar luxuriously savoured, gazed at Irene sitting in the swing. A light, vaguely swaying grey figure, with a fleck of sunlight here and there upon it, lips just opened, eyes dark and soft, under lids a little drooped. She looked content. Surely it did her good to come and see him. The selfishness of age had not set its proper grip on him, for he could still feel pleasure in the pleasure of others, realising that what he wanted, though much, was not quite all that mattered. "It's quiet here," he said. "You mustn't come down if you find it dull. But it's a pleasure to see you. My little sweet is the only face which gives me any pleasure, except yours." From her smile he knew that she was not beyond liking to be appreciated, and this reassured him. "That's not humbug," he said. "I never told a woman I admired her when I didn't. In fact, I don't know when I've told a woman I admired her, except my wife in the old days and wives are funny." He was silent, but resumed abruptly: "She used to expect me to say it more often than I felt it. And there we were." Her face looked mysteriously troubled, and afraid that he had said something painful, he hurried on: "When my little sweet marries, I hope she'll find someone who knows what women feel. I shan't be here to see it, but there's too much topsy turvydom in marriage. I don't want her to pitch up against that." And aware that he had made bad worse, he added: "That dog will scratch." A silence followed. Of what was she thinking, this pretty creature whose life was spoiled, who had done with love, and yet was made for love? Some day, when he was gone, perhaps, she would find another mate, not so disorderly as that young fellow who had got himself run over. Ah! But her husband? "Does Soames ever trouble you?" he asked. She shook her head. Her face had closed up suddenly. For all her softness, there was something irreconcilable about her; and a glimpse of light on the inexorable nature of sex antipathies strayed into a brain which, belonging to early Victorian civilisation so much older than this of old age had never thought about such primitive things. "That's a comfort," he said. "You can see the grand stand to day. Shall we take a turn round?" Through the flower and fruit garden, against whose high outer walls peach trees and nectarines were trained to the sun, through the stables, the vinery, the mushroom house, the asparagus beds, the rosery, the summer house, he conducted her; even into the kitchen garden to see the tiny green peas which Holly loved to scoop out of their pods with her finger, and lick up from the palm of her little brown hand. Many delightful things he showed her, while Holly and the dog Balthasar danced ahead, or came to them at intervals for attention. It was one of the happiest afternoons he had ever spent, but it tired him, and he was glad to sit down in the music room and let her give him tea. A special little friend of Holly's had come in, a fair child with short hair like a boy's, and the two sported in the distance, under the stairs, on the stairs, and up in the gallery. Old Jolyon begged for Chopin. She played studies, mazurkas, waltzes, till the two children, creeping near, stood at the foot of the piano, their dark and golden heads bent forward, listening. Old Jolyon watched. "Let's see you dance, you two." Shyly, with a false start, they began; bobbing and circling, earnest, not very adroit, they went past and past his chair to the strains of that waltz. He watched them, and the face of her who was playing turned smiling towards those little dancers, thinking: 'Sweetest picture I've seen for ages.' A voice said: "Olé!
Mes enfants, qu'est-ce que c'est tu fais là? Danser le dimanche? Viens donc!" But the children came close to old Jolyon, knowing that he would save them, and gazed into a face which was decidedly "caught out." "Better the day, better the deed, Mam'zelle. It's all my doing. Trot along, chicks, and have your tea." And when they were gone, followed by the dog Balthasar, who took every meal, he looked at Irene with a twinkle and said: "Well, there we are. Aren't they sweet? Have you any little ones among your pupils?" "Yes, 3. 2 of them darlings." "Pretty?" "Lovely." Old Jolyon sighed. He had an insatiable appetite for the very young. "My little sweet," he said, "is devoted to music. She'll be a musician some day. You wouldn't give me your opinion of her playing, I suppose?" "Oh, of course I will." "You wouldn't like" but he stifled the words "to give her lessons." The idea that she gave lessons was unpleasant to him, yet it would mean that he would see her regularly. She left the piano and came over to his chair. "I would like, very much. But there is June. When are they coming back?" Old Jolyon frowned. "Not till the middle of next month. What does that matter?" "You said June had forgiven me, but she could never forget, Uncle Jolyon." Forget! She must forget, if he wanted her to. But, as if answering, Irene shook her head. "You know she couldn't. One doesn't forget." Always that wretched past! And he said with a sort of vexed finality: "Well, we shall see." He talked to her an hour or more, of the children, and 100 little things, till the carriage came round to take her home. And when she had gone he went back to his chair, and sat there smoothing his face and chin, dreaming over the day. That evening, after dinner, he went to his study, and took a sheet of paper. He stayed for some minutes without writing, then rose and stood under the masterpiece "Dutch Fishing Boats at Sunset." He was not thinking of that picture, but of his life. He was going to leave her something in his will. Nothing could so have stirred the stilly deeps of thought and memory. He was going to leave her a portion of his wealth, of his aspirations, deeds, qualities, work; all that had made that wealth; going to leave her, too, a part of all he had missed in life, by his sane and steady pursuit of wealth. All! What had he missed? "Dutch fishing boats" responded blankly. He crossed to the French window, and drawing the curtain aside, opened it. A wind had got up, and one of last year's oak leaves, which had somehow survived the gardener's brooms, was dragging itself with a tiny clicking rustle along the stone terrace in the twilight. Except for that, it was very quiet out there, and he could smell the heliotrope watered not long since. A bat went by; a bird uttered its last cheep. And right above the oak tree the first star shone. Faust in the opera had bartered his soul for some fresh years of youth. Morbid notion! No such bargain was possible; that was real tragedy. No making oneself new again, for love or life or anything. Nothing left to do but enjoy beauty from afar off while you could, and leave it something in your will. But how much? And, as if he could not make that calculation looking out into the mild freedom of the country night, he turned back and went up to the chimney piece. There were his pet bronzes, a Cleopatra with the asp at her breast, a Socrates, a greyhound playing with her puppy, a strong man reining in some horses. They last, he thought, and a pang went through his heart. They had 1,000 years of life before them. How much? Well!
Enough at all events to save her getting old before her time, to keep the lines out of her face as long as possible, and grey from soiling that bright hair. He might live for another 5 years; she would be well over 30 by then. How much? She had none of his blood in her. In loyalty to the tenor of his life for 40 years, and more, ever since he married and founded that mysterious thing, a family, came this warning thought: none of his blood, no right to anything. It was a luxury then, this notion; an extravagance, a petting of an old man's whim, one of those things done in dotage. His real future was vested in those who had his blood, in whom he would live on when he was gone. He turned away from the bronzes and stood looking at the old leather chair in which he had sat and smoked so many hundreds of cigars. And suddenly he seemed to see her sitting there in her grey dress, fragrant, soft, dark eyed, graceful, looking up at him. Why, she cared nothing for him really; all she cared for was that lost lover of hers. But she was there, whether she would or no, giving him pleasure with her beauty and grace. One had no right to inflict an old man's company, no right to ask her down to play to him and let him look at her, for no reward. Pleasure must be paid for in this world. How much? After all, there was plenty. His son and his 3 grandchildren would never miss that little lump. He had made it himself, nearly every penny. He could leave it where he liked, allow himself this little pleasure. He went back to the bureau. 'Well, I'm going to,' he thought. 'Let them think what they like. I'm going to.' And he sat down. How much? 10,000? 20,000? How much? If only with his money he could buy 1 year, 1 month of youth. And startled by that thought, he wrote quickly: "Dear Herring, draw me a codicil to this effect: I leave to my niece Irene Forsyte, born Irene Heron, by which name she now goes, £15,000 free of legacy duty. Yours faithfully, Jolyon Forsyte." When he had sealed and stamped the envelope, he went back to the window and drew in a long breath. It was dark, but many stars shone now. Part 4 of Tale 5 of 5 Tales by John Galsworthy. This recording is in the public domain. David Wales. He woke at 2:30, an hour which long experience had taught him brings panic intensity to all awkward thoughts. Experience had also taught him that a further waking at the proper hour of 8 showed the folly of such panic. On this particular morning the thought which had gathered rapid momentum was that if he became ill, at his age not improbable, he would not see her. From this it was but a step to realisation that he would be cut off too when his son and June returned from Spain. How could he justify desire for the company of one who had stolen early morning does not mince words June's lover? That lover was dead, but June was a stubborn little thing, warm hearted, but stubborn as wood, and quite true not one who forgot. By the middle of next month they would be back. He had barely 5 weeks left to enjoy the new interest which had come into what remained of his life. Darkness showed up to him absurdly clear the nature of his feeling: admiration for beauty, a craving to see that which delighted his eyes. Preposterous, at his age! And yet what other reason was there for asking June to undergo such painful reminder, and how prevent his son and his son's wife from thinking him very queer. He would be reduced to sneaking up to London, which tired him; and the least indisposition would cut him off even from that. He lay with eyes open, setting his jaw against the prospect, and calling himself an old fool, while his heart beat loudly, and then seemed to stop beating altogether. He had seen the dawn lighting the window chinks, heard the birds chirp and twitter, and the cocks crow, before he fell asleep again, and woke tired but sane. 5 weeks before he need bother, at his age, an eternity. But that early morning panic had left its mark, had slightly fevered the will of one who had always had his own way. He would see her as often as he wished. Why not go up to town and make that codicil at his solicitor's instead of writing about it? She might like to go to the opera. But by train, for he would not have that fat chap Beacon grinning behind his back. Servants were such fools; and as likely as not they had known all the past history of Irene and young Bosinney. Servants knew everything, and suspected the rest. He wrote to her that morning: "My dear Irene, I have to be up in town to morrow. If you would like to have a look in at the opera, come and dine with me quietly." But where? It was decades since he had dined anywhere in London, save at his club, or at a private house. Ah! That new fangled place close to Covent Garden. "Let me have a line to morrow morning to the Piedmont Hotel, where to expect you there at 7 o'clock. "Yours affectionately, "JOLYON FORSYTE." She would understand that he just wanted to give her a little pleasure; for the idea that she should guess he had this itch to see her was instinctively unpleasant to him. It was not seemly that one so old should go out of his way to see beauty, especially in a woman. The journey next day, short though it was, and the visit to his lawyers, tired him. It was hot, too, and after dressing for dinner he lay down on the sofa in his bedroom to rest a little. He must have had a sort of fainting fit, for he came to himself feeling very queer; and with some difficulty rose and rang the bell. Why, it was past 7! And there he was, and she would be waiting! But suddenly the dizziness came on again, and he was obliged to relapse on the sofa. He heard the maid's voice say: "Did you ring, sir?" "Yes, come here." He could not see her clearly, for the cloud in front of his eyes. "I'm not well. I want some sal volatile." "Yes, sir." Her voice sounded frightened. Old Jolyon made an effort. "Don't go. Take this message to my niece, a lady waiting in the hall, a lady in grey. Say Mr. Forsyte is not well the heat. He is very sorry. If he is not down directly, she is not to wait dinner." When she was gone he thought feebly: 'Why did I say a lady in grey? She may be in anything. Sal volatile!' He did not go off again, yet was not conscious of how Irene came to be standing beside him, holding smelling salts to his nose, and pushing a pillow up behind his head. He heard her say anxiously: "Dear Uncle Jolyon, what is it?" Was dimly conscious of the soft pressure of her lips on his hand, then drew a long breath of smelling salts, suddenly discovered strength in them, and sneezed. "Ah!" he said, "it's nothing. How did you get here? Go down and dine. The tickets are on the dressing table. I shall be all right in a minute." He felt her cool hand on his forehead, smelled violets, and sat divided between a sort of pleasure and a determination to be all right. "Why, you are in grey," he said. "Help me up." Once on his feet, he gave himself a shake. What business had I to go off like that? And he moved very slowly to the glass. What a cadaverous chap! Her voice behind him murmured: "You mustn't come down, Uncle. You must rest." "Fiddlesticks! A glass of champagne'll soon set me to rights. I can't have you missing the opera." But the journey down the corridor was troublesome. What carpets they had in these new fangled places, so thick that you tripped up on them at every step! In the lift he noticed how concerned she looked, and said with a ghost of a twinkle: "I'm a pretty host." When the lift stopped, he had to hold firmly to the seat to prevent its slipping under him; but after soup and a glass of champagne he felt much better, and began to enjoy an infirmity which had brought such solicitude into her manner towards him. "I should have liked you for a daughter," he said suddenly, and watching the smile in her eyes, went on: "You mustn't get wrapped up in the past at your time of life. Plenty of that when you get to be my age. That's a nice dress. I like the style." "I made it myself." Ah! A woman who could make herself a pretty frock had not lost her interest in life. "Make hay while the sun shines," he said, "and drink that up. I want to see some colour in your cheeks. We mustn't waste life; it doesn't do. There's a new Marguerite to night. Let's hope she won't be fat. And Mephisto anything more dreadful than a fat chap playing the devil I can't imagine." But they did not go to the opera after all, for in getting up from dinner the dizziness came over him again, and she insisted on his staying quiet and going to bed early. When he parted from her at the door of the hotel, having paid the cabman to drive her to Chelsea, he sat down again for a moment to enjoy the memory of her words: "You are such a darling to me, Uncle Jolyon." Why, who wouldn't be? He would have liked to stay up another day and take her to the Zoo, but 2 days running of him would bore her to death. No, he must wait till next Sunday. She had promised to come then. They would settle those lessons for Holly, if only for a month. It would be something. That little Mam'zelle Boyce wouldn't like it, but she would have to lump it. And crushing his old opera hat against his chest, he sought the lift. He drove to Waterloo next morning, struggling with a desire to say: "Drive me to Chelsea," but his sense of proportion was too strong. Besides, he felt shaky, and did not want to risk another aberration like that of last night, away from home. Holly, too, was expecting him, and what he had in his bag for her. Not that there was any cupboard love in this little sweet; she was a bundle of affection. Then, with the rather bitter cynicism of the old, he wondered for a second whether it was not cupboard love which made Irene put up with him. No, she was not that sort either. She had, if anything, too little notion of how to butter her bread, no sense of property, poor thing. Besides, he had not breathed a word about that codicil, nor should he; sufficient unto the day was the good thereof. In the victoria which met him at the station, Holly was restraining the old dog Balthasar, and their caresses made Juby his drive home. All the rest of that fine hot day, and most of the next, he was content and peaceful, reposing in the shade, while the long lingering sunshine showered gold on the lawns and the flowers. But on Thursday evening, at his lonely dinner, he began to count the hours 65 till he would go down to meet her again in the little coppice, and walk up through the fields at her side. He had intended to consult the doctor about his fainting fit, but the fellow would be sure to insist on quiet, no excitement, and all that; and he did not mean to be tied by the leg, did not want to be told of an infirmity, if there were one, could not afford to hear of it at his time of life, now that this new interest had come. And he carefully avoided making any mention of it in a letter to his son. It would only bring them back with a run. How far this silence was due to consideration for their pleasure, how far to regard for his own, he did not pause to consider. That night in his study he had just finished his cigar and was dozing off, when he heard the rustle of a gown, and was conscious of a scent of violets. Opening his eyes, he saw her, dressed in grey, standing by the fireplace, holding out her arms. The odd thing was that, though those arms seemed to hold nothing, they were curved as if around someone's neck, and her own neck was bent back, her lips open, her eyes closed. She vanished at once, and there were the mantelpiece and his bronzes. But those bronzes and the mantelpiece had not been there when she was, only the fireplace and the wall. Shaken and troubled, he got up. 'I must take medicine,' he thought. 'I can't be well.' His heart beat too fast, he had an asthmatic feeling in the chest, and going to the window he opened it to get some air. A dog was barking far away, one of the dogs at Gage's farm, no doubt, beyond the coppice. A beautiful still night, but dark. 'I dropped off,' he mused. 'That's it. And I'll swear my eyes were open.' A sound like a sigh seemed to answer. "What's that?" he said sharply. "Who's there?" Putting his hand to his side to still the beating of his heart, he stepped out on the terrace. Something soft scurried by in the dark. "Shoo!" It was that grey cat. Young Bosinney was like a great cat, he thought. It was him in there that she was. He's got her still. He walked to the edge of the terrace, and looked down into the darkness. He could just see the powdering of the daisies on the unmown lawn. Here to day and gone to morrow. And there came the moon, who saw all, young and old, alive and dead, and didn't care a dump. His own turn soon. For a single day of youth he would give what was left. And he turned again towards the house. He could see the windows of the night nursery up there. His little sweet would be asleep. Hope that dog won't wake her, he thought. What is it makes us love and makes us die? I must go to bed. And across the terrace stones, growing grey in the moonlight, he passed back within. How should an old man live his days if not in dreaming of his well spent past? In that, at all events, there is no agitating warmth, only pale winter sunshine. The shell can withstand the gentle beating of the dynamos of memory. The present he could distrust, the future shun. From beneath thick shade he could watch the sunlight creeping at his toes. If there be sun of summer, let him not go out into it, mistaking it for the Indian summer sun. Thus peradventure he shall decline softly, slowly, imperceptibly, until impatient nature clutches his windpipe, and he gasps away to death, some early morning before the world is aired, and they put on his tombstone, "In the fulness of years." Yea, if he preserve his principles in perfect order, a Forsyte may live on long after he is dead. Old Jolyon was conscious of all this, and yet there was in him that which transcended Forsyteism. For it is written that a Forsyte will not love beauty more than reason, for his own way more than his own health. And something beat within him in these days, that with each throb fretted at the thinning shell. His sagacity knew this, but it knew too that he could not stop that beating, nor would if he could. And yet, if you had told him he was living on his capital, he would have stared you down. No, no, a man did not live on his capital; it was not done. The shibboleths of the past were ever more real than the actualities of the present. And he, to whom living on one's capital had always been anathema, could not have borne to have applied so gross a phrase to his own case. Pleasure is healthful, beauty good to see; to live again in the youth of the young and what else on earth was he doing? Methodically, as had been the way of his whole life, he now arranged his time. On Tuesdays he journeyed up to town by train. Irene came and dined with him, and they went to the opera. On Thursdays he drove to town, and putting that fat chap and his horses up, met her in Kensington Gardens, picking up the carriage after he had left her, and driving home again in time for dinner. He threw out the casual formula that he had business in London on those 2 days. On Wednesdays and Saturdays she came down to give Holly music lessons. The greater the pleasure he took in her society, the more scrupulously fastidious he became, just a matter of fact and friendly uncle. Not even in feeling, really, was he more; for, after all, there was his age. And yet, if she were late, he fidgeted himself to death; if she missed coming, which happened twice, his eyes grew sad as an old dog's, and he failed to sleep. And so a month went by, a month of summer in the fields and in his heart, with summer's heat and the fatigue thereof. Who could have believed a few weeks back that he would have looked forward to his son's and his granddaughter's return with something like dread? There was such a delicious freedom, such recovery of that independence a man enjoys before he founds a family, about these weeks of lovely weather, and this new companionship with one who demanded nothing, and remained always a little unknown, retaining the fascination of mystery. It was like a draught of wine to him who has been drinking water for so long that he has almost forgotten the stir wine brings to his blood, the narcotic to his brain. The flowers were coloured brighter, scents and music, and the sunlight had a living value, were no longer mere reminders of past enjoyment. There was something now to live for, which stirred him continually to anticipation. He lived in that, not in retrospection. The difference is considerable to any so old as he. The pleasures of the table, never of much consequence to one naturally abstemious, had lost all value. He ate little, without knowing what he ate, and every day grew thinner and more worn to look at. He was again a thread paper, and to this thinned form his massive forehead, with hollows at the temples, gave more dignity than ever. He was very well aware that he ought to see the doctor, but liberty was too sweet. He could not afford to pet his frequent shortness of breath and the pain in his side at the expense of liberty. Return to the vegetable existence he had led among the agricultural journals, with the life size Mangold Wurzels, before this new attraction came into his life? No! He exceeded his allowance of cigars. 2 a day had always been his rule. Now he smoked 3, and sometimes 4. A man will when he is filled with the creative spirit. But very often he thought: 'I must give up smoking and coffee. I must give up rattling up to town.' But he did not. There was no one in any sort of authority to notice him, and this was a priceless boon. The servants perhaps wondered, but they were naturally dumb. Mam'zelle Beauce was too concerned with her own digestion, and too well read to make personal allusions. Holly had not as yet an eye for the relative appearance of him who was her plaything and her god. It was left for Irene herself to beg him to eat more, to rest in the hot part of the day, to take a tonic, and so forth. But she did not tell him that she was the cause of his thinness, for one cannot see the havoc oneself is working. A man of 85 has no passions, but the beauty which produces passion works on in the old way, till death closes the eyes which crave the sight of her. On the first day of the second week in July he received a letter from his son in Paris, to say that they would all be back on Friday. This had always been more sure than fate, but with the pathetic improvidence given to the old, that they may endure to the end, he had never quite admitted it. Now he did, and something would have to be done. He had ceased to be able to imagine life without this new interest, but that which is not imagined sometimes exists, as Forsytes are perpetually finding to their cost. He sat in his old leather chair, doubling up the letter, and mumbling with his lips the end of an unlighted cigar. After to morrow his Tuesday expeditions to town would have to be abandoned. He could still drive up, perhaps once a week, on the pretext of seeing his man of business; but even that would be dependent on his health, for now they would begin to fuss about him. The lessons! The lessons must go on; she must swallow down her scruples, and June must put her feelings in her pocket. She had done so once, on the day after the news of Bosinney's death. What she had done then she could surely do again now. 4 years since that injury was inflicted on her; not Christian to keep the memory of old sores alive. June's will was strong, but his was stronger, for his sands were running out. Irene was soft; surely she would do this for him, subdue her natural shrinking, sooner than give him pain. The lessons must continue, for if they did, he was secure. And lighting his cigar at last, he began trying to shape out how to put it to them all, and explain this strange intimacy; how to veil and wrap it away from the naked truth, that he could not bear to be deprived of the sight of beauty. Ah, Holly! Holly was fond of her; Holly liked her lessons. She would save him, his little sweet; and with that happy thought he became serene, and wondered what he had been wondering about so fearfully. He must not worry; it left him always curiously weak, and as if but half present in his own body. That evening, after dinner, he had a return of the dizziness, though he did not faint. He would not ring the bell, because he knew it would mean a fuss, and make his going up on the morrow more conspicuous. When one grew old, the whole world was in conspiracy to limit freedom; and for what reason? Just to keep the breath in him a little longer. He did not want it at such cost. Only the dog Balthasar saw his lonely recovery from that weakness, anxiously watched his master go to the sideboard and drink some brandy, instead of giving him a biscuit. When at last old Jolyon felt able to tackle the stairs, he went up to bed. And though still shaky next morning, the thought of the evening sustained and strengthened him. It was always such a pleasure to give her a good dinner. He suspected her of under eating when she was alone, and at the opera to watch her eyes glow and brighten, the unconscious smiling of her lips. She hadn't much pleasure, and this was the last time he would be able to give her that treat. But when he was packing his bag, he caught himself wishing that he had not the fatigue of dressing for dinner before him, and the exertion, too, of telling her about June's return. The opera that evening was Carmen, and he chose the last entr'acte, to break the news, instinctively putting it off till the last moment. She took it quietly, queerly. In fact, he did not know how she had taken it before the wayward music lifted up again, and silence became necessary. The mask was down over her face, that mask behind which so much went on that he could not see. She wanted time to think it over, no doubt. He would not press her. for she would be coming to give her lesson to morrow afternoon, and he should see her then, when she had got used to the idea. In the cab he talked only of the Carmen. He had seen better in the old days, but this was not bad at all. When he took her hand to say good night, she bent quickly forward and kissed his forehead. "Good bye, dear Uncle Jolyon. You have been so sweet to me." "To morrow, then," he said. "Good night. Sleep well." She echoed softly: "Sleep well." And from the cab window, already moving away, he saw her face screwed round towards him, and her hand put out in a gesture that seemed to linger. He sought his room slowly. They never gave him the same, and he could not get used to these spick and spandy bedrooms, with new furniture and grey green carpets sprinkled all over with pink roses. He was wakeful, and that wretched habanera kept throbbing in his head. His French had never been equal to its words, but its sense he knew, if it had any sense a gipsy thing, wild and unaccountable. Well, there was in life something which upset all your care and plans, something which made men and women dance to its pipes. And he lay staring from deep sunk eyes into the darkness where the unaccountable held sway. You thought you had hold of life, but it slipped away behind you, took you by the scruff of the neck, forced you here and forced you there, and then, likely as not, squeezed life out of you. It took the very stars like that, he shouldn't wonder, rubbed their noses together and flung them apart. It had never done playing its pranks. 5,000,000 people in this great blunderbuss of a town, and all of them at the mercy of that life force, like a lot of little dried peas hopping about on a board when you struck your fist on it. Ah, well! Himself would not hop much longer; a good long sleep would do him good. How hot it was up here! How noisy! His forehead burned. She had kissed it just where he always worried, just there, as if she had known the very place and wanted to kiss it all away for him. But, instead, her lips left a patch of grievous uneasiness. She had never spoken in quite that voice, had never before made that lingering gesture, or looked back at him as she drove away. He got out of bed and pulled the curtains aside. His room faced down over the river. There was little air, but the sight of that breadth of water flowing by, calm, eternal, soothed him. The great thing, he thought, is not to make myself a nuisance. I'll think of my little sweet, and go to sleep. But it was long before the heat and throbbing of the London night died out into the short slumber of the summer morning, and old Jolyon had but 40 winks. When he reached home next day, he went out to the flower garden, and with the help of Holly, who was very delicate with flowers, gathered a great bunch of carnations. They were, he told her, for the lady in grey, a name still bandied between them; and he put them in a bowl in his study, where he meant to tackle Irene the moment she came, on the subject of June and future lessons. Their fragrance and colour would help. After lunch he lay down, for he felt very tired, and the carriage would not bring her from the station till 4 o'clock. But as the hour approached he grew restless, and sought the schoolroom which overlooked the drive. The sun blinds were down, and Holly was there with Mam'zelle Beauce, sheltered from the heat of a stifling July day, attending to their silkworms. Old Jolyon had a natural antipathy to these methodical creatures, whose heads and colour reminded him of elephants; who nibbled such quantities of holes in nice green leaves, and smelled, as he thought, horrid. He sat down on a chintz covered window seat, whence he could see the drive, and got what air there was; and the dog Balthasar, who appreciated chintz on hot days, jumped up beside him. Over the cottage piano a violet dust sheet, faded almost to grey, was spread, and on it the first lavender, whose scent filled the room. In spite of the coolness here, perhaps because of that coolness, the beat of life vehemently impressed his ebbed down senses. Each sunbeam which came through the chinks had annoying brilliance; the dog smelled very strong; the lavender perfume was overpowering; those silkworms heaving up their grey green back seemed horribly alive, and Holly's dark head bent over them had a wonderfully silky sheen. A marvellous, cruelly strong thing was life when you were old and weak; it seemed to mock you with its multitude of forms and its beating vitality. He had never, till those last few weeks, had this curious feeling of being with one half of him eagerly borne along in the stream of life, and with the other half left on the bank, watching that helpless progress. Only when Irene was with him did he lose this double consciousness. Holly turned her head, pointed with her little brown fist to the piano for to point with a finger was not well bred and said slyly: "Look at the lady in grey, Gran. Isn't she pretty to day?" Old Jolyon's heart gave a flutter, and for a second the room was clouded; then it cleared, and he said with a twinkle: "Who's been dressing her up?" "Mam'zelle." "Holly, don't be foolish." That prim little Frenchwoman! She hadn't yet got over the music lessons being taken away from her. That wouldn't help. His little sweet was the only friend they had. Well, they were her lessons, and he shouldn't budge for anything. He stroked the warm wool on Balthasar's head, and heard Holly say: "When mother's home, there won't be any changes, will there? She doesn't like strangers, you know." The child's words seemed to bring the chilly atmosphere of opposition about old Jolyon, and disclose all the menace to his new found freedom. Ah! He would have to resign himself to being an old man at the mercy of care and love, or fight to keep this new and prized companionship; and to fight tired him to death. But his thin, worn face hardened into resolution, till it appeared all jaw. This was his house and his affair; he should not budge. He looked at his watch, old and thin like himself. He had owned it 50 years. Past 4 already; and kissing the top of Holly's head in passing, he went down to the hall. He wanted to get hold of her before she went up to give her lesson. At the first sound of wheels he stepped out into the porch, and saw at once that the victoria was empty. "The train's in, sir, but the lady 'asn't come." Old Jolyon gave him a sharp upward look; his eyes seemed to push away that fat chap's curiosity, and defy him to see the bitter disappointment he was feeling. "Very well," he said, and turned back into the house. He went to his study and sat down, quivering like a leaf. What did this mean? She might have lost her train, but he knew well enough she hadn't. "Good bye, dear Uncle Jolyon." Why good bye, and not good night? And that hand of hers lingering in the air. And her kiss. What did it mean? Vehement alarm and irritation took possession of him. He got up and began to pace the Turkey carpet, between window and wall. She was going to give him up, he felt it for certain, and he was defenceless an old man wanting to look on beauty. It was ridiculous. Age closed his mouth, paralysed his power to fight. He had no right to what was warm and living, no right to anything but memories and sorrow. He could not plead with her; even an old man had his dignity. Defenceless. For an hour, lost to bodily fatigue, he paced up and down, past the bowl of carnations he had plucked, which mocked him with its scent. Of all things hard to bear, the prostration of will power is hardest, for one who has always had his way. Nature had got him in its net, and, like an unhappy fish, he turned and swam at the meshes here and there, found no hole, no breaking point. They brought him tea at 5 o'clock, and a letter. For a moment hope beat up in him. He cut the envelope with the butter knife, and read: "Dearest Uncle Jolyon, I can't bear to write anything that may disappoint you, but I was too cowardly to tell you last night. I feel I can't come down and give Holly any more lessons, now that June is coming back. Some things go too deep to be forgotten. It has been such a joy to see you and Holly. Perhaps I shall still see you sometimes when you come up, though I'm sure it's not good for you. I can see you are tiring yourself too much. I believe you ought to rest quite quietly all this hot weather, and now you have your son and June coming back, you will be so happy. Thank you a million times over for all your sweetness to me. Lovingly your Irene." So that was it! Not good for him to have pleasure and what he chiefly cared about; to try and put off feeling the inevitable end of all things, the approach of death with its stealthy, rustling footsteps. Not good for him! Not even she could see how she was his new lease of interest in life, the incarnation of all the beauty he felt slipping from him. His tea grew cold, his cigar remained unlit, and up and down he paced, torn between his dignity and his hold on life. Intolerable to be squeezed out slowly, without a say of your own, to live on when your will was in the hands of others, bent on weighing you to the ground with care and love. Intolerable! He would see what telling her the truth would do, the truth that he wanted the sight of her more than just lingering on. He sat down at his old bureau and took a pen; but he could not write. There was something revolting in having to plead like this, plead that she should warm his eyes with her beauty. It was tantamount to confessing dotage. He simply could not. And instead he wrote: "I had hoped that the memory of old sores would not be allowed to stand in the way of what is a pleasure and a profit to me and my little granddaughter. But old men learn to forego their whims; they are obliged to; even the whim to live must be foregone sooner or later, and perhaps the sooner the better. My love to you, "JOLYON FORSYTE." Bitter, he thought, but I can't help it. I'm tired. He sealed and dropped it into the box for the evening post, and hearing it fall to the bottom, thought: 'There goes all I've looked forward to.' That evening, after dinner, which he scarcely touched, after his cigar, which he left half smoked, for it made him feel faint, he went very slowly upstairs and stole into the night nursery. He sat down on the window seat. A night light was burning, and he could just see Holly's face, with one hand underneath the cheek. An early cockchafer buzzed in the Japanese paper with which they had filled the grate, and one of the horses in the stable stamped restlessly. To sleep like that child! He pressed apart two rungs of the Venetian blind, and looked out. The moon was rising, blood red. He had never seen so red a moon. The woods and fields out there were dropping to sleep too in the last glimmer of the summer light. And beauty, like a spirit, walked. 'I've had a long life,' he thought, 'the best of nearly everything. I'm an ungrateful chap. I've seen a lot of beauty in my time. Poor young Bosinney said I had a sense of beauty. There's a man in the moon to night. A moth went by, another. Ladies in grey. He closed his eyes. A feeling that he would never open them again beset him. He let it grow, let himself sink; then, with a shiver, dragged the lids up. There was something wrong with him, no doubt, deeply wrong. He would have to have the doctor after all. It didn't much matter now. Into that coppice the moonlight would have crept. There would be shadows, and those shadows would be the only things awake. No birds, beasts, flowers, insects; just the shadows moving. Ladies in grey. Over that log they would climb, would whisper together. She and Bosinney funny thought! And the frogs and little things would whisper too. How the clock ticked in here! It was all eerie. Out there in the light of that red moon; in here with the little steady night light, and the ticking clock and the nurse's dressing gown hanging from the edge of the screen, tall like a woman's figure. Lady in grey. And a very odd thought beset him. Did she exist? Had she ever come at all? Or was she but the emanation of all the beauty he had loved, and must leave so soon? The violet grey spirit with the dark eyes and the crown of amber hair, who walks the dawn and the moonlight, and at bluebell time? What was she? Who was she? Did she exist? He rose, and stood a moment clutching the window sill, to give him a sense of reality again; then began tiptoeing towards the door. He stopped at the foot of the bed, and Holly, as if conscious of his eyes fixed on her, stirred, sighed, and curled up closer in defence. He tiptoed on and passed out into the dark passage, reached his room, undressed at once, and stood before the mirror in his nightshirt. What a scarecrow, with temples fallen in, and thin legs! His eyes resisted his own image, and a look of pride came on his face. All was in league to put him down, even his reflection in the glass. But he was not down yet. He got into bed, and lay a long time without sleeping, trying to reach resignation, only too well aware that fretting and disappointment were very bad for him. He woke in the morning so unrefreshed and strengthless that he sent for the doctor. After sounding him, the fellow pulled a face as long as your arm, and ordered him to stay in bed and give up smoking. That was no hardship; there was nothing to get up for, and when he felt ill, tobacco always lost its savour. He spent the morning languidly, with the sun blinds down, turning and returning the Times, not reading much, the dog Balthasar lying beside his bed. With his lunch they brought him a telegram running thus: "Your letter received, coming down this afternoon. Will be with you at 4:30. Irene." Coming down after all! Then she did exist, and he was not deserted. Coming down! A glow ran through his limbs; his cheeks and forehead felt hot. He drank his soup, and pushed the tray table away, lying very quiet until they had removed lunch and left him alone. But every now and then his eyes twinkled. Coming down! His heart beat fast, and then did not seem to beat at all. At 3 o'clock he got up, and dressed deliberately, noiselessly. Holly and Mam'zelle would be in the schoolroom, and the servants asleep after their dinner, he shouldn't wonder. He opened his door cautiously, and went downstairs. In the hall the dog Balthasar lay solitary, and, followed by him, old Jolyon passed into his study, and out into the burning afternoon. He meant to go down and meet her at the coppice, but felt at once he could not manage that in this heat. He sat down instead under the oak tree by the swing; and the dog Balthasar, who also felt the heat, lay down beside him. He sat there smiling. What a revel of bright minutes! What a hum of insects and cooing of pigeons! It was the quintessence of a summer day. Lovely! And he was happy, happy as a sandboy, whatever that might be. She was coming. She had not given him up. He had everything in life he wanted, except a little more breath, and less weight, just here. He would see her when she emerged from the fernery, come swaying just a little, a violet grey figure passing over the daisies and dandelions and soldiers on the lawn the soldiers with their flowery crowns. He would not move, but she would come up to him and say: "Dear Uncle Jolyon, I am sorry," and sit in the swing and let him look at her, and tell her that he had not been very well, but was all right now. And that dog would lick her hand. That dog knew his master was fond of her. That dog was a good dog. It was quite shady under the tree. The sun could not get at him, only make the rest of the world bright, so that he could see the grand stand at Epsom far away out there, very far, and the cows cropping the clover in the field and swishing at the flies with their tails. He smelled the scent of limes and lavender. Ah! That was why there was such a racket of bees. They were excited, busy as his heart was busy and excited. Drowsy, too, drowsy and drugged on honey and happiness, as his heart was drugged and drowsy. Summer, summer, they seemed saying; great bees and little bees, and the flies too. The stable clock struck 4. In half an hour she would be here. He would have just one tiny nap, because he had so little sleep of late, and then he would be fresh for her, fresh for youth and beauty, coming towards him across the sunlit lawn, lady in grey. And settling back in his chair, he closed his eyes. Some thistledown came on what little air there was, and pitched on his moustache, more white than itself. He did not know, but his breathing stirred it, caught there. A ray of sunlight struck through and lodged on his boot. A bumble bee alighted and strolled on the crown of his Panama hat. And the delicious surge of slumber reached the brain beneath that hat, and the head swayed forward and rested on his breast. Summer, summer, so went the hum. The stable clock struck the quarter past. The dog Balthasar stretched and looked up at his master. The thistledown no longer moved. The dog placed his chin over the sunlit foot. It did not stir. The dog withdrew his chin quickly, rose and leaped on old Jolyon's lap, looked in his face, whined; then, leaping down, sat on his haunches, gazing up. And suddenly he uttered a long, long howl. But the thistledown was still as death, and the face of his old master. Summer, summer, summer; the soundless footsteps on the grass. End of Part IV of Tale No. 5. End of 5 tales by John Galsworthy.